Those who join my group, their fate lies in my hands, bound by the fabrication system. Emo-chan gradually incorporated all the female protagonists of Konoha into his chat group. He merely had to concoct futures related to them, and all illusions could materialize into reality. Ding! Future video has been released. Sakura Haruno, who had been skeptical just moments ago, found herself entranced by the awakened Sharingan displayed in the video. Emo-chan sensed the shift in his gaze and smiled faintly. This Sharingan was merely the beginning. Tsunade, Konan, and even the deceased Kushina would bestow upon him unimaginable power. Chapter 001. The Four Blossoms of Konoha join the chat group. In the world of Naruto, within the confines of a small room barely measuring a dozen square meters, Emo-chan lay on his bed, his expression one of despondency. He had traversed worlds. Such an occurrence should be a cause for celebration. Yet, devoid of any bloodline, background, or resources, he found himself reborn as a mere commoner and a student at the Ninja Academy, sharing the same cohort as the legendary 9 rookie ninjas destined to fade into obscurity. As the original narrative posited, Kakashi had stated that among the 27 graduates of Naruto's class, only 9 would be acknowledged as genin. In other words, aside from the 9 rookies, the rest would be eliminated. Those who were eliminated would have to return to the academy to retake their studies, thus forfeiting any opportunity for prioritized training. Most critically, the graduation assessment had already passed, and classes would be assigned the following day, leaving him no chance to strive for improvement. I'm exhausted. Let it all crumble, devoid of love. At this moment, Emo-chan wished only to surrender, as his future as a ninja appeared bleak. Ding. System activation successful. The fabrication system is at your service. Suddenly, Emo-chan, awakening from his despair, sat up with a look of sheer ecstasy on his face. I must be the child of destiny. Even the act of traversing worlds falls within my grasp. How can I merely play the role of a bystander? The system has arrived. I now wish to inquire, who else is there? After reveling in his triumph for a while, Emo-chan recollected his priorities and urgently called out in his heart, "System, please elucidate your functions." Ding! This system will open a chat group in your consciousness, periodically inviting female ninjas from this world to join. When members join, the host can fabricate futures related to them, and what is fabricated will become genuine reality. However, the host must be aware that the fabricated content must adhere to logical consistency, and the future can be altered. Emo-chan listened attentively, contemplating earnestly, and soon grasped the system's purpose. A chat group is a marvelous entity, especially one populated solely by female ninjas, a splendid opportunity for a man of leisure. Yet the crux of it lay in fabricating futures. As long as it was logical, he could fabricate freely, and the fabricated content would manifest as reality. For instance, what if Kaguya Otsutsuki joined the group? He could fabricate a future where the first person she encountered upon her unsealing was Emo-chan, leading her into a reverie. Before the era of ninjas, Emo-chan inadvertently traversed back in time and became acquainted with Kaguya. Their bond deepened over time, resulting in 2 children. Ahem, that is not the focal point. What truly matters is that Kaguya would bestow her power upon him, transforming him into a formidable being, after which he would traverse back to the present. Isn't that reasonable? It would not disrupt the original narrative, and he would emerge as a strong individual without any foreseeable complications. Perfect. This is precisely how one should utilize the ability to fabricate futures. I am nothing short of a genius. Emo-chan suddenly felt that his lack of a bloodline was inconsequential. His intellect was his ultimate limit. Ding! Chat group activated. The system is now extracting new members for the chat group. Please hold on, host. Ding! New members have been selected and are being invited to join. Ding! Sakura Haruno has joined the chat group. Ding! Ino Yamanaka has joined the chat group. Ding! Hinata Hyuga has joined the chat group. Ding! Tenten has joined the chat group. Ah, the Four Blossoms of Konoha. In his first attempt to recruit group members, he had achieved a complete set. This was fortuitous. With a larger number of members, he would have more options, which would be advantageous for fabricating futures. Watching the names of the 4 individuals enter the group, Emo-chan's mind began to craft the futures he would fabricate. At this moment, Sakura was at home, daydreaming about her future as a ninja, when suddenly she perceived a strange page before her. Simultaneously, A series of notifications echoed in her ears. Ding. Sakura Haruno has successfully joined the Emo-chan female protagonist group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Emo-chan's female protagonist ensemble. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Emo-chan is the leader of this group. The leader's interests take precedence over all else. Members must not engage in any actions detrimental to the leader. 2. Members must coexist harmoniously. Plotting against or persecuting one another is strictly prohibited. 3. Future video segments will periodically appear within the group. The content is entirely authentic and requires no skepticism. 4. Members may receive enhancement effects, including attributes related to talent, comprehension, combat power, etc. The higher the loyalty to the leader, the stronger the enhancement effects. 5. Members may freely exit the group, but related memories will be erased. Sakura Haruno. In a flower shop, Ino, who was idly dozing in the backyard, Hinata, who was secretly practicing, and Tenten, who had just finished a mission and was preparing to bathe, all encountered situations akin to Sakura's. They heard the system's notifications and saw the chat group dialog box materialize before them. Unfamiliar with the concept of a system, they were bewildered by the sudden appearance of notifications. Their initial reaction was to believe they were caught in an illusion and hurriedly attempted to dispel the illusion. Had it been modern individuals, upon hearing the notifications, they might have concluded they were the chosen ones. Of course, this was not an illusion, and thus their attempts to dispel it were futile. Ino Yamanaka. Wide forehead. Sakura Haruno. Get lost. Pig-headed Ino. You're just as annoying in the illusion. Hinata Hyuga. This might not be an illusion. Ino Yamanaka. Should we meet up to confirm the situation? Hinata Hyuga. Sure. Where should we gather? Ino Yamanaka. Let's meet at the dessert shop in the snack street. It's on me. Sakura Haruno. With free desserts, I'll be there in a flash. Tintin. So, you all know each other? Ino Yamanaka. Alright. Who are you? Tintin. A Konoha genin, a graduate from the last ninja academy, serving under Jonin Guy. Ino Yamanaka. So you're a senior. We just graduated together and will begin class assignments tomorrow. Sakura Haruno. You just blurted that out. Tintin. Since this isn't an illusion, it seems we're communicating across a distance. Given that we're all from Konoha, it's trustworthy. Hinata Hyuga. Tintin-senpai, you should join us too. This group seems a bit strange. I try to communicate with my family, but I found I couldn't disclose anything. Tintin. That's exactly what I had in mind. Emo-chan observed the content within the chat group with keen clarity. Yet, he realized he was unable to participate in the conversation. The members of the group were unaware of his presence. Aside from his title as group leader, his name was absent among the members, rendering him invisible. However, this was fortuitous. With them unaware of his presence, they could converse freely. Emo-chan could strategically adjust his actions based on their dialogues within the group. Like now, knowing the four blossoms of Konoha were heading to the dessert shop, he utilized a transformation technique to disguise himself as an unremarkable passerby and arrived ahead of them. Now that they had just joined the chat group, understanding their thoughts was crucial. Emo-chan ordered desserts, selected a dimly lit corner to sit, and awaited the arrival of the four blossoms of Konoha. Meanwhile, he continued to ponder the intricacies of fabricating futures. Apart from Tenten, the other three were his classmates. Setting aside what would happen in the future, their paths would still intersect before class assignments began. Emo-chan, in his quest to transform his life, understood that he must exert effort during the brief time before the class division. Chapter 2. Fabricating the Future, Unleashing the Sharingan. Before long, the four flowers of Konoha made their appearance in the dessert shop. Upon seeing each other, they instinctively came to a realization. The chat group that had surfaced in their minds indeed enabled them to communicate across distances. All dialogues were sent by real individuals, with no impersonation occurring. That if only there were no traps involved. Ino introduced everyone to Tion, then remarked, "This way, we can transmit information anytime, anywhere. This ability is even more convenient than our family secret." Techniques. Tion nodded in agreement. We don't yet know if there are distance limitations, but it is certain that the coverage extends at least across all of Konoha. The initial hints suggested it could enhance our attributes comprehensively. I wonder if that's true. Hinata chimed in, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Sakura interjected with dissatisfaction. You all only speak of the positives. Something so suddenly appearing must surely have ulterior motives, right? And what's this about Emo-chan's main group? Joining the group equates to joining Mo-chan's entourage. I simply cannot accept this. My loyalty to Sasuke-kun is unwavering. What is Mo-chan to me? Just as Sakura finished speaking, her body suddenly trembled violently, and she let out a distressed scream. Ino and the others, along with a few patrons in the shop, were startled by Sakura's outburst, their gazes shifting towards her. Sakura was surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity, resembling the aftermath of an electric shock. Yet before anyone could react, the arcs dissipated and Sakura ceased to tremble. "Hey, are you alright?" Ino asked with concern, gently poking Sakura, and sighed in relief upon confirming she was unharmed. Tion, addressing the other customers with an awkward smile, said, sorry for the disturbance. We were just joking." The others, upon hearing this, shrugged it off and returned their attention elsewhere. Hinata softly remarked, the hints mentioned that group members cannot act against the interests of the group leader. Sakura's earlier outburst could be construed as malicious defamation, which should incur a penalty. Tion frowned. It appears that joining the chat group has imposed certain restrictions upon us. We must take these rules seriously. Fortunately, Sakura's punishment wasn't severe. Sakura had merely received a few electric shocks and had now regained her composure. Nonetheless, she was coated in a fine sheen of sweat. Her initial aversion to the chat group had intensified her discontent. She wanted to voice her suspicion that this chat group might be a trap orchestrated by Mo-chan. Otherwise, why would he be the leader with rules favoring him? However, recalling her recent experience, she refrained from speaking out. Instead, Sakura pondered aloud. Does the name Mo-chan ring a bell? Now that you mention it, it does seem familiar. Ino mused, but couldn't quite place it. Tion shrugged. This is the first time I've heard the name. Hinata timidly added, Mo-chan is our classmate. I thought you all knew that, The three were taken aback simultaneously. Sakura and Ino felt awkward, realizing he was indeed their classmate, while Tion was surprised that she had forgotten the name of her own classmate. Sakura quipped, in class, he's like an invisible man, lacking any distinguishing features. It's no wonder I couldn't remember him. Ino nodded in agreement. Mo-chan is indeed too low-key. I don't think I've even exchanged a word with him. Tion, not dwelling on this, speculated. Since he's the group leader, the emergence of this chat group might be related to him. We should find an opportunity to probe further. Ino and Hinata had no objections. It was imperative to clarify the situation now that they had joined the chat group. Sakura, however, disagreed. I don't care about any of that. The hints indicated that we can leave the group freely. I'm opting out. By leaving the group, she could extricate herself from any nominal connection to Mo-chan, thereby avoiding unnecessary complications and the potential for schemes. Hey, you just got shocked. Are you really content to leave like this? Ino's teasing voice rang out. Sakura froze. Indeed, she was not content. Thus, she realized that she couldn't leave just yet, for doing so would erase relevant memories. Decided, I must at least settle the score before leaving the group. Sakura promptly changed her mind, unwilling to be excluded. Unlike Sakura, the others were largely indifferent to the so-called main group. It was merely a phrase, not a reality. Ino craved stimulation, her curiosity piqued by this unfamiliar phenomenon. Tion sought to ascertain whether the purported future video was genuine, while Hinata yearned for the enhancement effects to transform herself. Thus, each remained in the group with differing motivations. Their conversation, however, was overheard clearly by Mo-chan, who sat not far away. Having discerned their thoughts, he chose not to linger further and exited the dessert shop. He had formulated a broad strategy regarding the fabrication of the future. The first step was to accumulate some initial resources for himself. Soon, Mo-chan utilized his system abilities to craft a segment of the future. Once completed, the system automatically converted this future into video format. Before Mo-chan could react, the future video was uploaded to the chat group. Wait, nobody informed me it would happen this way. Mo-chan exclaimed, bewildered. He had believed that the fabricated future would remain solely in his knowledge. No wonder the system had warned him that the future could be altered. It was essentially a spoiler he had inadvertently revealed. Given this, it seemed the previously crafted future was bound to undergo changes. Damn system, how vexing. Would he end up as the fool in this narrative? Mo-chan couldn't help but worry, but it was too late to retract and modify it. Just after parting from the dessert shop, the four flowers of Konoha received a system notification, indicating a future video segment had been uploaded to the chat group. Tion, is there really a video about the future? I'm quite eager to see it. Sakura Haruno, Whether it's true or not remains to be seen, that I suspect this so-called future video is designed to steer our thoughts towards a scenario advantageous to the hidden mastermind. The likelihood seems greater. Ino Yamanaka, Hinata, Hyuga, Sakura has violated the rules again. Tion. Rule 3 states that the content of the future videos is all genuine and beyond question. Sakura Haruno, you scoundrel. This is infuriating. Ugh, it hurts. Ino Yamanaka, haha. This is hilarious. Tion. Sakura. Honestly, we're not that significant. No one would go to such lengths to manipulate us. Hinata Hyuga. Ahem. Let's focus on the video content first. Oh. Future video scene. Morning. Hinata departs from her home, heading towards the ninja school. Passing through a secluded corner, she observes several individuals surrounding and bullying Emo-chan. In a fit of anger, Emo-chan's eyes turn blood red, entering a frenzied state, swiftly driving the assailants away. The assailants remain unaware of the cause, while Hinata is left astonished. Those blood-red eyes, each adorned with 2 tomo, unmistakably belonged to the Sharingan. At the moment, those crimson eyes fixated on Hinata, she sensed danger and attempted to flee, only to be obstructed by Emo-chan. At this moment, the Sharingan is taboo. To ensure Hinata's silence, Emo-chan forcefully kisses her as a threat. Hinata, with her gentle nature, complies in a daze. Chapter 3: The initial resources have finally arrived. The video continues with Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji forming Team 10, led by the Jonin Asuma Saratobi. After the teams were assigned, Team 10 began their training evaluations under Asuma's guidance. Suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby, prompting Team 10 to follow Asuma to investigate. There, they found the 9th team, led by their instructor, engaged in a fierce battle. In a moment of denial from the instructor, a terrifying and bizarre ability awakened within Moken, nearly incapacitating the teacher. The scene was littered with a mass of dark, vine-like tendrils that ensnared everyone except Moken, absorbing chakra and rendering them powerless. With the assistance of Asuma and the arriving Umbu, the trapped individuals were rescued, and Moken was taken to meet the 3rd Hokage. The video concludes here, spanning a brief minute and comprising 2 segments. On the surface, it seems that Hinata and Ino are the protagonists, yet the narrative revolves around Moken. Both segments foreshadow that Moken is no ordinary individual, endowed with an extraordinary talent. In a single day, he awakened 2 unique abilities, the Sharingan, a well-known bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and an unknown power that nearly overwhelmed a seasoned Jonin. Tion. Is this what will happen tomorrow? Ino Yamanaka, it appears so. I knew I would be placed in the same team as them. How frustrating. I wanted to be with Sasuke. Sakura Haruno, Sasuke-kun is definitely mine. Hinata Hyuga, Tion. It seems Hinata was forcefully embraced. While I can understand Moken's actions, he is quite domineering and shows no regard for a girl's feelings. Sakura Haruno, exactly. He completely lacks gentlemanly manners. Such a person is simply infuriating. Ino Yamanaka, after being struck so many times, you haven't learned a thing. Hinata Hyuga, tomorrow, I will take a detour. I refuse to walk that path. Tion, no worries, Hinata. I will accompany you tomorrow and help you. Ino Yamanaka, yes, I will join as well. I am not just eager to see how Moken kisses Hinata. I want to verify whether the events in this video will indeed transpire. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, how is it that I'm always the one getting hurt? Indeed, upon hearing Hinata express her intention to avoid the route, Moken internally cursed the system for its lack of compassion. The fabricated future would be uploaded to the group chat as a video. Had the system merely given him a heads up, he would have refrained from concocting such content. Now, the girls had begun to question his character and regard him with suspicion. Tion, as far as I know, the Sharingan is a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha has but one descendant left. What connection does Moken have with them? Ino Yamanaka, I haven't heard anything nor noticed any interaction between him and Sasuke. Sakura Haruno, does Sasuke-kun possess the Sharingan as well? If he activates it, he would undoubtedly look incredibly cool. Tion, regardless, Moken is indeed exceptional. Even without the chat group, we should cultivate a good relationship with him. Ino Yamanaka, Hinata, if you wish to take a detour, go ahead. I will test Moken for you. Hinata Hyuga? Sakura Haruno, Ino, are you planning to develop feelings for him and steal Moken's first kiss? Ino Yamanaka, what of it? Didn't you hear Tian say Moken is a potential asset? Sakura Haruno. The fewer competitors I have for Sasuke-kun, the greater my chances. Tian, if Ino takes the lead. I feel Moken won't employ the same tactic he used on Hinata. Hinata Hyuga, huh? Why not? Tian. After all, you are classmates. And he must be familiar with your personality. Sakura Haruno. That's true. Ino is rather brazen, and Moken would likely not intimidate her. If he dares to force himself on her, Ino would probably retaliate fiercely, assuming she can hold her own. Ino Yamanaka. Are you talking about yourself? Big forehead. Sakura Haruno. I'm not as violent as you. Pig-headed Ino. I am a lady. Ino Yamanaka. Indeed, a lady with a big forehead. Sakura Haruno. Ino. Do you want to fight? Ino Yamanaka. Come on, who is afraid of you? Big forehead. Tian. Clearly, you two are not well suited. Let me handle this tomorrow. Hinata Hyuga. Ino Yamanaka. Sakura Haruno. Seeing the chat group's conversation, Moken felt a sense of relief. If Hinata were simply to take a detour and avoid an encounter, he would indeed worry about whether the video's plot would trigger. However, with the others eager to verify the authenticity of the video content, they would undoubtedly stake out the scene. As long as they were present, the narrative would inevitably unfold. Moreover, their reactions did not suggest any intent to intervene prematurely. All was well. Moken's spirits lifted. He merely had to await the activation of his Sharingan the following day. Just awakening it would grant him the power of the Tsutomo, significantly enhancing his abilities. Although he still had some way to go in terms of foundational strength, he would likely be the strongest among his peers. Perhaps his anticipation was too high, leading to a restless night of tossing and turning. Just as he finally drifted off to sleep, the alarm rang. Today was the day of class assignments. He could not afford to be late. With no other choice, Moken rubbed the sleep from his eyes, hastily washed up, and grabbed a quick bite before yawning his way out the door. Bang! In his daze, Moken accidentally collided with someone at a corner. The next moment, he found himself cornered by a group of 4. Hey you've got some nerve to bump into me. The leader, a chubby boy of around 14 or 15, glared menacingly, clenching his fist. Because of your little stunt, I nearly lost half my life. So tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? Behind him stood 3 others, all wearing smirks of malice. Is this a shakedown? Moken, still groggy from lack of sleep, was a moment behind in processing the situation. Realizing he was surrounded by 4 unsavory characters, he suddenly remembered the contents of the future video he had forgotten in his haste to head to the Ninja Academy. He had just now registered that the initial resources were about to be credited to him. Glancing up, he recognized none of the 4, surmising they were merely petty thugs from unfortunate backgrounds. As for the figures who appeared in the video to help Moken activate his Sharingan, they were mere figments of his imagination, with no specific appearances captured, just a few blurred shots. Even if the 4 flowers of Konoha were present, they would not discern any difference. Ah, right, the 4 flowers of Konoha should be nearby. Moken quickly checked the chat group. Indeed, from the conversation history, it was clear that they had set out early. They had pinpointed a general location, with Ino employing her sensory techniques and Hinata utilizing her Byakugan, waiting for Moken to arrive. As Moken was being cornered by the chubby boy, the 4 girls swiftly arrived on the scene, hiding in the shadows to observe. Chapter 4. It seems Moken is harboring a secret. Hey, you filthy scoundrel. Are you ignoring me? Looking for trouble? The chubby boy, seeing Moken not only unafraid but also smiling and seemingly lost in thought, felt his anger spike. He perceived his authority being challenged and raised his fist, an enormous, sandbag-like weapon, aiming it squarely at Moken's face. Emo-chan was abruptly pulled back to reality by the sound of furious reprimands. Upon witnessing the incoming fist, he swiftly dodged to the side. He resolved not to retaliate, as he had a graduation presentation to attend shortly. Although the chubby assailant was no ninja, his skills evidently reflected the caliber of a ninja school graduate. Emo-chan managed to evade a direct hit, yet was unable to completely escape. The assailant's punch landed on his shoulder, eliciting a painful grunt as he fell to the ground beside him. Still trying to dodge? You dare evade my blows. I see you truly wish for death. The chubby bully exchanged glances with a few accomplices, and together they launched an assault on Emo-chan. All avenues for evasion were swiftly blocked, and though he longed to strike back, he found his burgeoning strength thwarted before it could manifest. Ultimately, a commoner like him, regardless of merely graduating ninja school or aspiring to become a genin or chunin, would remain at a level akin to cannon fodder without the guidance of a distinguished mentor. Facing 4 adversaries, resistance was futile. Emo-chan could only shield his head with his hands, silently enduring the blows while ensuring they did not mar his face. The group encircled him, unleashing a barrage of punches and kicks, taunting him with jeers and laughter. These people are truly despicable, bullying Emo-chan like this, Hyuga Hinata remarked. Those scoundrels, I wish to take them down. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed. Stay composed, do not act impulsively. If the footage is genuine, Emo-chan is about to awaken his Sharingan. Intervening now would not bode well for him, Ten cautioned. If enduring a beating could grant him immense power, it would be worth it, Haruno Sakura mused. The girls communicated discreetly through their mental chat group, with Sakura maintaining an air of indifference while the others felt a twinge of sympathy. Kind-hearted as they were, witnessing Emo-chan's plight clenched their fists in frustration. However, Emo-chan was too preoccupied with the persistent pain coursing through him to consider the feelings of his friends. He regretted having concocted this narrative for his future. While the awakening of the Sharingan required external provocation, he had opted for the mildest price to reap the greatest reward. Had he known the pain would be so intense, he might have preferred to eliminate a bystander to evoke sympathy, thus activating the Sharingan without enduring such torment himself. Yet, such thoughts were merely fleeting. With his present mindset, the death of a random passerby would elicit some sympathy, but certainly not a profound amount. If this could indeed activate the Sharingan, it would diminish its value significantly. This fellow is truly a coward. He isn't resisting at all. The chubby bully guffawed. Seems we've found ourselves a source of entertainment. Let us ascertain his identity. We've come across a spineless individual. We must pay him a visit when we have the chance. His companions laughed heartily, filled with disdain for Emo-chan. Their mockery ignited a fire within Emo-chan. He merely wished to navigate the plot and gain strength. Yet now, he pondered whether he had indeed been too timid. Attaining power in this manner would leave a stain on his life. To hell with this, Emo-chan bellowed, his chakra surging forth. Like steam breaking free from a sealed bottle, the sudden outburst of power propelled the encircling bullies away. Ignoring the chaos, he fixed his gaze on the chubby bully, whose expression had shifted, and delivered a swift punch to his face. The bully, seasoned in brawls, remained composed, a sneer adorning his lips. What a feeble punch! Yet before he could finish his taunt, Emo-chan's strength and speed surged dramatically. Just as the bully prepared to dodge effortlessly, the punch connected with his face, producing a resounding thud. The impact contorted the bully's features, and a pained scream escaped his lips as he was launched backwards like a cannonball. The chubby bully, weighing nearly 100 kilograms, crashed against the wall with such force that it cracked. The collision left him feeling as if his entire body had disintegrated. His internal organs jolted violently, and he coughed up blood. The remaining assailants stood frozen, evidently thrown off by the sudden turn of events, their minds struggling to catch up. They stared at Emo-chan, who now emanated a fierce aura, his eyes glowing a menacing red, reminiscent of a predator poised to strike. Faced with his chilling gaze, they collectively shuddered, shrieking in terror as they fled, dragging the chubby bully along with them. Emo-chan contemplated pursuing them, but as he moved, a wave of dizziness washed over him, clouding his mind and causing a momentary disorientation. To the outside observer, his crimson eyes suddenly coalesced into a singular red pupil, each featuring 2 spinning tomo that gradually stabilized. In tandem, Emo-chan regained his vision and realized the world around him had transformed, becoming sharper and more vivid. If the previous sight had been in high definition, now it was akin to ultra-high definition. He could even slow the flow of time if he wished, rendering everything around him languidly paced. Of course, this was merely an illusion. It was the dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan. Moreover, in that instant, his body felt unburdened. Speed, strength, chakra, and even his cognitive processing had all been enhanced. Emo-chan realized that the Sharingan had successfully activated, unleashing his latent potential. What is happening? He thought, astonished. As he gazed at his palms, disbelief etched across his features. This reaction was primarily for the benefit of his friends observing from the shadows. He could not immediately acknowledge the Sharingan, lest he expose himself. Though the Konoha 4 had witnessed the future footage, the reality of the scene before them still struck them with surprise. It truly is the Sharingan. It seems Emo-chan possesses blood from the Uchiha clan, Ten noted. Yet he appears to be unaware of it. He likely isn't hiding his identity, possibly a stray descendant, Ino speculated. Shouldn't he have thought to keep it a secret upon activation? Hinata queried. It appears Hinata is particularly concerned about this matter. Have you forgotten that Sasuke is our classmate? Many are familiar with his plight, Ino replied. Knowing about Sasuke's experiences doesn't directly relate to the need for secrecy surrounding the Sharingan. Until now, I had no idea what the Sharingan even was. Sakura retorted. Amidst the excitement of the Sharingan's newfound abilities, Imo-chan's expression froze as he read the dialogues. Chapter 5. The Unattainable Forever Stirs. A man of humble origin is innocent, yet possesses a precious gem, Imo-chan murmured. Though I am uncertain of what just transpired, it seems my strength has unexpectedly surged, alongside a risk of losing control. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, they will surely regard me as a monster. With that thought, Imo-chan suppressed his aura, reverting to his previous harmless demeanor. Upon moving slightly, he involuntarily inhaled sharply. This truly hurts. Just moments ago, that little chubby boy and his companions had struck him dozens of times with fists and feet. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, it was evident that his body must be covered in numerous bruises. Fortunately, he had protected his head, ensuring that his understated yet appealingly handsome face remained unscathed. He must find an opportunity for retribution. Inuzuka Kiba, I told you, Imo-chan is not that scheming type. He simply reacts quickly and possesses a sharp intellect. Sakura Haruno, are you certain he isn't just accustomed to being low-key? Inuzuka Kiba, why the pause? Were you about to curse? Don't worry, speak your mind. Sakura Haruno, get lost. Tintin, Sakura has already been zapped 3 times. How could she not learn her lesson, right Sakura? Sakura Haruno, Tintin-senpai, are you starting to bully me too? Tintin, haha, my apologies, just a jest. Hinata Hyuga, does this mean I am safe now? Inuzuka Kiba, Hinata, you can't think that way. Don't you wish to gain some advantages? The group rules state that the more loyal you are to the group leader, the stronger the benefits. Hinata Hyuga, but loyalty doesn't necessarily require such actions, right? I believe friendship suffices. Sakura Haruno, ignore her. She is merely trying to provoke you into becoming the scout. Just look at her, aside from her words. She lacks the courage to act. Inuzuka Kiba, who says, I will act right now. Before anyone could react, Kiba stepped out from the shadows and strode directly towards Imo-chan. This sudden move startled the others. Tintin's eyes flickered, and in the next moment, she followed suit. Catching up with Kiba, Kiba exchanged a meaningful glance with Tintin, and they both smiled knowingly. Sakura regarded this with disdain, aware that Kiba and Tintin intended to befriend Imo-chan. Although the connection between the chat group and Imo-chan was still unclear, both the group rules and future videos centered around him. It was evident that befriending him would yield benefits, a fact well understood by the 4 flowers of Konoha. Now that the authenticity of the future videos had been confirmed, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to align with him. However, the term Imo-chan's female lead group filled Sakura with resistance. She remained steadfast in her desire to exit the chat group, prioritizing the need to avenge her earlier shocks before doing so. As for Hinata, she wished to join Kiba and Tintin but found it difficult to take the initiative due to her timid nature. At this moment, pursuing them would seem somewhat abrupt, and she regretted not seizing the opportunity earlier. With the current matters coming to a close, there was no need to linger to avoid further complications. Hinata and Sakura quietly retreated, taking a detour towards the ninja school. Meanwhile, Imo-chan composed himself and walked out nonchalantly. Just as he emerged from the corner, he unexpectedly bumped into Kiba and Tintin. Oh, Imo-chan, what are you doing here? Kiba greeted him with a surprised expression. Imo-chan inwardly scoffed. Had he not seen her comments in the chat group, he would have never guessed that Kiba didn't even remember his name. Ah, Kiba, it's you. Imo-chan feigned embarrassment, stammering, I just had a sudden urge. Kiba and Tintin exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. What began as an attempt to casually strike up a conversation had turned awkward due to Imo-chan's remark. Tintin, speechless, quickly took Kiba's hand and hurried away. The two were not well acquainted, and given the gender dynamics, continuing the conversation would have been rather inappropriate. Watching them hastily depart, a faint smirk tugged at the corners of Imo-chan's lips. They thought they could outmaneuver him. At this moment, it was not Imo-chan who needed to approach them. Rather, it was they who should find ways to draw near him. The allure of the unattainable would always stir restlessness, and he was content to keep them in suspense. Imo-chan felt a sense of delight the pain from his injuries lessening slightly. Once away from Emo-chan, Kiba couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "Damn. That guy is infuriating." However, before she could finish her sentence, Tintin covered her mouth. "Do you wish to experience another shock?" Tintin whispered as a reminder. Kiba quickly shook her head in realization. Tintin then released her hand, sighing. "I believe he was doing it intentionally." Confused, Kiba asked, "What do you mean?" Tintin explained. "You saw what he went through just now. I think he feared we'd catch on, so he deliberately chose an excuse we couldn't follow up on, aiming to make us leave on our own." Kiba pondered this, realizing the logic behind it. "I truly underestimated him. He is quite sharp. He has always been that invisible student at school. Could he be deliberately hiding his talents? But what would be his motive? Who knows?" Tintin replied, patting Kiba's arm. "For now, we can only wait and see. The latter part of the future video is something I can't partake in, so I will take my leave for now. Please update me on the situation later." "Sure. But remember to keep today's events a secret, especially from the big-headed one," Kiba warned Tintin before waving her goodbye. Tintin smiled and nodded in agreement. If Sakura were to learn that Kiba rushed over to greet Emo-chan only to be stumped by a single remark, she would surely erupt in laughter. Of course, this incident would also become a source of embarrassment for Tintin, and she had no intention of sharing it. Upon Emo-chan's arrival in the classroom, the three girls had already settled in. The classroom buzzed with excitement as everyone looked elated. After all, starting today, they would officially become ninjas. However, they were yet unaware of the staggering 67 elimination rate. Emo-chan glanced around the classroom, quickly locking onto a figure by the window in the front row. Uchiha Sasuke, a quintessential pretentious figure. However, Emo-chan was not particularly interested in him. Instead, he was about to witness a moment of iconic significance. Sakura, with her starry-eyed admiration, was fawning over Sasuke, which pushed Naruto's annoyance to its peak. As Emo-chan turned his gaze, he caught sight of Naruto leaping onto a desk, leaning dangerously close to Sasuke. Naruto glared at Sasuke, mere centimeters separating them, almost nose to nose. "Get lost." Sasuke shot back, glaring at Naruto, perplexed at what this underachiever was up to. "Damn it, Naruto, what are you doing? Don't treat Sasuke like that. Sasuke, deal with that guy properly." A chorus of girls erupted in indignation. As a result, a boy in the front row, caught up in the excitement of the moment, accidentally elbowed Naruto in the backside, causing him to lose his balance. The next moment, the entire classroom fell silent in shock. Naruto and Sasuke found their lips pressed against each other, unable to break free. "And Naruto, you bastard, I will kill you," Sasuke exclaimed, forcefully pushing Naruto away while turning his head to the side, gagging in disgust, completely losing control. Naruto, too, leaned away, retching and screaming, "Ugh. My mouth is going to rot. Oh, my bad." The boy in front stammered, feeling utterly flustered by the scene. However, a group of girls who had just witnessed the first kiss of their beloved prince being stolen surrounded Naruto with murderous intent. The ensuing chaos was too grotesque for Emo-chan to bear. With a sense of reverence, he chose a seat farther from the chaos. Emo-chan-kun. A soft, melodious voice called from beside him. Emo-chan turned to see Hinata, having inadvertently sat next to her while his attention had been on the drama between Naruto and Sasuke. At this moment, Hinata resembled the original character who gazed at Naruto, her cheeks flushed with nervousness as she fidgeted with the hem of her clothing. "Good morning, Hinata." Emo-chan greeted her with a warm smile and a nod, quickly averting his gaze to alleviate any pressure she might feel. This heartwarming expression momentarily captivated Hinata, significantly diminishing her anxiety. "Let's give it our all today," Hinata murmured softly. Emo-chan continued to smile and nodded in encouragement. "You too, do your best." Hinata beamed, secretly thinking, "Emo-chan-kun is so gentle, I never noticed it before." Meanwhile, Naruto, who had audaciously stolen Sasuke's first kiss, found himself on the receiving end of a collective beating from the girls in class, rendering him a pitiful sight. This unfortunate spectacle alleviated some of Sasuke's anger. "Humph, what a colossal fool," Sasuke scoffed, turning his head toward the window. Soon after, their homeroom teacher, Irika, entered, delivering an inspiring speech before proceeding to announce the class placements. Team 7, Sakura Haruno, Naruto, Uzumaki. "Awesome," Naruto exclaimed, raising his arms in celebration, while Sakura sulked beside him. "And Sasuke Uchiha? Fantastic," Sakura cheered, while Naruto's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inazuka, Shino Aburame. What a pity. Hinata's gaze dimmed as she glanced at Naruto ahead and instinctively stole a look at Emo-chan beside her. Team 9, Chihiro Mai, Emo-chan, Ryota. Emo-chan scanned the classroom, quickly identifying his two teammates. Chihiro Mai, the only one with a surname in their team, appeared to be an ordinary girl. Her looks did not compare to Konoha's finest, falling somewhere in the middle, reminiscent of Gaara's disciple, Shiki. However, she had a striking physique, already well-developed for her age. Ryota seemed to possess a timid disposition, his presence even less notable than Emo-chan's. Among the trio, Chihiro Mai was theoretically competent, with below-average practical skills. Emo-chan's overall abilities were moderate, while Ryota was barely better than the bottom of the class. Thus, as Irika suggested, the class placements were purportedly designed to balance the overall team prowess, which felt utterly nonsensical. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi. Sakura discreetly flashed a victory sign at Ino, infuriating her rival. However, having seen future videos, Ino was no longer doubtful of her teammates, merely irked by Sakura's triumphant demeanor. After a brief wait in the classroom, various jonin arrived one by one to lead their respective teams away. I am Daisho Endo, leading Team 9, Chihiro Mai, Emo-chan. Ryota. Follow me. A square-faced man in his 30s appeared at the classroom door, resembling a mere supporting character. Chihiro Mai and Ryota followed eagerly, filled with anticipation for the future. Emo-chan waved goodbye to Hinata before trailing behind, as these minor characters were destined to be sidelined from the main storyline. Emo-chan was fortunate to possess his own unique abilities that allowed him to intrude upon the plot. Nevertheless, in the early stages, it was imperative to focus on enhancing his strength. Having already acquired the Sharingan, the next ability awaited him. In the future videos, the nature of this ability remained elusive. However, Mo-chan had laid the groundwork, trusting that the system would not divert this ability elsewhere. Daisho Endo led the trio to a training ground. First, I must inform you of something. Daisho Endo wasted no time. Diving straight into the matter, I will conduct a practical assessment, and the difficulty will be quite substantial for you. Chihiro Mai and Ryota gulped nervously at Daisho Endo's serious demeanor. He continued, among the 27 graduates, only 9 will be recognized as Genin, while the rest will return to the academy for further training. In other words, this assessment is an elimination round with a staggering failure rate of 67%. Prepare yourselves mentally. If you do not possess the determination to defeat me, you will have no chance. You have half an hour to prepare. After that, the assessment will commence, and the challenge will be a 3-on-1 match against me. With that, Daisho Endo set a timer and took a seat in a clean spot to meditate. This can't be real. Ryota stammered in disbelief. We just graduated, and there's an elimination assessment? With our strength, how could we possibly defeat a Jonin? Isn't this a guarantee that we'll have to repeat the year? Chihiro Mai remained relatively composed. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Ryota and Emo-chan. It's not entirely hopeless. As Daisho-sensei mentioned, 9 individuals will be recognized as Genin. However, it seems unlikely that we will secure those spots. Ryota crouched down, clutching his head, fully resigned to the outcome. His own poor performance placed him at the bottom of the rankings, while Chihiro Mai and Emo-chan were only slightly better, far from the top 10. Chihiro Mai encouraged, if we give up, we will undoubtedly be eliminated. Are you ready to accept that? At least we have a 3-on-1 advantage. Since the assessment was unavoidable, it was better to give it a shot. Perhaps luck would favor them. Now, we must strategize to maximize our combined strength. Emo-chan regarded Chihiro Mai with mild surprise, then nodded in agreement. Even without his unique abilities, surrendering would be an act of cowardice in a situation where they were already doomed. While Ryota still doubted their chances, he acknowledged Chihiro Mai's perspective and forced himself to muster a fighting spirit as they began discussing their battle strategy. Unbeknownst to Emo-chan and Ryota, Chihiro Mai was secretly smirking. Given their abilities, no matter how hard they struggled, the likelihood of elimination remained high. However, if they coordinated well, perhaps one of them might be fortunate enough to pass. That was the lucky spot she desired. To achieve this, she encouraged Emo-chan and Ryota to take the lead in battling Daisho Endo, while she could lurk in the back, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Chapter 7. Confronting the Jonin. Emo-chan's unexpected betrayal. All right, time's up. The moment the alarm rang, Daisho Endo opened his eyes. He stowed the clock and faced the trio, who had been deliberating their strategy. Next, You three will engage in a practical assessment against me. There are no rules. You may employ any means necessary to attack me. Your objective is to either defeat me or be defeated. Once a victor is determined, the assessment will conclude. Whether you proceed as ninjas or return to the academy for retraining will be revealed in due time. Now, the assessment officially begins. As Daisho Endo's words echoed, Emo-chun and his companions sprang into action. During the half-hour granted by Daisho Endo, they had devised numerous plans and contingencies for the upcoming battle. Had Kakashi been their supervising jonin, he might have already declared them past, as he valued teamwork and camaraderie among his students. However, each jonin had a distinct perspective, and it was evident that Daisho Endo was not interested in their cooperative efforts. Instead of hiding immediately, the trio recognized the futility of such a tactic against a jonin. They swiftly maneuvered, encircling Daisho Endo from 3 different directions, beginning their assault by hurling shurikens at him from a distance. In an instant, dozens of shurikens were consecutively hurled from the hands of Emo-chun and his companions, sealing off all surrounding space around Endo Daisho. Too inexperienced, Endo Daisho merely cast a glance, not even raising an eyelid. The speed and power of many shurikens were lacking, and only a few could even reach him. Standing his ground, he casually drew a kunai and effortlessly deflected the few shurikens that threatened to land on him, dismissing the rest entirely. Emo-chun and his companions were momentarily startled by Endo Daisho's clean and decisive movements, but they remained unfazed. As they repositioned themselves, they continued to launch shurikens, gradually closing the distance to Endo Daisho. Observing the ease with which Endo Daisho handled the situation, Emo-chun narrowed his eyes, slightly reducing the speed of his throws. The shurikens could only serve as distractions. Their actual effectiveness was quite limited. During their earlier discussions about strategy, he had come to understand that aside from the basic techniques and shuriken throwing taught at the ninja academy, none of them possessed any noteworthy ninjutsu. Defeating Endo Daisho? That was mere folly. They had no chance of even causing him the slightest inconvenience. Moreover, Emo-chun was acutely aware that the 9 slots for lower ninjas were practically predetermined. Regardless of their struggles, elimination was inevitable. Yet even so, Emo-chun approached this battle with utmost seriousness. He sought to experience the prowess of a higher ninja firsthand and simultaneously assess the extent of his own power after activating the Sharingan. With a swift motion, Emo-chun discreetly activated the Sharingan, transforming his perception of the world around him. To the outside observer, he merely exuded a fleeting surge of mental energy, undetectable as anything amiss. Earlier that morning, after activating the Sharingan, he had made a detour to a glasses shop to procure a pair of tinted sunglasses, intended for this very moment, ensuring that his eyes appeared to retain their dark hue after employing the Sharingan. Once activated, Emo-chun swiftly launched 2 kunai, each imbued with surprising speed, strength, and accuracy, catching Endo Daisho off guard. Alas, the disparity in their abilities was profound. Evading them was effortless for Endo Daisho. However, to his astonishment, as he focused on Emo-chun's kunai, he overlooked a crooked shuriken thrown by Liang Tai, which nearly struck him. A flicker of surprise coursed through Endo Daisho's mind. Was this a calculated maneuver? Yet, as previously mentioned, the gap in their strengths was too vast. When he finally reacted, he tilted backward just in time to evade the shuriken. Although it lacked sufficient force to inflict serious harm, being injured while battling lower ninjas would be rather embarrassing for a higher ninja. Not bad. For a lower ninja to display such capability was already a commendable feat. Endo Daisho mused silently. Under normal circumstances, such skill would be acknowledged. Of course, his praise was not directed at Liang Tai's crooked shuriken, but rather at Emo-chun's offensive strategy and composure. Suddenly, before he could complete his thoughts, Emo-chun seized the opportunity while Endo Daisho was evading the shuriken, accelerating toward him and delivering a powerful kick. Endo Daisho's expression darkened instantly. He wished to retract his earlier praise. This boy was quite cunning. Yet, such a straightforward attack could never land on Endo Daisho. With a resounding thud, the kick struck, but Endo Daisho's form transformed into a wooden dummy. It was the substitution technique. At that moment, Endo Daisho appeared behind Emo-chun without warning. He reached back to grasp a kunai thrown by Liang Tai and aimed it at Emo-chun's neck. It was over. Yet, at that instant, a flurry of powerful kunai were launched from the already close proximity of Qian Huiwu. These kunai targeted not only Endo Daisho, but also Emo-chun, striking from Endo Daisho's blind spot. Concurrently, Liang Tai, initially timid, now bore a glimmer of fierce determination. He too launched a dozen kunai, enveloping the space around Indo Daisho and Mo Chun. Indo Daisho could perhaps evade the attack himself, but to protect Mo Chun would mean risking his own position, as Mo Chun's body would obstruct his defense. In such a scenario, he had only two options: abandon Mo Chun and flee, or save him and be struck himself. Attempting to escape with Mo Chun was simply not feasible in the time available. This, however, was merely the perspective of Qian Hui Wu and Liang Tai. You too. Indo Daisho's expression darkened in an instant, his eyes ablaze with fury. Those two fools had conspired against him, even including Mo Chun in their scheme. It appeared that this arrangement had been a covert agreement between Qian Hui Wu and Liang Tai, effectively sacrificing Mo Chun. With a thunderous roar, a powerful aura erupted from Indo Daisho, blue chakra radiating like a tangible force, sending the approaching kunai flying away. Indo Daisho intended to seize Mo Chun in the commotion, but the force of the aura caused Mo Chun's body to suddenly transform into a wooden dummy. Substitution technique? Indo Daisho was momentarily taken aback. The timing was so precise that even he had failed to react. This boy is quite impressive, what a shame. In the next moment, Mo Chun emerged from behind a nearby tree. However, rather than launching another attack, he remained composed, casting a stern gaze toward Qian Hui Wu and Liang Tai. Originally, he had intended to use the substitution technique to execute another cunning maneuver against Indo Daisho, but he had not anticipated that these two would betray him, catching him completely off guard. Perhaps he had subconsciously underestimated the presence of these minor characters absent from the original narrative. This served as a wake-up call for Mo Chun. Such blunders must never occur again. Chapter 8. Power Unleashed. Mo Chun's new ability, Sakura Haruno. Oh, how tedious. When will the lead Jounin arrive? The classroom is left with only Team 7. 10-10. Have the teams already been assigned? Ino Yamanaka, how is it on your end? Ino Yamanaka, we're at the training grounds. Just finished our self-introductions and are preparing for the practical exercises. Sigh. I can't believe I'm not in the same class as Sasuke, and the teacher is a scruffy, bearded man. How infuriating. Sakura Haruno. Oh. Haven T, you developed a crush on Mo Chun? Why are you still thinking about my Sasuke-kun? Are you trying to play both sides? Surely not. Ino Yamanaka, don't get too smug, big forehead. Your teacher must be a secretive, lecherous man. Sakura Haruno. Impossible. Don't try to corrupt my intentions. Right now, I'm on a team with Sasuke-kun, infuriating you. Hehe. 10-10. Alright, you two stop bickering. Have you forgotten the second rule of the group? Do you want to face punishment? Sakura Haruno. Ino Yamanaka. Right? I can't end up like some big forehead who gets addicted to electric shocks. Sakura Haruno. Ino Yamanaka. Sigh, this is so annoying. We still have to do battle drills, and later we need to validate the authenticity of future videos. I envy those who can lounge around in the classroom. Sakura Haruno. Get lost. Not intentionally. Seeing the dark and furious expressions on both Indo Daisho and Mo Chun, Liang Tai sat down abruptly, nearly losing control. Qian Hui Wu also panicked for a moment, but quickly steadied herself, forcing herself to argue. Teacher Daisho, you said it yourself, there are no rules during the assessment process. Any means can be employed. Moreover, during our time at the Ninja Academy, the teacher taught us that a ninja must prioritize the mission and achieve it at any cost. Such reasoning could indeed hold water, as it was consistent with the survival of the fittest philosophy. However, whether it would be accepted was another matter entirely. Dato Indo's figure suddenly appeared before Chihui Mai. Indeed, there was no mistake. However, the assessment had not yet concluded. Are you intending to abandon the task? Indo's cold voice echoed in Chihui Mai's ears. Her expression changed dramatically as she swiftly drew a shuriken in defense. Yet, before she could make any further movements, Indo struck her in the abdomen with a powerful punch. For one who would betray even their comrades, had he not been concerned about fatally injuring her, he would have shown no mercy. Nevertheless, that blow caused Chihui Mai to retch bile, her face contorting in agony. And you, Indo's figure flickered again, appearing beside Ryota. If, during a mission, you were surrounded by enemies, would you also be so frightened that you would soil your pants? Ryota turned pale with fear, ready to plead for mercy, even contemplating the abandonment of the assessment. Yet, Indo showed no intention of granting him that opportunity, delivering a swift kick that sent Ryota flying. With a resounding crash, He skidded several dozen meters before colliding with the trunk of a great tree, losing consciousness from the impact. I concede. Seeing Indo's gaze shift back to her, Chi Wei Mai's face blanched. She gritted her teeth against the pain in her abdomen and shouted, fearful that if she hesitated, the enraged Indo would strike her down. Once she finished her cry, she distinctly noticed a flicker of regret in Indo's eyes. He truly intended to continue assaulting her. Lacking even a semblance of a mentor's demeanor and devoid of compassion, Chi Wei Mai seethed with indignation. Just you wait. I will never relinquish my dream of becoming a ninja. Once I find a way to enhance my strength, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Chi Wei Mai raged within her heart. She was not one to let grievances go unpunished. Even if her strength was inadequate, she would seek other means to find solace. Meanwhile, Imogen yearned to retaliate against Chi Wei Mai and Ryota immediately. But the timing was not right. After a moment's hesitation, he was astonished by how swiftly Indo had dealt with the two. Yet, this did little to quell Imogen's anger. A surge of energy within him seemed to ignite suddenly, rushing forth from his dantian and spreading throughout his limbs. Indo, oblivious to Imogen's anomaly, turned to him and, with a hint of regret, said, "Now you are the only one left. I regret to inform you that you have all been eliminated. Although your strength and disposition qualify you to pass, becoming a ninja requires a team of 3. Therefore, you two must return to the academy for retraining. Luck is also a part of fate. I hope you find reliable teammates next time." With that, Indo was about to finalize the assessment for Team 9 and announce their dissolution when Imogen suddenly glared coldly, exclaiming, "Why should my life be dictated by you? Whether I become a ninja should be my decision alone." A tremendous force surged within him, and the powerful, eerie aura instantly altered Indo's expression. "What is this?" Indo appeared astonished. The aura emanating from Imo-chun posed a threat even to someone of his rank. "What is happening?" Chi Wei Mai instinctively recoiled, having just wronged Imo-chun. And now his demeanor made her feel as though his wrath was directed at her. In the next moment, a multitude of black tendrils erupted from the ground, seemingly in response to Imo-chun's burgeoning power. These dark substances, resembling neither earth nor stone, were indistinct in nature. They shot upward like vines, swiftly wrapping around everyone present. The suddenness of the event left no one prepared, and they quickly enveloped the entire area. Chi Wei Mai and the unconscious Ryota had no means of resistance. Instantly ensnared by the vine-like black material, Indo's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted himself to leap into the air. However, just as he evaded the tendrils below, several more shot toward him. Unable to leverage his position in midair and underestimating the force of the black substances, he carelessly failed to evade and was soon bound himself. Initially, he had planned to use his chakra to break free from the bindings. However, he quickly realized that as the tendrils ensnared him, a tremendous suction force drained his chakra away. In an instant, he found himself unable to exert any strength. As the chakra flowed out, it was as if a dam had burst, and breaking free from this confinement became impossible. Nearby, Team 10, engaged in a practical training exercise, soon heard the commotion. Something has gone awry. Asuma Saratobi, the leading jonin, made an immediate assessment, halting his team and rushing toward the source of the sound. Ino Yamanaka's expression shifted, and without hesitation, she pursued Asuma. Simultaneously, she sent a message in their chat group. "Ino Yamanaka, there's movement from Imo-chin's direction. This is such a hassle." Shikamaru furrowed his brow. Initially reluctant to follow, he found himself compelled to join Choji when he saw Ino dart ahead. Chapter 9, What Power is This? At this moment, Imo-chun found himself in a state of uncontrollable chaos. Just moments ago, a formidable force had surged from an unknown source, sweeping through him and drastically altering his capabilities. Yet, in this brief span, he struggled to harness this newfound power, leading to an explosive release of energy, much like how Indo's chakra was absorbed without resistance. Imo-chin's strength poured forth uncontrollably. This surge, brimming with vibrant life force, continuously spilled out. The black substances that had emerged from the earth thrived on this energy, rapidly growing and thickening. Not only was Indo's chakra depleting, but Imo-chin's chakra was also being converted into sustenance for these dark forms. If this continued, everyone present would soon be drained. This is disastrous. Imo-chin attempted to halt the flow of chakra, yet, overwhelmed by the enormity of the force within him, he found himself unable to exert control. It dawned on him that he had been overly ambitious. His ability to fabricate the future had allowed him to create the most potent power for himself without considering whether his body could withstand it. He had begun to construct a skyscraper without laying the foundation. Fortunately, assistance would soon arrive to intervene. He would need to be more cautious in the future. To wield such powers, one must first enhance their physique and innate talents. Every great achievement requires a solid groundwork. Thankfully, having awakened the Sharingan that morning, he found it of some utility now. The Sharingan could amplify mental energy, significantly improving his ability to control power. Otherwise, the recent energy explosion could have drained him in no time. What is happening? I must save them. Soon, multiple presences approached, including Asuma and the patrolling Umbu. After initially being taken aback, they launched their attacks against the black substances. These dark materials could not absorb chakra from a distance. Only those ensnared would be affected. The arriving Asuma and Umbu, wary of such traps, were determined not to fall victim easily. Fire style, ash pile burning. Water style, water breaking wave. Leaf style, gale slash. The group unleashed their signature techniques, easily dismantling the defenseless black entities. The strength of many is indeed formidable. 3 small teams from the Umbu swiftly converged, uniting their efforts to rescue the suspended Daisho Endo and others. Having absorbed an excessive amount of chakra, Endo appeared utterly drained, barely able to remain upright. As a Jonin, his condition was alarming, and the situation was even more dire for Chihiro and Ryota, who had been reduced to mere skin and bones, their lives hanging by a thread. Observing this, the Umbu quickly dispatched one of their own to escort the two to Konoha Hospital. On the training ground, as the black substance was eradicated, its remnants dwindled, alleviating Machin's burden. When approximately 1/5 remained within a radius of several dozen meters, he finally managed to reclaim his power. The remaining dark matter, deprived of Machin's chakra, withered at a visible pace, losing its vitality. As the crisis subsided, all present exhaled in relief, their gazes cautious yet tinged with a peculiar hue directed at Machin. It was evident to all that this unforeseen peril had been orchestrated by him. Had it not been addressed promptly, who could fathom the extent of its expansion? Machin. Ino rushed over, her expression one of shock upon witnessing the scene. Instinctively, she moved towards him, only to realize their relationship had not yet reached such intimacy. Quickly tempering her approach and feigning confusion. What happened? Did you cause this? Shikamaru, who followed closely behind, shared her astonishment at the unfolding events. Noting Ino's reaction seemed somewhat out of place. However, with so little information at hand, even with his high intellect, he could only ponder the oddity of the situation. I have no idea what transpired. Machin shook his head, struggling to steady himself. The sudden outburst had infused his being with an unprecedented vigor. Not only did he feel a surge of life, but his physical constitution had significantly strengthened, and the volume of his chakra had multiplied exponentially. The origin of this newfound power eluded him, yet it was a gift derived from his fabricated future, these enhancements merely incidental. Despite the considerable expenditure moments ago, he felt no fatigue, only a slight disorientation. What brings you here? Asuma signaled to Shikamaru to keep Ino at bay, cautioning against approaching Machin. The recent events had been rather peculiar, and they had yet to ascertain the situation. Thus, vigilance towards Machin was paramount. I merely followed due to the commotion. Hoping to assist in any way possible, Ino offered, her excuse sounding plausible enough. Yet, she was no altruist. Shikamaru cast her a knowing glance, subtly tugging her along as they joined Asuma and Choji. This is quite the hassle, he remarked, adding, after all, we're in the village. I didn't expect to encounter any danger. You are all freshly graduated, hardly true ninjas, Asuma responded with a hint of exasperation. Regardless of potential danger, your primary obligation is to ensure your own safety. Simply not becoming a burden to others suffices as acceptable. Come on, Asuma, are you underestimating us? We're not children anymore, Ino retorted, pouting slightly. At that moment, an Umbu approached, speaking in hushed tones. I have gathered information, according to Daisho Endo. He was conducting a combat assessment with the newly formed Team 9 when the other 2 members, in pursuit of victory, attacked alongside Machin and the instructor. It appears Machin, fueled by frustration after being eliminated from the assessment, awakened some form of power, resulting in the current predicament. Asuma was taken aback, the cigarette he had been holding dropping from his mouth as he stared incredulously at the somewhat bewildered Machin. An awakening of power could generate such chaos? I have never heard of such a phenomenon. What kind of power is this? Seeing the Umbu shake his head, Asuma prepared to inquire directly with Machen. However, the Umbu restrained him, speaking with a grave tone. This matter must be reported to the third Hokage for a decision. Until then, I implore everyone present to maintain absolute confidentiality regarding this incident. No word must escape. Upon hearing this, Asuma's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He recognized that Machen's awakening of such formidable power, if disclosed, would surely attract unwanted scrutiny and covetousness, as well as incite panic among the villagers. Understood. Asuma nodded, asserting, "Today we have seen nothing." With that, he urged Ino, who still wished to linger, along with Shikamaru and Choji, to depart hastily from the scene. The Umbu approached Machen, adopting a gentler tone. "Machen, we need to report this matter to the third Hokage. Please accompany us. Rest assured, this incident was not a result of your willful intent, and the damage incurred is minimal. The third Hokage shall not hold you accountable." "Wait." Daisho Endo struggled to rise, declaring, "Take me with you, as his leading jonin. I bear responsibility for this." Yet, the Umbu hesitated, finding themselves in a quandary. Endo, however, remained resolute. "I am merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Seeing his determination, the Umbu relented, clearing the scene, erasing traces of the incident, and sealing the remnants of the black substance within scrolls before escorting both Endo and Machen to meet the third Hokage. Chapter 10. Daisho Endo advocates for Machen. Who would have imagined such formidable power lay dormant within Machen, capable of overwhelming even a jonin? As they made their way back, Choji munched on chips, marveling, once he masters that power, how formidable will he become? Shikamaru, hands clasped behind his head, replied nonchalantly, "The greater the power, the more challenging it is to control. The effort required escalates exponentially." Ino frowned. If memory serves, Machen's teammates are Chihiro and Ryota, correct? The lengths they went to for victory were quite disgraceful. Thus, finding trustworthy companions is indeed a rare and precious fortune. Asuma remarked, lighting a cigarette with a grin. "Your families have a long-standing connection, making you the most fitting of partners. Would you not agree?" Both Shikamaru and Choji chuckled lightly, and even Ino refrained from countering. They were indeed fortunate. Even in a newly formed team, the specter of betrayal was absent. "Well then, let us cease discussions of Machen." Asuma clapped his hands together. "Keep this incident in mind as a cautionary tale, but speak of it to no one. Is that clear? I am your guarantor." The trio from Team 10, being astute individuals, understood without Asuma needing to elaborate further on their course of action. 10-10. Ino, calling Ino, "What is the situation?" 10-10. "Is it just like in the video? Did Machen awaken a new ability?" 10-10. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Hinata Hyuga, "I'm currently undergoing tests from the teacher, so I can't spare any attention to the group. I imagine Ino is preoccupied with something as well." Sakura Haruno, "From the video, it's evident that Machen is in a perilous situation. Ino might have been caught up in it too." Yamanaka Ino, "Come on. You don't wish me well, do you? You're the one in danger. Oh wait, you're still in the classroom, aren't you? That place is quite safe." Sakura Haruno, "Who knows what our instructor is facing? He hasn't shown up yet. How infuriating." 10-10. Yamanaka Ino, "What exactly happened with Machen?" Yamanaka Ino, "I had promised to keep this confidential, but you've all seen the video, so sharing it shouldn't be considered a breach. However, you must promise not to disclose this to anyone." Sakura Haruno, "Is it necessary to be so serious? It's just that Machen awakened a new ability. It doesn't concern us." 10-10. "This is likely a protective measure for Machen. I assure you, I won't speak of it to anyone." Hinata Hyuga, "Well, I promise not to say anything." Sakura Haruno, "All right, I promise not to say anything either." Ino Yamanaka, "The content of the video is indeed true. When I heard the commotion and rushed over, I saw." Ino Yamanaka, "So you understand, right? The Umbu has already intervened, and it will be personally handled by the third Hokage. As for us, we have no right to inquire." Hinata Hyuga, "Chihiro and Ryota, how could they be so cruel?" Sakura Haruno, "I never expected them to be like this. It's truly a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. We should keep our distance from them in the future." 10-10. Slaughter and betrayal. That is the main theme of a ninja's life. Though I have only been a ninja for a year, I have seen many who were betrayed by their own comrades and met a tragic end. 10-10. It may sound cold-hearted, but I believe this incident is not entirely bad for emotion. Sakura Haruno, Of course, it's not bad. Didn't he awaken such tremendous power? Even a Jonin was defeated. Ino Yamanaka, are you an idiot? What Tintin means is that those two didn't actually harm Emo-chan. After the setback, he won't make the same mistake again. Sakura Haruno, TCH, as if I need you to remind me. Tintin, Ino, can you discern what kind of ability Emo-chan possesses? Ino Yamanaka, that puts me in a difficult position. Even the Umbu and Asuma-sensei were clueless at that time. Perhaps it's a new ability that has never appeared in the ninja world. Ino Yamanaka, they didn't provide specifics, and I didn't dare to ask. Anyway, when I arrived, the scene was similar to what was shown in the video. Tintin, alright. But this means we can be certain that Emo-chan will undoubtedly become an unimaginable powerhouse in the future. We must cultivate a good relationship with him. Sakura Haruno, do you really want to be part of his harem? Ino Yamanaka, if he can become a god of ninjas like the first Hokage, joining his harem wouldn't be out of the question. Tintin, ahem, I feel the same way, but I worry that Emo-chan might not look at me. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno, this is insane. On the way to the Hokage office, Emo-chan feigned a worried demeanor, while in reality, he was quite intrigued by the conversations in the chat group. Being the center of attention for several charming young ladies, the underlying admiration for him was evident. This sensation was rather delightful. Perhaps in the near future, he could fabricate a few heroic tales of saving the damsel in distress. They were seeking to befriend him. After all, the bond forged through such interactions would be far more profound than mere casual encounters on the streets. Before long, Emo-chan arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he saw the third Hokage sitting behind the desk, gazing at him with a gentle expression. You must be Emo-chan. I have already heard about your situation. The third Hokage said slowly. An Umbu had already arrived ahead of time to inform him of the circumstances, and some of the residual black substance was also placed on the desk. It was evident that the third Hokage had conducted some research on it. Lord Third, Endo Daisho stepped forward, taking the initiative to speak. The primary responsibility for this incident lies with me. I was careless. The third Hokage raised his hand to interrupt Endo Daisho, smiling gently. You misunderstand, Daisho. I do not blame Emo-chan for this, and indeed, he is not at fault in this matter. Seeing this, Endo Daisho let out a slight sigh of relief. This surprised Emo-chan. He initially sensed that Endo Daisho had no sense of belonging to Team 9. The practical assessments he proposed seemed more like a mere formality, giving off a vibe that he wished to wrap things up quickly. Yet now he was actively pleading on Emo-chan's behalf. At this moment, the third Hokage turned to Endo Daisho and said, You look quite exhausted. Why not return and rest? I have matters to discuss with Emo-chan. Endo Daisho hesitated. What? Do you have something else to say? Speak freely. I won't blame you even if you err. The third Hokage maintained a kind and patient demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, Endo Daisho knelt on one knee and declared, Lord Third, I believe Emo-chan is a promising talent. We should nurture him well. He will undoubtedly become an outstanding ninja for Konoha. You hold him in such high regard? The third Hokage expressed surprise. Initially, it had been predetermined that out of the 27 graduates, only 9 would become genin. Emo-chan was on the list of those eliminated. This meant that from the very beginning, Endo Daisho had no intention of allowing Team 9 to pass the assessment. Yet Endo Daisho's current attitude clearly stemmed not from Emo-chan's newly awakened abilities, but from his disapproval of the selection of the other 9. Being an excellent ninja is not merely a title earned by strength. Some even mistakenly count these 9 as 9 each year, which is absurd. Those who do this, your math teacher must be crying. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, genin cannot enter the battlefield. Only chunin and above can. So do not focus solely on the 9 genin. Even if 1,000 genin emerge each year, it is futile if they cannot pass the chunin exam. In the original work, only Shikamaru became a chunin during the chunin exam, and Konoha holds 2 sessions a year, meaning Konoha produces 2 chunin annually. Is that correct? Now it's my turn to ask you. How did Konoha muster over 10,000 ninjas for the Fourth War? Did they gather them over several millennia? Chapter 11. Emo-chan, do you possess the will of fire? In truth, while many genin emerge from the Ninja Academy each year, the number that truly receives the village's cultivation is quite limited. Firstly, Konoha is merely a village with limited resources. Secondly, it is rare to find an outstanding talent among the common folk. Most of the ninja clan offspring are nurtured internally and will not all attend the ninja school. Just like this graduating class, among the 9 strong there is one who is merely a filler. The others, at least on paper, seem rather unremarkable. Endo Daisho lowered his head and said, "In terms of strength and character, Emo-chun is the finest newcomer I have seen in recent years. He merely lacks experience. If given the opportunity, I am confident he will not disappoint Lord Third." The third Hokage was taken aback by Endo Daisho's praise. The finest newcomer mentioned here certainly does not include children from ninja clans. For Endo Daisho has been responsible for commoner newcomers for years and has never spoken favorably about any of them. The third Hokage trusted Endo Daisho's judgment, believing that Emo-chun must possess redeeming qualities. However, even if Endo Daisho did not mention it, Emo-chun's awakening of such powerful abilities would inevitably draw attention. I understand. The third Hokage did not dismiss Endo Daisho's sentiments, smiling. "It is rare for you to speak so highly. I will consider this matter seriously." "Thank you, Lord Third." Endo Daisho bowed, and then stated, "I shall take my leave." "Thank you, Daisho-sensei." Just before Endo Daisho exited, Emo-chun, who had remained silent, called out to him with gratitude. Endo Daisho's attitude had indeed taken Emo-chun by surprise. The latter merely smiled slightly and waved as he left the office. Once Endo Daisho departed, only the third Hokage and Emo-chun remained in the office. "Emo-chun, I apologize for the actions of Chihiro and Ryota." The third Hokage approached Emo-chun, patting him on the shoulder and lamenting, "Their thoughts are rather extreme. This reflects the shortcomings in our village's education, and as Hokage, I cannot escape responsibility." Emo-chun displayed a suitably moved expression, responding with a hint of excitement. "Lord Third, please do not say that. This matter has nothing to do with you. Konoha is one big family. Everyone here is family to me." The third Hokage turned to gaze out the window, letting out a wistful sigh. Where the leaves flutter, the fire continues to burn. The light of the fire will illuminate the village, nurturing the new leaves to sprout. The essence of this passage conveys that the youth represent the hope for the future. We, the older generation, place our trust in you and pledge to protect you, sacrificing our own interests to inspire you to become the pillars of tomorrow. This sentiment is a legacy of the will of fire passed down from the first and second Hokage. Emo-chun, do you have someone you wish to protect in your heart? Emo-chun recognized this as the third Hokage's test, yet he felt a desire to retort, "Where leaves dance, flames cannot be contained." The firelight may illuminate the village, transforming new green leaves into sustenance. The will of fire itself is not flawed. However, it has been misconstrued by netizens as a form of indoctrination. Why is that? The higher-ups of Konoha espouse the will of fire while consistently witnessing the sacrifices of others, even facilitating the sacrifices of villagers, merely to reap the benefits. A dissonance between belief and action renders even the most eloquent slogans hypocritical. To Emo-chun, the third Hokage's eagerness to impart the will of fire and inquire if he has someone he wishes to protect seemed an attempt to bind him to the Hokage faction. Only by demonstrating unwavering loyalty could he earn the third Hokage's trust and garner resources for his development. Despite his inner reservations, Emo-chun understood that reliance on the third Hokage was imperative. Currently, the third Hokage was the most substantial ally available. With my parents deceased and lacking close relatives or friends, if pressed to name someone I wish to protect, I find myself at a loss. A hint of confusion crossed Emo-chun's face. Indeed, the third Hokage exhaled a long puff of smoke, sighing, "This is indeed a conundrum. However, akin to my own path. As long as you possess a heart to protect, everyone in the village can be considered family." "Can I?" Emo-chun questioned, lacking confidence. "Of course you can. I believe in your potential." The third Hokage reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, smiling. "Genuine kindness begets kindness. As long as you offer your sincerity, others will undoubtedly feel it. Everyone in Konoha inherits the will of fire. We are all united in this cause. So, Emo-chun, do you possess the will of fire?" "Yes," Emo-chun affirmed with a resolute nod, his gaze filled with admiration for the third Hokage, exclaiming, "I wish to protect everyone, to safeguard Konoha. Will I too become as great as you, third Hokage?" "Ha ha." The third Hokage laughed heartily. "Certainly. However, if you aspire to the role of Hokage, you must be prepared for a challenging journey. I will strive to achieve it." Emo-chun's face beamed with determination. "Excellent. I have faith in you." The third Hokage laughed joyfully once more. Emo-chun silently observed the aged face, marked by age spots, and while he wore a bashful smile, inwardly he scoffed. This old man, coming forth to indoctrinate him, truly believed his 2 lifetimes were mere fabrications? In terms of performance, he would not be outdone by anyone else. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounded at the office door. The third Hokage composed his expression, resumed his seat, and calmly said, "Enter." Shortly after, a masked Umbu entered. Kneeling on one knee and reporting, "Lord Third Hokage, Tenzo has arrived to report." Tenzo. Imo-chin's heart stirred, and he began to grasp the situation. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage would demonstrate such discernment. "Rise," the third Hokage gestured. Tossing a piece of black substance from Imo-chin's newly awakened ability onto the desk for Tenzo to examine, saying, "Take a look at this." Tenzo paused momentarily, somewhat perplexed. Yet he began to scrutinize it earnestly. After a considerable time, Tenzo expressed with a hint of surprise, "Lord Third Hokage, where did this come from?" The third Hokage, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, replied, "I wish for you to ascertain the essence of this." Tenzo, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "I can confirm that this is undoubtedly wood release." "Is it truly wood release?" The third Hokage sprang to his feet, his own excitement evident, yet he harbored some doubts, asking, "But why does it appear black? Is it due to a mutation in the ability, or—" "No." Tenzo shook his head. "This nature is far purer than my own wood release. The color and texture are a result of the caster's insufficient strength. They have yet to master the transformations of water and earth properties, causing deviations during the execution. Given time to train, they will undoubtedly master true wood release. While I cannot claim it will rival the first Hokage, it will certainly surpass my own." "Splendid." The third Hokage's face lit up with joy, exclaiming, "If we entrust the caster to you, can you ensure they master true wood release?" "Hiss." Tenzo inhaled sharply, stunned by the realization that Konoha had indeed produced a genuine wood release bloodline holder. While shocked, Tenzo immediately assured, "I will certainly devote my utmost efforts to nurture them into a talent." As he spoke, Tenzo discreetly glanced at Imo-chan. The existence of a wood release bloodline was a closely guarded secret within the village, since Imo-chan was present, and the third Hokage had not shied away from discussing wood release in his presence. It was evident that the wood release bloodline holder was none other than the boy before him. Chapter 12. Investigating Imo-chin's kinship within 5 generations in a dim underground space. Danzo, with a face resembling a bitter melon and bandages wrapped around him, held a clump of black substance while listening to the report from the kneeling Umbu. This was the sudden awakening of Imo-chin's power during a rampage. He effortlessly subdued Jonin Indo Daisho, possessing a formidable chakra absorption ability. Once ensnared, chakra would flow unceasingly from the victim. The third Hokage swiftly issued a gag order, ensuring all traces of the incident were eradicated, intending to conceal Imo-chin's abilities. "I also avoided the eyes of others and secretly stashed away a small piece," he added. Subsequently, the third Hokage summoned Kakashi to the Hokage office, entrusting Imo-chin to him for guidance. Danzo toyed with the black substance in his hands, his expression shifting from surprise to contemplation, ultimately settling into disdain. "Wood release, is it?" Danzo mused quietly. "In this day and age, I never imagined someone could awaken wood release on their own. This Imo-chin's background is certainly intriguing. Investigate and ascertain the kinship of Imo-chan within 5 generations. He cannot possibly be a child of common origins." The latter statement was directed at the Umbu before him. "Understood." The Umbu promptly responded and departed. He was a mole planted by Danzo within the Hokage's direct Umbu, outwardly serving as an Umbu, but in reality, he was a member of Root. Since Danzo acted independently and orchestrated the Uchiha massacre, the third Hokage had stripped him of his position, disbanded the Root organization, and ordered him to reflect on his actions at home. Over the years, Danzo had indeed become much more discreet. He refrained from interfering in administrative matters and had few usable subordinates left in the open. However, he remained a coiled serpent, poised to strike at his target when the opportunity arose. Of course, the time for him to emerge had not yet arrived. Nevertheless, he could not overlook the emergence of a potential wood release bloodline holder in the village. He would first ascertain the details and, if possible, recruit them into his ranks. If that proved unfeasible, he would wait until he held power and act directly. The wood release bloodline must remain firmly within his grasp. Everything is for the sake of Konoha. Simultaneously, in the Hokage office, after painting a grand vision and sending Imo-chin away with Tenzo, the third Hokage made a decision akin to Danzo's, to investigate Imo-chin's origins. would release could never manifest in a commoner. It was either related to the wood release experiments of your or a direct bloodline of the Senju clan. Regardless of the possibility, it was essential to uncover the truth and secure this bloodline under his control. However, the third Hokage did not feel an urgent need. Imo-chan was merely a child, while he was the beloved third Hokage of the village. Through their brief interaction, he felt confident in easily shaping Imo-chan to his will. Investigating Imo-chan's origins was merely an additional layer of precaution. Though our team leader, Asuma-sensei, may appear somewhat disheveled, his prowess is undeniably formidable. Tintin remarked. Is he Sarutobi Asuma? I have heard some tales. He is the son of the third Hokage. She continued. It is said that in his youth, he was quite rebellious, rejecting the ideals of the third Hokage, and thus chose to leave the village to forge his own path. Only in recent years has he returned, and he is now regarded as one of the elite jonin in the village. Hinata Hyuga expressed her admiration, stating, that sounds impressive, but my team leader, Kurenai-sensei, is no slouch either. She is very kind to us. Tintin added, Kurenai just became a jonin this year. I do not know much about her, except that she hails from a clan of Jinjutsu specialists and is currently the strongest Jinjutsu master in the village. Hinata remarked, you certainly seem well informed, Tintin. Well, I have been a ninja for a year now. Information is paramount, Tintin replied with a smile. In contrast, Ino Yamanaka teased, Sakura, why so quiet? Your team leader isn't some brooding lecher, is he? Sakura retorted, we haven't even seen our team leader yet, so who knows what he's like. I can say with certainty, though, that he is undoubtedly unreliable. Hinata interjected, are you still waiting in the classroom? Could there be some trouble keeping him from coming? Sakura dismissed her concerns, come on. He's a jonin in the village. What trouble could he possibly be in? If that were the case, I would have to question his strength. I worry for my future as a ninja. With that in mind, I might know who Sakura's team leader is, Tintin suggested. Who? Sakura asked eagerly. Hatake Kakashi, another elite jonin from Konoha. He has been hailed as a genius ninja since childhood, graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and a jonin by 12, having independently developed an A-rank jutsu, Tintin explained. Wow, that's amazing, Hinata exclaimed. Ino asked, is that true? Sakura expressed disbelief. You must be joking. Because he is a rival of our teacher, I have heard about him quite often. It is said that due to certain events during the Ninja World War, he has become somewhat disheartened and is notorious for being late, Tintin clarified. Disheartened and late? Sakura exclaimed. Ino chimed in. So he isn't in trouble, he is just deliberately late. Sakura, you have a long road ahead of you, and I sympathize with you. As Ino dismissed a proposed gathering for new teachers, she returned her focus to the present. Before her stood a grand edifice marked with the words Konoha Hospital. Holding 2 bouquets of flowers, Ino approached the front desk to inquire and soon made her way to the inpatient area. After Ino vanished from the reception area, 2 figures stealthily followed her, one with a relaxed pineapple hairstyle and the other munching on potato chips. Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Choji, her teammates from the newly formed 10th squad. Shikamaru asked the front desk nurse, where did that girl just go? Without much thought, she directed them to the inpatient wing B. What could Ino be doing at the hospital? Is someone hospitalized? Choji wondered aloud. Shikamaru pondered, don't you remember? Chiyo and Ryota. Choji frowned. Is Ino here to stir trouble? Perhaps, Shikamaru replied, not dwelling on it further, as he urged Choji to quietly follow Ino. Although the 3 were classmates and their families were close, Shikamaru usually stuck closely to Choji. He had never really interacted with Ino, remembering Asuma's words that the 3 of them were the most suitable partners. Consequently, upon noticing Ino's peculiar behavior, Shikamaru felt compelled to investigate further. Chapter 13. I want to soar to the heavens. Hey Ino, what brings you here? Chiyo, lying in a hospital bed, was taken aback upon seeing Ino enter with flowers. Their interactions had been minimal, confined to a typical classmate relationship. Ino replied with a gentle smile, I heard you were injured and hospitalized. I happened to be passing by and thought I would check on you. As she placed a bouquet delicately on the windowsill, she asked, didn't we just get assigned to new teams today? Surely you haven't begun any missions yet. What happened? Chiyo sighed, don't even get me started. The teacher we were assigned is a complete lunatic. He clearly doesn't want us to become ninjas. He claims it's a practical assessment, but has been extremely harsh with us. We just graduated from the academy. How could we possibly contend with a jonin? A flicker of jealousy and resentment crossed Chiyo's face as she observed Ino's apparent ease in her ninja journey. Your Jonin has been harsh with you? Ino replied, slightly taken aback. Wasn't it said that Machi's powers had spiraled out of control, draining chakra? However, with a moment's contemplation, Ino deduced that Chiyo was likely reluctant to speak candidly. Placing blame on her team leader seemed the most logical choice. At that moment, Ino realized that Machi's altercation with his teammates would certainly preclude their continued collaboration. Would he still be able to become a ninja? Who knows what he is thinking? Chiyo huffed. If he didn't want to teach us, he shouldn't have taken on our team. Now he seems intent on preventing us from passing. It's downright psychopathic. Well, it's done now. There's no use dwelling on it. Ino consoled her. Even if you are eliminated, it doesn't mean you must repeat the academy. Just focus on recovering your health. Soon enough, you can be reassigned to a new team. However, Ino also understood that students who had been sent back to retake their training would not have a dedicated Jonin instructor. Even if they were assigned to a powerful captain, it would merely be a temporary superior-subordinate relationship. Such matters were not Ino's concern. She feigned sympathy for Chiyo while discreetly adding something to the foreback. Meanwhile, Shikamaru and Choji, hidden by the windowsill, witnessed Ino's subtle actions. Choji's expression suggested he had anticipated this. Ino was indeed here to cause trouble, though he was oblivious to what she had added to Chiyo's fore. It seems like some sort of flower extract, Shikamaru speculated. Ino wouldn't go too far. She likely just wants to teach her a lesson. It would probably only contain mild toxins, effects like numbness, pain, itchiness, or hallucinations. If that's the case, the effects shouldn't be too severe, Choji mused, not quite grasping Ino's intentions. Will this really change Chiyo's character? Even someone as naive as Choji doubted its efficacy. Perhaps she merely seeks an outlet for her frustrations, Shikamaru conjectured, though he did not fully comprehend the situation. However, if Ino employs the same method against both Chiyo and Ryota, her actions will likely be exposed swiftly. While she may not face severe consequences, it would not bode well to harm her village comrades without cause. I certainly do not consider them my comrades, Choji retorted. Ah, of course, neither do I, Shikamaru chuckled, pulling Choji toward another hospital room, whispering, thus, we should lend Ino a hand. If trouble arises, the three of us from Team 10 will face it together. In a brief exchange of insincere pleasantries, Ino bid farewell to Chihiro and departed the ward. However, upon exiting, she noticed a commotion in the adjacent room, where a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing something. What had transpired? Ino approached with curiosity, recalling that the occupant of that room was Ryota, one of her targets. To her astonishment, the young man had seemingly lost his mind, as he had leapt onto his bed to urinate, and no one could restrain him. A nurse, unable to suppress her desire to gossip, blurted out the situation before Ino could even inquire who she was. Urinating on the bed? Ino's face contorted with disbelief as she instinctively peered through the crowd towards the room. All she could discern was Ryota's half-turned back and a small stream of liquid cascading onto the bed. Inside the room, two nurses attempted to pull Ryota back, but their efforts were futile. They were also wary of being splashed and dared not approach too closely, thus lacking the strength to intervene effectively. Just as Ino glanced over, Ryota's body convulsed, and the stream abruptly ceased. What a sight! Ino's expression darkened. She had initially contemplated adding something to Ryota's foredrip, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. Even a fleeting glance was nauseating. It was time to head home and cleanse her eyes. As Ino turned to leave, she caught a glimpse of a shadow darting away from the windowsill. Simultaneously, Ryota collapsed onto the bed, sprawled in a pool of his own making. How could this happen? This ISN team I doing? Let me explain, my body just went out of control. I don't know what happened. Ryota's cries echoed through the ward as he attempted to leap from the bed, but still tethered to and for. Two nurses held him firmly in place. The nurses spoke softly to soothe him, while those outside the room whispered derisively. Yet, none of this concerned Ino anymore. She dashed out of the hospital area and around to the back. There she spotted Ryota's window, where Shikamaru was crouched in the bushes, with Choji standing before him, using his ample frame to shield him. So it was you two who caused this, Ino remarked from a distance, her face contorted in disdain. Shikamaru, are you done? We've been discovered by Ino. Choji nonchalantly continued munching on chips. Shikamaru emerged from the bushes, fastening his belt, wearing a mischievous grin that suggested he had just pulled off a prank. Moments ago, he had utilized the shadow manipulation technique to extend his shadow through the window, controlling Ryota's actions. Ryota had humiliated himself on the bed, and Shikamaru, hidden behind the bushes with Choji, risked little more than a few scoldings for lacking civic duty. Why would you engage in such unnecessary antics? Ino quickly grasped the situation. Though she feigned annoyance, a part of her felt pleased. Such considerate teammates were indeed preferable to Sasuke's emotionally detached demeanor. Shikamaru and Choji merely smiled, refraining from boasting about their handiwork. After all, they too had been observing Ryota and Chihiro's antics with disdain. All right, let us head to the dessert shop. I'll treat. In that moment, Ino wholeheartedly embraced the camaraderie with her teammates. Before departing, they heard Ryota's anguished cries and the chaotic sounds emanating from Chihiro's room, where the faint echoes of her singing could be discerned. I want to fly to the sky. Chapter 14. Ino triggers the group level-up mechanism after leaving the Hokage's office. Tenzo brought Imo-chun to a training ground, offered a brief introduction, and then allowed him to depart. With time already late, he planned to commence Imo-chun's training the following day. Although Imo-chun was eager to enhance his abilities, he understood that strength could not be acquired in a day. Now that he had caught the attention of the third Hokage and was assigned to Tenzo for exclusive training, he could focus solely on his practice without the distractions of D-rank missions like the 9 young prodigies. Ding! Congratulations to group member Yamanaka Ino on leveling up from LV0 to LV1, gaining a total attribute boost of 200. Suddenly, a crisp system notification echoed, leaving Imo-chun and the other members of the rookie quartet from Konoha momentarily stunned. The next instant, the chat exploded with activity. Tion, Ino, what did you do? Sakura Haruno, you didn't go to Imo-chun to offer yourself, did you? Hinata Hyuga, an attribute boost of 200? Does that mean a doubling of strength? Yamanaka Ino, wow. I feel as if I've become immortal. Yamanaka Ino, the attribute boost isn't just a doubling of strength. It enhances speed, power, defense, constitution, a comprehensive doubling. My physical and mental energies have also doubled, thereby increasing my chakra capacity. Yamanaka Ino. Additionally, my brain's reaction speed and memory have improved. If I train now, my efficiency will be significantly greater than before. Yamanaka Ino. I feel like I've entered an entirely new realm. It's as if the world's constraints on me have lessened. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Tion. Sakura Haruno. This must be a joke. Hinata Hyuga. Incredible. Yamanaka Ino. It's true. And it's not the kind of sudden surge that's hard to control. There's absolutely no risk of losing control over my power. It feels as though I have always been in this state, and those around me haven't even noticed my transformation. Tion. So what exactly did you do? Yamanaka Ino. I merely taught Chihiro and Ryota a little lesson, giving Imo-chun a chance to vent his frustrations. Yamanaka Ino. I tampered with Chihiro's foredrip, inducing hallucinations that caused her to go berserk in the ward. She's probably dancing provocatively right now. Yamanaka Ino. But speaking of Ryota, that was Shikamaru's doing. Had I known such benefits would arise, I would have handled it myself, perhaps achieving even greater enhancements. It was evident that Ino was thoroughly exhilarated, her messages popping up one after another, leaving no room for interruptions. Nevertheless, she had clarified her actions, and Imo-chun felt a flicker of understanding. This girl was cleverly exploring the group rules, deciphering the conditions for triggering the group's enhancement effects. Initially, he had assumed that the first to trigger this mechanism would be Tion, as she appeared to be the most mature and composed among them. Of course, just because Ino was the first to trigger it didn't mean she would maintain her lead. Now that the conditions for activation were known, the others would undoubtedly strive to enhance their own abilities for the sake of the benefits, and it would then become a competition of wits. As for Imo-chun, he could simply relax and enjoy, while they would devise every means to please him. Unfortunately, the group was still too small, consisting only of 4 budding youths yet to fully bloom. If only there were a few more seasoned individuals. Tion. So that's how it is. I should have realized. Ino, where are you? Let us spar at the training ground so I can see your current state. Yamanaka Ino. Not right now. I promised to treat Shikamaru and Choji to desserts. Hinata Hyuga. If I were to go teach Chihiro and Ryota a lesson now, I might as well not bother. Tion. Don't worry, Hinata. This group only has us for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. No need to rush. Hinata Hyuga. Yes. Sakura Haruno. I'm not envious at all. My heart and soul will forever belong to Sasuke-kun. Yamanaka Ino. Then you can cling to your fantasies while we leave you far behind. Let us see if the Sasuke-kun you speak of will pity you then. Sakura Haruno. Sakura Haruno, your speed of moving on is rather astonishing, isn't it? Ino Yamanaka. I merely came to a realization. Sasuke was just a naive infatuation from my youth, but reality differs from dreams. Moreover, Emo-chun is the true dream now. Tion, I wholeheartedly support you, Ino. Emo-chun is exceptional. The more we invest in him while he is still growing, the greater our future rewards will be. This is not merely a dream, but also a reality. Hinata Hyuga, that perspective feels rather mercenary to me. Sakura Haruno, indeed. You all should be ashamed. You lack any principles. Sakura Haruno. The wretched team leader has finally arrived. I shall take my leave. Emo-chan chuckled at the lively group chat, feeling quite content. He could easily envision the upcoming days where several beautiful girls would exert themselves to win his favor. He need not invest anything. He could simply bask in their attention. As for Sakura, who consistently played the contrarian in the chat, she was somewhat irksome, and Emo-chan contemplated forcibly removing her from the group. However, he ultimately refrained. It wasn't that he was particularly attached. Initially, Sakura held little allure for him, merely a relic of the past. Keeping her around wasn't devoid of merit. She could serve as a cautionary example. Furthermore, a differing voice in the group prevented life from becoming monotonous. The ups and downs, the banter, added substance to their interactions. Regardless, within the confines of the chat, Sakura's antics could hardly stir significant waves. Besides, she too would mature, and the future version of Sakura might prove quite admirable. Emo-chan. A voice suddenly interrupted his reverie. Emo-chan looked up in surprise, discovering it was Tion. Had she specifically sought him out? Or was it merely a coincidence? He could distinctly sense a flicker of excitement in her eyes, quickly subdued. Feigning calmness, Tion addressed him. I haven't miscalled your name, have I? We just met this morning. You are Ino's classmate, correct? Emo-chan recognized this as an attempt to initiate conversation and forge a connection. He shyly acknowledged her, seemingly unsure of how to engage. My name is Tion. I am a year above you, so feel free to call me senior. Ignoring Emo-chan's response, Tion continued enthusiastically. As your senior, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Thank you, senior. Emo-chan replied, a hint of embarrassment evident on his face. No need to be so tense. I won't bite, and I genuinely enjoy looking after juniors like you. Since we've chanced upon each other, allow me to treat you to a meal. Let us indulge in some desserts. There's a milk tea shop nearby. Chapter 15. Tion's calculated moves. Tion's intentions were crystal clear to Emo-chan. He had no intention of being led by her whims and hesitated, saying, Senior, it's getting late, and I still need to buy groceries to prepare dinner. I'm quite fatigued after a long day. Tion was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Emo-chan cooked for himself. Then how about I treat you to a meal instead? What would you like to eat? I prefer home-cooked meals. Emo-chan responded. I see. Then I shall accompany you to buy groceries and help you prepare. Without waiting for Emo-chan's thoughts, she began to guide him towards the market. Senior, your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I'm not accustomed to this. No worries. I simply enjoy being enthusiastic towards juniors like you. You'll get used to it. Tion was genuinely proactive. Initially just guiding him, she soon had her arm linked with his as they strolled and chatted. Most of the conversation was dominated by her, with Emo-chan responding passively. However, by the end of their outing, they had dispelled the barriers of unfamiliarity. Faced with such a lively and charming girl drawing near, it was impossible for any normal man to resist. Yet, during the cooking phase, their newly forged bond nearly unraveled due to Tion's antics. Tion, senior, why don't you sit outside? I can manage this on my own, Emo-chan said, surveying the chaotic kitchen with a frown. It was no wonder that in the original story, Tsunade had summoned the 4 Konoha students to learn medical ninjutsu, yet only Tion failed. She simply could not handle delicate tasks. Cough, cough. Tion, blushing with embarrassment, replied, Emo-chan, you must believe me. I didn't intend for this. I genuinely wanted to help. Indeed, I trust you completely, Emo-chan said, placing his hands on her shoulders and guiding her towards the door. But for now, your presence alone is a tremendous help. What do you mean? That is hardly a show of trust, Tion complained. Yet she understood her own limitations and did not insist on continuing as a sous chef. While Emo-chan busied himself in the kitchen, she seized cleaning supplies and diligently tidied both the interior and exterior of the house. By the time Emo-chan emerged with the prepared meal, the living room and bedroom sparkled, reflecting the effort she had put in. Furthermore, he noticed that even a few pairs of socks and underwear he had carelessly tossed aside were now washed and hung to dry. Was it necessary to go to such lengths? Emo-chan mused, touched by her dedication. Seeing her forehead glistening with sweat, devoid of any desire for recognition, stirred a sense of fondness within him. He admitted to himself that he was indeed someone who appreciated beauty, and Tian's charm was undeniable. Were she of ordinary appearance, no amount of effort would have swayed him. After laying the table, Emo-chan gently wiped Tian's face with a damp cloth. Speaking with a soft tone, Tian, your industriousness will spoil me. Should you not be around to help tidy up in the future, I might find it difficult to adjust. Ding. Congratulations to group member Tian. Group level has increased from LV0 to LV1, granting a 200-point boost to all attributes. The cheerful notification jolted Tian, who had been feeling fatigued, back to life. She exclaimed, "No problem. If necessary, I'll come daily to help you clean. It's no trouble at all, especially since you're my adorable and handsome junior." To gain a 200-point all-attribute boost simply for helping with chores was an extraordinary windfall. How can I accept this? Mo-chan pretended to feel unworthy, but he quickly seated her at the dining table, saying, after all this work, let us eat and savor my culinary skills. Tian paid little mind to the intricacies, willingly taking on all future household chores at Emo-chan's home. Simultaneously, the chat group erupted. Ino Yamanaka, Tian, what have you done? Hinata Hyuga, Senior, didn't you say there would be plenty of opportunities in the future? No need to rush. Sakura Haruno, clearly, Tian had a plan to enhance her gains while appearing to comfort you, secretly acting on her own. Ino Yamanaka, how shameless. Tian, I disdain you for hoarding the rewards. Sakura Haruno, and you, Ino, are in no position to criticize. Let us not forget, you were the first to receive a boost. Hinata Hyuga, Senior Tian, did you seek out Emo-chan? Tian, cough. Hinata, you must believe me. This was purely coincidental, not premeditated. I merely encountered Emo-chan and sought to strengthen our bond without ulterior motives. Sakura Haruno, I refuse to believe it. The group level increase is the best evidence. It cannot be so simple as merely fostering a connection. Ino Yamanaka, what business do you have here, wide forehead? Weren't you uninterested in Emo-chan? Why meddle? Yet, Tian, you should come clean. You wouldn't want discord among us sisters, would you? Hinata is growing angry. Hinata Hyuga, I didn't Tintin, I promise, it was purely a coincidence that I ran into Emo-chan. I just insisted on tagging along with him to his home and helped him tidy up a bit, that's all. Hinata Hyuga, tidying up? Is that really a thing? Ino Yamanaka, it seems that if we do something beneficial for Emo-chan, it might elevate our group level and enhance our benefits. Sakura Haruno, why go through all that trouble? Just offer yourself, and I guarantee you'll hit the jackpot. Tintin, you, wide forehead, stop causing trouble. If you don't want to get close to Emo-chan, just be a good observer. Ino Yamanaka, exactly. Wide forehead is just stirring things up. Let us not pay her any mind. Sakura Haruno, so, are you all just being ridiculous? Tintin, please. I'm in the middle of eating. Ino Yamanaka, same here. Sakura Haruno, I'm also eating, but I have no reservations, huh? Just as Tintin had taken a bite, she nearly spat it out. Emo-chan, suppressing his amusement, appeared slightly nervous and asked Tintin, Senior, is the food I made not to your taste? No. Tintin quickly waved her hands, saying, your cooking is delicious, it suits my palate. I just got a bit distracted and almost choked. After chewing a few times, she gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect the dishes made by Junior Emo-chan to taste so good. Earlier, I mentioned I might spoil you, but now I think you might spoil me instead. How about this? I'll come over daily to help you clean, and you can cook for me. Emo-chan shot her a glance, realizing her intentions. Was she really trying to secure a permanent position on her first visit? Would her family even approve? He feigned concern, stating, although we are senior and junior, we haven't interacted much before. Do you think your family would be comfortable with you spending time with me like this? Chapter 16. Pure-hearted Tintin, shy away? You don't need to worry about that. They don't keep tabs on me anymore. Tintin waved her hand, explaining, since I became a ninja, my family has left me to my own devices. I'm responsible for my own affairs now, and I often train late. So I usually don't eat dinner at home. I see. Emo-chan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. All right then. It's just an extra pair of chopsticks. Besides, since you've helped me, it's only fair to reciprocate, having recently traveled to this world. Emo-chan understood that as time passed, solitude would inevitably creep in if he remained alone. If Tintin visited him daily, he would have someone waiting for him at home, granting him a sense of belonging rather than feeling like a solitary wanderer. Most importantly, he aimed to establish a standard in the chat group to expedite the group's level increase. If he could secure tangible benefits, the others would undoubtedly vie for his favor. How wonderful! Tintin, upon receiving Emo-chan's consent, leaped with joy. Having just experienced a boost, even without testing it, she felt the effects were already evident. If she could level up a few more times, the benefits would multiply, and the thought was exhilarating. In her excitement, Tintin embraced Emo-chan and planted a kiss on his cheek. Only upon seeing his dazed expression did she realize she had overshot her enthusiasm, turning crimson with embarrassment. She quickly clarified, "I was just too happy. I meant no offense, please don't misunderstand." Emo-chan touched his cheek where she had kissed him, feigning confusion. "Senior, you're rather peculiar. We just met today, and you're helping me clean while I cook for you. Doesn't that make it a fair exchange?" Tintin froze, feeling a rush of urgency. Emo-chan's suspicions were valid. Her earlier behavior had indeed been unusual, revealing her ulterior motives too clearly. She stammered, "I don't know why, but I feel an inexplicable closeness when I see you, which makes me let down my guard. This is the first time I've felt this way. So I thought of getting to know you better. I feel safe when I'm with you. That's just how it is." Tintin, having racked her brain for a somewhat plausible reason, only managed to convey an eager desire to get closer, which made her face flush even more. Emo-chan was indeed taken aback. Was this progress too swift? However, it aligned perfectly with his intentions. He wouldn't expose her feelings, merely responding shyly. "So, this is how Senior Tintin perceives me. To be honest, I feel similarly towards you. I have been alone for a long time, always leading a mundane life, unnoticed by anyone. If Senior Tintin wishes to spend time with me often, I would be delighted." "Really?" Tintin's face turned a deeper shade of red, overwhelmed with shyness. Initially, she sought the benefits, but why had the atmosphere shifted so drastically? The current ambience evoked a feeling akin to first love, causing her heart to race fervently. Yet, she found no distaste in this sensation. Yes. Emo-chan nodded earnestly, gazing at Tintin with sincerity. "You are the first person to open your heart to me. So you will be the most important person in my life moving forward. Today, the third Hokage asked me if I had someone I wished to protect. I said no at the time. But now, I have found that person. Oh my, how embarrassing." Tintin felt her entire face heat up, unable to muster the courage to meet Emo-chan's gaze. After he finished speaking, she could hardly remain seated, covering her face as she fled, quickly disappearing from Emo-chan's sight. So, did she just run away in embarrassment? Emo-chan was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but smile. How innocent. However, it was Tintin who had broached the topic first. He merely followed her lead. Even if she reflected on it later, she wouldn't blame him for being reckless. Instead, she would likely hold herself accountable. But would Tintin have the courage to see him again tomorrow? Emo-chan didn't dwell on it. After all, they had the chat group, and she couldn't just vanish. As long as she desired the benefits, she would surely adjust her mindset and return to his side. As night fell, Emo-chan tidied up the dishes in his personal space before lying down. While observing the lively banter among the women in the chat group, he contemplated the path ahead. The overarching goal was to harness his ability to forge the future, allowing his strength to grow unchallenged within the ninja world. With enough power, he could live freely, crafting the life he desired. Perhaps, in the future, he might even unlock the ability to traverse other worlds. Additionally, the existence of the chat group would attract more female ninjas to his side. These women would naturally gravitate towards him, seeking to please and flatter him, some even boldly seducing him. Yet, to safeguard his own interests, Emo-chan had to remain true to himself and not allow them to succeed easily. He needed to manage their level-up pace, ensuring they contributed rather than receiving benefits effortlessly. Furthermore, he must never reveal his awareness of the chat group. If exposed, group members might hesitate to speak freely, suspecting it to be his scheme, which could easily lead to chaos. Beyond that, there seemed to be little else to consider. The system Emo-chan had acquired essentially guaranteed him a path to victory. Thus, he began to ponder the ability to fabricate the future. Yesterday, he had made a successful attempt, leading to the acquisition of the double Tomo Sharingan and a half-finished wood release technique today. The Sharingan cannot be openly utilized. However, with the aid of invisible sunglasses, one can exercise caution while employing its powers. As fate would have it, I am about to accompany Tenzo for training, which will allow me to harness the replication ability of the Sharingan to expedite my progress. If the opportunity arises, I shall also learn the shadow clone technique, thereby exponentially increasing my training efficiency. After awakening the wood release, the vitality within me surged remarkably, and my chakra reserves became exceedingly formidable, surpassing even Naruto's. The shadow clone technique is undoubtedly a powerful asset for cultivation. Thus, even relying solely on my own training, I can steadily ascend to the pinnacle of the shadow level. However, having already acquired a unique advantage, it would be foolish to engage in arduous training without purpose. Therefore, in the forthcoming days, I must showcase extraordinary talent and strength. Emochan swiftly established his objective. As long as it is demonstrated in future videos without interference, it is bound to transpire. Of course, it must also adhere to a logical framework. Previously, the narrative depicted a talent that was mediocre, falling short of the exceptional, yet now, with the activation of the Sharingan and the awakening of the wood release, it is only reasonable that my abilities have ascended several tiers. Chapter 17. The emphasis on his exceptional talent. A soft chime echoed through the air as the four blossoms of Konoha prepared to rest for the night, when suddenly, the system emitted a notification announcing the upload of a future video segment in the group chat. Sakura Haruno, another future video? Ino Yamanaka, guarantee you going to leave the group? Why are you so eager now, speaking insincerely? Sakura Haruno, nonsense. I am still a member of this group, enjoying this privilege. Tintin, the last video merely hinted at Emochan's awakened abilities. It didn't seem helpful for us. I hope the next one reveals something about ourselves. Hinata Hyuga, I still feel it's about Emochan. Ino Yamanaka, whatever it is. We'll find out when we watch it. Consequently, the ladies eagerly clicked on the future video, and soon the footage began to play. The time was after dinner, and the location was the training ground. Tintin and Emochan stood facing each other, forming opposing hand seals. In the next moment, they commenced their battle. Initially, it was merely a clash of basic martial arts. However, Tintin quickly found herself at a disadvantage. She sought to create distance and unleashed her most proficient ninja tools, only to have them thwarted by Emochan's earth wall technique. Tintin's face displayed evident surprise as she intensified her efforts, summoning a colossal iron ball to shatter the earth wall. Yet, Emochan retaliated with the water dragon bullet technique, charging forth as the wall crumbled. Tintin, unable to react in time, was propelled far away by the water dragon bullet. The battle concluded as Emochan controlled the force, ensuring Tintin sustained no injuries, merely leaving her in a disheveled state. Emochan approached to help Tintin up, intending to combine their seals, but was momentarily captivated by the sight of Tintin, soaked and clad in clothes clinging to her form, revealing her exquisite silhouette and the contours of her undergarments. The scene shifted. It was once again after dinner, and Tintin and Emochan were back in the training ground, preparing to form their hand seals. As the battle commenced, Tintin had yet to react when Emochan swiftly clapped his hands, causing numerous vines to burst from the earth, surging towards Tintin. Tintin gasped in shock, hastily dodging while summoning an array of ninja tools for defense. Unfortunately, the resilience of these vines was formidable, and Tintin's tools proved ineffective against them. Moreover, the vines grew rapidly. After a few evasive maneuvers, she found herself ensnared. Tintin struggled valiantly, but was unable to free herself as the vines drained her chakra, leaving her weak and devoid of the strength to resist. Emochan approached with a grin, releasing Tintin from her bindings. She fell into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully hit him a few times, a clear display of affection. Their relationship appeared considerably closer than before, suggesting that something indescribable had transpired between them. In disbelief, she exclaimed, "You've only trained for 2 days, and I am no longer your match." After their playful banter, Tintin exclaimed with awe, "I have never encountered someone with such astounding talent. Even Niji, who is hailed as a prodigy in our team, would likely find you a formidable opponent. If you continue to train for a while longer, I cannot even fathom the extent of your strength." The video concluded, consisting of 2 brief segments showcasing the sparring sessions between Tintin and Emochan. without delving into the reasons behind their joint practice or the underlying romantic tension. It was evident that in 2 consecutive sparring sessions, Imo-chun employed earth and water release techniques in the first, followed by wood release in the second. Despite having a year of ninja experience, Tintin was utterly outmatched. Most notably, her final remark underscored the fact that Imo-chun had achieved such prowess in merely 2 days. It was a chilling thought that sent shivers down the spine. Ino Yamanaka, 2 days of training? That must refer to tomorrow and the day after. Why would Tintin be training alone with Imo-chun? Care to explain? Tintin, this event hasn't even occurred yet. How could I possibly know? Hinata Hyuga, Imo-chun was using wood release, correct? Is this the complete version of the ability that surged earlier today? Sakura Haruno, I'm not concerned about that. I merely wish to know why Tintin continues to train with Imo-chun despite being exposed to him. Isn't that a clear sign of falling in love? Tintin, hey. Shouldn't your focus be on Imo-chun's strength? In just 2 days, he can effortlessly defeat me. Ino Yamanaka, Imo-chun is the group leader. Isn't that quite normal? Sakura Haruno, he is not on the same team as me. Regardless of his strength, what does it matter to me? Hinata Hyuga, from the very beginning, didn't we all recognize that Imo-chun was extraordinary? Tintin. Sakura Haruno, so, Tintin, are you truly in a relationship with Imo-chun? Ino Yamanaka, how can you say you were merely helping him with cleaning? I'm starting to have my doubts. Tomorrow, you'll train together and even show him your underwear. The day after, you'll fall into his arms. I absolutely do not believe nothing transpired today. Hinata Hyuga, Tintin-senpai, you wouldn't want everyone to harbor any ill feelings towards you, would you? Sakura Haruno, honesty leads to leniency, while resistance leads to severity. If you don't confess, the consequences could be dire. Tintin, enough already. You're all getting carried away. Not only do I have nothing with Imo-chun, but even if something did happen, so what? We are both unmarried. What is wrong with dating him? Sakura Haruno, so you're admitting it? Ino Yamanaka, this is outrageous. How could you secretly pursue Imo-chun without our knowledge? I'm cutting ties with you. Hinata Hyuga, senpai, we must share resources. Tintin, all right. You've worn me down. I merely made a deal with Imo-chun. I'll help him clean every day, and we'll share dinner at his home. Perhaps that's why we train together afterward. Ino Yamanaka, dinner at his house? Okay, I'm joining too. Sakura Haruno, I can help with washing and chopping vegetables. Hinata Hyuga, I'll take care of grocery shopping. Tintin. Ino Yamanaka, remember this. Imo-chun belongs to everyone. No one is allowed to monopolize him. Sakura Haruno, I have a question. Both future videos feature 2 segments. Hinata has the first, Ino the second, and Tintin monopolizes both. What about me? Why am I absent? Ino Yamanaka, what would you do? Didn't you say you were unwilling to join Imo-chun's harem and wanted to leave the group? Tintin, exactly. So you don't have to come tomorrow. Sakura Haruno, my reluctance is my own concern, but we all joined the group together. Why am I left out? Hinata Hyuga, but Sakura, you often violate the group rules. Ino Yamanaka, got it, broad forehead. Sakura Haruno, humph, what a bunch of little girls. What on earth are you discussing? If you dare come tomorrow, I'll make you all drink thin soup. Lying on his bed, Imo-chun couldn't help but smirk as he read the group chat. After much contemplation, he had crafted this segment of future content, emphasizing his extraordinary talent. Moreover, after mastering wood release, he had also enhanced his appearance, making himself look more handsome and charismatic. With renewed vitality, his body underwent self-correction, which was quite reasonable. Yet, what were they discussing? The conversation strayed further and further from the point. It left Imo-chun feeling as if he were performing for the blind or singing for the deaf. Happy New Year. Wishing everyone a year filled with good fortune, smooth sailing, academic progress, and harmonious family life. Chapter 18. The yearning for recognition as dawn broke the next day. Imo-chun hastily consumed a light breakfast before heading to the training ground that Tianzong had taken him to the previous day. It was just past 6 in the morning, and to his surprise, Tianzong was already waiting there. Apologies, Teacher Tianzong, I'm late. Imo-chun hurried over to apologize. After all, he was about to learn ninjutsu from him, and maintaining a proper attitude would be beneficial. No, I arrived early. Tianzong instinctively waved his hand, but then, as if recalling something, his eyes behind the umbu mask widened. What did you just call me? Teacher Tianzong. Imo-chun was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. Is there a problem with that? And no. Tianzong promptly shook his head. In a sudden burst of energy, he exclaimed, "The early morning is when the body and mind are at their peak, which is why I asked you to come early. Practicing at this hour yields double the results with half the effort." With enthusiasm brimming, Tianzong continued, "By the way, have you had breakfast yet? At your age, it's essential to eat breakfast. If you haven't tea, I can send a clone to buy some for you. Proper nutrition is crucial. Milk is a must, along with some fruits and vegetables." Mo Chen's mind was filled with question marks. Tianzong rambled on, not waiting for a response, and soon created a wood-release clone to rush out for breakfast. Mo Chen opened his mouth, almost voicing a protest, but swallowed his words. If he claimed he had already eaten, it would be ungrateful of him considering Tianzong's kind intentions. He decided to let it be. After all, he hadn't eaten much earlier and could still manage a meal. He wondered why Tianzong had suddenly become so enthusiastic, seemingly sparked by the title of Teacher Tianzong. Oh right, Mo Chen recalled that in the original story, Tianzong's character was rather lonely, longing for others to acknowledge his existence. When he first took charge of Team 7, he had laid out an extravagant feast, and Mo Chen vividly remembered the massive lobster exceeding a meter in length. In the infinite Tsukuyami dream, he not only replaced Kakashi as the leader of Team 7, but also earned Kakashi's recognition and praise. It was clear that he was a person deeply lacking in social interaction, desperately yearning for others to need him. Realizing this, Mo Chen couldn't help but grin. If he didn't seize this opportunity to extract every bit of goodwill from Tianzong, he would be remiss. Before the breakfast returns, let me outline today's training regimen. Tianzong wasted no time, conjuring a set of tables and chairs from wood release, along with a wooden sunshade. After indicating for Mo Chen to sit, he began, "You must have realized by now that the sudden burst of power you unleashed yesterday is known as wood release. The same technique I'm currently using. You should be somewhat familiar with wood release, correct?" Mo Chen was about to respond when Tianzong abruptly slammed the table and answered fervently, "Yes, exactly. It is the ability once wielded by the first Hokage." He continued, his enthusiasm palpable. The first Hokage mastered wood release to an extraordinary degree, wielding immense power. With this ability, he ended the Warring States period and established the great ninja system of one nation and one village. Wood release is his symbol. Mo Chen stared, dumbfounded. At the fervent lecture of Tianzong, was the mere title of teacher really that impactful? Tianzong continued, "Of course. My wood release pales in comparison to the first Hokage's, like comparing a firefly to the sun. However, after my evaluation yesterday, I can assure you that your wood release is not inferior to his. If you can master it, you may very well become the second shinobi god. I have already promised the third Hokage that I will wholeheartedly impart my knowledge to you. But do not feel overly pressured. You are still young, and there is ample time ahead for you to improve. Just proceed at your own pace." At this point, Tianzong paused, seemingly allowing Mo Chen to digest the information. Once he was certain Mo Chen understood, he continued, "As I mentioned yesterday, the unusual state of your wood release stems from your incomplete mastery of the nature transformations of water and earth. Therefore, for the time being, I will teach you to refine these two attributes. Remember, do not attempt to use wood release before mastering this, as it could easily lead to injury." Just then, Tianzong's clone returned, carrying several lunchboxes. Mo Chen finally had the opportunity to speak and nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your explanation, Teacher Tianzong." Tianzong's breath hitched, and with a loud bang, the clone transformed into a wooden figure before collapsing into black mud on the ground. The wood release clone vanished suddenly, nearly causing the lunchboxes to fall. Fortunately, Tianzong reacted quickly and caught them. "Cough. I ran too fast and got a bit winded." Tianzong took several deep breaths to calm himself, awkwardly offering an explanation before opening the lunchboxes. Mo Chen glanced at the contents and was momentarily stunned. Milk, rice balls, grilled fish, natto, vegetables, miso soup, and a fresh fruit platter. Wait, is this really breakfast? Well, technically, they were breakfast foods, just presented in an extravagant manner. All right, the breakfast is a bit simple. There isn't much food available. Let us make do with this for now. I'll prepare something more sumptuous for lunch," Tianzong said, clapping his hands. "Now, let me explain how to train in earth and water transformations." Mo Chen thought to himself that at this rate, he'd be gaining weight in no time. However, it was hard to refuse such kindness. Initially, he wanted Tianzong to join him for the meal, But he insisted that he had already eaten, and this was just for Imo-chan. Reluctantly, Imo-chan accepted the meal with a sense of justified indulgence, nearly overeating. Thankfully, after awakening would release, his digestive system was performing far better than he had anticipated. A slight manipulation of chakra quickly returned him to normal. After the meal, they entered the training phase. You can choose to train in either earth or water transformation. It's entirely up to you, Tianzong stated, as he gathered a small orb of chakra in each hand. The left orb was a yellowish-brown, with soil and pebbles swirling around it, while the right orb was a watery blue, with a small water vortex spiraling above it. Imo-chan activated his Sharingan, hidden behind an invisible lens. So Tianzong was oblivious. In the next moment, Imo-chan also formed a small orb of chakra in each hand, one for earth and one for water. In no way, Tianzong's eyes nearly popped out as he lost control of the chakra orb in his hand, causing it to explode. Fortunately, it was only a small amount, and the explosion posed no danger. However, Tenzo was too astonished to consider such matters, exclaiming in disbelief, "How have you managed to achieve this?" Chapter 19. Astonishing Heritage. Buffs accumulated. Although he successfully utilized the Sharingan to pull off a feat, the earth and water chakra spheres in Imo-chan's hands were merely superficial. Attempting to perform ninjutsu with them was impossible. It did not take long for him to realize this and disperse the chakra spheres. Scratching his head, Imo-chan said to Tenzo, "I merely mimicked your movements, Teacher Tenzo, but it seems ineffective. There is no power behind it." "No," Tenzo exclaimed, filled with astonishment. "You have already exhibited the embryonic form of nature transformation, and astonishingly, you are manifesting two attributes simultaneously. This is far beyond my expectations. Indeed, it can be considered monstrous talent." Though the current chakra attributes were insufficient to support the execution of ninjutsu, having attained this embryonic form indicates that with further practice, mastery is within reach. Furthermore, Imo-chan appeared to bypass the essential step of chakra control that newcomers typically must grasp. The mere fact that he can condense two distinct chakra spheres with each hand is sufficient evidence of his remarkable control over chakra. Is that so? Imo-chan pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Teacher Tenzo, why not teach me the technique of the shadow clone? I have heard that with this technique, the experience gained by the clones is transferred back to the original body. If I master this technique, I could train in both earth and water styles simultaneously, thereby saving time and enhancing my efficiency." Although the wood clone technique would undoubtedly yield better results, Imo-chan had yet to master true wood release. Tenzo hesitated, instinctively inclined to refuse. The training method of shadow clones had never been attempted before and was inherently perilous. Even dividing one or two clones for training could overwhelm an ordinary person, posing a danger comparable to a low-level ninja utilizing the multiple shadow clone technique. However, Tenzo quickly realized that Imo-chan had awakened the complete form of wood release. He approached to examine Imo-chan's physique and found that his chakra was vast like an ocean. Wood release symbolizes vitality, and vibrant life force invigorates chakra growth. No, this could not merely be described as chakra. It should be referred to as a chakra sea. Of course, at Imo-chan's current level, he could probably utilize only about 10 to 20% of it, perhaps even less. Nevertheless, as long as he could withstand the mental shock upon the dissolution of the shadow clones, this method could indeed be employed for training. "I can teach you the shadow clone technique," Tenzo instructed solemnly, "but be warned, using shadow clones for training carries risks. It is not merely a matter of evenly distributing chakra. Physical strength and mental energy will also deplete simultaneously." Tenzo cautioned seriously, "I do not fear for your chakra, but excessive depletion of physical strength and mental energy could lead to sudden death. Therefore, we must first ascertain your limits. Let us create one shadow clone to train for an hour and observe the results. If you can withstand it, we will gradually increase the number of clones." Imo-chan's mention of this made Tenzo realize he would not be satisfied with just one clone, so his prior caution was indeed necessary. Although Imo-chan felt Tenzo might be overly cautious, he did not object and nodded in agreement. Executing the shadow clone technique does not require much technical skill. As long as one understands the principle of the clone technique and has sufficient chakra, it can be performed with ease. Moreover, due to the influence of his future foresight, Imo-chan felt his innate talent was astonishingly potent. This simple and direct ninjutsu did not even require the Sharingan. After merely listening to Tenzo's description, Without waiting for a demonstration, he successfully performed the technique. Tenzo marveled once more at Imo-chan's exceptional talent, and then created a clone to provide one-on-one instruction. One clone practiced earth release, while the other focused on water release. As Tenzo had stated, the embryonic form of nature transformation had indeed emerged, and Imo-chan easily grasped the fundamentals. What followed was the process of refinement. With each attempt, he made visible progress. After 3 to 5 tries, he had reached the level of performing D-rank ninjutsu. Within approximately 10 minutes, he attained the capability of executing C-rank ninjutsu. By the half-hour mark, he had fully achieved the level necessary to integrate wood release. However, Tenzo did not immediately teach him wood release. In Tenzo's words, "Your progress is too rapid. While your steps are steady and your foundation solid, you lack depth." Thus, he advised Imo-chan to first master some commonly practiced earth and water techniques before advancing. In reality, Tenzo was astounded by the speed of Imo-chan's progression, fearing that if he taught him wood release now, Imo-chan would surpass him in raw strength by day's end. Tenzo was not concerned about the traditional fear of teaching a student who might outshine the teacher. Rather, he worried that Imo-chan's rapid advancement could lead to unforeseen pitfalls. Strength is never achieved in a single leap. It requires gradual enhancement through experience. Each rank, from Chunin to Chunin, and from Elite Chunin to Special Jonin, offers distinct journeys of growth. If one were to leap directly from Chunin to Jonin, they would miss the vital experiences along the way, potentially leading to critical flaws, much like those who possess innate strength or acquire power through unusual means, ultimately exposing themselves to vulnerabilities at crucial moments. Having accepted Imo-chan as a student, Tenzo felt a sense of responsibility for him, not just in terms of strength, but also in nurturing the right mindset. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage gazed incredulously at the documents in his hands. His trembling hand held the file, and his mouth hung agape, oblivious to the pipe that had fallen to the floor. After a day of investigation, he had unraveled Imo-chan's lineage. Yet, this dossier appeared far from authentic. Imo-chan's father had concealed his surname, merging into the Senju clan of the village, a fact that had long been anticipated. However, his father also bore another identity. He was the grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Furthermore, Imo-chan's mother was the cousin of Uchiha Fugaku. Having engaged in a clandestine relationship with Imo-chan's father and subsequently ostracized by the Uchiha clan, she resorted to faking her death during a mission to assume a new identity and live a life in obscurity. Imo-chan's grandfather, the son of Senju Tobarama, had been hidden away by Tobarama himself, unbeknownst even to his own disciples. Thus, the records from that period were somewhat vague. It could only be confirmed that Imo-chan's grandfather was indeed the son of Tobarama, while the details of his marriage remained undisclosed. Senju Tobarama had little interest in women, but after the death of his elder brother, he married a cousin of Uzumaki Mido under pressure from his sister-in-law. Summarizing this lineage, Imo-chan was not only a direct descendant of the second Hokage, but also possessed the blood of the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Uchiha clan. In essence, he could be considered a grandchild of the third Hokage and a distant nephew of Tsunade. He was a cousin to Sasuke and could be regarded as a distant relative of Naruto. Such a heritage was akin to an accumulation of buffs. Happy New Year! Chapter 20. Inheriting the Ninja Way of Gai-sensei? The optimal candidate for Hokage. After a long moment, the third Hokage regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could mold Imo-chan into his ideal successor, there would be no one more suitable to assume the mantle of the fifth Hokage. However, it would take at least 7, 8, or even 10 years for Imo-chan to mature enough to take on the role of Hokage. During this time, he must diligently work to safeguard Mo-chan's position as Hokage. Wait, the third Hokage suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This matter must never reach Danzo. Bring in the next person. 3 generations promptly summoned a member of the Umbu to assist in investigating Imo-chan's dossier, sternly instructing, classify this document as Konoha's utmost secret. No one, including the advisory elders, possesses the authority to access it without permission. Moreover, tamper with the information within, ensuring that any inquiries yield misleading results. Simultaneously, the same dossier found its way into Danzo's hands, who gazed at Imo-chan's lineage in a moment of bewilderment. Could it be that the esteemed Tobarama-sensei has left descendants? Gripping the dossier tightly, Danzo heard it emit a pitiful squeal under the strain. Regrettably, A man like Danzo, when in a foul mood, would not hesitate to lash out even at a passing dog, let alone show mercy to a mere document. I should have anticipated it. Someone like Tobirama-sensei, no matter how much he trusted us disciples, would inevitably leave behind some form of restraint. His direct bloodline serves as a precautionary measure. Yet, for reasons unknown, it has remained concealed over the years. Is it an endorsement of Sarutobi's ideology? Or has he already been swayed by Sarutobi? Regardless, if Tobirama-sensei were still alive, he would never endorse Sarutobi. I am the one who truly understands and embodies the teacher's ninja way. With his thoughts racing, Danzo quickly convinced himself. Bring him in. He called for assistance in investigating Imo-chen's dossier, solemnly advising, subtly manipulate Imo-chen's background so that even if someone investigates, the information they uncover will be distorted. Understood. Danzo's subordinates responded and departed. Imo-chen, the great-grandson of Tobirama-sensei. Danzo's gaze flickered as he muttered. It seems I must find an opportunity to have an earnest conversation with him. Haruno Sakura. Ah, so frustrating. Truly deserving of the title king of tardiness, as my senior says. That damn Kakashi-sensei asked us to gather at the training ground at 5, and it is already past 11, yet he has yet to arrive. I'm infuriated. Yamanaka Ino, delightful news indeed. I was initially engaged in the tedious task of weeding, and I wanted to complain. But now, witnessing that your Team 7 hasn't even begun their assessment with the leading jonin, I suddenly feel quite fortunate. Hyuga Hinata, we are also undertaking a D-rank mission, assisting a farm with miscellaneous chores. Tintin, no worries, you all have a lengthy period of monotonous life ahead. New Chunin can only take on D-rank missions, which are primarily mundane daily tasks. Haruno Sakura, darn it. Thinking about it this way, I feel like I'm wasting my glorious life. Yamanaka Ino, Even if you were assigned a high-ranking task now, could you handle it? With your meager skills, you'd lose your life in an instant. Yamanaka Ino, but you should first ponder how to pass the assessment with the leading jonin. Otherwise, you may find yourself sent back to the academy for remedial training. At that point, your Sasuke-kun will be gone. Haruno Sakura, nonsense. I may not be able to compete with Tintin and Hinata, but I am definitely stronger than you. Yamanaka Ino, I have a buff effect. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, have you two tested the effects yet? Yamanaka Ino, Tintin. Yamanaka Ino, well, how should I put this? Weeding is faster than before. One person can now accomplish the work of 3. Haruno Sakura, have you weeded before? Yamanaka Ino, does flower arrangement count? Haruno Sakura, Tintin, I just knocked that genius of our team down a peg. He used to look down on me. Hehe. Hyuga Hinata, oh? Tintin. Oh, right. He is also from the Hyuga clan. Niji Hyuga? Hyuga Hinata, brother Niji? Tintin. Niji is your brother? Hyuga Hinata. Well, it's a bit complicated. Tintin. Alright, I think I understand now. Hinata is the main family's eldest daughter. Hyuga Hinata. At the training ground of Team 3, Mike Guy and Rock Lee looked at Tintin in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Today, they had no missions. As usual, Guy-sensei led a few students in daily training. Lee followed Guy, engaging in various physical exercises, while Tintin trained with ninja tools while assisting Niji in his cultivation. Although Niji's Byakugan has blind spots, the disparity in their strengths was too great. Even with all her might, Tintin couldn't land a hit on Niji. However, just moments ago, Tintin had a small trial, and the speed and power of the ninja tools she threw were more than twice as fast as before. Niji was caught off guard and initially fell behind. Even as he quickly regained his footing and activated his Byakugan, Tintin's powerful strikes shattered his defenses, leaving him bruised and sprawled on the ground. Cough. Tintin scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Do you believe me when I say I didn't mean to? Watching Niji act pompous as if everyone owed him money, constantly belittling others. Tintin had long wished to give him a good beating. She just lacked the strength to do so. Now, she finally felt relieved. Wow. Lee exclaimed, Guy-sensei. Did you see that? Tintin actually knocked Niji down. I witnessed it. Guy exclaimed, tears of joy welling up in his eyes. It appears that Tintin is the most suitable candidate to inherit my ninja way. My efforts were not in vain. This is youth. Ah, how could this be? Lee cried, holding his head in despair. The one who should inherit Guy-sensei's ninja way is me. How could Tintin have beaten me to it? Has my youth already withered? Guy suddenly punched Lee in the face, sending him flying against a tree. Baka! Guy bellowed angrily. I will not allow you to speak of yourself that way. Our youth is without regret. Though Tintin may have taken a step ahead for now, as long as you double your efforts, you will surely catch up. Ouch! Li instantly revived, his expression filled with determination. If 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 punches, 2,000 kicks, 5,000 jumps, and running 500 laps around Konoha are not enough, then I will double it. If that is still insufficient, I will triple it, quintuple it, or even decuple it. I will prove that perseverance can surpass talent. Li, you've finally understood, Guy said, his eyes filled with pride, embracing Li as tears streamed down his face. What a clumsy yet lovable disciple. Guy-sensei, Li, Guy-sensei, Li. The two shared a heartfelt embrace, weeping openly. Their garish green spandex outfits and unappealing watermelon hairstyles made Tintin grimace, her mouth twitching in disgust. Inheriting Guy-sensei's ninja way? Apologies, but she would have to decline. Meanwhile, Niji, who had been lying on the ground questioning his life choices, was suddenly jolted upright, repulsed, and growled at Tintin. Come again. Chapter 21. Tomorrow begins the fusion of wood release. Alright, let us conclude today's training here. Same time tomorrow. At the training ground, observing the panting Emo-chan, Tenzo spoke in a calm tone. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a slight tremor in his voice. Truly a prodigy. In a lifetime. Not only had I never seen one, but I had never even heard of such a being. Tenzo's gaze grew distant, his heart shaken beyond measure. In the span of a single day, Emo-chan had transformed from a mere civilian ninja academy graduate, who could only perform the body flicker technique, into a rapidly evolving talent. He now adeptly mastered the nature transformation of earth release and water release, and had learned all B rank and below techniques of these elements that Tenzo possessed. Remarkably, this was a result of Tenzo's deliberate restraint. Emo-chan had genuinely learned the ninja techniques in merely one morning. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch and digesting, Tenzo began practical training with Emo-chan, initially intending to help him consolidate what he had learned that morning. However, it was only during this real combat that Tenzo truly grasped what it meant to be a genuine genius and what constituted a prodigy. Emo-chan did not exhibit any signs of being a novice. Everything he had learned was executed with remarkable proficiency, devoid of any awkwardness. Of course, it was not to suggest that he had squandered the entire afternoon. Despite his lack of actual combat experience, he needed to adapt and comprehend the appropriate tactics to employ in various situations. Moreover, he had only just begun his journey in physical techniques. Initially, Tianzong could match his strength to Emo-chan's level during their sparring sessions. However, as time passed, Tianzong gradually escalated his power. Ultimately, he appeared calm and unruffled, yet in reality, he was exerting himself to maintain a dominating edge over Emo-chan. This indicated that, based solely on his mastery of earth release and water release, combined with the advancements in physical techniques and combat experience he had gained that day, Emo-chan's prowess could undoubtedly be classified among the elite of the Chunin. With just one or two additional hidden trump cards, it would not be an exaggeration to deem him as particularly formidable, akin to a Jonin. The speed of his progress was nothing short of astonishing, arguably unprecedented in the annals of the ninja world. Tianzong refrained from displaying his astonishment, offering only brief encouragement before sending Emo-chan on his way. He sought a quiet place to reflect alone. Yet, before he could act on this thought, a member of the Umbus soon approached him, stating that the third Hokage was seeking him. It was evident that the third wished to inquire about Emo-chan's training progress. As soon as Tianzong entered the Hokage's office, even before exchanging greetings, the third Hokage impatiently asked, "How did Emo-chan perform today?" His tone was casual, as though it were a mere afterthought. After a moment's contemplation, Tianzong cautiously replied, "Emo-chan's talent is the finest I have ever witnessed. He is now adept at manipulating the nature transformations of water release and earth release. Although he utilized shadow clone technique to accumulate experience, even without such methods, he would reach his current level in just a few days. For reasons unknown, the image of Emo-chan calling him Teacher Tianzong ignited a fierce protective instinct within him. It was not that he doubted the third Hokage's intentions, but he feared that if he spoke too candidly, the Hokage's high expectations might create undue pressure on Emo-chan. He worried that in striving to meet the third's hopes, Emo-chan would feel compelled to train excessively. It would be prudent to say that a few days of relaxation would not harm him. Nevertheless, the third Hokage was taken aback, rising to his feet in shock. He has already mastered 2 nature transformations? His pipe nearly fell from his mouth, almost singeing his trousers. He murmured in awe, truly worthy of the second Hokage. Quickly realizing he had nearly let slip more than intended, he shifted the topic. In that case, let us begin teaching him the fusion of wood release starting tomorrow. Tianzong was momentarily taken aback and hastily interjected. Isn't that a bit too swift? Third Hokage, I am not questioning your decision, but Imo-chun has only just graduated from the ninja academy. Today was his first real encounter with ninja training. I understand your concerns. The third Hokage waved his hand dismissively, resuming his seat, his expression somber as he sighed. But time waits for no one. Naruto has already passed Kakashi's assessment today and will officially commence missions starting tomorrow. Do you comprehend what this entails? Naruto Uzumaki. Tianzong fell into silence. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was a taboo for anyone in Konoha. The third Hokage's expression reminded Tianzong of the tragic events from 12 years prior. If the Nine-Tails were to rampage again, even he would find it exceedingly difficult to intervene, underscoring Imo-chin's significance. It was unexpected that Kakashi had indeed allowed them to pass the assessment. Imo-chin's abilities were the best weapon against the Nine-Tails. It was imperative for him to accelerate his growth for the sake of the entire village. The third Hokage sighed. I hope you understand that all of this is for the village, devoid of any personal motives. I understand, third Hokage. I shall begin instructing Imo-chun on the fusion of wood release tomorrow. Tianzong responded heavily. He had initially planned to train Imo-chun further, allowing him to elevate his mastery of water release and earth release to a higher level, while he did not expect him to perform S-rank forbidden techniques. At the very least, he hoped Imo-chan could learn a few A-rank techniques and fully step into the realm of Jonin, ensuring greater security. However, since the third Hokage had already made his decision, Tianzong had no choice but to acquiesce. He could only hope that Imo-chin's astounding talent would support such a rapid advancement. Meanwhile, after a day of training, Imo-chun felt no fatigue. Rather, he was brimming with enthusiasm. The visible speed of his improvement felt akin to playing a game with cheat codes or revving up a relationship with a girlfriend, eliciting immense delight. If it were possible, he would train 24 hours a day, pushing himself to the limit. Yet, as a transmigrator, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest, forcing himself to suppress his fervor. While walking through the streets, he unexpectedly collided with a figure around a corner. Instinctively, he pushed forward, and a moment later, a scream echoed as 4 or 5 individuals tumbled into a heap. Imo-chun was genuinely startled. Although he had managed to pull back just in time, with his current strength, the others were likely injured. When he focused on the individuals, recognition dawned upon him, and he couldn't help but smile. Were these not the same group that had assisted him in awakening his Sharingan yesterday? What a coincidence! Imo-chun approached the dazed group of chubby individuals, casting a long shadow over them. You lot have quite the audacity to bump into me. He crossed his arms, smirking. That collision nearly cost me my life. Now, tell me, how do you plan to compensate me? The chubby individual, who had been hit, felt his injuries from yesterday intensify after the encounter. Having collided with his companions, he felt as if several of his bones were broken. Hearing Imo-chin's words ignited a surge of anger within him. Such remarks were typically his to deliver. Today, the tables had turned. You bastard. Ugh, I'm in pain. Let me see which fool dares to speak to me like that. The chubby individual, with the help of his companions, managed to sit up. Looking up to see Imo-chin's smiling yet devilish expression, causing his face to pale instantly. Chapter 22. The Konoha foreseek to leverage an opportunity boss. He's just a small fry. Why should we fear him? One of the companions beside the chubby individual recognized Imo-chan, glaring fiercely, yesterday. He only attacked us when we were caught off guard. Can 4 of us not handle him? Exactly. Another echoed. Yes, just a bit stronger. It's nothing extraordinary. Upon hearing this, the chubby individual felt reassured. After all, there were 4 of them, seasoned fighters with an advantage. You're right. The chubby individual struggled to stand, wincing in pain from his injuries. However, disregarding his discomfort, he waved his hand. Don't mind me. Let us all go together. How dare he act tough in front of me? Let us teach him a harsh lesson today. I want him to know why the flowers are so red. All right, boss. No problem, boss. The 3 companions of the chubby individual immediately responded with enthusiasm, leaving him behind, grinning maliciously as they approached Imo-chun. Yesterday's sudden incident had startled them, but as they reflected, their anger grew. They would never admit to being cowards. They had been waiting for an opportunity to settle the score, and now that Imo-chun had come to them, they would show no mercy. Ouch! You bastards! The chubby individual lost his balance and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. But at that moment, his companions were entirely focused on Emo-chan, paying him no mind. You little brat. You chose to barge into hell when heaven was open to you. This is all you're doing. Since the boss has given his orders, it is futile for you to kneel and plead. Instead, stand still and prepare to receive our blows. If you cooperate obediently, I may go easy on you. Your misfortune has led you into our grasp. Just yesterday, I wielded my blade from East Street to West Street, and none in this area dare defy my authority. You, a mere wretch, have the audacity to provoke our leader. The three men, with fierce expressions and venomous words, advanced menacingly toward Emo-chan, evidently intending to instill a palpable sense of tension before striking. Emo-chan, contemplating whether to inquire if the third man's eyes were dry, decided against wasting any more time on them. Enough with the idle chatter. This is my domain now. Who gave you the right to embellish your roles? In an instant, Emo-chan dashed into the midst of the three, and with a series of sharp slaps, 3 resounding cracks echoed through the air, accompanied by cries of pain as the trio of the chubby man's subordinates was sent sprawling, one atop the other. We're going to die? The chubby man, crushed beneath them, cried out even more pitifully than his subordinates. Regrettably, after receiving a slap from Emo-chan, their heads buzzed, leaving them dazed and unable to rise. By the time they regained their senses and remembered their leader, the chubby man had already lost consciousness, eyes rolled back, frothing at the mouth. Boss! The 3 men's faces paled, and they began to shout in alarm. Kid, stay right there and don't move. We'll show you how we handle you once we get our leader to the hospital. Don't you dare run. Yes, exactly. 2 of them hoisted the chubby man and attempted to flee, while the last hesitated for a moment before following suit. With a swift movement, Emo-chan stepped into their path, brandishing a shuriken playfully. I was wrong. We won T-dare again. The 2 supporting the chubby man dropped to their knees without hesitation, clasping their ears in submission, pleading for mercy. The last man, albeit a beat slower, quickly followed suit. Ow! The chubby man thudded to the ground, jolted awake by the impact, wailing loudly. Enough! Silence! Emo-chan pressed the shuriken against the chubby man's neck. The cold touch and chilling aura of murder sent a shiver down the chubby man's spine, prompting him to immediately cease his cries. You have troubled me twice. Emo-chan raised an eyebrow. This debt must be settled. Although the chubby man and his subordinates were filled with curses they wished to voice, they dared not utter a word. Now, relinquish all your valuables. It's time for a robbery. Emo-chan pressed the shuriken forward, drawing blood from the chubby man's neck. Please don't kill me. I'll hand it over. The chubby man, nearly in tears from fear, shouted, Haven't you heard what this big brother, this esteemed elder, has said? Hurry and give him all your money. Thus, a pile of miscellaneous items soon littered the ground. This paltry sum is insufficient to buy your lives. Emo-chan glanced disdainfully at the heap. In total, it barely amounted to 1,000 taels, truly pitiful. He was serious about the robbery. After all, he was an orphan with no parents, and while the future was uncertain, he was currently in need of funds. Though he could ask Tianzong or the 3rd generation for assistance, they would certainly oblige, yet the satisfaction of earning money through his own efforts was irreplaceable. Esteemed elder, we truly have nothing left. The chubby man lamented, his face contorted in despair. If they had money, would they need to resort to loitering in the streets? I care not. This is irrelevant to me. Emo-chan declared fiercely, You are 4 in total. Let us calculate at 10,000 taels each, with you, chubby man. Counting for 2, totaling 50,000 taels. You have 3 days to deliver the money to my residence, or face the consequences. Of course, you could choose to relocate. But don't say I didn't warn you. If I find you again, there will be dire repercussions. Emo-chan chuckled coldly, pocketing the shuriken as he turned to leave. This was merely a small release of pent-up frustration from yesterday. Whether they would deliver the money was of little concern to him. Even if they didn't, he wouldn't actively seek them out. However, should they cross paths again in the future, it would still bode ill for them. What Emo-chan did not anticipate was that the chubby man and his lackeys indeed cowered in fear and resorted to ambushing solitary passers-by in the village's dark corners, only to be apprehended that very night by the Dark Division and sent to prison. Upon receiving the news, the 3rd generation dispatched someone to deliver 100,000 taels in silver notes to Emo-chan. This unexpected turn of events confirmed his standing in the third generation's eyes. Having dealt with these minor characters, Imo-chan soon cast the matter from his mind. Upon returning home, he found Tian waiting for him. No, it wasn't just Tian. All 4 of Konoha's flowers had come. To facilitate Tian's visits for cleaning, Imo-chan had entrusted her with a key. The 4 had evidently not been there long, as Tian and Hinata were busy tidying up, while Sakura and Ino scurried about in the kitchen. Imo-chan could hear their bickering even from the entrance, making it unnecessary to step inside to know what was happening. Clearly, they all sought to curry favor with him. Even the usually aloof Sakura could not resist the allure. Imo-chan secretly rejoiced, though it was a pity these were merely budding flowers. Otherwise, there would have been more to enjoy. Though they were but small buds, they were still quite charming. Imo-chan chose not to interrupt them, standing at the door to quietly admire the diligent figures of Tian and Hinata. Even knowing they approached him with ulterior motives, their graceful appearances brought him comfort. Oh, Imo-chan is back. Tian spun around, her little backside wiggling, and their eyes met, nearly causing her to jump in surprise, unable to suppress a gasp. Upon hearing Tian's exclamation, Hinata also turned, her expression tinged with nervousness and embarrassment. After all, they had entered without invitation and were still unfamiliar with one another, making their intrusion into Imo-chan's home feel rather abrupt. However, this was merely Hinata's perspective. In the kitchen, the other 2 heard the commotion and immediately burst out. Unwilling to yield. Imo-chan, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you. Ino dashed over without hesitation, wrapping her arms around one of Imo-chan's. Just hold on a bit longer. Dinner will be ready soon. Sakura rushed up to embrace Imo-chan's other arm, glaring fiercely at Ino, signaling her unwillingness to let the other win this round. The 2 were at an impasse, their eyes sparking with fierce rivalry. Imo-chan had not anticipated that his first formal encounter with them would unfold in such a manner, as if they were entirely unbothered by any pretense. Yet, it must be said, even at this age, Ino was quite impressive. Sakura was somewhat flatter, but still had her charms. Soft and fragrant, the touch of a girl was indeed quite delightful. Though he thought this, Imo-chan did not reveal his thoughts, instead feigning confusion as he stammered. What is going on here? Tian hurriedly squeezed in, forcefully prying Ino and Sakura's hands apart, glaring at both while issuing a warning. Everyone keep it down. Not a word about the chat group, or I'll kick you out. My relationship with Imo-chan is currently the closest. Sakura, what's the big deal? I'm merely being a bit more enthusiastic. Ino, this is all your fault, you big-headed girl. You said you were only loyal to Sasuke, so don't come here causing trouble. Besides, didn't you say you'd leave the group? Why haven't you done so yet? Sakura, that's my own business. It has nothing to do with you. Hinata, Hyuga, everyone, please don't argue. Let's deal with the situation at hand first, or else Moken will start to suspect something. Tintin, shut up. After a brief exchange among the group, Tintin awkwardly explained to Moken after pulling him aside. I'm sorry, Moken. I brought them to your house without your permission. They just became ninjas and were excited to celebrate. When they heard I was coming here, they decided to tag along. They claimed to be your classmates, and I thought it wouldn't be a problem, but I didn't expect them to be so forward. If you're upset, I can send them away right now. She shot a fierce glare at Ino and Sakura. Sakura, unfazed, acknowledged that she was indeed envious of Ino and Tintin's enhancements and intended to benefit from the occasion. However, she regarded Moken as an insignificant presence. Thus, her visit should have been met with enthusiasm from him. After all, being a delightful girl, her showing kindness and warmth towards him should have made him grateful. Ino, sensing the moment, quickly turned to Moken with a serious expression. I'm sorry, Moken. We were indeed abrupt. It was just an impulsive action, and if it caused you discomfort, I sincerely apologize. Hinata also approached, visibly nervous and shy. I apologize as well for not seeking your consent. Moken scanned the room. Although he was unsure of Sakura's thoughts, her expression indicated she was the first to be excluded from the gathering. Everyone, please don't be anxious. I'm not upset with you at all, Moken said warmly. I was merely startled by your sudden appearance. It's quite rare for anyone to visit my home, so I am genuinely happy you all came. Sakura smirked, exchanging triumphant glances with Ino and Tintin. See, you all are overreacting. Unfortunately, her smugness was met with eye rolls from Ino and Tintin. Ding. Congratulations to group member Hinata Hyuga. Your group level has increased from LV0 to LV1. and you have received a total attribute boost of 200. Seemingly sensing Moken's goodwill, the group system chimed in at the perfect moment. A flicker of surprise crossed Hinata's face, while Sakura waited in vain for the next notification, her expression darkening instantly. She wanted to curse and complain about it in the group chat, but being the clever girl she was, she quickly realized that doing so would only make her look foolish. Ino chimed in, "Congratulations, Hinata. This is quite the unexpected joy. It seems Moken truly isn't upset with us, right, forehead girl Sakura?" Tintin added, "Hinata has gained Moken's approval. Congratulations." "Isn't that right, Sakura?" Hinata responded, "Thank you. But I'm a little confused as to why Sakura didn't receive a boost." Ino echoed, "Indeed. Why is that, Sakura? What do you think?" Sakura retorted, "Stop nagging." Sakura was on the verge of exploding. She vaguely understood the reason but refused to admit it was her own fault, instead blaming the group chat system for targeting her. Ino winked at Sakura, her eyes filled with mischief, then laughed as she turned to Moken. "By the way, I heard that the third Hokage didn't blame you for yesterday's incident, right? It's a pity you couldn't become a ninja, but I believe you'll have another chance in the future. Also, I have to tell you something in secret. I went to the hospital yesterday and dealt with those two who ambushed you. Now they're notorious in the hospital and have even requested to be discharged before they fully recover." Ino knew that to gain enhancements, she needed to build a closer relationship with Moken, so she made sure her deeds didn't go unrecognized. Moken expressed his gratitude with a hint of sincerity. "Thank you so much, Ino. I didn't expect them to do something so outrageous. By the way, it was Teacher Deisho who interceded for me with the third Hokage. I must visit him soon to express my gratitude." Had Ino not brought it up, Moken might have forgotten about Shawemu and Ryota. He needed to find an opportunity to get back at them. Moken was not one to let things slide easily. As for Deisho, he was merely a background character, insignificant to the overall plot. However, since he helped him, Moken felt it would be ungrateful not to show any appreciation. "Moken is truly gentle." Ino praised him, pushing Moken onto the sofa. "As compensation for our unexpected visit, you should just relax here while we handle dinner." Moken noticed a fleeting look of disappointment in Ino's eyes, likely stemming from not receiving a group-level increase after her display of initiative. Chapter 24. Sakura excluded from the circle among the 4 flowers of Konoha. Sakura was the only one who had yet to receive an enhancement, prompting her to become even more enthusiastic. She shooed Ino out of the kitchen and took it upon herself to prepare dinner. While the taste was decent, her attitude remained askew, continually failing to win the approval of the chat system, or rather, Moken himself. This frustration boiled within her, and before finishing her meal, she stormed off in anger. "Sakura, if I ever show Moken a good face again, I'm a pig." "Ino, that is not too bad, though, pig Sakura." "Tintin, I have to speak fairly here. You can't blame Moken for this." "Hinata, I believe that to receive an enhancement, one must genuinely show kindness towards Moken. He is truly a good person." "Sakura, yes. Yes. In the first future video, you were forcefully kissed by him. Since he is so wonderful, why not find an opportunity to make amends? You might even level up again." "Hinata, Ino, Sakura, are you out of your mind? Is it everyone you want to bite? This is your own issue. First, you blamed Moken, and now you're blaming Hinata? Sakura, Ino pig, are you looking for a fight? Ino, are you afraid of me?" "Tintin, Sakura, if you continue this unreasonable behavior, don't blame us for not including you. And don't forget the second rule of the group. You've already crossed the line." "Sakura, I truly overreached to be with you all. I don't need your company. I'll draw the line here. Whoever wants to stay in this broken group can continue. I'm leaving." Clearly, as Tintin pointed out, Sakura had once again violated the group rules. The second rule states that members must coexist harmoniously. With the system validating this, Sakura had disrupted the harmony among members, given her much worse attitude compared to previous incidents. The punishment was also more severe. Before she could confirm her exit from the chat group, the punishment had already been enacted. The electric currents coursing through her were several times stronger than before, accompanied by a scorching fire, combining to create a force potent enough to reduce her to ashes in an instant. However, under the influence of a certain power, Sakura could distinctly feel the pain without suffering real harm. The electric shocks made her flesh and bones ache as if being devoured by 1,000 ants, a torment both sharp and numbing. The searing heat of the flames was not only painful, but also excruciatingly unbearable. Floating in midair, her body flickered with thick bolts of lightning and flames, and she let out a hoarse scream. Yet, the sound seemed trapped, as if obstructed from escaping. Confined within the small space of her surroundings, Sakura shed tears of regret, unable to endure such suffering. She yearned for it to stop, to faint away, to bear the pain no longer. For the first time in her life, she felt utterly helpless and terrified. She longed to apologize and seek help from her sisters in the group, but she was too weak to send a message. For a full 10 minutes, Sakura felt as though each second stretched into an eternity, her voice hoarse from her cries. This sensation became an indelible psychological shadow. After experiencing it once, she dared not endure it a second time. When the punishment finally concluded, she collapsed onto the ground, her eyes rolling back, drool trickling from the corner of her mouth. In that moment, she resembled someone who had just been rescued from drowning, her body soaked in sweat, her clothes clinging tightly to her form. A mere twist would release torrents of perspiration. After 10 minutes of punishment, it took Sakura 2 hours to regain her composure. Strangely, during this entire time, not a single passerby appeared. She was certainly not traversing a dark alley. Although the hour was late, it was not yet too late, and typically, there were still people frequenting this area. Upon regaining her senses, terror gripped Sakura, prompting her to hastily exit the chat group. She dared not linger in this wretched place, fearing another punishment might befall her at any moment. Just as she prepared to confirm her exit, the messages in the chat group froze her in her tracks. Ino Yamanaka, serves you right, got punished again, didn't he? With such pitiful cries, this punishment must have been even harsher than before. 10-10, Sakura, you ought to be more cautious. Surely, this time you'll learn your lesson. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura, what you said was indeed excessive this time. Upon hearing Sakura's anguished wails, the other 3 girls understood the situation. Yet they continued their activities, indifferent to her plight. Exiting the chat group would erase her memories associated with it, making her previous misfortunes seem futile. Furthermore, they had all received beneficial effects, meaning the gap between them would only widen. At that point, she would appear even more like a fool. A hint of resentment towards her so-called friends crept into Sakura's heart. Not only had they collectively criticized her, but they had also taken pleasure in her punishment. No, she could not simply withdraw. She needed to devise a method to obtain a more advanced enhancement, document everything that transpired in the group, seal it within a scroll, and only then exit the chat group. At that time, it would be her turn to look down upon them. Sakura quickly concocted what she deemed the most astute plan, to reap the benefits of the chat group and then abandon it. Absolutely flawless. However, she would need to exercise greater caution in her speech and actions. She never wished to endure such punishment again. Gathering her thoughts, Sakura dusted herself off and stood up, resuming her journey home as if nothing had transpired. At Imo-chen's residence, Sakura threw a tantrum and left. Although Ino and the others feigned indifference in the group, they were secretly concerned. They avoided drawing Imo-chen's attention and whispered among themselves. Ultimately, they all agreed that Sakura needed to face the consequences. If she could correct her attitude after this punishment, they might pretend nothing had happened. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to consider her one of their own. Their subtle exchanges did not escape Imo-chan's notice. He merely pretended not to see. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, they engaged in casual conversation, becoming a tad more familiar with one another. Imo-chan, I've heard that your abilities can easily defeat even high-ranking ninjas, though you haven't fully mastered them yet. Shall we head to the training grounds for some practice? Tintin initiated the topic, given that the future video depicted a battle between her and Imo-chan. And having confirmed the authenticity of the future content as harmless, they decided to proceed accordingly. Ino chimed in, let us go? I've actually improved quite a bit recently and would love to try my hand at real combat. Me too, Hinata added, her cheeks flushed. She had just received an enhancement and was eager to test it out. Imo-chan shrugged. Since you all insist, it would be rather rude of me to decline. However, I must clarify, Tintin, the ability you mentioned, I still cannot use it. That's precisely why we need to practice. Tintin interjected, disregarding Imo-chan's modesty as she grabbed his arm and led him outside. In the future video, during their first practice duel, Imo-chan had effortlessly defeated Tintin with 2 ninjutsu techniques. Yet the Tintin in that video lacked any enhancement effects. She was eager to see how she fared against Imo-chan after receiving an enhancement. Chapter 25, a new member in the chat group. Karen Uzumaki Water Style, Water Dragon Jutsu. A water dragon, measuring over 10 meters in length, surged forward. Tintin, Ino, and Hinata had no means of escape, and with a chorus of astonished cries, they were simultaneously swept away. The four gathered at the training grounds. Initially with Tintin sparring against Mo-chan while Hinata and Ino observed. However, the scene from the future video soon unfolded in its entirety. Tintin's attack was thwarted by Mo-chan's Earth-style Earth Wall, followed by his retaliatory Water Dragon Jutsu, leading to her defeat. At that moment, Tintin realized something. Regardless of whether she had enhancement effects, she was no match for Mo-chan. Unyielding, Tintin quickly invited Ino and Hinata to join forces against Mo-chan. Unfortunately, even their combined efforts only allowed them to last an additional 2 rounds before they too were sent flying by the Water Dragon Jutsu. Observing the thoroughly drenched girls, Mo-chan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although Ino and Hinata had received enhancements, they were merely graduates of the Ninja Academy, recently promoted to genin, and lacked combat experience. While the enhancements bolstered their attributes, they did little to enhance their on-the-spot fighting capabilities. Having Tintin accompany them was not so much a hindrance as it was a meager advantage. Mo-chan, you are truly formidable. Is this really a technique you just learned today? Ino exclaimed as she stood up with Mo-chan's assistance, entirely unfazed by her disheveled appearance. With several earth and water-style techniques, Mo-chan executed them with such proficiency that it was hard to believe he had only recently mastered them. I feel that even if I were twice as strong, I would stand no chance against you. The disparity is disheartening. Tintin lamented as Mo-chan helped her up. Feeling somewhat awkward and shy about her disheveled state, she observed Ino's nonchalance and felt compelled to follow suit, not wanting to appear less bold than in the future video. Hinata, however, was not as bold. Upon standing, she quickly hid behind Tintin and Ino. Her face flushed with embarrassment, nearly transforming into a steam princess. I suppose I'm merely a bit more talented. Mo-chan chuckled. Believe in your efforts, and you will soon catch up to me. Had they not seen the latter half of the future video, Ino and the others might have genuinely believed him. Ino rolled her eyes and said, catching up to you in strength is beyond my imagination, but in matters of love, I hold a bit more confidence. As she spoke, Ino cast flirtatious glances at Mo-chan and cheerfully remarked, so, how about it? Isn't my figure quite splendid? Do you have any thoughts? Mo-chan paused, momentarily flustered. Ino, why are you suddenly bringing this up? Tintin's mouth twitched as she quickly squeezed between Ino and Mo-chan, interjecting, Hey, let's keep our focus on training, alright? Be serious. Tintin shot a warning glance at Ino. Their relationship with Mo-chan had not yet reached that level, and frivolous banter could easily set them back. Ino realized she had been a bit hasty and playfully stuck out her tongue. I was just joking. Mo-chan certainly doesn't mind, right? Mo-chan cleared his throat, choosing not to respond, appearing slightly uncomfortable. However, this was merely a facade for the 3 young girls. He was currently playing the role of an innocent young man, neither proactive nor dismissive, carefully controlling the pace, ensuring that things did not progress too quickly. Tian cast a glance at Ino, feeling a tinge of helplessness, and then remarked, we are all soaked. We must hurry back to change into dry clothes. Moreover, it is getting late, so let's disband for now. Although they could have conversed a bit longer, the atmosphere had been shattered. Reluctantly, Tian bid farewell to Mo-chan and forcibly led Ino and Hinata away. Naturally, Mo-chan did not say much. Once the 3 girls departed, he made his way home alone. Ding. 1 member slot available. Selecting a new member at random. Please hold on. Just as Mo-chan finished his shower and lay on his bed, a notification from the system chimed in. A new member? What a sudden turn of events. Who could it be? A flicker of anticipation blossomed within him. Hopefully, it would be someone mature. The prospect of having an ally aiming to enhance the group's level for mutual benefits was indeed enticing. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Uzumaki Karen. Inviting the member to join the group. Ding. Uzumaki Karen has joined the chat group. Karen? Mo-chan paused, feeling a slight disappointment. Yet another budding flower. However, upon seeing the name, he suddenly recalled that during this period, Karen seemed to be in a dire predicament. His expression grew solemn at the thought. Simultaneously, the 4 Konoha flowers, each returned to their homes, received the final notification from the group system. Yamenka Ino, huh? A new member? I thought this chat group was just for us. I didn't realize newcomers could join. Tian Uzumaki? Is she from our village? Hyuga Hinata. I haven't heard that name before. Yamenka Ino. Uzumaki Karen. Please introduce yourself. At the edge of the grass-hidden village, Within a dilapidated wooden shack, a small girl with red hair curled up on the floor beside her bed, hugging her legs and burying her head deep within them. "Mama," the red-haired girl murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Suddenly, a flicker caught her eye, as though she beheld a peculiar scene. The girl hastily removed her glasses, wiped her eyes, and shook her head. When she looked again, the strange image was still there. Ding! Uzumaki Karen has successfully joined the Mo-chan's female protagonist group. Congratulations on becoming a member. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo-chan is the leader of this group. The leader's interests supersede all else. Members must never engage in any actions detrimental to the leader. 2. What is this? The red-haired girl listened to the notification echoing in her ears. Realizing it was not a figment of her imagination, and she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. At that moment, she was particularly sensitive and timid. The sudden emergence of the unknown frightened her, prompting her to close her eyes and bury her head between her legs once more. Yet, even then, the peculiar scene remained vivid. She could also see the chat records, where someone was urging her to speak. Uzumaki Karen, I am Karen. Yamenka Ino, I know your name is Uzumaki Karen. It is right there on the screen. I meant to ask about your identity. Tion, don't be nervous. We are not bad people and won't harm you. If you have questions, we can help clarify things. Let me first explain the situation of this chat group. Tion. So do you understand? Yamenka Ino, violating group rules will result in punishment. Previously, someone broke the rules and received a severe electric shock. That sensation is one I certainly do not wish to experience. So, Karen, rest assured, we will not harm you. Hyuga Hinata, yes. Only a few select individuals can join this chat group, so those who are here are indeed allies. Uzumaki Karen, is that so? Are you all Konoha ninjas? But I am in the grass-hidden village. Ding. The number of group members has reached 5. New features have been unlocked. Chapter 26. The plan to rescue Karen. Future video. Ding. The number of group members has reached 5. New features have been unlocked. The sudden system notification brought a hush to the chat group. Mo-chan also heard the notification. New features? It appeared there were hidden benefits. He hoped they would prove useful to him. Ding. The chat group's new feature has been successfully unlocked. Members can initiate video chats by consuming chakra. Video chat. What is this? Mo-chan found himself at a loss for words. While this function might be useful in critical moments, it also seemed rather superfluous. What a letdown. Yamenka Ino, video chat? What does that mean? Tion. I checked it out and have a general understanding. Immediately, Tion activated the video function, addressing everyone in the chat group. In the next moment, their chat interface displayed a scene of Tion, clad in a nightgown, lying on her bed. She wore a loose dress, and her usual bun had transformed into 2 ponytails, making her appear even more enchanting. The room was tidy and clean, dominated by white tones, with only a few essential pieces of furniture. Yamenka Ino, wow, is this the video function? I can actually see your surroundings from my home. Hyuga Hinata, it's my first time seeing Senior Tion's room. Tion, this function is much more convenient than voice messages. If something interesting happens, I can share it with the sisters in the group. If we encounter difficulties during missions, we can activate the video function, eliminating the need for tedious explanations. Yamenka Ino, it is indeed quite useful and entertaining. I want to try it too. Soon, another dedicated video screen appeared in the chat group, this time belonging to Ino. However, upon opening it, one might feel a bit embarrassed. Ino was taking a bath. She was reclining in the tub, surrounded by bubbles. The high-definition quality showcased her fair, supple skin, even revealing the pores distinctly. Yamenka Ino, this is incredible. I can adjust the angle freely, and I can see what I cannot see behind me. This way, it's not just for you to see. In certain situations, I can also use it for myself. Hyuga Hinata, wow, Ino's skin is so nice. It's truly enviable. Tion, Ino, be mindful. Yamenka Ino, we are all sisters here. No need to be overly concerned. With that, Ino even stood up from the water, striking a few poses and winking. Not only do I have great skin, but how many can compare to this figure? Though a bit shameless, she spoke the truth. Mo-chan was left speechless, his nose heating up, nearly causing a nosebleed. Yet, he had witnessed many things before. Even though it felt real through the screen, it wouldn't cause him to lose composure. Steady yourself. If they found out about this, my fate would be dire. Mo-chan hurriedly recited a calming mantra in his mind. Prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality. At that moment, another screen appeared in the chat group, this one belonging to Hinata. She was curled up under her blankets, revealing only her shy little face. Hyuga Hinata, I am just trying it out. The chakra consumption seems minimal. Tion. Yes, the chakra consumption is negligible, even in battle. Activating at 1T have any impact. Yamenka Ino, Uzumaki Karen, why don't you try activating the video as well? Let us get to know each other. Uzumaki Karen, Tion. It's alright. It's perfectly normal to have questions about the chat group. Just take your time to adjust. If you need any assistance, feel free to ask. Hyuga Hinata, but Karen is from the grass-hidden village, and she is a ninja too, right? It seems quite far from us. In the midst of their discussion, the topic of whether individuals from other villages would join them arose. It's uncertain, replied Tion. But it seems likely that new members will continue to join, although I wonder how the slots for these new members are determined. Hinata, in a moment of contemplation, noted. It appears that new members joined without any prior indication. Not only were they pondering this mystery, but Imo-chan was also deep in thought, lacking any clues, and soon decided to set the matter aside. With Xianglin now part of the chat group, as the group leader, Imo-chan felt compelled to devise a plan to rescue her. Once he mastered wood release by tomorrow, he would possess the requisite strength for the endeavor. Thus, he began to fabricate a narrative about Xianglin's rescue, ideally suggesting it would occur within the next few days. According to the original storyline, Xianglin's mother would die during this period due to having her chakra drained, and her fate remained uncertain at this point. Inheriting her mother's abilities, Xianglin would be immediately replaced after her mother's demise, becoming a living weapon for the grass-hidden village. Initially confined to a hospital, she would soon be taken to the battlefield and subsequently brought to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams. This time frame marked the darkest chapter of Xianglin's life. Even within the infinite Tsukuyami dream, she sought redemption by altering the outcome of this period. Oh, system, Imo-chan silently prayed. Please grant me your favor and spare me excessive effort. He quickly crafted a narrative concerning Xianglin's future, inwardly hoping for its acceptance before submitting it. After 2 previous attempts at creating future events, he had begun to discern some patterns. The future content should not be overly lengthy, and the details should remain somewhat vague, focusing solely on the desired theme. As for the rest, the plot would naturally progress in that direction. However, the task of infiltrating the grass-hidden village to rescue someone posed significant dangers. As depicted in the Blood Prison movie, despite being a small village, Grass-Hidden Village held an extraordinary status within the ninja world. The village's prison, located in the city of Hanzhou, housed rogue ninjas from various nations who could not be dealt with through conventional means, including some notorious international criminals. The grass-hidden ninjas tasked with guarding such criminals were formidable in their own right. With a soft chime, just as the women in the group were preparing for sleep after their conversation, the system sent a prompt announcing the upload of a future video segment. Future video? Tion exclaimed. Is it a daily occurrence? Hinata added. Yesterday, it was around the same time. Is there a pattern to it? Who cares about patterns? Let's just watch. I hope it relates to me, Ino remarked. Ahem, let's view it first, Tion suggested. In truth, they all believed this future video was more likely to concern Sakura. However, since Sakura had been distant lately, they refrained from bringing her up. Regrettably, upon opening the video, they discovered it was not about Sakura at all. Among the newly joined Konoha 4 Blossoms, 3 appeared in the future video, while Sakura was conspicuously absent, which piqued their curiosity. Thus, the future video commenced. The scene opened in the corridor of the grass-hidden hospital, where a burly man grasped a girl with red hair, dragging her forward. Initially, the girl protested with tears, but soon her expression grew numb. As they passed a dimly lit room, they glimpsed a motionless figure covered by a coarse cloth, with strands of red hair peeking out. The red-haired girl abruptly broke free from the man's grasp and rushed towards the figure. Before she could uncover the cloth, a hand, marred with bite marks, fell limply from beneath it. Stunned, the girl began to retch. The man re-entered, forcefully dragging the girl away, ignoring her struggles and cries. Moments later, he tossed the red-haired girl into a room filled with injured individuals, where several of them approached her with sinister grins. One of the injured seized her arm, preparing to bite down. Suddenly, the door burst open, slamming into that very injured person and sending them flying. A figure clad in a grass-hidden umbu mask and a black cloak swiftly shielded the red-haired girl, unleashing a water release. great waterfall technique, sweeping away everyone except her. The grass-hidden Umbu seized the opportunity to rescue the girl and took the previously covered red-haired woman as well. They were soon whisked away from grass-hidden village, arriving at a desolate mountain. Upon removing the mask, the identity revealed was none other than Imo-chun. He infused the red-haired woman with the immense vitality of wood release, astonishingly reviving her. It turned out she had merely been drained of chakra, her life force diminished but not entirely extinguished. Imo-chun's chakra was sufficient to bring her back. At this juncture, the narrative shifted to Imo-chun's perspective, recalling his training with Tianzong on the third day, which earned him comprehensive acknowledgement. The third Hokage deemed his training complete, assigning him to the Umbu. Imo-chun's first mission in the Umbu involved covertly investigating a particular matter in Grass-Hidden Village. During his infiltration, he inadvertently learned of the plight of the red-haired mother and daughter, and feeling a pang of compassion, he decided to deviate from his mission to rescue them. The video concluded here. Originally, Imo-chun had intended to stealthily locate the residence of Xianglin and her mother to extract them quietly without alerting anyone. Unfortunately, the system determined that this plan was unfeasible. Imo-chun pondered for a moment, speculating that perhaps Xianglin's mother was beyond saving. Even if he rushed to Grass-Hidden, he might not encounter her at her residence. Hence, he had to push the timeline forward a bit, crafting his narrative directly in line with the original plot. This plan, however, passed approval smoothly. Yet, the audacity of storming into Grass-Hidden Village to abduct their living weapon posed a considerable challenge, with the risk of falling into an encirclement at any moment. Furthermore, even if he succeeded in extracting them from Grass-Hidden Village, there was no telling what pursuit might follow. Imo-chun rubbed his temples in frustration. The primary issue was the urgency of time. Had he been given more leeway, he could have simply used the Mangekyo Sharingan to intervene, instilling fear in anyone who crossed his path, rather than exerting such effort. Crafting the future could not be a haphazard endeavor, at least for now. Despite his rapid progress, he could not activate the Mangekyo Sharingan within the bounds of logic, and the 3 Tomo was insufficient to allow him free reign in Grass-Hidden Village. Ino remarked, "Is that Xianglin?" "It must be her, Uzumaki Xianglin." Tian gasped. "Good heavens, is this how Xianglin and her mother live in Grass-Hidden Village?" Hinata exclaimed, "How outrageous." Ino added, "I never imagined such things existed in the ninja world, or perhaps this is the reality that one only glimpses after becoming a ninja." Tian interjected, "No, I have never witnessed anything like this either, but I know there are many dark aspects of this world, and ninjas can encounter such horrors, or even worse." At any moment, Xianglin inquired, "Is that person the group leader, Imo-chun?" Ino confirmed, "Indeed, the previous 2 future videos are saved in the group files. Have you seen them?" Xianglin replied, "Yes. But will he truly come to rescue my mother and me? It seems so unreal." Tian concluded, "Based on the timeline in the video, Imo-chun will join the Umbu in 2 days, taking on the mission to Grass-Hidden Village. Since Konoha is about a 2-day journey from there, Imo-chun will arrive in Grass-Hidden Village in approximately 4 to 5 days. In the mountains, Yamanaka Ino reassured, "Do not worry, Kaguya. Since in the video, you and your mother were saved by Imo-chun, this event will undoubtedly transpire. We have already verified the previous 2 future videos." Hinata Hyuga expressed her desire to assist, albeit with concerns. "But, will Imo-chun's actions provoke diplomatic issues?" Tintin chimed in. "Imo-chun has indeed contemplated this, which is why he disguised himself as a member of the Grass-Hidden Village's Umbu. As long as his identity remains concealed, the repercussions should be minimal. Regrettably, my abilities are too inadequate. Otherwise, I would certainly accompany Imo-chun." Yamanaka Ino continued, "Although we cannot directly participate in the rescue, we can certainly assist in the aftermath. We must devise a plan to leave the village during that period and at the very least help Kaguya and her family secure a new home. Is that agreeable, Tintin?" Hinata? Hinata responded, I can find a way to gather some funds, but I cannot guarantee our departure from the village." Tintin asserted, "You are both novices and still reliant on our Jonin sensei. I am the most suited for this. I will seek a personal mission that allows me to leave the village in the coming days. Leave this matter to me." Vortex Kaguya interjected softly, "You all." Yamanaka Ino reassured. Hinata previously mentioned that everyone in this group is an ally. With this chat group, we will undoubtedly become formidable in the future. Yamanaka Ino added, "Now is the time you most need assistance. We will certainly aid you. In the future, when we require help, we will call upon you." Tintin remarked, Though it may seem somewhat self-serving, the principle holds true. Kage, remember, our group is the most extraordinary in the shinobi world. We will astonish everyone one day. Hinata agreed. Yes, I too feel significantly more confident than before. Vortex Kage expressed gratitude. Thank you all. Kage's profound transformation did not go unnoticed by Sakura, who had been silently observing the conversations in the group. Previously filled with resentment and complaints, she now found herself in contemplative silence. She suddenly realized that, compared to Kage's predicament, her own grievances were trivial. Ultimately, Sakura's nature was one of kindness despite her occasional selfishness and stubbornness, which is why she could inherit Tsunade's legacy. The gravity of Kage's situation greatly impacted Sakura, broadening her perspective. Although she could not instantly transform her mindset, the stubbornness that once resided in her heart had gradually diminished. Chapter 28. Joining the Umbu and heading to the grass-hidden village in the following 2 days, Emochan focused intently on training alongside Tenzo. To prepare for the potential dangers that may arise in the grass-hidden village, he needed to enhance his strength, or else he would be playing with his own life. His talents had been exaggerated to an extraordinary degree in the fabricated future, and during his training, he exerted himself fully, progressing at a speed that left Tenzo astounded. Emochan successfully integrated wood release techniques in a single attempt. Mastering the techniques and amplifying their potency took merely a morning, during which he surpassed Tenzo's strength. By that afternoon, Emochan had comprehensively learned all wood release jutsu that Tenzo possessed, including the wood golem technique, which Tenzo could not utilize. By the next day, which marked the 3rd day of training with Tenzo, Emochan had exhausted Tenzo's entire repertoire of skills. He had initially hoped to acquire the knowledge stored in Tenzo's mind. But an envoy sent by the 3rd Hokage interrupted his training. Emochan, I have heard from Tenzo that your training has been remarkably smooth. You have perfectly integrated wood release and mastered numerous techniques, the 3rd Hokage said, sitting behind his desk, wearing the Hokage hat, and with a pipe in his mouth. Beaming with satisfaction, Tenzo, who had accompanied Emochan, stood behind him and let out a silent sigh. Although Emochan's training progressed rapidly, nearly surpassing him in strength within just 3 days, Tenzo felt hesitant to assign him tasks due to his swift advancement. He had intended for Emochan to consolidate his skills for a while longer, but the 3rd Hokage's urgency prompted him to summon Emochan so soon. Reporting to Lord Third, Emochan replied respectfully, I cannot claim mastery, but I have indeed integrated wood release and learned several jutsu, all thanks to teacher Tenzo. The 3rd Hokage was pleased with Emochan's attitude and the fact that he referred to Tenzo as his teacher after only 3 days of instruction. This respect for his mentor was a virtue that the 3rd Hokage valued. Excellent. The 3rd Hokage nodded appreciatively. In fact, I have observed your training on occasion. You truly possess exceptional qualities. Regardless of wood release, your talent, character, and determination set you apart. With your attributes, it would be challenging to become a true strongman by merely practicing in isolation. Therefore, I wish for you to join the Umbu and undertake a few missions to gain experience. What do you think? Naruto had already begun undertaking missions under Kakashi's guidance. And given his nature, it would not be long before he sought higher-level tasks, inevitably leaving the village. Although Kakashi was an elite jonin and had the Sharingan, the 3rd Hokage still harbored concerns. The 2 elder advisors of Konoha had expressed discontent, having approached the 3rd Hokage multiple times, wishing to confine the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within the village indefinitely. Nevertheless, the 3rd Hokage had his own considerations. Currently, he was dedicating his efforts to nurturing Emochan as an additional safeguard for Naruto. If Emochan were to mature into a formidable force, that safeguard would become unassailable. All according to Lord Third's instructions. Emochan outwardly appeared compliant with whatever the 3rd Hokage dictated. Joining the Umbu to execute missions was a plan he had fabricated to align with the future he envisioned, and the timing was impeccable. The system was indeed remarkable. Without any external interference, the storyline unfolded as depicted in the future videos. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu. Assigned to Tenzo's 3rd squad, the 3rd Hokage declared with a smile. Tenzo was elated, unexpectedly finding Emochan as his subordinate, allowing him to continue mentoring Emochan during their missions. However, before Tenzo could ponder further, the 3rd Hokage continued, there is an urgent mission to assign you, which will also serve as an assessment for your entry into the Umbu. Therefore, upon successfully completing this task, you will officially join. Understood. Lord Third. Emochin had no objections. Thus, the third Hokage began to outline the mission details. In 3 months, Konoha would host a grand Chunin exam. The event would take place in Konoha, but it would be a collaborative endeavor involving all allied shinobi villages from the Land of Fire and its surroundings. Due to the large number of participants, the preparatory efforts would require significant manpower and resources. Without delving into other matters, the invitations for the allied shinobi villages would be dispatched by ninja teams over the next few days. Emochin's responsibility would be directed towards the grass country. He would not be tasked with delivering the invitations. That duty would fall to another team. Instead, Emochin's mission was to follow closely behind that team to the grass-hidden village and secretly gather intelligence on the candidates sent by the grass-hidden village to participate in the Chunin exam. After outlining the mission, the third Hokage elaborated. Typically, such tasks require seasoned intelligence ninjas to execute. It would be challenging for a newcomer like you, who has never undertaken a mission, to handle this. However, with an overt team providing cover and considering the current vulnerability of the grass-hidden village's defenses, with your present abilities, you should be able to accomplish this as long as you proceed with caution. Tianzong expressed his anxiety, stating, nevertheless, Emo-chun has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy and has never left the village. He has not been instructed on the intricacies of intelligence gathering. While the Ninja Academy provided some superficial knowledge, it lacked concrete operational plans. The third Hokage waved his hand, saying, thus, I entrust you, Tianzong, with the responsibility of imparting the relevant skills to him. You both have the entire evening for this task, as Emo-chun will set off tomorrow morning. Given his talent, I have faith that he will master these skills swiftly. Although Tianzong remained somewhat apprehensive, he refrained from voicing further concerns. Consequently, matters were settled, and before departing, the third Hokage handed Emo-chun a dossier detailing the team assigned to deliver an invitation to the village hidden in the grass. To Emo-chun's surprise, this team included Tian, who was in the same class. Simultaneously, Tian appeared to have just received her mission notification, which she shared in the chat group. I initially intended to seek an individual task outside the village, but unexpectedly, I just received word that our team is to undertake a mission. Coincidentally, the destination is the village hidden in the grass, and we are to depart first thing tomorrow morning. Yamanaka Ino remarked, what an incredible coincidence. However, while you are with your team, will you still have time to meet with Xianglin? Hinata Hugo encouraged, good luck, Senior Tian. Tian responded, this mission seems relatively simple, and I should have ample time. I'll devise a way to avoid drawing attention from our team. I just hope I can assist Emo-chun and Xianglin. Vortex Xianglin cautioned, please prioritize your safety. I do not wish for either of you to endanger yourselves on my account. Tian reassured her, rest assured, Xianglin, I will not act recklessly. Moreover, should a crisis arise, as a Konoha ninja accompanied by a seasoned jonin, the village hidden in the grass would not dare to cause me trouble. Tian added. Most importantly, Emo-chun is exceptionally unique. You can place your trust in him. Yamanaka Ino chimed in. Remember to live stream your experience. Chapter 29, Emo-chun's first kill. The tree-bind kill in the past 2 days, in his quest to enhance his strength, Emo-chun refrained from utilizing his ability to fabricate the future. No matter how many abilities one possesses, a solid foundation is far more substantial. Presently, equipped with the Sharingan and would release techniques, he believed that bolstering his core strength would render other skills secondary. After departing from Tianzang's residence, dusk had already settled. Upon returning home, Emo-chun found that the house was tidy, and a note lay on the table, left by Tian after she had completed the cleaning. The note informed him that she would be leaving the village early the following morning for a mission, hence she needed to return home to rest. It seemed she would be absent from Konoha for several days and would be unable to assist him with his chores, including today. Tian had helped him clean 3 times, shared dinner with him twice, and they had trained together on 2 occasions. Although their interactions were not extensive, their bond had grown quite close. Among the 4 flowers of Konoha, Tian currently shared the most intimate relationship with him, illustrating the advantage of taking the initiative. At that moment, after discussing details regarding caring for Xianglin with the others in the chat group, Tian retired for the night. The remaining trio, Ino, Hinata, and Xianglin, engaged in casual conversation. After 2 days of acclimatization, Xiang Lin had begun to participate more actively in the group chat, which had become a sanctuary for her, fostering hope for the future. The others had gained a fair understanding of her circumstances and felt increasingly compelled to assist her in escaping the clutches of the village hidden in the grass. Meanwhile, Sakura had not participated in the group since their previous conflict and had not interacted with the other members in reality, choosing instead to remain within her own domain, leaving her current thoughts unknown. However, as long as she did not concede, the others would not seek her out, a consensus reached by Ino and the others. Regarding these matters, Emochin merely skimmed through the chat records for updates, without delving too deeply. Concerning the mission to rescue Xiang Lin and her mother, he had the system's backing and was confident in their success. However, the critical issues lay in how to secure their safety post-rescue and how to address the repercussions from the village hidden in the grass. For they were individuals extracted from there and could not be directly brought to Konoha without risking international disputes. Emochin planned to first position them in the nearest town to Konoha, seeking an opportunity to secure their status before they could officially join Konoha. Plans often falter amidst the unpredictability of reality, and pondering too much was futile. He resolved to take each step as it came. Soon, Emochin dismissed further thoughts, focusing instead on rejuvenating his energy for the forthcoming mission. The next morning, as dawn broke, Might Guy led the third team of 3 young ninjas on their journey. Emochin donned the umbu gear provided by Tianzong, trailing behind at a distance. Thanks to his wood release abilities, Emochin's presence blended seamlessly with the natural surroundings, significantly enhancing his sensory perception while traversing the wilderness. Within the third team, Niji's Byakugan might detect him, yet Niji did not maintain his Byakugan activated at all times. Furthermore, the Byakugan's visual capabilities are diffuse. Unless he concentrated his gaze, Emochin, having melded with nature, would be challenging to discern even within Niji's perceptual range. Thus, the journey proceeded without incident, and after 2 days of travel, they arrived at the village hidden in the grass. I have arrived at the village hidden in the grass, Tian announced. Once I submit the mission items, this task will be deemed a success, and I will take a half-day to rest here. However, according to previous predictions, Emochin should be arriving around this time as well. I wonder if I will cross paths with him. I am feeling quite anxious. My mother has not returned for several days. Is everything truly all right? Xiang Lin expressed her trepidation. Do not worry, Tian, please start the video live stream, Ino urged. Xiang Lin, rest assured. Did we not tell you that the content of the future videos is beyond doubt? Your mother will surely be fine, Ino reassured her. I too have faith in Emochin. He will undoubtedly succeed, Hinata added. All right, I have initiated the live stream. It seems a bit peculiar. The inhabitants of the village hidden in the grass appear quite busy and tense, imparting an atmosphere of heightened vigilance, Tian observed. That is due to the war. Xiang Lin interjected. The village hidden in the grass is currently engaged in conflict with neighboring nations, resulting in a surge of casualties. My mother. War is a term that feels so distant from us, Hinata reflected. I suddenly feel a bit anxious. Will the war affect me? Tian pondered aloud. Emochin's mission should not be related to this matter, right? Ino questioned. The future video did not disclose that information. All I know is that this is his first mission after joining the umbu. Considering this, umbu missions are indeed markedly different from those of ordinary ninjas. His first task is likely at least a B rank, Tian speculated. After all, Emochin's strength is beyond what we can compare, Hinata acknowledged. That is indeed true. Tian concurred. In the live stream, Tian and her companions followed a grass village ninja, who hurriedly led them forward, with numerous grass village ninjas rushing past them. Emochin lingered just outside the village hidden in the grass. Following Tianzang's teachings, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings. He soon discovered that the outer perimeter of the grass village lacked the extensive barriers that enveloped Konoha. However, numerous patrolling ninjas, both overt and covert, were present. The covert ninjas were, of course, part of the grass village's umbu division. A smirk crept across Emochin's face. The system indeed nudged the narrative in the direction of fabricating the future. Without expending much effort, Emochin swiftly dealt with one of the covert sentinels, utilizing wood release to absorb the chakra of his target. Tree bind kill. After donning the assailant's attire, Emochin clenched his fist, and the trees binding the individual instantly crushed him into a pulp. Under the control of Emochin, the trees dragged all traces underground. This marked Mo Chen's first kill in this world. Although he did not participate directly, the experience still left him feeling slightly nauseated, though it was not severe. He simply averted his gaze and took a few deep breaths to steady his emotions. According to the original plot, Xiang Lin resided in a secluded area of the grass village, where only a solitary wooden cabin stood, devoid of neighbors. Therefore, locating her would not pose much difficulty. Mo Chen easily infiltrated Grass Village, moving stealthily to avoid the public eye. Clad in the attire of the Umbu, even if some noticed him, no one would pay him any mind. Initially, he intended to ascertain Xiang Lin's location, but he first encountered the Grass Village Hospital. He decided to visit the hospital, hoping to rescue Xiang Lin's mother as well. Mo Chen's gaze flickered momentarily as he altered his course, swiftly heading towards the hospital. Given the wartime context, the hospital was bustling with activity, presenting a chaotic scene. Mo Chen strode confidently through the entrance, raising no suspicions. After all, Umbu members could also sustain injuries and require treatment. Just as the system had predicted, Mo Chen found Xiang Lin's mother with relative ease, but regrettably, when he located her, she was already beyond saving. Ah, so this is how it is. Mo Chen silently reflected, gaining a deeper understanding of the impact that fabricating the future could have on reality. Had he sought out Xiang Lin first, her mother might have been lost for good. However, while he was contemplating Xiang Lin, he inadvertently spotted the Grass Village Hospital and shifted his focus. Upon finding Xiang Lin's mother at the hospital, he transmitted a sliver of vitality to her, preserving the last flicker of her life force. This essence would allow her to linger a while longer until Mo Chen could extricate both mother and daughter from Grass Village. After all, at that moment, Xiang Lin and her mother were not in the same location. No matter which one he saved first, it would likely alert the other, complicating any further rescue. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and Mo Chen quickly spotted a burly man adorned with a Grass Village forehead protector, yanking on Xiang Lin's hair as he dragged her towards him. This was indeed a scene reminiscent of the plot's beginning. Mo Chen frowned and glanced at the chat group. Tian was still live-streaming, and the third squad led by Might Guy was conversing with the leader of Grass Village regarding the upcoming Chunin exams. Through the stream, the girls in the group were informed about the Chunin exam, and Tian was explaining the details. However, there was no sign of Xiang Lin in the chat records. She had not reached out to Tian or the others for help. Mo Chen could surmise Xiang Lin's thoughts. She likely did not wish to implicate Tian and wanted to personally verify the authenticity of the future video. Understanding this, Mo Chen quietly retreated into the shadows of the room. Mother, Xiang Lin, dragged over, spotted a body covered with a cloth. A few strands of red hair peeking through the gap, and immediately broke free from the Grass Village ninja's grasp to rush forward. In Grass Village, only she and her mother had red hair. However, before Xiang Lin could get close, a pale arm fell from under the cloth, marred by grotesque bite marks. Nausea surged within her as she caught a glimpse, and she could not contain her urge to retch. Tears filled her eyes. What had her mother endured? It was unimaginable. The previous Grass Village ninja approached, callously seizing Xiang Lin by the collar and dragging her away. Let me go? Mother! Mother! Xiang Lin cried out in desperation. To protect the village, this is the only way, the Grass Village ninja replied coldly. I regret the loss of your mother, but many injured await treatment. He dragged Xiang Lin into a ward filled with grievously injured patients, their cries of anguish echoing throughout the room. The ninja tossed Xiang Lin to the ground and moved forward to converse with the attending physician. Xiang Lin hesitated for a moment before pivoting to flee. Unfortunately, the ninja did not overlook her and yanked her back. Don't. Let me go, please. Xiang Lin cried helplessly. Although she could not be entirely sure if Mo Chen would come to her aid, the fear she felt in this moment was palpable. The Grass Village ninja, with a cold demeanor, stated, We sheltered you, a homeless child. You must earn your keep. At that moment, a chilling aura enveloped him. What was this sensation? An enemy? The Grass Village ninja's hair stood on end, his body freezing in place. That icy killing intent was firmly fixated upon him, rendering his movements sluggish. He was gripped by terror, completely stripped of his previous superiority over Xiang Lin. Suddenly, the temperature in the ward plummeted several degrees, and numerous individuals present began to sense the abnormality. The door to the ward swung open with a loud bang, and a figure entered, emanating a bone-chilling aura. What kind of oppressive presence was this? Among those present, only Xiang Lin was devoid of this feeling, Yet her gaze, like everyone else's, turned towards the entrance. There, a figure, not particularly tall, yet exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, walked in with heavy steps. His face was obscured by a white-patterned umbu mask, and he wore a black cloak that concealed his form. Was this Imo-chun? A wave of happiness surged within Xianglin. She felt an inexplicable kinship with him and could not help but take a step forward. This scene, in truth, deviated somewhat from the future video. In the video, to create tension, Imo-chun appeared only when someone was about to harm Xianglin. However, reality was distinct, and the predetermined future could be altered by the butterfly effect. Since Imo-chun was prepared, he would not delay his arrival for dramatic effect. Do you require assistance? A doctor inquired, relieved to see one of their own. Yet the grass village ninja who had brought Xianglin felt his heart race. That killing intent emanated from this umbu member. Something was amiss. Very amiss. This individual might be an infiltrating enemy, but this was merely his intuition, lacking any evidence. I have just returned from the battlefield, injured. She should be treated first. Imo-chun, disguised as an umbu, approached and reached for Xianglin. Under the circumstances, with Grass Village surrounded by their own, Imo-chun had to protect Xianglin to ensure her safety. The others did not think much of it. The umbu were formidable, executing clandestine missions, and they indeed had priority in using the human-shaped medicine if injured. The doctor immediately gestured for them to proceed. The Grass Village ninja who had brought Xianglin seemed to grasp the situation. This person was after the human-shaped medicine. Although he realized he might not be able to stop them, he forcibly moved to position himself between Imo-chun and Xianglin. Imo-chun, recognizing the ninja's intent, realized he had been exposed and swiftly moved, a flash of cold light slicing through the air. The Grass Village ninja let out a muffled grunt as blood spurted from his neck. Seizing the moment, Imo-chun dashed to Xianglin's side, scooping her up and whispering, "Do not resist. I am here to rescue you." So warm. This was Imo-chun. Xianglin gazed at him with adoration, but the umbu mask concealed his features from her view. At this moment, she cared little for her surroundings. This person represented hope for her, the embodiment of her lifelong dreams and aspirations. Someone quickly help. Until that moment, the body of the grass ninja fell to the ground, and only then did the people in the ward realize what had transpired, erupting into a chorus of shrieks. Suddenly, Xianglin recalled something and pleaded, "My mother is next door. Could you please take her with us?" "All right." Imo-chun nodded, immediately turning to flee, only to find his path obstructed. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of hurried footsteps drew near, and soon a throng of people charged in. After all, this was the territory of the Grass Village, and their response was swift. "What happened?" "Someone is trying to steal our human-shaped pill. Kill him." This person was undoubtedly not one of their village's covert operatives. A dozen grass ninjas surrounded the ward, quickly grasping the situation amid the tumult of voices, their gazes fixed on Imo-chun with hostility. Imo-chun sighed inwardly. He had been cautious. Yet attempting to rescue someone on enemy territory was somewhat unrealistic. There was no choice but to engage. Chapter 31. I am not foolish enough to need your reminder. Water release. Great waterfall technique. Imo-chun swiftly formed a series of seals, and instantly, a vast curtain of water surged up around him, enveloping the ward. The force of the water was immense, and given the proximity, even those who reacted quickly found it difficult to maneuver in such a confined space. This is bad move. How can he unleash such powerful water release techniques in a dry area? Who on earth is he? This guy's target is the human-shaped pill. He must not succeed. The ward was thrown into chaos, shouts echoing throughout. Seizing the opportunity, Imo-chun scooped up Xianglin and swiftly made his way to her mother's location. Boom. Imo-chun raised his fist, encased in rock, and smashed a large hole in the outer wall. He summoned a shadow clone to carry Xianglin's mother on its back, while he cradled Xianglin and darted towards the exit. However, despite his exceptional speed, he was still on enemy territory. The commotion, combined with the calls from the grass ninjas in the hospital, quickly drew many more grass ninjas from the vicinity. The striking red hair of Xianglin and her mother was conspicuous, making them easy to spot. Just as Imo-chun ushered them out of the hospital, a swarm of grass ninjas began to pursue them. "Who are you? Attempting to steal our human-shaped pill? Are you seeking death? He must be a spy from a neighboring country. Kill him." The human-shaped pill held significant strategic value in the grass village, and they would never allow Xianglin to be taken away. As the pursuing grass ninjas confirmed that Imo-chun was not one of their own, they immediately launched an offensive against him. Pretty quick on the uptake, Imo-chun scanned his surroundings, his expression growing serious. Carrying Xianglin and her mother impeded his movements, making it difficult to showcase his true strength. Furthermore, any blow to the shadow clone would cause it to dissipate, necessitating caution. If he had used a would-release clone, exposure would be problematic. Surrounded by enemies, the situation was undeniably perilous. Am I holding you back? Xianglin, sensing Imo-chun's predicament, momentarily lost her earlier joy of being rescued and became anxious. Would Imo-chun abandon her? Or perhaps leave her mother behind? After all, in such a situation, they might indeed be seen as burdens. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Imo-chun seemed to perceive Xianglin's worries and reassured her, a slight smirk gracing his lips. With this rabble, I am hardly at a loss. He merely found the current predicament troublesome, but it did not imply he was without recourse. Imo-chun instructed the shadow clone to find an opportunity to escape first while he diverted their attention. Let me show you the might of this rabble. Lightning release, lightning slash. A grass ninja appeared before Imo-chun, having overheard his words, and swung a shimmering blade of lightning toward his chest. Attempting to seize their human-shaped pill was something every grass ninja would vehemently oppose. Earth release, hardening. Imo-chun calmly uttered a few words, channeling chakra to envelop himself in a layer of rocky armor. Fool, you think you can withstand lightning with earth? Don't blame me for your demise. The grass ninja sneered, increasing the speed of his blade. However, before the blade could strike Imo-chun, he had already maneuvered behind him and swiftly slashed across his throat. The grass ninja clutched his neck with his unarmed left hand, blood gushing through his fingers, unable to stem the flow. I am not foolish enough to need your reminder. Earth release was merely a distraction, you fool. Imo-chun coolly explained, not even glancing back as he pressed onward. Bang! The grass ninja stood still for a moment before collapsing to the ground, his face a mask of disbelief. Fire release, ghost lantern. Before Imo-chun could take a few steps, he was blocked again. Two grass covert operatives, perceiving Imo-chun's clean and efficient swordsmanship, assumed he excelled in close combat and thus employed ranged attacks. The ghost lantern technique conjured several flaming orbs, controlled by the caster's will, striking wherever directed. While the power might not have been immense, it was perfectly suited for hindering foes or causing distractions. Moreover, once struck by an orb, evading the subsequent onslaught would prove challenging. Unfortunately, such an attack was still insufficient against Imo-chun. He summoned water chakra to envelop both himself and Xianglin, charging directly at the ghostly lanterns without even a glance. These fire techniques, with power less than that of a mere fireball jutsu, were nothing but a farce in the face of his chakra. He smashed through 3 ghost lanterns in succession, and upon realizing their techniques were ineffective against him, the 2 grass operatives exchanged glances and swiftly switched tactics. Fire release, explosive flames. Once again, the 2 unleashed a torrent of explosive flames that fused into a sweeping inferno. Be careful. Xianglin, lacking combat ability, could only cling tightly to Imo-chun, fearing any unnecessary movements might disrupt his performance. A trivial matter. Imo-chun remained unfazed, his chakra surging as he transformed it into water, gathering it toward the short blade he wielded. Water release, vortex water blade. The water chakra coalesced around the blade, compressing into a spiraling water spear that spun rapidly in unpredictable directions. As the flames approached, they were drawn in by the rotating water and extinguished. The inferno was torn open by this method, and Imo-chun surged forward through the breach, leaping high and thrusting the water blade forcefully ahead. Splurt! The hardened vortex water blade pierced one of the unprepared grass operatives, creating a gaping hole in his chest. With one caster eliminated, the accompanying ninjutsu fell apart due to the chakra disruption. The remaining grass operative, frightened, retreated a distance. But Imo-chun did not spare him a glance as he effortlessly broke through the encirclement. Surround him. Do not let him escape. Everyone, attack the one at the back. That one is a clone. The numerous grass ninjas shouted and rushed to pursue him. Yet, Imo-chun's speed was too great and his strength overwhelming. Each time someone attempted to impede his path, he easily countered their attack, often turning the tables on them. Were it not for the 2 burdens at his side, he could have easily dispatched them all, even against overwhelming numbers. Thus, they sought to act decisively while he was unable to fully utilize his power. The commotion soon caught the attention of Might Guy's team, who who had just submitted the invitation for the Chunin exam, confirming the grass village leader's intentions. Suddenly, the air was filled with the explosive sounds of ninjutsu and the chaotic cries of the crowd, leaving me utterly bewildered. It had already been established that the hidden grass village was at war with a neighboring nation, and I initially feared that the enemy had breached our defenses. "This is bad, Chief." A member of the grass village's Umbu rushed in, frantically shouting, "Someone is attempting to steal our human-shaped pills. The enemy is formidable, and we may not be able to stop them." The expression on the chief's face darkened instantly. Chapter 32. Here lies a hellscape. The members of Team 3 were somewhat taken aback. Is this the quality of the grass village's Umbu? However, what exactly are these human-shaped pills they mentioned? The very mention of them was disconcerting. Niji, Lee, and the others exchanged glances, each sensing the gravity in the other's eyes. Tintin recalled having heard about them from Kankuro, and upon hearing the news, her heart skipped a beat as she quickly tagged Kankuro in their chat group. "Tintin, Kankuro, is the commotion over there related to you? Has Machin arrived? Inazuka Hinata, is Machin-kun already on the move? Kankuro, did you find out already? Tintin, with such a commotion, how could one possibly remain unaware? Did we not agree that you would inform us if there was any situation? Inazuka Hinata, right. Why did you start acting without a word? We were left completely unprepared. Inazuka Hinata, Kankuro probably didn't want to worry us. Even if he told us, we wouldn't be able to help. Kankuro, indeed, I didn't want to burden you all. Tintin, you came here with a mission, so please do not involve yourselves in my matters. As for Machin, if there is danger, I would rather sacrifice myself than involve him." With that, Kankuro activated a video stream and adjusted the angle. On the screen, Machin wore a mask of the grass village's Umbu, carrying Kankuro on his back. Surrounding them were dozens of grass ninjas, while more reinforcements were rapidly approaching from a distance. The grass village was in chaos, and despite this, Machin found it challenging to break free from the encirclement. The shadow clone carrying Kankuro's mother had already broken through, perhaps because Kankuro's mother was already deceased. And given that it was merely a clone of Machin, the grass village's response was half-hearted, with the pressure resting squarely on Machin's true self and Kankuro. As Tintin focused her attention on the chat group, the chief of the grass village reprimanded the Umbu who had come to report, feigning a relaxed demeanor as he apologized to Might Guy. "I apologize for my subordinate's carelessness. I hope it has not caused you any embarrassment." The chief gestured for his subordinates to withdraw and continued, "Let us consider the matter of the Chunin exam settled. The grass village will certainly send representatives to Konoha for the examination. Regarding the details, it is getting late. You may rest in the village overnight, and we can discuss further tomorrow. Since you have traveled all this way to the grass village, there is no need to rush back. I will ensure you are well taken care of. However, due to the current special circumstances, it would be wise for you to refrain from venturing outside. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to inform my personnel." With that, the chief summoned someone to escort Guy's team to rest. A series of question marks hovered above the heads of Mike Guy and his companions. It was still not even 11 in the morning. How could it be getting late? Moreover, if he mentioned that it was a rare opportunity to visit the grass village and promised to host them well, why then prevent them from going outside? Was his idea of hospitality merely confining them to a room? Naturally, Guy and his companions understood that something was amiss in the grass village, likely involving some hidden secret of the village, and thus refrained from voicing their concerns, silently accepting the chief's arrangements. Only Tintin was able to discern the unfolding situation through Kankuro's video stream. Seeing Machin surrounded on multiple fronts, she felt a pang of anxiety. Yet, given her status and abilities, she found herself powerless to intervene. How fortuitous it would have been if the timing had been different. Perhaps then she could have devised a plan to assist. Tintin could not help but sigh in resignation. She had no plausible reason to leave now, and any action she took could easily arouse suspicion from the grass village. With no other recourse, she could only silently pray for Machin's safety. Meanwhile, Machin found his path ultimately obstructed. There were far too many ninjas near the grass hospital. Just a moment's delay had resulted in his entrapment. It was evident that this situation could not be resolved so easily. Machin sighed inwardly. In the fabricated future, after rescuing someone, he would have dashed outside without a second thought. Alas, reality is not so accommodating. Even in a small village, one cannot simply come and go as they please. If worst comes to worst, you must abandon me. Kankuro's face bore tension and fear, yet her gaze remained resolute. She had no prior connection to Machin and had never even met him before. Through the content of the future video, Kankuro learned that Machin had come to gather information. Upon discovering the plight of her and her mother, moved by a sense of justice and compassion, he had decided to rescue her. However, to go to such lengths for a stranger was already commendable. There was no need to risk one's life. Impossible. A man cannot simply concede defeat. Machin set Kankuro down and scoffed. I merely sought to avoid attracting too much attention. Since that is no longer feasible, let us fight. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Machin formed a series of seals, and in an instant, dozens of shadow clones emerged. One clone shielded Kankuro. Now, let us create a ruckus. Machin, along with his remaining clones, immediately launched an assault against the surrounding grass ninjas. The clones paired off, unleashing a barrage of combined jutsu utilizing water and earth techniques, swiftly decimating their foes. With his abundant chakra, Machin could easily dominate an entire village if he were to engage seriously, regardless of the type of ninja opposing him. They were rendered helpless before his composite ninjutsu, swiftly being cleared away. Two clones tasked with rescuing Kankuro seized the opportunity presented by the chaos to break through the encirclement and hastily make their way toward the village's outskirts. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Even if it means killing her, we must not let the human-shaped pills get away. Following the initial confusion, the grass ninjas quickly reorganized their offensive. Lacking the necessary strength, they resorted to explosive tags. Unfortunately, in the face of overwhelming power, sheer numbers often became a liability. Machin had no intention of entangling himself in a prolonged fight, and with his shadow clones now in play, he aimed for a swift resolution. Water release, hidden mist jutsu. Earth release, dust storm. Machin performed his techniques, enveloping the area in mist and swirling dust, effectively obscuring the enemy's vision. The fervor of the grass ninjas, once ignited, was instantly doused. The steps they had prepared to take in offense morphed into a defensive posture. In the next moment, Machin and his shadow clones activated their Sharingan, weaving through the haze, effortlessly harvesting lives one after another. He was not a bloodthirsty individual, nor did he relish the thrill of slaughter. Yet, the obsession displayed by these individuals toward the so-called human-shaped pills was profoundly disturbing to him. This was something Machin could not tolerate. Even if he were to let them go now, they would not relent, relentlessly pursuing Kankuro. Rather than allow for such a scenario, it was far better to eliminate them completely. With this thought in mind, Machin hastened his pace of reaping lives. Ultimately, he resorted to wood release, absorbing chakra, contorting his body, dismembering, and pulverizing his enemies. Thus, when the chief of the grass village arrived and utilized his wind release to disperse the haze, what awaited him was a scene of sheer hell. Ugh! Both the chief and the grass ninjas accompanying him retched at the sight. Chapter 33. Emo-chan is a ray of light. Emo-chan was still unable to burst forth from the confines of the grass-hidden village. Although he had dealt with the group outside the hospital, he was soon intercepted by others. The remaining shadow clones had already been recalled, leaving only one to protect Xianglin. Fortunately, another shadow clone had safely escorted Xianglin's mother away. Damn it, drop the human-shaped pill. Leave the pill behind and kneel and surrender, or the grass-hidden village will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Do you think you can escape alive? Our leader will not let you go. Everyone, attack together. Annihilate this brat. Do not worry about the human-shaped pill. As long as you avoid vital points, she will not perish. The numerous grass ninjas shouted in unison as they charged forward. Having witnessed the failure of their predecessors, they understood that the strength of the individual before them was formidable, and thus, they unleashed their full power. A myriad of ninjutsu rained down upon them, engulfing both Emo-chun and Xianglin's mother in the onslaught. However, they failed to notice that the killing intent surrounding Emo-chun, who had just dispatched several of their comrades, intensified. One human-shaped pill, and the grass-hidden village deserves to perish. Emo-chun, an outsider, felt a surge of anger. How much suffering had Xianglin and her mother endured over the years? The beasts of the grass-hidden village were less than animals, devoid of any value of existence. Earth style, four corners, earth flow wall. Thick, unadorned earthen walls rose from the ground, forming a protective barrier that absorbed the barrage of ninjutsu aimed at Emo-chun and his companions. Despite the impressive display, many of the attacks lacked potency, dissipating before they could even leave a mark on the walls. Few could inflict damage, and none approached the strength necessary to breach the earth flow wall. In the next moment, Emo-chun leapt high, vaulting over the earth flow wall and charging into the throng of ninjas. He had initially sought to rescue, but the actions of the grass-hidden village ignited his ire, overwhelming his restraint. Then let us kill. As the grass ninjas noticed his emergence, they immediately surrounded him, unleashing a fresh barrage of ninjutsu from all directions. Emo-chun gripped his short blade, his gaze frigid, and beneath his concealed sunglasses, the blood-red double tomo transformed into a triple. This time, Emo-chun did not evade. Chakra surged within him, enveloping his form in a layer of rock as he barreled towards the nearest grass ninja. Bang, bang, bang. Various elemental ninjutsu struck, shattering the rocky armor that encased Emo-chun. A particularly penetrating technique even pierced the armor, wounding his arm. Yet, Emo-chun did not flinch, rapidly advancing through the chaos. In a flash of cold light, several grass ninjas fell, their screams stifled before they could escape their fate. Boom. As Emo-chun dispatched several grass ninjas, a heavy blade struck his back. Despite his speed, his opponents were not sluggish. This was within the confines of the grass-hidden village. Nearly all the remaining ninjas had rushed to this location upon hearing the news. The heavy blade that struck Emo-chun's back belonged to a seasoned jonin. While not comparable to the elite jonin of the 5 great nations, he was still significantly stronger than ordinary jonin. The blow, infused with earth-based power, was formidable. Nearly 1,000 pounds of force. Emo-chun coughed up blood, the rocky armor on his back shattering, leaving him bloodied and mangled. Damn it. Teacher Tianzong truly went easy on me. This is nothing like a real fight for survival. Emo-chun grimaced in pain, yet did not falter in his movements. Instead of confronting the wielder of the heavy blade directly, he harnessed the force of the strike to propel himself forward, covering considerable distance in an instant. With swift strikes, several more grass ninjas met their demise. Meanwhile, chakra surged through him, healing his wounds rapidly, steaming as they mended. Is this guy a monster? The grass ninja wielding the heavy blade gaped in disbelief, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting distraction, the opportunity he had grasped slipped away, making it nearly impossible to pursue Emo-chun again. Thus, Emo-chun charged into the heart of the grass ninjas, slaughtering with relentless ferocity. Ultimately, it was but a small ninja village. While there were strong individuals, they were few and far between, with the majority unable to withstand even a single attack from Emo-chun. As time passed, Emo-chun's movements grew increasingly fierce, his battle experience skyrocketing. Simultaneously, some grass ninjas attempted to circumvent him and targeted the earth flow wall. Boom. Under the combined assault of several chunin, one section of the earth flow wall was swiftly breached. Water-style, exploding water shockwave. Unfortunately, what awaited them was a colossal wave of water. This technique was executed by Emo-chun's shadow clone, who carried Xianglin within the protective confines of the earth flow wall. As the grass ninjas prepared to surge through the breach, they were instantly scattered by the force of the water, their cries swept away by the torrent. Go! The shadow clone darted towards the path of least resistance. Where do you think you're escaping? The heavy-bladed grass ninja, having lost track of Emo-chun's main body, turned to see the shadow clone attempting to flee and immediately pursued. Multiple shadow clone technique. Emo-chun's shadow clone formed seals, instantly multiplying into dozens of clones that blocked the way. Heavy blade ninja, do you think chakra is free? As one of the few jonin in the grass-hidden village, and the most experienced among them, this ninja could only produce 2 clones at most, and they could not last long. Seeing Emo-chun so recklessly expend chakra, he could not help but shed tears of regret. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed by Emo-chun's numerous shadow clones. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow clones swiftly led Xianglin through the encirclement. Chaos ensued. The grass-hidden village was thrown into utter disarray. Most of their combat strength was tied up by Emo-chun, who single-handedly hunted down a throng of foes. The pressure on the shadow clones was minimal. The first clone had already exited the village, and the second was nearing the village's exit as well. Xianglin nestled within the embrace of the second shadow clone, clinging tightly to its neck, her gaze somewhat dazed. She could not comprehend why someone she had only met in passing would go to such lengths for her. A warm sensation surged within her, enveloping her body and softening her heart. Emo-chun was a ray of light, illuminating her once dreary world. Aside from her mother, he was the first person to protect her. Having watched the future unfold in a previous vision, she had silently vowed that if Emo-chun could rescue them from the clutches of the grass-hidden village, she would dedicate her life, to repaying him. Yet, as this moment arrived, she finally understood that Imo-chun was worth everything. Her life, her everything, would forever belong to Imo-chun. Chapter 34. Oh my goodness, Imo-chun is impressive Earth style, earthquake core, water style, exploding water shockwave. At the entrance of the grass-hidden village, 10 of Imo-chun's shadow clones joined forces to execute the Earth style technique, while simultaneously employing the water style, culminating in an expansive composite ninjutsu. The earthquake core involved cutting a substantial section of Earth and elevating it high using chakra. Naturally, the earthquake core was an amplified version. The combined chakra output of 10 shadow clones was nothing short of terrifying. The exploding water shockwave generated immense waves, akin to a vast lake. The combined force of 10 individuals executing the exploding water shockwave also resulted in an enlarged area of impact. Though this colossal composite ninjutsu could not compare to the divine techniques of Tendo Pain, the grass-hidden village was certainly no Konoha. Under the terrified gaze of the pursuing grass ninjas, a significant portion of the grass-hidden village was abruptly lifted into the air. Many of the hastily advancing individuals were unable to react, their bodies uncontrollably propelled along with the earth. Some were violently pinned to the ground, while others screamed as they tumbled from the heights. Yet, this was not the source of their greatest fear. In the next moment, a deluge cascaded from the heavens, resembling the Milky Way spilling onto the earth, leaving all witnessing grass ninjas in a state of despair. Stop this. The grass leader arrived late, his face paling at the sight. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared upwards. There was no time to consider countering the jutsu of Imo-chun. Such an expansive attack could not be thwarted even if he possessed the strength, as it required time to gather energy. The technique was already taking shape, rendering any attempt at prevention futile. The grass leader could only utilize wind-release ninjutsu to propel the affected grass ninjas to safety. While he stood helplessly watching the torrents crash down, obliterating and engulfing half the village, and continuing to devour the remaining area. Damn it, I swear. If I ever find out who you are, you will not escape unscathed. The leader trembled at the chaotic scene before him. As the head of the grass-hidden village, to have someone infiltrate their territory and abscond with their most vital strategic resources, all while he remained oblivious to their identity, was maddening. The theft of the human-shaped pill had already inflicted a tremendous loss upon the village, and now, with more than half the village destroyed and countless casualties, it was nearly inevitable that they would lose the impending war with their neighboring nation. The options were grim. Either surrender and pay exorbitant reparations, or brace themselves for annihilation. With no third choice available, this was the end for the grass-hidden village. The leader's face turned ashen as he coughed up blood and fell backward. The already chaotic grass-hidden village was plunged further into disarray with their leader unconscious, leaving no one to steer the situation. Everyone was lost in confusion, panic-stricken, and not a single soul organized an effort to rescue the victims. In the distance, Mike Guy and his team stood atop a hill, horrified by the turmoil, unsure whether to intervene. Out of a sense of duty as allies, they felt compelled to assist. However, without understanding the situation, their interference might unwittingly exacerbate the chaos. What had transpired? Was it an invasion by an enemy nation? Little Lee felt a pang of sympathy. Had it not been for Guy-sensei holding him back, he would have rushed out to help. Niji, using his Byakugan to survey the area, shook his head. The assailants have already departed, and their intentions remain unknown. However, with the leader incapacitated and no one to command, if an enemy were to invade now, they would be deserving of it. Tian felt a sense of vindication. Only she understood the truth, her consciousness still lingering in the chat group, watching Xiang Lin's live stream. At that moment, Imo-chun had successfully extricated himself along with Xiang Lin and her mother, with the grass ninjas too preoccupied to pursue. Seeing this, Tian relaxed completely. As long as Imo-chun and Xiang Lin were safe, she had no further concerns. Mike Guy pondered before addressing his students. Konoha and the grass-hidden village are allies. While we should not interfere in their matters, we can at least assist in rescuing the injured. With that, he led his students towards the site of suffering. Tian hesitated. Based on Xiang Lin's previous descriptions in the chat group, few within the grass-hidden village were truly innocent. Yet, they found themselves in this situation. And regardless, they had to at least make a show of helping. Meanwhile, Imo-chun had retracted all his shadow clones and brought Xiang Lin and her mother to a desolate mountain not far from the grass-hidden village. Once they confirmed their safety, He set Xiang Lin and her mother down. As soon as they touched the ground, Xiang Lin could no longer contain herself and leaped into Mo Chen's embrace, holding him tightly. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, but did not push her away. Thank you. Thank you, Xiang Lin expressed through tears, repeatedly uttering those two words. At that moment, she still felt as though she were in a dream. Everything seemed so surreal. She had truly left the grass-hidden village, and from now on, she would no longer endure their oppression. After a while, seeing that she had not yet calmed down, Mo Chen helplessly said, "Please release me. We can discuss everything later. I need to check on your mother's condition." Xiang Lin's mother was still clinging to the last vestiges of life. If he delayed, she might truly perish. Upon hearing this, Xiang Lin suddenly snapped to attention. "Mother." She hurriedly rushed toward her mother. Although she had seen in the video that Mo Chen had saved her mother and had just verified the video's authenticity, she had previously witnessed her mother appear lifeless in the hospital, with no breath remaining. "Mother, please wake up. We are safe now. Please wake up." Xiang Lin cried and laughed simultaneously. She was no longer concerned for her mother's life. She simply wanted to share this good news, certain it would bring her mother joy. "All right, let me handle this." Mo Chen smiled and approached Xiang Lin's mother, taking her right hand. Through the touch, he conveyed his life-infused chakra. This was not a ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan possessed an abundance of life force. Although Xiang Lin's mother had been drained of chakra, it was only temporary. Had it not been for the grass ninja's excessive exploitation, she would not have been left in such a state. As long as some chakra remained within her body, her Uzumaki lineage would allow her to recover swiftly. Thus, the grass ninjas truly deserved their fate. Even allowing Xiang Lin's mother a moment's rest would have sufficed. As Mo Chen transmitted his chakra, the flicker of life within Xiang Lin's mother was reignited. Her previously pallid complexion gradually regained its color, and her dormant spirit began to awaken. Possessing keen perception, Xiang Lin instantly sensed this change, and the last remnants of her unease dissipated entirely. "Wonderful, wonderful." Xiang Lin wept with joy. Were it not for the fear of disturbing her mother's recovery, she would have leaped back into Mo Chen's embrace. In the mountain, Ino, "Oh my gosh, Mo Chen is amazing." Hinata Hyuga, "Truly breathtaking. Is Mo Chen-kun really from our class? It feels like a dream." Tian Tian, "I was there on site. From a distance, it looked as if the sky had been torn apart, leaving me dumbfounded." Sakura Haruno. Chapter 35, Successful Rescue. Further exploration of the grass-hidden village. Uzumaki Kanai, expressing gratitude for the life-saving grace. After listening to Xiang Lin's account, Xiang Lin's mother knelt before Mo Chen, bowing her head in profound gratitude. Rising, she earnestly stated, "Thank you for rescuing us. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. Whatever you require of me, I shall devote myself entirely." Mo Chen had granted her a second chance at life, and she felt compelled to repay this debt. Even if Mo Chen had ulterior motives, seeking her abilities, she would accept it. After all, it was merely a transition from one perilous situation to another. At the very least, it would afford her more time to be with her daughter, which was a gain. Xiang Lin observed her mother's actions and hesitated before attempting to kneel as well. However, she was quickly stopped by Mo Chen, who gently lifted Xiang Lin's mother. "I saved you not for your gratitude, nor does your ability concern me," Mo Chen said, halting Xiang Lin's mother from kneeling further. "Rest assured, from this moment forward, you are free. I could not abide by the actions of the grass-hidden village. I empathized with your plight, which compelled me to intervene. As for your future, you may chart your own course." Both Xiang Lin and her mother, being of the Uzumaki clan with exceptional sensing abilities, could discern that Mo Chen's words were entirely sincere. If it were anyone else, they would likely be overjoyed at the prospect of embracing their newfound freedom. However, Uzumaki Kanai, the mother of Corinne, harbored no such thoughts. Instead, she was filled with apprehension. Moken, believing her concerns were about pursuing enemies, comforted her, saying, "You need not worry about the situation in Kusagakyur. They are currently too preoccupied to pursue you, and I shall ensure you are not captured again." Kanai sighed. "I just heard Corinne mention that the Lord has devastated a significant portion of Kusagakyur. They are now embroiled in a war with a neighboring nation, and under such circumstances, their defeat is inevitable, which is why I do not fret over Kusagakyur. My concern lies with the fact that the Lord must be aware of our capabilities. Innocent men suffer for their treasures. We lack the power to safeguard our abilities. Even if the Lord requires no repayment from us, I humbly beseech his protection." At the very least, please accept my daughter Corinne. She is still young and lacks a conducive environment for her training. Given time, she will undoubtedly become a great asset to you. Oh, the heart of a parent. Kanai's words stirred deep emotions within Moken. The plight of the mother and daughter duo was precarious. Without protection, even a departure from Kusagakure would not guarantee their safety. A pair of beautiful women, lacking combat prowess and possessing a unique constitution, would find limited choices even in their newfound freedom. Very well, then, let us return to the land of fire together. I shall find a suitable place for you to settle, and we can discuss matters further at a later time, Moken proposed after a moment's contemplation. He had no intention of abandoning Kanai and Corinne. Corinne's talent would certainly prove valuable in the future, especially since she was a member of the chat group. Moken's ability to fabricate future events was primarily linked to the members of that group, meaning he could enhance their powers through his foresight. However, it was essential to secure their loyalty first. Thank you, my lord, Kanai exclaimed, her joy palpable as she grasped Corinne and prepared to bow to Moken. Enough with the kneeling. I am not fond of such displays. Moken waved his hand dismissively, revealing his face by removing his mask. I am Moken, henceforth. You may simply address me by my name. He briefly introduced his identity, for they would soon be allies, and Kanai's demeanor suggested she viewed him as her superior. Although Moken did not share this sentiment, he would not indulge in unnecessary formalities. Currently, he could not directly take Corinne and her mother to Konoha. Even disregarding the situation in Kusagakure, the Uzumaki clan's bloodline was notably sensitive. Moken left a wood clone behind while he personally escorted them toward the land of fire. He had accomplished his primary objective in Kusagakure, but still had other tasks to attend to. Whether Kusagakure had the capacity to send representatives to the joint Chunin exams in Konoha was not a matter for Moken to ponder. Soon, his wood clone returned to Kusagakure. The village leader had previously fainted from anger, nearly causing the village to disintegrate. Fortunately, the clamor of the surroundings roused him, and he forcibly suppressed his tumultuous thoughts to organize a rescue operation among the villagers. With the leader's intervention, order was gradually restored, and the various departments resumed their duties amidst the chaos. Moken casually selected a hapless individual to replace and infiltrated the inner workings of Kusagakure once more. Hey, you over there, come here. Just as Moken emerged from a secluded spot after changing his identity, he was called by a grass ninja. Upon turning, he found himself face to face with the infamous Great Blade Grass Ninja, who sported a battered visage and numerous bruises, courtesy of Moken's shadow clones. This individual held a significant position within Kusagakure, comparable to Kakashi during Tsunade's era in Konoha. To avoid revealing his identity, Moken quickly approached him. To his surprise, several figures emerged from the building behind the Great Blade Ninja, revealing themselves to be Might Guy's third team. The Great Blade Ninja pointed at Might Guy and his companions, instructing Moken, "These guests hail from Konoha, but our village is currently in a precarious situation and cannot host them. Please escort them to the village." He then cast Moken a discreet glance. However, with his swollen face, Moken found it difficult to interpret his expression. He surmised that the Great Blade Ninja likely wished for him to ensure that Guy and his team safely exited the vicinity of Kusagakure. Given the current state of the village, it was clear that he could not act against them. Reluctantly, Moken accepted the task and led Might Guy's team toward the village entrance. "My apologies for the lack of hospitality. I hope you can forgive us," Moken offered as he guided them along. "Once our village stabilizes, should you have the opportunity to return, we shall ensure you are properly welcomed." "Haha, no worries. We understand." Guy beamed, revealing his bright white teeth, his goofy grin belying the strength he possessed. "However, one matter piqued my curiosity, albeit a bit presumptuously," Guy remarked, still grinning. Moken glanced at him surreptitiously, maintaining his composure. "As esteemed guests of Kusagakure, feel free to inquire anything, as long as it does not breach confidentiality. I will gladly share what I know." Guy, with a cautious demeanor, began. "I initially believed the recent casualties were due to ninjas from a neighboring nation at war with you. However, if that were the case, they would not pass up the opportunity to send a large force to continue their assault. So, I am curious, if they are not ninjas from an enemy nation, what kind of deep-seated animosity could provoke such chaos?" Chapter 36. The demise of Kusagakure is imminent indeed. Those who ascend to the rank of Jonin, or even elite Jonin, cannot be truly naive. Might Guy, while straightforward in demeanor, was not devoid of intellect. Adopting a foolish guise to gather intelligence could easily mislead others. And even if he inadvertently breached any taboos, others would not take it too seriously when rebuffed. Of course, his inquiry concerned the secrets of Kusagakure, which had little to do with Moken. It was a delicate matter to discuss, but as guests from Konoha, he could discreetly share the information, hoping they would keep it to themselves. Moken leaned in, peering around as if about to divulge a juicy secret, wary of being overheard. Lee, Niji, and the others exchanged glances, promptly assuring Moken of their discretion. Without hesitation, Moken recounted the details regarding the human-shaped pills. Karin and her mother hailed from the Uzumaki clan, possessing a unique constitution with an abundance of chakra vitality. Kusagakure had stumbled upon this fact. By biting their flesh and absorbing their chakra, one could transfer vitality to themselves, achieving healing effects. In simpler terms, if injured, one could bite them and recover. Regardless of the severity of the injury, as long as one was not dead, they could be saved and restored rapidly. The price paid by Karin and her mother was merely the consumption of chakra, which was negligible for ninjas. However, due to the ongoing war, Kusagakure had suffered immense casualties, with countless individuals wounded or on the brink of death. The more severe the injury, the more chakra the human-shaped pills needed to absorb for recovery. Kanai, Karin's mother, had been continuously drained without respite to recover, ultimately succumbing to the extraction. Fortunately, Karin inherited her mother's unique constitution, meaning that even with Kanai's demise, Karin still represented a continuation of that legacy. Who could have anticipated the sudden appearance of such a formidable individual who abducted Karin and even took her mother's lifeless body? This incident bore no relation to the neighboring nations. Emo-chun remained cautious, peering around as he spoke. That individual must have discovered this matter through some channel, which is why he has come to the village to abduct people. With the loss of the humanoid pills and the injuries and deaths inflicted upon many, this war may very well be lost. Should you acquire any information regarding the humanoid pills, I hope you can promptly inform Chao-in. We shall certainly reward you handsomely. At this point, the group had reached the entrance of Chao-in village. Emo-chun waved his hand and said, I shall escort you no further. I wish you safe travels and hope we may meet again in the future. However, upon hearing Emo-chun's account, the members of Team Kai felt a tumult of emotions within. The revelation that Chao-in village had secretly detained members of the Uzumaki clan for the purpose of cultivating humanoid pills was utterly shocking. Even Mike Guy, who had witnessed the brutality of war and understood the darkness of the ninja world, found his worldview shaken. Tintin had been aware of these matters, but hearing Emo-chun's description ignited a surge of fury within her. Unfortunately, their unique identities meant they represented the face of Konoha. Otherwise, they would have ensured that the inhabitants of Chao-in experienced the same fate as the mother and daughter of Karin. Team Kai's mood soured, and they had little desire to continue bantering with Emo-chun. They exchanged only a few perfunctory remarks before departing with heavy hearts. Yet, before they could leave Emo-chun's line of sight, a petite figure suddenly dashed out from the nearby woods, launching an attack on Team Kai. This individual, roughly the same size as Tintin and clad in the garb of Chao Yin Zumbu, clearly possessed the strength of a Jinin Tachunin. Upon revealing herself, she first hurled a barrage of ninja tools at Team Kai, then charged forward wielding a kunai. With such meager strength, even if she had reinforcements and the element of surprise on her side, success was improbable. Emo-chun, witnessing this scene from a distance, was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The Umbu of Chao-in? Niji immediately activated his Byakugan, deftly deflecting several projectiles with the gentle fist technique. Lee followed suit with a series of punches and kicks, similarly sending several projectiles flying. Puzzled as he exclaimed, Why? And why is it just one person attacking? Forget the questions. Let us subdue her first. Tintin unfurled a scroll, unleashing a multitude of weapons that intercepted the remaining ninja tools. Judging by the assailant's size, she appeared to be a girl of Tintin's stature. However, since she had initiated combat, she was undoubtedly an enemy. Guy swiftly maneuvered behind the girl, delivering a precise chop to her neck, causing her to crumple to the ground. Such audacity to attempt assassination? At this moment, Emo-chun and several other Chao-in ninjas who had witnessed the incident rushed over. Tintin and the others immediately took defensive stances, with Niji sternly questioning. What is the meaning of this from Chao-in village? Are you declaring war on Konoha? One of the Chao-in ninjas hastily called out. This is a misunderstanding. We are equally unaware of the situation, But Chaoyin village has no intention of harming you or opposing Konoha. Li remained vigilant, demanding, "How do you explain this individual's actions? She is undoubtedly one of your umbu." Given Mo Chen's prior explanation regarding the humanoid pills, their hostility toward Chaoyin village had intensified. In such a charged atmosphere, even a minor conflict could easily escalate into outright combat. Mo Chen stood by, observing with a detached demeanor, almost wishing for a confrontation between the two sides. Might Guy returned, dragging the unconscious umbu from Chao In and tossing her before the other ninjas, declaring, "We require an explanation. Wait, just a moment. I will get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." The Chaoyin ninja was sweating profusely. They could not afford to offend Konoha, especially in these extraordinary circumstances. He hurriedly approached, removing the umbu's mask to reveal a delicate face. Longja. Several Chaoyin ninjas gasped, utterly bewildered by the situation. Initially, they had thought that someone was impersonating a Chaoyin ninja to attack Konoha ninjas, attempting to incite conflict between the two nations. But Longja was one of their own. Mo Chun raised an eyebrow, recognizing Longja as a character from the theatrical version of Blood Prison. Known for possessing the forbidden technique of dragon's reincarnation, capable of exchanging one life for another, though she was still too inexperienced. Longja did not strike him as someone who would instigate conflict. How could she have committed such a reckless act? Soon, the Chaoyin ninjas roused Longja. As they interrogated her, she turned her face away defiantly, stating, "I have nothing to say. Now that the mission has failed, you may do as you wish." "Do you grasp the gravity of your actions?" The leading Chaoyin ninja bellowed angrily. "Your actions could bring catastrophic disaster upon Chaoyin village. Confess at once. Or have you betrayed the village?" "Catastrophic disaster? Do you even have the audacity to mention that?" Longzhou exploded, as if her tail had been stepped on. "It is your coercion of Aunt Karine into becoming a humanoid pill that has led to today's calamity, even without my involvement. How long do you think Chaoyin can endure? 10 days? Half a month? The village is on the brink of ruin, and it is all of your doing." "What did you just say?" The Chaoyin ninjas surrounding her, excluding Mo Chun, were incensed. Chapter 37. Happy ending. Mo Chun recalled that Chaoyin village was divided into two factions, though he had forgotten the specific names. One was hawkish and the other dovish. The hawkish faction advocated for any means necessary for the rise of Chaoyin village, aspiring to surpass the 5 great nations, with the pleasure treasure being one of their schemes. However, the dovish faction, while also desiring the strength of their nation, employed relatively gentler methods. Regardless of their differences, both factions surprisingly agreed on the matter concerning Karine and her daughter. Virtually no one in Chaoyin village felt pity for them. Longja speaking on their behalf was truly an anomaly. Even though the predicament facing Chaoyin village was a consequence of Karine and her daughter, no one believed they had erred. The real culprits were those who had abducted Karine and her daughter, leading to the current turmoil. "Do you understand the implications of your words? With just that statement, I could deem you a traitor to the village. If you were treated as a rogue ninja, no one would object." The leading Chaoyin ninja shouted furiously. Longja had made such statements before, but previously, no one had taken notice because she had been powerless. However, now, before Konoha ninjas, not only had she spoken out, but she had also engaged in an attack, inciting hatred against Chaoyin. This crossed a line. Longja remained obstinate, coldly retorting, "If our paths do not align, then feel free to kill me." With her childhood friend Wugo lost to her forever, she had lost all hope in this world. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you?" The Chaoyin ninjas were furious, several of them itching to strike. "Wait," Might Guy intervened, addressing Longja. "I am unaware of the internal affairs of your Chaoyin village, but what do your matters have to do with us? Why did you attack us?" Several Chaoyin ninjas recognized the gravity of the situation and paused their actions momentarily. Longja's expression grew complex as she sighed. "I apologize, but I still have nothing to say." "How bold!" the leading Chaoyin ninja shouted. "At this point, you still refuse to confess. If Chaoyin village falls, it will undoubtedly be due to all of you." Longja scoffed mockingly. "Scoundrel! Unrepentant! Just kill her." The notion of sparing her was deemed too dangerous. She clearly did not share their interests. There was no need to keep her alive, as she would never divulge anything. Thus, execution was the only option. The Chaoyin ninjas were furious, fearing that Konoha might impose retribution upon Chaoyin, which would only exacerbate their dilemma. Mo Chun, deep in thought, speculated. "Could it be that you intend to leverage Konoha's pursuit of accountability against Chaoyin to indirectly save your village?" Longe's expression faltered, a hint of guilt crossing her face as she replied, I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. This is evidently a case of there's no silver here. Yet others failed to grasp the essence of Mo Chen's words and began to inquire. Mo Chen elucidated, with Longe's capabilities, even if she were foolish, she would understand that she poses no threat to Konoha. She is deliberately courting death. However, even should she perish, her brazen assault on a ninja of the allied nations constitutes a grave offense, and Konoha will undoubtedly hold Grass Hidden accountable, perhaps even dispatching personnel to demand explanations. Once Konoha intervenes, our conflict with neighboring nations will be interrupted, even if Grass Hidden finds itself in dire straits. The neighboring countries would not dare to seize the opportunity amid turmoil. If her intent was indeed assassination, Longe's preparations could not be so rudimentary. From the outset, Mo Chen had realized her suicidal mission, but such an act must be justified. It wasn't until Longe displayed a look of guilt towards Kai and the others that Mo Chen began to uncover the truth. Upon hearing Mo Chen's analysis, those present stood in stunned silence. Could it truly be so? The Grass-Hidden ninjas struggled to accept this explanation. Just moments ago, they had called for Longe's death, branding her a traitor, only to discover that the fool was indeed themselves. Yet, witnessing Longe's speechlessness and her embarrassed demeanor, they recognized that Mo Chen had surmised correctly. Mike Guy glanced at Long Zhou and sighed. Let her go. We shall not pursue this matter further and will report truthfully to Lord Hokage. However, I cannot guarantee how he will respond. Every individual who willingly sacrifices for a noble cause deserves respect. The animosity that Kai's team harbored towards Grass Hidden due to the human-shaped pills began to dissipate because of Long Zhou. Thank you for your magnanimity, the leading grass ninja remarked, his expression complex. Nevertheless, Long Zhou's reckless actions cannot be overlooked. I will report to the leader for him to handle personally. Kai opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from saying more. After bidding farewell to the group, he departed with the members of Team 3. Let us go meet the leader. The leading grass ninja urged, escorting Long Zhou. Even if your original intent was for the village, I still cannot forgive you for speaking on behalf of that ungrateful wretch regarding the human-shaped pills. The sentiment was shared among the others. They had taken in the mother and daughter, and it was taken for granted that the latter would contribute. You are truly hopeless. Long Zhou huffed, indignantly striding ahead. The leading grass ninja turned to Mo Chen and said, Jian Ta, you have accomplished a great feat this time. I shall commend you to the leader. Soon, only Mo Chen remained in place. It was regrettable that a confrontation had not ensued, but it mattered little to him. He harbored a desire for Kai and Grass Hidden's conflict to escalate, ideally culminating in Kai unleashing the seventh gate to obliterate Grass Hidden. Yet, in light of Long Zhou's actions, Mo Chen felt a pang of compassion that compelled him to reveal the truth. Ultimately, he was merely a shadow left behind to fulfill the mission assigned by the third Hokage. The vendetta of Grass Hidden against the mother and daughter had largely been avenged. The remainder would be for Xiang Lin to address when she matured. Of course, this was contingent upon Grass Hidden not perishing before that time. In the next moment, Mo Chen vanished from the spot. In the chat group, conversations resumed. The livestream featuring Xiang Lin ended shortly after Mo Chen rescued them. Tian encountered an attack while departing from Grass Hidden, prompting her to initiate a livestream. Thus, the entirety of their journey through Grass Hidden became known to the group. Tian, finally over. This mission has been quite thought-provoking. Uzumaki Xianglin, I never expected there would be someone in Grass Hidden to speak on behalf of my mother and me. Long Zhou, I will remember you. Yamanaka Ino, I hope Long Zhou won't face severe punishment. However, now that her intentions have been unveiled, at least she won't face the death penalty. Hinata Hyuga, I hope she will be alright. Tian, both Xiang Lin and her mother have been saved. Mo Chen has remained undiscovered. And our mission has concluded smoothly. This is a happy ending. Uzumaki Xianglin, thank you all. Now, Mo Chen-kun is taking us to a small town for a meal. I have never felt so happy and full of anticipation for the future. Uzumaki Xianglin, it's a pity I can't go to Konoha yet, otherwise, I would definitely thank you all in person. Yamanaka Ino, there will be opportunities, and once you settle down, we can visit you during our missions. Hinata Hyuga, I haven't been of any help. Tian, we are all sisters in this group. There's no need for such formality. Chapter 38. Has Niji's youth withered? 2 days later, within the borders of the Land of Fire, in the town closest to Konoha, Mo-chan settled Xiang Lin and Xiang Nai here, renting them a courtyard and providing sufficient living supplies. For the time being, you shall stay here, Mo-chan stated, handing all but a few thousand ryo to Xiang Nai. I originally intended to purchase this courtyard outright, but my funds fell short. In due time, I will find an opportunity to bring you both to Konoha. This place is already quite good, Xiang Nai replied, visibly moved. The mere prospect of freedom was her greatest aspiration. Considerations of living standards paled in comparison. Xiang Lin tugged at Mo-chan's sleeve, reluctant to see him depart. Over the past 2 days, Mo-chan's approachable nature had opened the hearts of Xiang Lin and her mother, making him the closest person to them in this world. If all goes well, I will return soon to fetch you both, Mo-chan reassured, gently ruffling Xiang Lin's hair. He had developed a fondness for the pitiful girl with a slightly naive and infatuated disposition, viewing her as a sister. Mo-chan wrestled with the decision of whether to bring Xiang Lin and her mother to Konoha swiftly, but the implications of their Uzumaki heritage, coupled with their unique physique, could potentially provoke unforeseen complications. It was difficult to ascertain the third Hokage's true thoughts, though he outwardly portrayed himself as a benevolent figure. Such a facade could not be allowed to crumble. Doing so would jeopardize his reputation. Yet, lurking in the shadows was the cunning Danzo, and if Xiang Lin were to arrive in Konoha, it could very well be akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Mo-chan could not possibly remain vigilant at all times. Nevertheless, these concerns could be addressed through the fabrication of a future narrative. Mo-chan simply needed time to contemplate. Thank you for your concern, Mo-chan Dano, Xiang Nai stated earnestly. To be able to leave grass hidden and live as a normal person is already the greatest aspiration of my life. Although I wish to stay by your side and assist you, at the very least, I could care for your daily needs as a way to repay your immense kindness. However, please do not feel compelled to do anything that would cause you distress on our behalf. A flicker of helplessness crossed Mo-chan's face, despite his several corrections. Xiang Nai steadfastly insisted on addressing him as Dano. You need not worry about my affairs. I possess certain privileges in Konoha. However, as a newcomer, my influence is limited, which is why I cannot arrange matters for you at this time. Mo-chan waved his hand dismissively, continuing, Aunt Xiang Nai, during my absence, you must keep your identities concealed. When you go out, please wear the hats I bought for you. While there are not many individuals who recognize the Uzumaki clan's red-haired members, some do exist, and it would be unfortunate to encounter them. Additionally, when you have the opportunity, teach Xiang Lin the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. She will undoubtedly find them useful soon. Understood. Xiang Nai complied wholeheartedly with Mo-chan's instructions. All right. Do not be so reluctant. We will see each other again soon. Mo-chan patted Xiang Lin's head once more before swiftly disappearing. At that moment, Kai's team had also arrived in the small town. They had departed from grass hidden shortly after Mo-chan, intending to return to Konoha without delay. But Tian insisted on stopping to purchase a few items due to Xiang Lin's presence. She wished for the others to return first. Yet Kai's thought processes were not always comprehensible to others. Eager to return to her village, yet reluctant to abandon her companions, Tian chose to stay behind, continually urging them from behind. While her companions, particularly Shaoli, wore expressions of exasperation, they felt powerless to assist her. It was imperative to devise a strategy to extricate herself from their company. With such a teacher and a teammate like Shaoli, who seemed to be a mere replica of a template, Tian found herself utterly drained. Life was arduous, and she sighed heavily. Soon, passing by a shop selling chilled beverages, a thought struck her. She addressed Kai and the others, suggesting, having been preoccupied with our journey these past few days, let me treat you to some drinks. You can rest here in the shop while I procure some supplies, and once I am done, I shall return to gather you. What nonsense! Shaoli immediately protested. We are a team, bound to stand by each other through thick and thin. How can we rest while you toil alone? I can at least help carry your items. Shaoli's point was not without merit. Kai, with a forceful slap on Tian's shoulder, nearly caused her to stumble. Despite her evident frustration, Kai flashed a bright smile, showcasing his gleaming white teeth, and declared, youth should not be squandered. Should you require assistance, dear teacher, do not hesitate to ask. Tian's lips twitched in exasperation. Their mere presence in the beverage shop would be the greatest assistance they could provide. Yet, once these two stubborn mules set their minds, no amount of reasoning would sway them. With no other options, Tian directed her pleading gaze towards Ningxiai. the only member of the team who appeared somewhat rational. Ning Xi, though initially puzzled as to why Tian Tian was so determined to distance them, quickly deduced the situation. She must be in need of feminine products, hence her reticence in voicing her needs. It would be imprudent for us men to accompany her. Very well, Teacher Kai. Shaoli, Ning Xi asserted as he forcibly guided both men towards the beverage shop. Since Tian Tian has expressed her wishes, it is clear she has her own considerations. While the desire to assist our companion is commendable, excessive enthusiasm may inadvertently cause her distress. We are near Konoha, and danger is unlikely. We should patiently await her return. He then offered Tian Tian a reassuring glance. What? Are we indeed causing her distress? Shaoli exclaimed incredulously, his disbelief palpable. How could that be? I only intended to help. Oh no, Kai lamented, clutching his head in despair. Ning Xi, how could you utter such heartless words? Concern for a companion should be fervent. Only through passion and enthusiasm can we honor our vibrant youth. Has your youth already begun to wither? I will not allow it. Shaoli echoed passionately. This is unacceptable. You are not the Ning Xi I know. It makes sense now. The Ning Xi who has been with us all this time has been swapped out. Kai shouted. How did I not notice sooner? No wonder you sought to separate us from Tian Tian. This is a clever diversion. Truly, it was Kai's keen insight that revealed Ning Xi's supposed deception. Shaoli's eyes blazed with fervor as he bellowed. Where's the real Ning Xi? Speak up. Observe my Konoha whirlwind. Konoha great gale. Instantly, chaos erupted within the beverage shop, accompanied by Ning Xi's frustrated protests. I am Ning Xi. Byakugan. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Outside. Tian Tian's lips twitched uncontrollably as she placed a hand on her forehead in resignation. While these individuals proved to be reliable teammates during missions, once they relaxed, they transformed into complete jesters, and even the typically serious Ning Xi was no exception. Enough of this. I must meet Xianglin now. Finally free from the two obstinate companions, Tian Tian hastened towards the designated spot where Xianglin awaited her. Chapter 39. A new member in the chat group. Yashitai Azuki Ding. One slot available for group members. Randomly selecting a new member. Please wait. As Mo Chun departed from the small town where Xianglin and her mother resided, a system notification echoed in his mind. Oh, another newcomer? The addition of members to this chat group seemed entirely whimsical, dictated solely by mood. Nevertheless, he held fast to his preference. He sought someone mature, voluptuous, and possessing an S-curve. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Yashitai Azuki, adding member to the group. Ding. Yashitai Azuki has joined the chat group. Azuki. Mo Chin's eyes brightened instantly. Nice. The system has truly obliged me. This is undoubtedly an S. Meanwhile, Yashitai Azuki, patrolling outside Konoha village, experienced a moment of disorientation as an unusual sound resonated in her mind. Ding. Yashitai Azuki has successfully joined Mo Chin's female protagonist group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chin's ensemble. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chun is the group leader. The leader's interests supersede all else. Members are strictly prohibited from engaging in any actions detrimental to the leader. 2. Mo Chun. Female protagonist group? What is this? Azuki felt utterly bewildered. Accompanied by the series of notifications, a peculiar scene unfolded before her eyes, displaying numerous names and rapidly flashing text. Illusion? Such childish tricks dare not flaunt before me. With a slight smirk, Azuki refrained from dispelling the illusion. She secretly released a few summoning snakes, remaining vigilant while attuned to the surrounding disturbances. There, Azuki suddenly cried, launching a kunai bound with an explosive tag into the thicket. Boom. The kunai embedded itself in the foliage, triggering a swift explosion that scattered the underbrush. As she approached, brimming with pride, she was met not with an adversary, but a small white rabbit, charred and sprawled, exuding an enticing aroma. Azuki's expression faltered momentarily, embarrassment flashing across her face. If an enemy had been present, they would have already been alerted. Without hesitation, she formed hand seals, disrupting the flow of chakra within her body. Illusion dispelled. The chakra stagnated momentarily before surging forth. However, to her dismay, nothing had changed. The situation remained unchanged from before. It was then that she observed the peculiar scene before her, where the names flashing by appeared to belong to her own village. And it seemed as though someone was calling out to her. Tian Tian, Uzumaki Xianglin. I have shaken them off and will arrive shortly. Uzumaki Xianglin. Yes. But how should I introduce you to my mother? We have yet to meet in reality. Yamanaka Ino. Ah, I wish I could join too. Hinata Hyuga. Me too. Tian. All right. Xianglin has settled here. There will be opportunities for us to meet in the future. Tian. Uzumaki Xianglin. Weren't you out shopping just now? Just say we met on the road and felt an instant connection. I'm here for a friendly visit. Yamanaka Ino. That is quite direct. Is that really okay? Uzumaki Xianglin. That should be fine. My mother isn't T1 to nitpick. Moreover, the mother-daughter duo inherently possessed a strong sense of perception, and Tian's good intentions were palpable. Once that was established, even if Xiang's mother harbored doubts, she would not probe further. At that moment, the notification of Azuki joining the chat group appeared. Yamanaka Ino. Oh? Another newcomer? Hinata Hyuga. That name. Is it from Konoha? Tian. I think I've seen that name before. She must be a Konoha ninja. Yamanaka Ino. A quick inquiry should suffice. Yoshitai Azuki, welcome. Please introduce yourself. Hinata Hyuga. Welcome. Tian. Yoshitai Azuki. What you are seeing is not an illusion. Here, aside from Xianglin, everyone else is a Konoha ninja. Since joining the chat group, you can communicate here through thought, regardless of your location. Currently, the primary function is merely a chatting and messaging feature, along with video streaming, where one can occasionally glimpse future videos. Furthermore, cultivating a good rapport with Emo-chan can yield beneficial effects. In order to facilitate the integration of the new member into the chat group and to minimize complications, Tian decided to be forthright. Naturally, the individuals who join the chat group are generally trustworthy. After all, those with ulterior motives will be discerned by the system and subsequently punished. Just like that individual who has been lurking recently, having faced numerous penalties, now feels too embarrassed to show their face. Yoshitai Azuki. A chat group? How intriguing. You all claim to be Konoha ninjas? Tian. My name is Tian. A member of the third team led by Mike Guy, and I graduated from the Ninja Academy last year. Yamanaka Ino. Hinata and I are this year's graduates. Given our surnames, there's no need for any doubts, right? Hyuga Hinata. I look forward to your guidance. Uzumaki Karen. I am from the Uzumaki clan. Currently residing in Sakakigakure. Yoshitai Azuki. It seems you might be genuine after all. Very well. I shall tentatively place my trust in you. I am Yoshitai Azuki. A special jonin of Konoha. Tian. Special jonin? Yamanaka Ino. Oh? Uzumaki Karen. Special jonin. Does that imply significant prowess? Yoshitai Azuki. To some extent. A single one of me could take on hundreds of you. Hyuga Hinata. Wow? Does that not surpass even Lady Hong? Yoshitai Azuki. Lady Hong? You are indeed her disciple. I have heard her mention that among her students, there is a legitimate daughter of the Hyuga clan, which is you. Hyuga Hinata. Are you quite familiar with Lady Hong? Yoshitai Azuki. We are the best of friends. Ahem, it appears that you are indeed authentic individuals online. However, there is still one more person in the group. What is their identity? Yamanaka Ino. That one. Well, for now, let us not concern ourselves with them. Yoshitai Azuki. Very well, then, enlighten me about Emo-chan. What do you mean by future videos? Haruno Sakura. Emo-chan felt a slight sense of nostalgia as Azuki joined the chat group, making it lively. This individual is almost like a female version of Naruto, particularly in terms of personality. She is boisterous, carefree, and unrestrained. It is hardly surprising that she can bond with a few young girls. Emo-chan even feared that she might lead others astray, which would certainly provide some entertainment. The wood-release clone left in Kusagakure had completed its mission, and upon dispelling the clone, the memories were transmitted back. The attack by Raizetsu on Guy's team merely resulted in a few reprimands from the leader of Kusagakure, who was only confined for a few days. However, prompted by Raizetsu, the leader now intends to ally more closely with Konoha and is placing significant emphasis on the upcoming joint Chunin exams. He plans to dispatch all the genin to participate, while all the jonin will serve as leading instructors, each responsible for 1 or 2 teams. The Chunin will accompany to provide care and to broaden their horizons in Konoha. The leader of Kusagakure will assume the role of the overall team leader. This means that only special departments, including the Umbu, will remain in Kusagakure, while the rest will head to Konoha. As long as neighboring countries receive word of this and do not wish to disrupt Konoha's Chunin exams, they will dare not act against Kusagakure. Upon learning this news, Imo-chan's expression became rather disconcerted. Chapter 40. Ambush. The Akatsuki organization strikes Karen. I have finally laid eyes on you. Based on the address provided in the chat group, Tian quickly found herself in a courtyard, where she joyfully embraced Karen. This marks the inaugural offline meeting of the Ninja World's online community, a momentous occasion. How wonderful. I have longed to meet you all. Karen could sense Tian's genuine delight and felt equally elated, reciprocating the embrace. Even now, she still feels a sense of unreality. Not only has she escaped the abyss of Kusagakure, but she has also arrived in a stable environment surrounded by caring individuals. These are her good sisters from the group. Although it is their first encounter, there is no hint of estrangement. Aside from the newly joined Azuki and Sakura, who has remained silent since joining, everyone else present is akin to family. Karen, has anyone come? Kanae's voice called from within the house, where she was arranging furniture and cleaning. Karen cheerfully shouted, Mom, come out quickly. A friend has come to see me. Friend? Kanae was somewhat taken aback. Since Karen's birth, they had wandered from place to place, never experiencing a stable life. 2 years ago, when Kusagakure offered to take them in, they thought they had finally found a secure home, only to discover it was the beginning of a nightmare. Under such living conditions, even their lives were uncertain and no one dared to approach them. How could Karen possibly have a friend? With curiosity, Kanae stepped into the courtyard and quickly spotted Tian, happily engaged in affectionate chatter with her daughter. Kanae could sense the genuine joy radiating from Tian, as well as from her daughter, dissipating any lingering caution in her heart. Aren't you going to introduce me to your mother? Kanae smiled at the two girls. Like Karen, she too felt as if she were in a dream. This life, once unimaginable, now unfolded before her. Hello, Auntie. My name is Tian. Tian took the initiative to speak. Earlier on the road, Karen lent me a helping hand, so I came to express my gratitude. Yes. Karen nodded vigorously. I hit it off with Tian at first sight. We are now the best of sisters, hee. Seeing her daughter's sincere happiness, although Kanae felt some doubt, she, just as Karen had surmised, did not pry further but instead felt happy for her daughter. Tian, you are a good child. I entrust my Karen to you from now on. Kanae smiled and nodded, saying, You two play in the courtyard for a while. I will go make some pastries for you. However, it has been quite some time since I last cooked, so I am unsure whether my skills have declined. I hope you won't mind. Oh, Auntie, you are too kind. Tian quickly waved her hand and handed over the fruits she had purchased on the way, saying, This is a little fruit I brought. Could you please wash and cut it for us? As for helping in the kitchen, while Tian wished to contribute, she regrettably lacked the skill, so she feigned ignorance, hoping Aunt Kanae would not hold it against her. Kanae, however, thought little of it and accepted Tian's kind gesture with a smile. As Imo-chan traversed a secluded grove, his pace suddenly halted. Through the slits of his umbu mask, his eyes narrowed slightly. Whoosh! A gray-white barrier illuminated in a radius of several hundred meters centered around him. Is this aimed at me? Who could it be? Imo-chan stood rooted in place, activating his Sharingan to carefully survey his surroundings. He felt no debilitating effects. This barrier seemed solely for the purpose of isolation. It was evidently a prearranged setup, waiting for someone to stumble in. If it were merely a random ambush, such an elaborate scheme would not be necessary. Thus, it was likely that someone had calculated his passage through this area in advance. However, Imo-chan was merely a novice freshly graduated from the Ninja Academy, having only antagonized Kusagakure. Not only was his identity not exposed, but even if it were, Kusagakure would not have the audacity to conduct an assassination attempt on him so swiftly at Konoha's periphery. The only possibility that Imo-chan could conceive was that filthy rat, Shimura Danzo. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As Imo-chan's thoughts raced, a multitude of shuriken shot towards him from all directions. If it were an ordinary novice, they would be turned into a pincushion at first glance. Even someone of Sasuke's caliber would sustain injuries and find themselves in a panic. However, under the watchful gaze of his Sharingan, Imo-chan needed no defense. He did not even move his feet from the spot. He merely swayed slightly, effortlessly evading all the shurikens that could have struck him. In the next moment, 8 figures emerged from different directions, charging directly toward Imo-chan. Clad in the attire of Konoha's umbu, their cloaks were more concealing than those of the Hokage's direct subordinates, and their masks bore subtle variations. This was unmistakably the garb of the Root organization. Before they closed in, each began forming hand seals, completing their incantations in the blink of an eye. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Lightning Release, 50,000 volts. Combined Ninjutsu, Lightning Earth Dragon Bullet. Among these 8 individuals, 4 performed Earth Release while the other 4 executed Lightning Release, amalgamating into 4 composite ninjutsu, each hurtling toward Imo-chun from different angles. Observing their skills, it was evident that all 8 were elite jonin, far superior to the mere rabble of the grass-hidden village. Imo-chun's gaze sharpened. He had indeed been targeted. This was a clear case of elemental disadvantage. It was essential to note that Imo-chun currently wielded both Water Release and Earth Release. Since Earth counters Water and Lightning counters Earth, combined with the composite ninjutsu, any attempt by Imo-chun to counter with his ninjutsu would lead to a devastating defeat. Thus, they aimed to compel him to utilize Wood Release. This realization further confirmed for Imo-chun that the assailants belonged to Danzo's root organization, with no possibility of impersonation. Regrettably, they seemed to underestimate their opponent. The corners of Imo-chun's mouth curved upward beneath his mask as he calmly began forming his own seals. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Combined Ninjutsu, Earth Water Dragon Bullet. Similarly, 8 individuals conjured 4 composite ninjutsu, also employing dragon bullets. Yet their elemental attributes were countered. Though the faces of the adversaries were hidden, Imo-chun could distinctly sense their disdain upon witnessing his response. It was understandable. Their timing was flawed, and they had resorted to using techniques that were completely countered. Was this not akin to courting death? Yet, in the next instant, all 8 widened their eyes in disbelief. While it was true that Imo-chun had been late in executing his techniques, his speed was astonishing. Moreover, each Earth Water Dragon bullet was more than twice the size of their Lightning Earth counterparts. Before the latter could reach him, the Earth Water Dragon bullets had already formed and instantly retaliated, colliding head-on. To the astonishment of the 8 users of Lightning Earth Dragon Bullet, the Earth Water Dragon bullet shattered the former, surging forth with relentless momentum toward the 8 assailants. Impossible. Dodge. Damn it, is this guy a monster? The members of the root organization were taken aback, hastily exclaiming as they scrambled to evade. Boom, boom, boom. Even though the Earth Water Dragon bullets had lost some of their potency, the remaining force was still formidable. 4 of them crashed into the surrounding forest, instantly reducing it to ruins. The powerful shockwave spread, causing one of the more fragile root members to spit blood. The others managed to evade, but they were all left reeling from the impact. This guy, is he really only 12 years old? It's hard to imagine the heights of his power if given further time to develop. We must go all out. Do not afford him a moment to breathe. The root members exchanged a few brief words, quickly regaining their composure. They were aware of Imo-chun's possession of Wood Release and his astonishing chakra reserves. Yet they had not anticipated his talent to be so exceptional. According to their intelligence, Imo-chun had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and had trained for just a few days. Mobilizing so many for the sake of Wood Release seemed a bit excessive, but their thoughts had shifted now. This individual, even without considering Wood Release, was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. As the root members steadied themselves and reorganized their assault, Imo-chun's expression grew slightly more serious. Truly, they were elite members of the root organization, not easily dealt with. Imo-chun's gaze shifted, contemplating a strategy to break the deadlock. Defeating these 8 directly would not be an easy feat. Who knew how many traps lay in wait for him? Even if he could win, there was no need to confront them head-on. However, Imo-chun was not well versed in barrier techniques, only aware that they could be violently breached with absolute power. In a flash, he retreated in the direction away from Konoha, knowing that if they anticipated his return, any hidden traps would likely be laid along that path. Binding technique. Yet, before Imo-chun could escape too far, 2 root members accelerated to catch up, casting their technique from a distance. Imo-chun felt his body suddenly grow heavy, as if the gravitational force around him had multiplied several times over. The binding technique was a restraining jutsu. If the power disparity was too great, it could immobilize a person in an instant. However, with his Sharingan activated and formidable mental strength, even the combined efforts of the 2 could not fully bind him. Nonetheless, this level of restraint significantly hampered his movements, and soon the other 6 root members had caught up. They did not cast any more ninjutsu. One of them delivered a swift kick aimed at Imo-chun's chest. Imo-chan's eyes narrowed as his chakra erupted, immediately shattering the bindings. The effectiveness of the binding technique relies on both mental strength and chakra, and in terms of chakra volume, these individuals were no match for Imo-chan. Imo-chan dodged the attack of the two, but two others swiftly followed from behind. Relying on his senses, he realized two more were attempting to flank him. Lacking effective close combat abilities, and with the assailants pressing closely, he could not create distance. Since escape was not an option, he decided to fight. You wish to witness would release? Then let it be as you desire. Imo-chan clapped his hands together forcefully, his chakra surging wildly. Would release, would golem technique. With a resounding roar, a colossal wooden figure, several dozen meters tall, erupted from the ground. A powerful aura radiated outward, sending shockwaves that knocked several nearby root members uncontrollably backward. However, the barrier had no ceiling, and the wooden figure did not reach its apex, leaving Imo-chan slightly disappointed. You think you are so clever? Then allow me to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. With his trump card revealed, Imo-chan no longer held back. Perched atop the enormous wooden figure's nose, he commanded it to swing its massive fists toward three of the closer root members. Their previous actions had been to force Imo-chan's would release, so they must have prepared countermeasures. Yet, to Imo-chan's surprise, two of the three root members scrambled to evade, just narrowly avoiding the wooden fists, while the last seemed momentarily stunned, reacting too slowly and getting grazed. Gasp! That root member spat a mouthful of blood, and with a whoosh, was smashed into the ground, creating a massive human-shaped crater, his breathing shallow. Imo-chan raised an eyebrow, then grinned widely. It appears that even the root organization is not omniscient. Have they been rendered speechless by my wooden giant? It is indeed remarkable to master earth release and water release within days. What a prodigy. Successfully merging wood release may be a result of innate talent. However, to master all of this and execute the wood golem technique in such a short time would be hard for anyone to believe. If that were the case, then their strategies to counter wood release would likely be significantly undermined. While the wood golem is merely a basic technique within wood release at this moment, when tactics outweigh strength, the emergence of such a golem could nearly determine the outcome of the battle. Seeing the root members flustered, Imo-chan seized the opportunity, directing the wooden giant to pursue them relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The towering figure lumbered forward, its fists raining down. Imo-chan paid no mind to whether or not he struck anyone. He simply swung away. Come on, did you not intend to attack me? Why has everyone suddenly lost their nerve? Imo-chan stood atop the wooden figure, laughing wildly, a fist as large as a house. I dare you to find someone who can withstand my blow. How infuriating. This little brat is insufferably arrogant. Is this the power of wood release? Its might exceeds my wildest imagination. Compared to him, the former Jonin is utterly insignificant. Clearly, this is not ordinary wood release. What shall we do now? Are we left with no choice but to flee? Several root members fled in disarray, eventually congregating, yet none possessed the means to confront the wooden giant. Though the behemoth moved clumsily, its vast attack range left no room for evasion when approached closely. Yet, keeping distance meant they could not strike the caster to break his jutsu, leaving them in a precarious predicament. At this juncture, escape was their only viable option. Humph. You cannot escape. A wicked smile curled on Imo-chan's lips. Employing the wooden figure against ordinary foes is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The adversary, intent on fleeing, finds it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. However, through the chase, Imo-chan had already achieved his objective. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the 7 root members cornered together, and with a clap of his hands, his chakra surged once more. The dense forests surrounding Konoha were indeed the domain of wood release. Wood release, birth of the forest. With a low call from Imo-chan, the surrounding trees began to grow wildly. Trunks twisted, thickened, and elongated, while branches and leaves rapidly extended. Any gap in the ground sprouted new seedlings, which swiftly transformed into towering trees. In that moment, these colossal trees seemed to come alive, entwining themselves around the root members. In what was already a forested area, they had nowhere to hide. Utilizing their strength and experience, they evaded a few attacks, but soon each found themselves ensnared by a tree. At the moment of capture, their chakra was rapidly siphoned away by the trees. Now, where will you run? Imo-chan laughed triumphantly, controlling the wooden figure to swing its colossal fist down upon the root members. Chapter 42. Danzo. I am the old fox of Konoha. A bunch of useless fools. Unable to handle such a trivial matter. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Secret technique. Insect sphere. Flashing sword technique. Just as the wooden fist was about to descend upon the root members, a sudden voice rang out. Danzo, wrapped in bandages, emerged from the shadows accompanied by 2 guards, each unleashing their signature techniques. Danzo inhaled sharply, then exhaled a breath that reeked of garlic. While unseemly, its power was undeniable. Danzo's breath morphed into an oval whirlwind, slicing through the trees created by wood release. Behind him, one guard, clearly from the Awaken clan, summoned a vast swarm of insects that devoured the trees at an astonishing rate. The other, a skilled swordsman, wielded his katana with such finesse that he cut through the wooden constructs as if they were mere tofu. In an instant, the 3 of them cleared a substantial area of the forest. With the aid of the insect user and the swift swordsman, they quickly rescued the beleaguered root members. The resounding crash of the wooden fist finally landed, yet it struck nothing but air. The old fox has finally decided to show his face. Emo-chun remained unfazed by the failed attack. It was entirely within his expectations. My apologies, Lord Danzo. It is our incompetence. The rescued root members immediately knelt, offering their apologies. Danzo, his expression dark, waved them off. Withdraw. He had dispatched them merely to test Emo-chun's abilities, anticipating he could easily suppress him and force out all his techniques. Little did he expect that his subordinates would be effortlessly subdued by Emo-chun. However, what Emo-chun had just showcased was likely his strongest technique. After all, regardless, it had only been a few days since Emo-chun began his training. Such power was already astonishing. Once the root members had retreated, Danzo looked up at the towering Emo-chun and proclaimed, I am the old fox of Konoha. Emo-chun interrupted, commanding the wooden figure to strike down. I am the old fox of Konoha? Danzo's already dark complexion deepened further. Spare me. Such a technique has no effect on me. Just as the wooden attack was about to connect, Danzo deftly sidestepped to avoid the palm of the wooden giant. He then leaped, swiftly climbing along the arm of the wooden figure. His 2 guards followed closely behind, unaffected by the wooden figure's assault. Although the height was exhilarating, the wooden figure's current state restricted the movements of agile opponents. Since you are unwilling to converse peacefully, I shall demonstrate my strength, and you will naturally submit. As Danzo ascended, he taunted coldly. However, I wish to see your capabilities. Should you disappoint, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Emo-chun was left speechless. What did he mean by unwilling to converse peacefully? Was it truly possible to engage in peaceful dialogue while trapped in a barrier? Ugh, what an audacious old fool. Emo-chun spat defiantly, commanding the wooden figure to shake its arm vigorously. Danzo was nearly incensed by Emo-chun's insolence. How long had it been since he had faced such disrespect? The 2 guards were equally furious. If they could get close, they would certainly teach this insolent brat a lesson. However, as the wooden figure's arm shook, even they struggled to maintain their footing, nearly tumbling off. Danzo and his guards had no time for banter with Emo-chun, channeling their chakra to leap and scramble across the wooden figure's limbs. Is that all you have to show? Emo-chun scoffed. Your abilities are merely that of acrobats? Admittedly, they were indeed causing him some trouble. Emo-chun controlled the wooden figure's hands to relentlessly strike down, forcing Danzo and his companions to keep their distance. After a strenuous effort, they managed to ascend significantly, only to be pushed back down. Emo-chun's brazen demeanor was becoming intolerable for the 2 guards. Lord Danzo, we will cover you. You may advance, shouted the Awaken guard, transforming into a cloud of black mist, entwining around the descending palm of the wooden figure. Secret technique, insect feeding. The black mist wrapped around the wooden palm, visibly causing it to thin as the insects gnawed away. Consequently, the wooden figure's attacks became lighter and slower. Seizing the opportunity, Danzo swiftly navigated through and ascended considerably. At that moment, the other hand of the wooden figure swung down, this time not as a palm, but as a fist. Sword technique, flashing light slash. Continuous slashes. I slash, I slash, I slash. The swordsman guards soared into the air, positioning himself at the elbow of the wooden figure, striking at the joint with his katana. After several relentless strikes, he finally succeeded in severing the arm before the wooden figure could land its blow. Danzo paid no mind to the commotion, fully confident in his guard's capabilities, and quickly clambered up to the shoulder of the wooden figure, now only a head's distance away from Emo-chun. This proximity placed him well within his attack range. A sinister smile crept upon Danzo's face, laced with disdain. In his eyes, Imo-chan was still far too young. If he were to master abilities akin to Imo-chan's, a single individual could annihilate an entire nation. How could he be so easily approached? Submitting to me, I could grant you the power of Tuanzong. Yet this moment nearly provoked an exclamation of disbelief from my lips. Imo-chan, with a beaming smile, clapped his hands and coldly remarked, I've awaited this moment for a long time. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A colossal wooden dragon, adorned with a long hooked nose and spines all over its body, materialized from the trees birthed by the earlier tree world. Imo-chan had been preparing this technique since Tuanzong and his companions had begun their ascent along the wooden arm. The wooden dragon spiraled upward from the base of the wooden figure, forcefully colliding with Tuanzang's two airborne guards, sending them hurtling backward, spewing blood. In the next instant, the wooden dragon emerged from the other shoulder of the wooden figure, fixating its gaze intently upon Tuanzong. The latter had not completed his previous statement, having even forgotten what he intended to say next. The agility of the wooden dragon far exceeded that of the wooden figure at such a close range. Tuanzong had little hope of evading an attack. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he involuntarily stepped back. This movement seemed to activate the wooden dragon's mechanism, which instantly opened its enormous maw and lunged forward. Damn, this fellow can wield wood release to such an extent. Tuanzang's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to flee without a moment's hesitation. He dashed down the wooden figure's shoulder and into its armpit, narrowly dodging the dragon's assault. Swiftly descending to the waist of the wooden figure. With a powerful kick, he propelled himself into the wooden figure's cleft, once more evading the dragon's strike. The protagonist's current level of power is such that it poses a challenge to the 5 Kage, yet he cannot defeat them. I cannot guarantee whether his wooden figure can surpass that of White Zetsu and others. Many incessantly claim it is not wood release that is strong, but Hashirama. Yet here they endlessly criticize the protagonist's wood release as inconsistent with the established norms, and for this, they deign to rate me poorly. Do they not find this to be rather hypocritical? Moreover, the ability of wood release to absorb chakra is not as formidable in passive mode as you might think. It is the active absorption that is potent, which requires capturing a target. If you look back to the Fourth Great Ninja War, the Ten Tails was absorbed by the Oil Woman clan, and that was the essence of the God Tree. Even the Ten Tails had to suspend individuals to absorb chakra. Without capturing someone, absorption was impossible. Here, merely nibbling on the immature version of the wooden figure's arm is hardly significant. Chapter 43, The Dream Eater. A summoning beast for humor. Captain, come quickly. There's a barrier here. The patrolling ninja outside Konoha swiftly discovered a gray barrier enveloping the forest and immediately sought out Akane. The team leader. Akane, startled, set aside her banter with the chat group and promptly joined her team at the barrier's perimeter. After a brief examination, she concluded, this is a type of isolation array meant to avoid drawing attention. Undoubtedly, something unspeakable is transpiring within. Gather everyone and devise a strategy to breach this barrier. A sense of foreboding gripped Akane. Disregarding the potential for a diversionary tactic, she promptly ordered a signal for assembly. As the signal resonated, all nearby patrolling ninjas converged. The Byakugan could not penetrate the barrier. It was a 4-point isolation array, with a focal point established in each cardinal direction. If all 4 were simultaneously neutralized, the barrier would collapse without assault. A member of the Hyuga clan reported to Akane after scouting. Without hesitation, Akane commanded, send one person back to the village to inform Lord Hokage of the situation. The rest of you, equip yourselves with wireless communication devices and immediately search for the focal points. Await my command. Yes, the designated ninja promptly departed. Not long thereafter, reports came through the wireless communication system. Captain, we've located a focal point. However, traps are set here, and it will take at least half an hour to dismantle. Same here. Identical results from all 4 directions. Akane furrowed her brow and inquired, can we send more people to expedite the dismantling process? No, only one person can disarm it. Too many are ineffective. Same for me. Akane sighed, rubbing her temples. Commence dismantling immediately with all your strength. Everyone else, remain alert and vigilant. Understood. Akane's brow furrowed as she murmured to herself. According to Tintin and Kirui, Imo-chan is en route back to Konoha from Zaki City. Could the individuals within the barrier be targeting him? Are they from the Grass Village? No, they lack the audacity, and time is too short. Thus, these must be spies from other nations, emerging from the village. I hope my suspicions are unfounded. Within the chat group, Akane had gleaned insights into Mo Chen's character, and her curiosity was piqued. She had initially planned to seek him out after the task concluded, but fate had intervened, presenting an opportunity here. Regardless of any unique circumstances surrounding Mo Chen in the chat group, he remained a Konoha ninja, and they bore the duty of protecting their own from harm. Inside the barrier, Tuanzong was being relentlessly pursued by the wooden dragon, fleeing in a state of disarray as he returned to the ground, all prior efforts rendered futile. Once they had all descended, the wooden dragon was summoned back, with Mo Chen displaying no urgency to strike. Damn, time is dragging on. Tuanzang's expression turned dark. To be toyed with by a junior was an affront to his dignity, especially with the 8 root members who had ambushed Mo Chen standing in the rear, likely suppressing their laughter despite their masks. Since he refused to take the hint, I shall not hesitate to strike with all my might. Tuanzong, now intent on swiftly subduing Mo Chen, signaled his 2 guards, who had regained their footing, and swiftly formed hand seals, exclaiming, summoning technique. With a puff of smoke, an entity with an elephant's trunk, a cow's tail, a lion's body, and tiger claws appeared. Dream Eater, exert your strength and absorb. With the command, the Dream Eater opened its mouth wide towards the wooden figure and inhaled deeply. A tremendous suction emerged, drawing in copious trees and dust before it. Meanwhile, its trunk expelled white smoke, releasing the air ingested to prevent bursting. This cycle could continue until its chakra was depleted. The Dream Eater's suction was formidable, even unsettling the towering wooden figure. Truly, as a summoning beast with a singular ability, it possessed remarkable prowess. Mo Chen silently praised, suddenly feeling a surge of instinct, and detached himself from the wooden figure, plummeting directly toward the gaping maw of the Dream Eater. As Mo Chen severed the chakra supply, both the wooden figure and the wooden dragon collapsed to the ground, powerless. Observing this, the Dream Eater intensified its suction towards Mo Chen's body. This suction is terrifying. No wonder even Sasuke's Susanoo could not withstand it. Though Mo Chen remained composed, he swiftly assessed the situation. His body was being drawn in, a circumstance he allowed to transpire, yet the Dream Eater's suction was undeniably potent. With his body feeling weightless, controlling chakra became arduous, let alone maintaining balance. However, if Sasuke could utilize ninjutsu under such conditions, Mo Chen refused to believe he was weaker than Sasuke at that time. Presently, Tuanzong was fully aiding the Dream Eater, a contributing factor to its impressive power. Meanwhile, the 2 guards stepped forward, ready to subdue Mo Chen once he was drawn in. Though this may sound prolonged, the entire process transpired within mere seconds, as Mo Chen traversed over 100 meters. At this moment, he managed to stabilize himself, palm open, directing his hand toward the Dream Eater. Would release, with spike technique. A multitude of wooden spikes erupted from Mo Chen's palm, falling like a torrential rain of wooden spears. This onslaught, despite its relative weakness, was hardly inferior to the might displayed by Obito during the 4th Great Ninja War when empowered by the Ten Tails. Mo Chen expended his chakra liberally, sparing none. As long as a problem can be resolved with chakra, it is not truly a problem. The numerous wooden stakes that fell caused a change in the expressions of Danzo and his companions. Even though the Dream Eater's suction was formidable, its mouth could only accommodate so much, rendering it incapable of absorbing all the wooden stakes. Caught off guard by Mo Chen's ability to cast jutsu in such a situation, Danzo and the others had no preparations in place. Their only option to avoid injury was to retreat. With no other choice, the trio hastily withdrew, leading Danzo to abandon the Dream Eater. He had expected it to sustain only minor injuries, but after his retreat, the creature's suction diminished significantly, and the multitude of wooden stakes fell, easily impaling its body. The most terrifying aspect was that the wooden stakes that had been absorbed exploded within the Dream Eater, causing numerous branches to pierce through its flesh. The creature could only emit a cry before it was transformed into a pincushion. Blood gushed forth, and it soon lay lifeless. Such a summoning beast was merely a source of amusement. Mo Chen let out a derisive laugh, firmly landing on the ground. While the suction was indeed powerful, it would explode upon being met with any ninjutsu, requiring no precise aim, thus rendering the Dream Eater suitable only for dealing with the weak. However, one must ponder whether it would be prudent to summon a spirit beast of his own, preferably one that could fly. Secret technique, insect jewel, sword technique, gale slash. Danzo's two bodyguards, having grown weary of Mo Chen's arrogance, seized the opportunity to attack as he momentarily lost his footing after the wooden stakes fell. Already aware of Mo Chen's tenacity, they unleashed their full power from the onset. Chapter 44, I am not a magnanimous person. Wood release, wooden pillar wall. Mo Chen clapped his hands together, and a series of wooden pillars rose from the ground, bending upward to form an archway that shielded him. The more chakra expended, the stronger the defensive capability of the wooden pillar wall. Danzo's two bodyguards lacked the strength to breach this defensive ninjutsu. Danzo's gaze sharpened. He had already lost enough face in this battle, and time was of the essence. He needed to subdue Mo Chen without delay. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the rear of the root members, causing everyone to startle and turn around, only to be met by the sight of 7 of Mo Chen's shadow clones. These were the original shadow clones. The expressions of the root members changed drastically. During their initial ambush on Mo Chen, they had used 4 composite ninjutsu. At that time, Mo Chen's response had been to deploy 7 shadow clones, which, alongside his original self, also executed 4 composite ninjutsu. After that encounter, they believed Mo Chen had dispelled the clones and recalled them. Typically, when a ninja has utilized shadow clones for a combined attack, they would do just that since their chakra was limited, and the clones consumed considerable energy. Who could have anticipated that Mo Chen, unfazed by chakra depletion, had retained all his shadow clones, merely transforming them into stones on the ground, waiting for the opportune moment to strike? At present, all attention was on Mo Chen's original self, and the sudden appearance of the shadow clones caught them completely off guard. Would release, tree binding kill. Each shadow clone targeted a root member, unleashing individual attacks. 7 towering trees erupted from the ground, instantly ensnaring the root members. The tree trunks twisted and constricted, and in the next moment, those root members were explosively reduced to blood mist. In the blink of an eye, only one root member remained, and he was the one who had initially been injured by the composite ninjutsu. You seek death. Danzo's fury reached its peak, radiating a palpable malevolence. He was not particularly concerned about the deaths of his subordinates. As long as he could achieve his goals, he was willing to accept any sacrifices. However, Mo Chen's actions were akin to slapping him in the face. Don't rush. There's still one left. Mo Chen retracted the wooden pillar wall and snapped his fingers, directing his gaze at the last remaining root member. The 7 shadow clones of Mo Chen chuckled sinisterly, turning in unison toward the remaining root member. The latter, gripped by fear, fell to the ground, scrambling backward in terror. Please, don't kill me. Even though the root members were trained as ruthless killing machines, they were not devoid of empathy. They still experienced fear in the face of death, especially when 7 of their companions had just been obliterated into blood mist. Such a visual impact was not something anyone could easily endure. The organization had brainwashed them into unwavering loyalty to Danzo, but they had not completely eradicated their humanity. Moreover, even those loyal to Danzo would instinctively question him if his actions were detrimental to the village. Danzo's expression darkened, his internal fury surging. It stemmed from both Mo Chen's brazen attitude and the farcical behavior of his subordinates. Naturally, Danzo's 2 bodyguards would not allow their master to endure such humiliation without taking action. They immediately turned and charged toward Mo Chen's 7 shadow clones. Senju Mo Chen, you will regret this, Danzo coldly declared, ignoring the situation behind him as he addressed Mo Chen. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Senju Mo Chen? When did I become a Senju? However, he dismissed the thought, assuming that Danzo, upon realizing his mastery of wood release, instinctively associated him with the Senju clan. In Mo Chen's own understanding, he was merely a nameless commoner. His proficiency with wood release stemmed from his fabricated future with no ties to the Senju. Why should I regret? Mo Chen scoffed derisively. You suddenly ambush me, and you expect me not to retaliate? I care not who you are, nor do I wish to know the reasons behind your attack. I am not a magnanimous person. If you strike at me, you must be prepared to face the consequences. This includes you, old dog. Danzo's voice grew grave. Do you know who I am? Do not presume that mastering wood release grants you the right to disregard everyone. Enough prattle, Mo Chen retorted, summoning a wooden stake from his palm and flinging it forcefully at Danzo. Danzo swiftly dodged, his anger boiling over. This insolent fool would not even allow him to finish his sentence, clearly intent on preventing him from revealing his identity. This implied that even if Imo-chan was unaware of his identity, he still had some suspicions. However, as long as Danzo's identity remained concealed, Imo-chan could act without restraint. Understanding Imo-chan's intentions, Danzo ceased his idle chatter and swiftly pulled down the bandage covering his right eye. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for turning you into an emotionless puppet. His right eye contained Uchiha Shirsue's Konoha Tsukumi, which he had refrained from using until now. Utilizing it on Imo-chan would be entirely justified. Unfortunately, Imo-chan was well aware of Danzo's capabilities. The moment Danzo unveiled his right eye, Imo-chan anticipated his actions. He immediately dodged, retreating behind a large tree, forming hand seals, and striking the ground with force. Would release, Flower Tree World. At that moment, Danzo's 2 bodyguards had already dispatched Naruto's 7 shadow clones. Unfortunately, shadow clones would dissipate upon taking damage, making them difficult to withstand against elite ninjas. However, they did not leave empty-handed, as they managed to eliminate the last remaining root member before the clones vanished. Just as the 2 bodyguards prepared to turn back and assist Danzo, the surrounding forest seemed to come alive. All the trees grew at an astonishing pace, fueled by a surge of energy that far surpassed the previous tree world descent. Even with the strength of Danzo and his companions, they could not cut down the massive trees in such a hasty manner. As the trees expanded, their standing space was constricted, forcing them to continuously evade. Damn it! Why does it feel like he knew what I was going to do and avoided it in advance? Danzo's heart sank. He had only just revealed his Mangekyo Sharingan and had yet to cast his jutsu when Imo-chan had already evaded. No, it cannot be. The Konoha Tsukumi is in my possession. Only that person knows of it, and he could never have any connection with Imo-chan. Imo-chan, that fellow, merely enjoyed a stroke of luck, hiding just in time to execute his current technique. Danzo quickly conjured a reasonable justification for himself and subsequently felt at ease. The existence of the deity, Konoha Tsukumi, must remain concealed, not solely because of its dubious origins, but primarily because it constitutes his most significant trump card. Alas, at that moment, a member of the Yamanaka clan's guards suddenly cried out, "The pollen in the air is toxic." Imo-chan's ninjutsu had caused all the trees to grow to immense sizes, shrinking the ground space, forcing Danzo and his companions to leap upwards in evasion, only to plunge headlong into the golden pollen. The manifestation of the flower tree world is a fortified version of the tree world, capable of generating vast vines and colossal blossoms in mere moments. The pollen released by these blossoms can paralyze the enemy's nerves, rendering movement arduous and gradually inducing a loss of consciousness. Danzo was certainly aware of this technique, but decades of neglect in mastering true wood release had dulled the details in his memory. His focus had primarily been on Konoha Tsukumi until the guard's warning jolted his recollection. Regrettably, it was already too late. Under Imo-chan's covert manipulation, thick clouds of yellow mist converged from all directions, encircling them. Beneath, colossal trees launched their assault. Chapter 45. I feel as though I might die at any moment. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Secret technique. Parasitic insect. Chaotic wind sword technique. Trapped in a siege. Danzo and his companions naturally could not remain passive. They immediately unleashed their respective techniques to disperse the pollen. While effective against tangible foes, these techniques yielded limited results against the formless, toxic mist, serving only to delay the inevitable. Lord Danzo, if this continues, we will all be affected. Even if we cease to breathe, it won't be long before we succumb, the Yamanaka clan guard warned, sensing the severity of the pollen's threat through the parasitic insect. The ground beneath them was nearly occupied by the massive trees, leaving no foothold, forcing them to ascend. However, the air above was also saturated with pollen, devoid of any safe haven. The principal issue stemmed from the existence of the barrier, which trapped the pollen within, preventing its dispersal. The longer they delayed, the greater their peril became. Lord Danzo, we must retreat. Reinforcements should have arrived outside the barrier by now. Even if we manage to subdue Imo-chan, we may not escape, suggested the swordsman guard, recognizing Danzo's grim silence as reluctance. Withdraw, Danzo commanded, clenching his teeth and signaling. Indeed, he had already contemplated retreat. He merely required an opening. The swordsman guard exchanged glances with the Yamanaka guard, both nodding in agreement, forming hand signs, and unleashing a pair of projectiles towards the barrier. However, before the projectiles could strike, the barrier suddenly shook violently and shattered with a resounding crash, scattering luminous particles across the sky. The barrier had been breached from the outside. As the barrier fell, the pollen, previously confined, surged outward, diluting the area where Danzo and his companions stood. Go! Without regard for the situation outside the barrier, Danzo gestured for his guards to rush forth. This endeavor had already failed. Lingering would only invite greater troubles. Emo-chun, perceptive of their intentions, had no intention of genuinely obstructing their escape. Even if he captured them, it would bear no consequence, neither affecting their reputation nor inflicting actual harm. Thus, capturing them would be futile. Instead, he resolved to cultivate his strength further, opting for a decisive confrontation later. Rather than engaging in repeated skirmishes to force them into a corner, as Sasuke had done, let them flee. He had suffered no losses. The longer the delay, the greater Emo-chun's advantages would grow. Swish, swish, swish. A multitude of figures swiftly approached, heading directly towards Emo-chun. Recognizing them as Leaf Village ninjas. Primarily from the Umbu, he sensed his own aura suddenly weaken, collapsing to the ground, feigning a state of exhaustion. Dressed in Umbu garb, they were allies. Soon, several Umbu members surrounded Emo-chun, one of whom assessed him and then turned to report to the approaching Akane. Chakra depletion detected, no visible injuries. But mental strain cannot be ruled out. Through video correspondence in the chat group, Akane recognized the figure sprawled on the ground as indeed being Emo-chun, though confirmation awaited a face-to-face encounter. However, Emo-chun wore an Umbu mask, and revealing his true identity was inappropriate under these circumstances. Fortunately, at that moment, the third Hokage approached with his entourage. Having been briefed on the situation, he turned to Emo-chun, who was struggling to rise and bow, and inquired solemnly, "What transpired?" Emo-chun, his voice weak, replied, "I just returned from a mission and was ambushed here." The attackers donned Umbu attire, but their masks and garments bore subtle differences. The leader is a man with bandages on his right arm, accompanied by two guards, one employing parasitic insects and the other skilled in swordsmanship. They demanded my submission to the bandaged man, threatening to eliminate me otherwise. Emo-chun succinctly recounted the incident, omitting excessive details. The third Hokage's inquiry aimed to ascertain his identity. Specific particulars were not to be disclosed before everyone present. Nevertheless, Emo-chun's account revealed substantial information, allowing those nearby to speculate on what had transpired. The third Hokage simmered with rage internally, though his expression remained composed. He gestured, "I shall have someone escort you to the hospital for a thorough examination. Once you have recuperated, we shall discuss the matter in detail. I assure you, I will provide you with an explanation. Lord Third, I bear responsibility for this incident. Allow me to attend to him," Akane volunteered. She had been in charge of patrolling the village outskirts and felt a degree of accountability for the ambush. Of course, her primary motivation stemmed from her concern for Emo-chun. Had it been anyone else, she likely would not have intervened. The third Hokage nodded in agreement without further deliberation. He ordered the battlefield to be cleared, surveying the remnants of the conflict with a sense of profound reflection. The entire terrain had been altered, a testament to the power of wood release. He had not anticipated that Emo-chun, having trained with Tenzo for merely a few days, would possess such formidable strength, enough to evade capture even under Danzo's direct command. Therefore, his resolve to cultivate Emo-chun with utmost dedication intensified, ensuring that Danzo would not meddle in his development. While the third Hokage was astonished by the traces left from the battle, those Umbu members tasked with clearing the area were equally struck, some recognizing the signs of wood release. Each individual was left in a state of shock. However, as direct subordinates of the Hokage, they understood the importance of discretion, knowing what to say and what to withhold. Meanwhile, Akane swiftly scooped Emo-chun into a princess carry and dashed towards the Leaf Hospital. "How do you feel now?" She restrained the urge to unveil Emo-chun's mask, inquiring gently. Emo-chun's breath was weak, his head resting in Hongdo's arms, appearing utterly powerless as he murmured, "I have no strength left, my entire body aches, and I feel as though I could perish at any moment." Despite expressing such sentiments, he couldn't help but inwardly reflect on the allure of mature women. Her figure was simply exquisite, radiating vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Hongdo remained oblivious to his subtle movements, hastening her pace with a hint of urgency as she urged, "Just hold on a little longer. We'll reach the hospital soon. I promise I won't let anything happen to you. After all, he was the leader of their chat group, and his presence was vital to it. Hongdo had only just begun to relish the joys of the chat group, and she would certainly not allow Imo-chan to come to harm. Ding! Congratulations to group member Yusho Sai Hongdo. Your group level has increased from LV0 to LV1, granting you a total attribute boost of 200. The system's sudden notification sent a surge of energy through Hongdo, propelling her forward at an astonishing speed, her body leaving a trail of phantom images behind. Hongdo was taken aback. Was this the effect of the enhancement? Do you remember how one must use an entire class of water style to counter a single class of fire style? If the protagonist's technique produced effects akin to that of Uchiha Madara, he wouldn't be called Madara anymore. Moreover, Madara's flower tree world gained its formidable power from the addition of fire style. It wasn't merely the flower tree world that could wipe out the 5 Kage. That would be quite absurd. And speaking of the Earth explosion stars, while Nagato struggled to capture a 9-tails, it was nothing for Sasuke to ensnare 9-tailed beasts with just a glare. Chapter 46. From today onward, you shall be my brother Yamanaka Ino. Hongdo. Have you encountered Imo-chan? Tian. Is the efficiency really this high? Uzumaki Karen. How did you manage that? Why not me? Yusho Sai Hongdo. I did indeed meet Imo-chan. I merely expressed some concern for him. Yusho Sai Hongdo. I feel stronger now than many jonin. The effects are astonishing. Tian. The stacking effect is calculated based on your base attributes. The stronger your inherent abilities, the more formidable the amplified power. Yamanaka Ino. Just concerned, you say? I find that hard to believe. Uzumaki Karen. Whimper. I want the enhancement effect too. Could it be because I haven't expressed my feelings for Imo-chan? Yusho Sai Hongdo. Based on how you all received your enhancement effects. That might indeed be the case. Showing kindness to Imo-chan cannot be kept to oneself. It must be expressed, even if you have ulterior motives. This group system seems to reward actions rather than intentions. Tian. From now on, I shall double my kindness towards Imo-chan. I wonder if I become his girlfriend. Can I level up even more? Yamanaka Ino. Imo-chan belongs to us all. Do not think of monopolizing him. Tian. I never said I wanted to monopolize him. I wouldn't mind being one of many girlfriends as long as you all are agreeable. Hyuga Hinata. Uzumaki Karen. Count me in. I have no objections. Yusho Sai Hongdo. Oh ho, you are all still too young and lack the ability to manage this. Allow me to take the lead. Yamanaka Ino. Tian. Hongdo tightened her grip around Imo-chan, a smile spreading across her face. No matter how fervently the others chatted, it was she who held the advantage, with Imo-chan in her embrace. The sudden acquisition of a 200 attribute boost had opened her eyes to the possibilities. If being kind to Imo-chan would yield stronger buffs, then she would elevate him to the heavens. Hongdo's nature ensured she would never play the role of a timid girl. If surrendering herself could result in greater enhancements, she would not hesitate for a moment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hongdo. She boldly approached Imo-chan, saying, You are quite impressive for one so young. Maintaining composure in the face of adversity. I find myself quite intrigued by a young talent such as you. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, feel free to seek me out. As she spoke, she extended her long tongue and playfully licked the mask adorning his face. After all, being a disciple of Orochimaru had left its mark on her. Imo-chan lamented internally, wishing he were not wearing a mask. I am Imo-chan, a recent graduate from the Ninja Academy. He introduced himself simply, feigning confusion as he asked, We haven't met before, have we? What leads you to believe I am composed and capable? Hongdo chuckled, Do not underestimate me. After all, I am a special jonin of Konoha, with keen skills and reconnaissance. When the barrier was broken, I merely glanced at the remnants of the battle and gleaned much from it. The technique you employed was with style, wasn't it? That must have attracted the attention of the Root Organization. The Root Organization? Imo-chan feigned ignorance, inquiring. Are they also from Konoha? What exactly are they? Hongdo paused for a moment before responding. This is a secret of Konoha, not widely known. Even I only possess a modicum of understanding. At your age, I shouldn't be sharing this, but since we've crossed paths, it's better to inform you to avoid future pitfalls. Hongdo's greater awareness of the Root Organization stemmed from her teacher, Orochimaru, who was a confidant of Danzo. Thus, she had overheard some information. However, as she arrived at Konoha Hospital with Imo-chan in her arms, she refrained from elaborating further. Once they settled in, Hongdo sighed in relief, saying, Fortunately, You simply exhausted yourself. You aren't injured. A bit of rest, and you'll be fine. Imo-chan's apparent weakness had merely been an act. With the immense vitality afforded by Wood's style, sustaining injuries was a challenge. Although he lacked Hashirama's ability to heal without hand signs, he could stimulate his wounds with Wood chakra to accelerate cellular regeneration, leading to rapid healing. As for feigning weakness, as the saying goes, the child who cries receives milk. He was merely attempting to compel the third Hokage to take a firmer stance on his situation. Even if he did not wish to sever ties with Danzo, the third would undoubtedly be more resolute in addressing his issues. Thank you, Sister Hongdo. Imo-chan expressed his gratitude. I have been without parents since childhood, and there has rarely been anyone who has cared for me, let alone gone to such lengths for my sake. Ah, you make me blush. I haven't done much to help. Hongdo, with her carefree demeanor, found it hard to bear such a solemn atmosphere, her expression turning slightly awkward. But then, a spark ignited in her eyes. No parents? Lacking care? This was perfect. Determined, Hongdo clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, my very own brother. With their sibling bond established, she could now approach Imo-chan openly, showering him with affection without raising suspicion. Imo-chan would likely not mind. Hongdo, you are a genius. Imo-chan realized the implications of her declaration, but felt no aversion to it. Whether they were biological siblings or sworn siblings mattered little to him. He was the one reaping the benefits. There's nothing wrong with this. It's settled, Hongdo declared decisively. And in a swift motion, she lifted his umbu mask away while he was distracted. Oh my, what a handsome young man you are. It seems I've struck gold. Hongdo grinned. Now that I know your true identity, should you refuse, I would be breaking the rules and subject to punishment. Little Imo-chan, you wouldn't want your sister to face the third Hokage's wrath, would you? With a playful glint in her eye, she threatened Imo-chan with a gaze that could chill. Imo-chan shivered, inwardly exclaiming how unbearable this was. Sister Hongdo, speaking like that can easily lead to misunderstandings. Once upon a time, Imo-chan was merely an inconspicuous figure in his class, his appearance being nothing more than average. However, upon mastering the art of wood release and utilizing his ability to fabricate the future, he refined his temperament and enhanced his looks. Although he retained a semblance of his original self, he now appeared as though he had been touched by the magic of beauty filters. This transformation led to an amusing incident during a training session, where Tian, flustered and blushing, was once again embarrassed and fled. The specifics of that moment are of little interest to most, after all. Little Imo-chan, Hongdo playfully nudged him, waving her hand before his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? If you don't agree, I might just have to resort to force. Seeing the mischievous grin on Hongdo's face, Imo-chan couldn't help but chuckle, feigning defeat as he replied. All right, Sister Hongdo. That's more like it, Hongdo exclaimed, planting a firm kiss on his cheek. Chapter 47. You regret my shadow. Wait, where's the door? Bang. In the depths of the Umbu headquarters, Danzo had just finished his tea, slamming the cup down in frustration, shattering it into pieces. Teacup, you think you're so special, don't you? Upon his return, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, fidgeting uncomfortably in his seat. Ever since seizing power in Konoha, he had weathered countless storms. While he had faced a few failed ambushes, he had never suffered such a humiliating defeat. Even amidst the chaos of fleeing, obscured by clouds of pollen, and donning a mask and a dark cloak, he understood that it was a mere facade. Many of the Umbu directly under the Hokage must have recognized him. What was most infuriating was that he hadn't even articulated his mission before being soundly beaten, losing men and retreating in disgrace, unable to even approach that little brat. His two guards were equally disheveled, nursing their injuries and at a loss for words. What a disgrace. Their target was merely a 12-year-old rookie. If not for the boy's youth and lack of experience, they might not have returned at all. If they ever found another opportunity to ambush Imo-chan, his strength would undoubtedly be even more formidable. The wood release must remain under his control. There could be no compromise. Danzo seemed to sense the thoughts of his guards, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. Imo-chan's wood release was not to be underestimated. It could not be allowed to roam free. Bang, bang. Just then, two figures crashed before Danzo, the guards he had stationed outside. His gaze sharpened instinctively, ready to unleash his fury. But in the next moment, a multitude of figures appeared in a blur, surrounding an elderly man clad in a Hokage hat and robe. He took a deep drag from the pipe in his mouth, looking at Danzo with an expression of indifference before slowly exhaling. Danzo's body stiffened, his voice a low growl. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what is the meaning of this? You have crossed the line, Danzo. The third Hokage spoke deliberately. Danzo retorted stubbornly. What have I done to overstep? Even if I am removed from my position as Hokage's advisor, I am still a Konoha ninja, a veteran of great merit. You storm in here with so many people, injuring my men. Even if you are the Hokage, you must give me an explanation today. As he spoke, Danzo's resolve hardened, straightening his back and meeting the third Hokage's gaze with unyielding defiance. Goodness! The two guards stared in disbelief. It was no wonder Danzo was their master. They were but pawns, and it turned out they lacked the audacity that was even thicker than Imo-chen's wooden wall. The third Hokage, however, was entirely unfazed. Having known Danzo for decades, he was well aware of his friend's character. I did not come here to exchange pleasantries. The third's expression remained stoic as he slowly added. I do not know how much you understand about Imo-chan, but you would do well not to reach out. This is the first and last warning. Danzo's expression darkened once more. Just as the third Hokage understood him, he too comprehended the seriousness of the situation. From his words, it was clear that the third was not joking. The presence of so many people indicated that should Danzo refuse to comply, force would be employed. You must understand what would release signifies for the village. Danzo had no intention of backing down. The third Hokage countered, precisely because of that. I do not wish for him to be tainted by darkness. You are too naive, Sarutobi. Danzo slammed his hand on the table, his voice rising in anger. Allowing him to grow unchecked will not guarantee his loyalty. A weapon must be fully controlled to wield power, otherwise, it becomes a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon oneself. Just as you have treated the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I have always opposed this. That is an entirely different matter. The third Hokage's tone was equally heated as he retorted, moreover, both Naruto and Imo-chan are the inheritors of the will of fire, just as we are of our predecessors. They are not weapons, they are Konoha ninjas. In my view, they are all the same. So-called ninjas are merely tools. Danzo scoffed, retreating to his chair, his expression returning to calm as he casually stated, You should understand, you cannot convince me. That is why I brought a whole battalion. The third Hokage's demeanor was serious as he declared, Danzo, in my capacity as the third Hokage, I hereby issue a formal order. Should you or your subordinates make another move against Imo-chan, regardless of the outcome, I will declare you a rogue ninja and inform the 5 great nations. Danzo's previously calm expression darkened again. His gaze flickered around the umbu surrounding them, all elite members loyal to the third Hokage, including those who had betrayed him. Even if Danzo's rude organization had been disbanded long ago, leaving only a few diehard loyalists, he could not afford to confront the third Hokage here. Furthermore, should a conflict arise, the odds would be against him. Just moments ago, he had proclaimed that the wood release must remain under his control. But now the third Hokage had delivered a harsh reality check. The third's demeanor was serious, his words stern. This was not mere bluster. Danzo was filled with frustration, ultimately gritting his teeth and growling, Sarutobi, you will regret this. At those words, the third Hokage relaxed slightly, replying with a dismissive scoff, Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. Humph. Danzo huffed, turning to leave. Wait, where's the door? Suddenly, Danzo realized his blunder. This was his own base, not the Hokage's office. Seemingly sensing Danzo's embarrassment, the third Hokage smirked slightly, gesturing for his umbu to withdraw. After all these years as old friends, the third Hokage ultimately chose not to take further action against Danzo, merely issuing a stern warning. Of course, the primary reason was his lack of evidence to clearly accuse Danzo of targeting Imo-chan. Meanwhile, Imo-chan lay in his hospital bed, experiencing a peculiar mix of pain and pleasure. After passively acknowledging Hongdo as his sister, a notification from the group system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations to group member Yu Shirtai Hongdo. Group level upgraded from LV1 to LV3, gaining a total attribute boost of 300. As a result, the chat group erupted with excitement. Under the relentless questioning of Tian and Ino, Hongdo had no choice but to reveal Imo-chan's location. Before long, the 4 flowers of Konoha, including Sakura, had gathered in the hospital room. They all arrived under increasingly flimsy pretenses. Ino claimed to be selling flowers. Tian had just completed a mission and sought relaxation. Hinata came to have her eyes checked, while Sakura, in dire need of a bathroom, made her entrance. It was quite the coincidence that they all arrived at the hospital simultaneously and happened to spot Imo-chun in the ward. Yet, none of these details truly mattered. As the newcomer, Hongdo swiftly ascended 3 ranks within such a brief period, inciting a palpable stir among the Konoha Four Blossoms. Surrounding Imo-chun, they showered him with concern, massaging his shoulders and legs, serving tea, and even the bold Ino offered to assist him with a rather personal need. Chapter 48. The Contest for Favor? No, this is a battlefield. Why are you here, wide forehead? Ino glared at Sakura, her expression etched with displeasure. After days of lurking, Sakura emerged shamelessly to cling to Imo-chun. Ino had arrived just a step later, witnessing Sakura feed Imo-chun an apple with her own hands. Mind your own business. If you can come, why can't I? Sakura shot back defiantly. Ino smirked. Some people claimed they wanted to distance themselves from the group, yet here they are, shamelessly pretending to be nonchalant. Sakura felt a flush of shame and anger, but found herself at a loss for words. Everyone, please stop arguing. Hinata weakly interjected. Tion rolled her eyes. If you're going to argue, take it outside. Don't disturb Imo-chun's rest. The doctor said he needs to recuperate. At her words, Ino and Sakura fell silent, yet their eyes locked in a fierce clash. Come on, Imo-chun, let's continue with the apple. Sakura's voice turned sweet as she offered him another piece, displaying an unprecedented gentleness. Imo-chun, would you like a glass of water first? Hinata stammered, her face flushed with anxiety. After uttering that single sentence, she stood there dazed. Even if Imo-chun desired water, she was hardly in a position to assist. Tion, irritated by Hinata's hesitation, squeezed in beside Imo-chun, gently massaging his shoulders and arms. Imo-chun, I've learned some massage techniques these days. They will aid your recovery. Let me help you. Ino, I brought a bunch of daffodils for you. Let me arrange them. Ino deliberately shoved past the apple-feeding Sakura and placed the flowers in a vase on the bedside table next to Imo-chun. Sakura, caught off guard and pushed aside, clenched her teeth in frustration but refrained from expressing her anger in that moment. Hongdo had already slipped away the moment the girls entered. Although she anticipated a dramatic scene, she felt a twinge of guilt since these girls had come because she had leaked information. Moreover, having just gained a 300-point boost, she was eager to find a place to test it out. Given her current state, she could easily pass the village's Jonin examination, even standing out among the elite. By the way, Imo-chun, I have 2 movie tickets. Let's go see a film together tomorrow. Sakura seized the moment while Ino was distracted, pushing her aside and nearly sending Ino tumbling. Imo-chun would never go to the movies with you. Ino retorted, shoving Sakura away, huffing, it's just a movie ticket. It's not some rare treasure. What's the point of squeezing in with a crowd? I'll book an entire screening room for just the 2 of us. We can watch whatever we like. What do you mean? I suggested it first. Imo-chun has to go with me. Sakura argued back, unwilling to back down. Ino scoffed. You might as well go with your Sasuke-kun. Don't act like you're close with Imo-chun. I'm not close with Imo-chun, but are you? Sakura shot back. At least I'm a bit closer. Ino glared at her. I'm even closer than you. Sakura matched her gaze defiantly. You two are practically inseparable. Tion interjected, exasperated. Imo-chun, let's ignore them. I'll accompany you to the movie. They're too annoying, right? I actually want to go too. Hinata's voice was barely audible from behind. While she had grown more outspoken in their chat group, in reality, she remained her usual self. The knowledge that they had come to curry favor with Imo-chun made her cheeks burn. Just holding herself together felt like a monumental task. Unfortunately, her voice was too soft to catch anyone's attention. Even Imo-chun, overwhelmed by the noise from Sakura and Ino, felt his head buzzing. Everyone be quiet. Imo-chun snapped in frustration. Why couldn't he enjoy a moment of tranquility? It was true what they said. 3 women were as loud as a flock of ducks. Realizing that such a chaotic scene would not yield the desired group benefits, Imo-chun sprang from the bed. He had to teach these girls what genuine rivalry for affection entailed. Imo-chun, don't be so agitated. Tion exclaimed, startled. Sakura and Ino shrank back, their necks retracting as they murmured, sorry. Imo-chun, you're still unwell. Please lie back down. Hinata blurted, her words tumbling out in a rush. Yet, Imo-chun paid them no heed, eyes narrowed in determination as he leaped off the bed. I need to use the restroom. The girls exchanged glances, their minds struggling to catch up, yet they all felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ino, however, brightened and rushed forward. You're still weak. Let me help you. Emo-chun stumbled, nearly falling. This was quite the display. But, alas, Ino merely escorted him to the restroom door, leaving him hanging, much to Emo-chun's disappointment. Sakura, feeling a pang of regret, shot Ino a glare. How infuriating. She got ahead of me. Ino smirked. I don't know what your intentions are now. But don't think I've forgotten what happened last time. You've been expelled from our little group. Sakura puffed up her chest, instinctively wanting to argue. But in the next moment, she lowered her gaze, apologizing sincerely. I'm sorry, I was wrong before. I've reflected on it, and I promise it won't happen again. Her sudden change in demeanor left the other three bewildered. In truth, both Ino and Tian had felt that Sakura had crossed a line last time. They had collectively decided to give her the cold shoulder, ensuring she wouldn't easily return. But seeing Sakura's genuine remorse now made them reconsider. Ino huffed. You're only saying that because you saw Hongdo suddenly level up. Don't think a simple apology will win us back. This time, Sakura refrained from retorting. Instead, speaking earnestly, I am indeed a bit envious. If being kind to Emo-chun could significantly enhance one's strength, I would want that too. However, I genuinely apologize to you all. I don't expect instant forgiveness. Just watch my future actions. Ino scoffed. If you only see Emo-chun as a means to boost your power, I suggest you go home and sleep it off. It'll be a waste of effort. Your group level is still 0. Doesn't that register with you? Yet, despite her words, Ino's stance had softened considerably. Deep down, she had always regarded Sakura as a close friend. The rift that had formed between them stemmed from Sakura's actions. Chapter 49. Is this my grand mansion? After emerging from the restroom, Emo-chun dismissed the 4 girls, allowing none to linger. This decision proved wise, prompting the girls to convene in their chat group. Agreeing to maintain decorum in Emo-chun's presence from then on, Emo-chun merely glanced at them, offering little attention. He held the reins of the situation. If they wished to gain benefits, they needed to ensure his happiness. If Emo-chun ever felt discontent, he would simply turn cold and send them away. A few repetitions of this, and they would learn to behave. Thus, a new norm would be established, beginning with the Konoha 4 blossoms. Emo-chun, how do you feel? The 3rd Hokage visited him, concern etched on his face. Emo-chun attempted to rise and pay his respects, but the 3rd Hokage gently pressed him back down. Upon confirming that Emo-chun was in good health, the 3rd sighed, I apologize for my oversight. I had classified your abilities as top secret, yet the information still leaked. Those who ambushed you were targeting your would release. However, rest assured, they will no longer pose a threat to you. I have issued them a stern warning. Emo-chun inwardly rolled his eyes at the 3rd's words, realizing that the Hokage likely treated Danzo with a mix of reverence and leniency, lifting him high only to let him down gently. This old man, who enjoyed muddling through issues, was not favored by Emo-chun, much like many of the online commentators. Each interaction with him felt nauseating. Fortunately, the 3rd had little time left. Emo-chun had no intention of saving him. At that moment, the 3rd continued. The village requires stability. Thus, even as Hokage, I cannot indiscriminately punish some esteemed elders. You have indeed been wrong this time, so I have prepared some items as compensation. I hope this incident does not foster any resentment. Emo-chun quickly replied, Lord 3rd, you flatter me. You need not go to such lengths. Your kindness has already been more than sufficient. I harbor nothing but respect for you and no ulterior motives. The 3rd's face brightened with a smile, and he waved his hand, saying, This is what you deserve, do not refuse it. He then produced a document from within his robes and handed it to Emo-chun. This is a property in the village center. Your previous residence now seems rather shabby, given your rising status in Konoha. I had intended to improve your living conditions in due time, but I shall grant you this opportunity now. The furnishings in the house have all been replaced with new ones, and you can move in directly upon your discharge. Emo-chun took the document and was taken aback to find it was a property deed. His expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, How could this be? Lord 3rd, this is far too extravagant. I feel unworthy of such a reward. No, the 3rd insisted firmly. As I said, this is what you deserve. Your abilities are of great value to Konoha, and there will be many occasions in the future when your contributions will be needed. Consider this in advance on your benefits. Despite Emo-chun's persistent reluctance, he ultimately accepted the property deed under the 3rd's insistence. I can never repay you for your kindness, Lord 3rd. Emo-chun expressed with heartfelt gratitude. In the future, should you command me, I will exert every effort to repay your generosity. Let bygones be bygones. I merely wish for the well-being of everyone in the village. That is my greatest joy, the third replied, laughing heartily. He then shared a few more words of concern before turning to leave. Before departing, he reminded Mo-chan to rest well and to report back on the mission to Grass Village once he had recovered. Kai had already returned to Konoha, informing the third of his observations regarding Grass Village. The third was aware of the dire situation there and understood they might not have the capacity to attend the Chunin exams. Thus, he did not hasten to inquire further from Mo-chan. Little did he know, Grass Village was on the verge of relocating due to their precarious circumstances, spurred by the upcoming Chunin exams. Once the third had departed, Mo-chan found his enthusiasm for remaining in the hospital waning. He had no injuries or ailments. Lying there for hours had sufficed. Hospitals were best avoided. Of course, he would never admit that he was simply eager to see his new home. From the property deed, it was clear that the house bestowed upon him by the third was not only located in a prime area, but also expansive, exceeding 1,000 square meters. Previously, Mo-chan had been a lowly wage earner, residing in a cramped shared apartment. A mansion of over 1,000 square meters? It was beyond his wildest dreams. Although, given his current talents, the essentials of life would eventually come to him, it would require time to accumulate. Why not indulge now? Soon, Mo-chan completed the discharge formalities and eagerly sought out the address on the property deed. Indeed, he discovered a grand estate situated adjacent to a commercial street, not far from the Hokage's office and in proximity to the Ninja Academy. From the outside, a 3-meter-high courtyard wall made of green bricks enclosed the estate, and he could faintly see numerous cherry blossom trees within. The main building in the center rose 3 stories high. The entrance gate was crafted from sturdy mahogany, intricately carved with exquisite patterns, exuding an air of solemn elegance. Flanking the gate were 2 stone lions, standing guard over this territory. Standing before the grand gate, Mo-chan gazed up in awe, his heart racing. Is this truly mine? He checked the property deed multiple times before, unable to contain his excitement. He pushed open the gate. A stone path led from the entrance, bordered by cherry blossom trees. Ahead lay a spacious open area, surrounded by flower beds that had become overgrown with weeds due to neglect. This open space connected to the 3-entry courtyard, where the central area featured the 3-story main building, alongside a row of 5 rooms and a martial arts hall spanning over 100 square meters. The left and right courtyards mirrored each other, each containing a 3-room, 2-hall house with its own yard. After a quick tour, Mo-chan was overcome with excitement, practically dancing with joy. It was enormous, opulent, and felt surreal. How could the third truly have given him such a residence? Even if it were to placate him or win hearts, it was an extraordinary gesture. Such a mansion could hardly be sustained by a single individual. It seemed more suited for an entire family or even a small clan. Could it be that the third envisioned him establishing a family? How delightful, as it seemed their views aligned. Mo-chan did not dwell long on the third's intentions and soon made his way into the main building. The hall was spacious and bright, with a massive mahogany dining table at its center, capable of accommodating several people at once. Above the table hung a stunning crystal chandelier, casting a gentle glow. The surrounding walls were adorned with exquisite paintings depicting the scenery of Konoha. One painting caught Mo-chan's eye. It portrayed a figure clad in Hokage robes, holding a Hokage hat, standing amidst a grove of cherry blossoms, smiling into the distance. Hashirama? Mo-chan was momentarily taken aback. Was this the residence of the Senju clan? A thoughtful expression crossed his face. It was implausible for it to belong to the Senju clan, as they had relocated entirely to Konoha when it was founded. They were among the 2 largest clans in the ninja world at that time, thriving in numbers. Moreover, both the first and second Hokages hailed from the Senju clan, and their residence would not have been so modest. Thus, it was highly likely this was a private dwelling of either Hashirama or Tobarama, later sold by Tsunade. Could it be that the third transferred this estate to me because I awakened my would release? Mo-chan pondered, unaware of his own lineage, which also descended from the Senju. Whether this was an original aspect of the world or a consequence of changes made through the system remained uncertain. Unfortunately, it was secondhand. Perhaps he would remodel it when time permitted. Mastering both wood release and earth release should not be too challenging. Without further contemplation, Mo-chan continued to explore the estate. On the left side of the hall lies a spacious living room, furnished with comfortable sofas and a coffee table. A grand floor-to-ceiling window adorns the adjacent wall, through which one can gaze upon the garden outside. Like the front yard, the The garden has fallen into disrepair, devoid of blooming flowers, only overrun by weeds. Thus, when the third Hokage claimed the furniture was new, he merely meant the furnishings themselves had been replaced. He also mentioned that one could move in with just a suitcase. How absurd. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, one finds a row of guest rooms and a large conference room, none of which are particularly noteworthy. The third floor hosts the master bedroom and two secondary bedrooms. The master bedroom, located at the end of the corridor, is warmly decorated, with walls painted a soothing light blue that evokes a sense of tranquility. In the center of the room stands a large bed, while a desk in one corner is equipped with a lamp and stationery. Prominently displayed on the desk is a scroll, which Emochan curiously unrolled, revealing a large character for money, sealed with a string of intricate runes. Emochan's eyes brightened instantly. Was this a stash prepared just for him? Generally, non-confidential items have basic unsealing techniques, which he had learned at the Ninja Academy. With eager anticipation, he dispelled the seal, and a stack of bills appeared atop the scroll. Upon careful counting, he found a staggering total of 5 million ryo. One stack contained 10,000 ryo notes, 2 stacks held 5,000, 5 stacks had 2,000, 10 stacks comprised 1,000, and 20 stacks were for 500, each containing 100 notes. In essence, each denomination amounted to 1 million ryo. Emochan's expression shifted to a smirk. He would not allow money to compromise his principles. He would not be swayed. If anything, after your demise, I shall ensure your daughter-in-law is well cared for and assist in enhancing your granddaughter's genetic lineage. Wiping away tears that had escaped the corners of his eyes, he continued to examine the surroundings. Next to the desk stood a bookshelf filled with an array of books and scrolls. A cursory glance revealed texts on the cultural history of the ninja world, the evolution of ninjas, various travelogues, and biographies. There was even a complete set of Jiraiya's tales of the gutsy ninja and the paradise of affection. The scrolls contained detailed explanations of fundamental ninjutsu, tactical strategies, formation barriers, characteristics of summoning beasts, and analyses of classic missions, an abundance of knowledge encompassing all aspects related to ninja abilities. Naturally, these were merely foundational teachings without practical skills. Yet, if one could thoroughly comprehend this knowledge, even without exceptional talent, one could undoubtedly become an excellent civil servant. Truly a remarkable investment. Emochan couldn't help but gasp in awe. With this wealth of information at his disposal, that 5 million ryo seemed rather inconsequential. Of course, if given the choice between the two, he would undoubtedly select the 5 million ryo. While knowledge is precious and enriches one's abilities, it ultimately serves to acquire power and wealth. Why labor for something when one can have it readily available? Emochan readily admitted to being somewhat materialistic, prioritizing immediate gains. However, through this bookshelf, he discerned the third Hokage's intentions. The third aimed to cultivate him into a new generation leader and potentially a pillar for the future of Konoha. In retrospect, the original narrative did not hint at the third's formidable ambition. Yet, considering his esteemed title as a legendary ninja, it made sense. Even in his old age, he retained a formidable presence. Emochan's performance before him had been nothing short of exemplary, aligning precisely with what the third desired to witness. With a dearth of capable individuals around him, it was quite reasonable for the third to place his bets on Emochan. Emochan was not one to ponder deeply. After a fleeting moment of reflection, he quickly brushed it aside. He had always taken each step as it came, and if the third had staked the future on him, he would ensure the safety of Konoha, which aligned with his original goals. The bedroom, apart from these furnishings, contained an empty wardrobe, a bathroom, and a balcony. From the balcony, one could see the back mountains of Konoha, where the air was fresh and the scenery delightful. Suddenly, a figure approached swiftly utilizing the body flicker technique. Emochan tensed momentarily, only to relax soon after. In the next instant, the form of Tianzong appeared on the balcony, promptly removing his mask. I went to the hospital to find you. They mentioned you had been discharged and had not seen you at your previous residence. The third Hokage mentioned he would grant you this dwelling, and indeed I have found you here. Tianzong's face bore a hint of astonishment, accompanied by a touch of pride. This was his disciple. After only a few days of training, Emochan's prowess had astonished him. Now, receiving such treatment from the third was a source of great prestige. It was akin to how Jiraiya often boasted about the fourth Hokage. When it came to ninja prowess, none could compare. At this moment, Tianzong wished to seize that phrase and apply it to his disciple, Imo-chan. Tianzong-sensei. Imo-chan welcomed Tianzong inside with a smile, explaining, I merely exhausted myself. I was not injured. I felt uncomfortable in the hospital, so I came out to inspect this residence. However, it is far too large for me to inhabit alone. Why would the third assign me such a place? Tianzong patted his shoulder and spoke earnestly. You can accept this without hesitation. There are matters I cannot disclose just yet. But in due time, you will understand. Without further elaboration on this topic, he quickly shifted the conversation to inquire about the details of Imo-chan's previous encounter. Since Imo-chan's abilities were learned from Tianzong, there was no need for concealment. He narrated the events in detail. I initially believed your awakening of wood release was well concealed, but it seems that individual is as astute as ever. Indeed, nothing escapes his scrutiny in Konoha. I should have prepared for this earlier. Your ability to evade this crisis indicates he underestimated your strength. If he returns, it may pose greater trouble. You must prepare yourself. Tianzong expressed his concerns. He was well aware of the underhanded dealings among the higher-ups in Konoha. Even though the third had clearly shown his support for Imo-chan and sternly warned Danzo. The latter might still restrain himself on the surface, but would undoubtedly seek an opportunity to strike at Imo-chan, albeit with more subtlety. Chapter 51. Did Imo-chan vanish as soon as you arrived? Tianzong, worried that Imo-chan might fall into Danzo's trap, thoroughly explained what he knew about Danzo. His visit here was primarily to address this issue. To provide Imo-chan with deeper insight, he recounted his own experiences with wood release, as well as the efforts to undermine Kakashi and seize his Sharingan. In truth, Imo-chan was more knowledgeable about these matters than Tianzong. Nevertheless, recognizing it was Tianzong's concern for him, Imo-chan adopted a serious demeanor, attentively listening. After Tianzong concluded, his wood clone arrived carrying a large food basket. Upon seeing Imo-chan's puzzled expression, Tianzong smiled and said, You've been out on missions these past few days, enduring hardships and lacking proper rest. Hence, I prepared a feast for you. This is to celebrate your safe return from your first mission and also to commemorate your housewarming. Tianzong led Imo-chan to the dining table downstairs, where he began arranging the dishes from the basket. It was indeed a grand feast. Fish, shrimp, beef, and various meat dishes, along with rice bowls, miso soup, and an array of fruits, filled the table meant for a dozen people. Under the glow of the crystal chandelier, the dishes shimmered enticingly. It felt as though they were no longer in the world of ninjas, but rather in a culinary paradise. Tianzong-sensei, Imo-chan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Tianzong chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. Sit down and eat. There's no need for formality with me. After all, this is your first mission back, and it deserves a proper celebration. Imo-chan hastily explained, What I meant to say is that I understand. So I said there's no need for courtesy. Tianzong pressed Imo-chan down onto the chair, stating, If you call me teacher, I must fulfill my responsibilities as one. I may not be able to provide you with much else, but I still have some spare change. Preparing a few meals is no burden. After all, I am but one person and have little need for money elsewhere. Imo-chan quickly replied, I mean, if you buy so much, I won't be able to finish it. Next time, just give me cash instead. Tianzong's expression suddenly stiffened. Haha, I was just joking. Imo-chan chuckled a few times before continuing earnestly, but in all seriousness. Teacher Tianzong, I truly cannot finish so much food. Please do not be so extravagant next time. Moreover, you have taught me so much. I should be the one treating you to a meal. Tianzong finally relaxed, smiling as he said, You have only just become a ninja and have yet to take on any missions. Where would you find spare money? Since you call me teacher, you should not worry about such trivial matters. Half an hour later, Tianzong stared in disbelief at Imo-chan's bulging belly, the dining table nearly devoid of food. Of course, he had eaten some himself, but he had only consumed about 1/5, merely enough for two, while the rest had all found its way into Imo-chan's stomach. Imo-chan chuckled sheepishly. I don't know why, but ever since awakening my wood release, my appetite has significantly increased. Normally, I could eat about 2 servings. But when I indulge, I could consume enough for 10. However, the energy from the food can be stored within my body, so after this meal, I could go for several without eating again. Besides, the food you brought is simply too delicious to resist. Tianzong remarked, Wood release symbolizes vitality. After you awakened it, a tremendous surge of life force flows within you, and it is essential to replenish your body with energy to harness that power. It seems I will need to prepare more food for you in the coming days until your vitality stabilizes. That might not be necessary, Imo-chan said, scratching his nose. Tianzong was an earnest person, and Imo-chan felt embarrassed that he was taking advantage of him. His previous words were not meant to imply exploitation. Yet, Tianzong firmly declared, "No, you are in a crucial growth phase, and your strength is rapidly developing. I absolutely will not allow you to suffer any deficiencies due to insufficient food, not even a little." Thus, it was settled, apart from missions outside the village. I would be responsible for your 3 daily meals. Even when on missions, I will prepare food reserves for you in advance. Imo-chan wanted to decline further, but Tianzong gave him no chance, vanishing instantly with a body flicker technique. Well, it can't be helped. I cannot refuse such kindness. If I were to insist, it might only cause teacher Tianzong distress. Glancing at the chat group, he noticed the girls had realized he was missing and were discussing it among themselves. The hospital had processed his discharge, yet he had not returned home. Konoha's 4 Blossoms and Akado had wandered the commercial street, but found no sign of him. Akado, how did you all find out about his illness? Why did he disappear as soon as you arrived? Clearly, the topic you were discussing was problematic. Yamanaka Ino. Ahem, the doctor said Imo-chan needs to rest, and we didn't want to disturb him for too long, so we left. Sakura, exactly. We were there for less than half an hour. Besides, Mo-chan handled his discharge paperwork himself, so why should we be responsible for his whereabouts? Vortex Karinai. If he isn't at the hospital, could he have gone home? Tintin. We didn't find anyone at Imo-chan's place. I even prepared a meal for him to eat when he returned. Yamanaka Ino. But you can't cook, can you? Tintin. Can I learn? You underestimate me. Hinata. Tintin. Hinata-chan. Do you have something to say? Death glared JPG. Hinata. No, nothing. I was just wondering if Imo-chan might be visiting someone else, which is why he isn't in the commercial street. Yamanaka Ino. But Imo-chan's social circle is quite small. He doesn't seem to have many close friends. Tintin. Akado. You know that Jonin Deseong who led the team, and the Umbu who taught Imo-chan would release, right? Maybe you can ask them. Akado Deseong? Umbu would release? Alright, I'll ask them first. If I can't find anything, I'll seek out the 3rd Hokage. Vortex Karinai. Please let me know as soon as you find him. Imo-chan stroked his chin, realizing the girls were starting to worry. After contemplating, he decided not to seek them out, allowing the situation to unfold a bit longer. He tidied up his room, freshened up, and then lay down on the bed. Tianzong was not entirely wrong. During his time away, he had not suffered from deprivation. Regardless of food or shelter, Imo-chan always treated himself well. However, after traveling such a long distance and enduring 2 intense battles, he was indeed a bit fatigued. Initially, he had considered recording a future video, but after pondering for a while without coming to a conclusion, he fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 52. Wow, Sister Akado is so impressive. The next day, as Imo-chan awoke, he felt discomfort in various parts of his body. Attempting to rise, he found himself unable to move. What was happening? Imo-chan's eyes widened as he discovered several long snakes binding him along with the bed and blanket. There was an additional person in the room, his newly acknowledged sister, Akado. At that moment, Akado sat at the desk, one foot resting on the chair, the other crossed casually, playing with a kunai while smiling at Imo-chan lying on the bed. From Imo-chan's perspective, he had a clear view of her beautiful legs clad in fishnet stockings. One must admit, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan was exceptionally useful. Such a thrilling sight early in the morning. Have you had your fill of looking? Akado noticed Imo-chan's peculiar expression but paid it no mind, instead smiling even wider. Would you like to come closer for a better view? Coughing awkwardly, Imo-chan averted his gaze, shifting the topic. Sister Akado, what are you doing? What I choose to do depends on you. Akado leaped from the desk to Imo-chan's side, narrowing her eyes playfully. My dear brother, shouldn't you provide your sister with an explanation? Based on your answer, I will decide how to proceed. If I am not satisfied, I cannot guarantee that I won't do something outrageous. She pressed the sharp end of the kunai down against the blanket. Imo-chan's face instantly changed, and he shouted, Stop! Please, stop! This is no joke. He pretended to struggle fiercely. And do you think I am joking? Akado continued to smile, her true intentions concealed. Sister Akado, please don't be impulsive. Let me explain. Imo-chan chuckled awkwardly. He had initially intended to play dumb, but Akado seemed unimpressed by such tactics. With his strength, breaking free was not a challenge. However, he felt that doing so would spoil the fun. Imo-chan was not a brute. I await your explanation. Fortunately, Akado withdrew the kunai, but did not release Imo-chun from his bindings, instead pulling over a chair to sit down. Imo-chun coughed lightly, feigning innocence. I planned to inform you, but I had no idea where you were. I had just completed a mission and was ambushed outside the village, feeling utterly worn out. I thought I would check the house first and then bring you over for a visit, but as soon as I touched the bed, I fell asleep. Sister Akado, I truly did not intend to keep anything from you. The events unfolded so suddenly. Even if you had not come to find me today, I would have found a way to inform you. As Red Bean managed to find her way here, it was evident that she was already aware of this residence's existence. Thus, Imo-chun felt no need for further elaboration. It was indeed true that the weeping child would receive sweets. Upon hearing this, Red Bean's face displayed a hint of guilt, and she hastily retracted the long serpent coiled around Imo-chun. I apologize, Imo-chun. I had no idea it was like this. I thought you had moved to a grand estate and looked down upon someone from a humble background like mine. After speaking, Red Bean personally helped Imo-chun to his feet, adjusted his clothing and hair, and then planted a firm kiss on his cheek, declaring, "This is my recompense for misunderstanding you." Red Bean's straightforward nature made her remarkably easy to deceive. Imo-chun silently reveled in his heart, yet wore an expression of sincerity on his face as he replied, "Sister Red Bean, you are my acknowledged elder sister, and that bond is for life. Moreover, I am but a novice who has just graduated, while you have already attained the rank of special jonin. I was worried you might think little of me. Hee. I am indeed a special jonin now." Red Bean proudly produced her certificate of special jonin. Imo-chan was momentarily taken aback before coming to a realization. Red Bean had leveled up to group rank 3 just yesterday, granting her a buff of 300, making the special jonin examination seem like child's play. What surprised him, however, was her eagerness. They had only parted ways yesterday afternoon, and the sun had barely risen outside. Mo-chan could easily imagine Red Bean charmingly persuading others to assist her with the examination outside of working hours, potentially including the third Hokage among them. "Wow, Sister Red Bean, you are truly remarkable," Mo-chan exclaimed, joyfully rushing towards her. Red Bean not only did not shy away, but even stepped forward, almost sending Mo-chan flying. Fortunately, her quick reflexes allowed her to catch him just in time. "Ouch, my nose nearly bled," Mo-chan complained. Indeed, the members of this chat group were quite something. Just then, a figure appeared on the balcony, holding a food basket. It was none other than Tian-song. This time, he came without his umbu mask. "I apologize for interrupting you," Tian-song said, feeling somewhat embarrassed at the sight of Mo-chan being embraced by Red Bean. Red Bean, feeling even more awkward, was caught in a rather compromising situation, despite her usually carefree demeanor. Mo-chan, on the other hand, maintained a nonchalant expression, staring at Tian-song with slightly dazed eyes. It took him a moment to recognize the visitor before greeting him. "Good morning, Teacher Tian-song. What brings you here so early?" Tian-song scrutinized the scene and realized he might have misjudged the situation. After all, Mo-chan was still quite young. While Red Bean was already an older woman, it was unlikely they would have anything inappropriate between them. "I must have been rather crude in my assumptions, influenced by Kakashi-sensei," he thought. Quickly shaking off his thoughts, Tian-song stepped inside, raising the food basket. "I figured it was about time you got up, so I brought you breakfast. As I promised yesterday, I will be providing your meals from today onward." Mo-chan was taken aback. Tian-song was indeed serious. He thought to himself that if word got out about a teacher delivering 3 meals a day to a student, he would surely become the subject of ridicule. However, once he tasted the breakfast Tian-song had brought, he found himself thinking, let them ridicule. After all, I have wood release for protection. How many in the ninja world could truly harm me? Tian-song had brought quite a substantial amount of food, and Red Bean was invited to join them, resulting in a hearty meal for all three. During this time, Mo-chan learned that his residing here was due to Red Bean's inquiry with Tian-song. Though they were not particularly close, both were associated with the third Hokage and had connections to Orochimaru, making their acquaintance quite natural. Chapter 53. There really are steam maidens in this world. Huh, what did you say? All genin from Grass Hidden Village are to participate in the Chunin exam in Konoha? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, coughed as a thick cloud of smoke engulfed him upon hearing Imo-chan's report. The number of genin in Grass Hidden Village had, to the third's knowledge, exceeded 1,000. Other villages typically dispatched a handful of elite teams. with those being generous, sending around 10 teams comprising dozens of individuals. Yet, Grass Hidden Village was sending over 1,000 genin. If those in the know claimed they were coming for the exam, outsiders might think they were preparing to attack Konoha. This differed greatly from the report provided by Guy's team. Had something transpired after Guy left Grass Hidden Village? Emo-chun had anticipated the third's reaction and suppressed a chuckle, adding softly, not only genin, they are sending 30 jonin to lead the teams, along with over 200 chunin to gain experience in Konoha. However, the actual leader of this chunin exam delegation is their leader, Wu Chang. With each word Emo-chun uttered, the corners of the third's mouth twitched. What madness was Grass Hidden Village exhibiting? Were they relocating en masse to Konoha to stake their claim? What on earth had happened? The third rubbed his forehead. Realizing the smoke no longer held any appeal, Emo-chun then composed himself and began to detail his mission, blending truth with fabrication. Emo-chun had infiltrated Grass Hidden Village by attacking an umbu and assuming their identity. Not long after, he witnessed an assault on the Grass Hidden Hospital, where a red-haired girl was abducted. Despite Grass Hidden Village's desperate attempts to counter the attackers, they were easily overwhelmed. In Emo-chun's account, the group that took Sharon had transformed into an entire band of assailants, all clad in black robes, hoods obscuring their faces, and wearing patterned masks, making identification impossible. Each of them was an elite, possessing strength above that of Special Jonin. Most crucially, this group had recently ambushed him at the outskirts of Konoha. He was serious about tarnishing their reputation. After all, Danzo had made a fool of him once, and while he couldn't confront Danzo openly yet, he would certainly return the favor in some way. The third Hokage had already heard from Guy about the plight of the Uzumaki remnant being treated as human-shaped pills by Grass Hidden Village. Unfortunately, Guy had been unable to intervene at that time, leaving the current fate of that Uzumaki remnant uncertain. The third had felt a twinge of regret, realizing that if they could locate the individual, they could cultivate a potential Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails. Now, hearing that the Uzumaki remnant had fallen into Danzo's hands, the third's expression grew grave. He had no doubt about Emo-chun's loyalty and thus did not question the authenticity of his words. What was Danzo planning by capturing an Uzumaki remnant while also aiming to recruit Emo-chun, who had awakened would release? Was he attempting to cultivate his own personal Jinchuriki for the Nine Tails? The third Hokage couldn't afford to dwell on such thoughts. If the conditions were right, Danzo would undoubtedly go to great lengths to achieve this. However, the third said nothing more, merely gesturing for Emo-chun to continue. Emo-chun explained that the battle was intense, and amidst the chaos in Grass Hidden Village, it was an opportune moment to gather intelligence, so he had avoided that battleground. Later, due to the heavy losses Grass Hidden Village suffered, their leader, Wu Chang, was concerned about the enemy taking advantage of the situation and hastily dismissed Guy's team, leaving them with only a few words. The incident with Ryusei made Wu Chang realize that aligning with Konoha was the safest route, prompting the absurd decision to send over 1,000 genin to participate in the Chunin exam. So they were seeking refuge? The third finally comprehended the situation, feeling slightly shaken. Was this the result of advancing age? Regaining his composure, the third looked at Emo-chun with a warm expression and said, "You performed admirably. The rating for this mission is exceptional. In my capacity as the third Hokage, I hereby grant you formal entry into the Umbu. Rewards for the mission will be distributed by the Umbu, and you may report to Tiansong thereafter." It had already been decided that Emo-chun would join the 3rd Umbu Division and become a direct subordinate to the division leader, Tiansong. "Yes, thank you, Hokage-sama." Emo-chun responded respectfully. The thoughts of the third generation were somewhat chaotic. This time, he had little inclination to bolster Emo-chun's will of fire, offering only a few brief words of encouragement before allowing him to depart. Tianzong was actually waiting outside, eagerly anticipating the moment his disciple would join the Umbu. Tianzong was even more excited than Emo-chun about this prospect. Consequently, in the days that followed, Emo-chun was led by Tianzong to familiarize himself with everything within the Umbu. His head felt heavy with information, nearly transforming into a large-headed child. However, during this process, he met numerous individuals, most of whom admired him for his youth and strength, treating him with utmost friendliness. Unfortunately, he could not remember the faces of everyone he encountered. He had intended to seek out a person with purple hair, but failed to find anyone from his division. After a busy day, Emo-chun finally had a moment to glance at the chat group. Hongdo had already informed others that the 3rd generation had arranged a new residence for Emo-chun, and he had moved in. which was why they could not find him yesterday. However, driven by her own motives, Hongdo did not disclose Mo Chen's new address. Throughout the day, the women attempted various methods to curry favor with Hongdo, hoping to extract the address from her. Mo Chen chuckled to himself. He initially planned to return to his old residence to tidy up, only to suddenly realize he was being followed. Quietly using his Sharingan, he observed the follower, and upon confirming their identity, he was momentarily taken aback. Glancing back at the chat group, he saw Hinata, Hyuga's message. Did that Sister Hongdo not say yesterday that we should all advance and retreat together? Mo-chan Kuan belongs to everyone. He cannot be monopolized. Mo-chan once again activated his Sharingan to ascertain the identity of the stalker. As he passed through a secluded grove, he suddenly quickened his pace, vanishing in a few swift movements. The pursuer behind him clearly paused in surprise, cautiously peeking around a tree trunk, and to his astonishment, it was Hinata. While asserting in the group chat that no one should monopolize, here she was tailing him like a lovesick fool. How amusing. Little Hinata's persona had crumbled. She had even learned to employ cunning. Just then, as Hinata diverted her attention to the chat group, she lost sight of Mo-chan in an instant. In a moment of panic, she raised her fingers to activate her Byakugan. Are you looking for me? Mo-chan's voice came from behind her. Startled, Hinata let out a small gasp, quickly retreating her head behind the tree trunk. She could hardly have anticipated that she had already been discovered in a matter of moments. Mo-chan had circled around to her rear. Mo-chan regarded Hinata, who resembled a startled rabbit, with amusement, not rushing to approach. This girl had quite the disparity between her online persona and her real-life demeanor. In the chat group, she occasionally dared to confront others. Just moments ago, even engaging in some playful manipulation with Hongdo, yet in reality, she was a soft and adorable girl, easily flustered. Hinata, what is your intention in following me? Mo-chan asked, seeing her lost in thought. Hinata mumbled, lowering her head and fidgeting with her fingers. I have nothing. Suddenly, Mo-chan leaned closer, their faces mere inches apart. In an instant, her cheeks flushed crimson, resembling a shrimp boiled in water. The entire process taking only a fraction of a second. The next moment, steam seemed to emanate from her forehead, her eyes spiraling as she fell backward. Indeed, there truly existed a steamed princess in this world. Amused, Mo-chan could not allow Hinata to fall, so he gently supported her shoulders, intending to let her lean against the tree trunk. Stop! Let her go! A sudden, sharp voice rang out, followed by a swift figure charging toward them. Mo-chan turned to see a little girl in a kimono rushing over. Chapter 54. Little Hanabi, I will make you cry. The sudden appearance of the little girl left Mo-chan momentarily stunned. She was agile and quick, having covered several hundred meters in the blink of an eye. Hiya! The little girl leaped high, aiming a palm strike at Mo-chan. Oh, isn't this little sister Hanabi? Her personality is undoubtedly far more assertive than her sister Hinata. Mo-chan thought to himself, impressed. He swiftly scooped up Hinata in a princess carry and retreated, evading the attack. Let her go? Hanabi shouted, surprise flickering across her face as she saw Mo-chan not only holding on to Hinata but cradling her in his arms, igniting her anger. After landing, Hanabi wasted no time and charged at Mo-chan again. At that moment, someone else was jogging nearby, seemingly another member of the Hyuga clan. To avoid any misunderstandings regarding his intentions, Mo-chan, after dodging Hanabi's next attack, gently set Hinata down, allowing her to lean toward Hanabi. Wani-chan, Hanabi could only support Hinata, abandoning her pursuit of Mo-chan. Mo-chan created some distance, observing little Hanabi with keen interest. At this moment, she was merely 7 years old, her appearance still undeveloped, appearing as nothing more than a slender blonde girl. However, the power behind her earlier attack was quite impressive. Had Mo-chan been an ordinary ninja school graduate, he might have struggled against her. No, perhaps even in her presence, he would have been at a disadvantage. Miss Hanabi, what has happened to Lady Hinata? A girl in a maid outfit, who bore the Byakugan, rushed over, her face etched with concern. Her name was Hinata Natsu, a member of the branch family, and also a maid responsible for taking care of Hanabi. She had just stepped out with Hanabi and was nearly left behind as the little girl darted off. Now, upon catching up, she witnessed the scene before her. If anything were to happen to Hanabi or Hinata in her presence, she would surely face severe punishment. Fortunately, at that moment, Hinata began to regain her senses, slowly awakening. Sister, how are you? Hanabi's anxious expression relaxed slightly as she hurriedly asked. Hanabi? Hinata, still somewhat dazed, questioned, what are you doing here? That should be my question for you, sister. Hanabi steadied Hinata, casting a wary glance at Imo-chan. Sister, did that guy bully you? Hanabi had witnessed Imo-chan approach Hinata and then saw her slump down, with Imo-chan's hand reaching toward her beloved sister. Hinata turned to Imo-chan, finally realizing what had transpired, and could not help but gasp again, her cheeks flushing once more. So it was like that. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Hanabi immediately misinterpreted the situation. Dare to bully my sister? I won't let you off. Hanabi declared through gritted teeth, activating her Byakugan and charging at Imo-chan with the gentle fist technique. Miss Hanabi, Hinata Natsu exclaimed in alarm. She wished to intervene, but unfortunately, she was not a ninja and could not stop her. Faced with Hanabi's fierce onslaught, Imo-chan merely smiled, effortlessly dodging all her attacks. Indeed, little Hanabi was already quite formidable among her peers. At just 7 years old, she was even stronger than many ninja school graduates. However, she was up against Imo-chan, and at this level, he didn't even need to activate his Sharingan. Stop, Hanabi! After Imo-chan evaded several of Hanabi's attacks, Hinata finally regained her composure and rushed to call a halt. However, Hanabi was a strong-willed girl, convinced that Hinata had been bullied. She felt compelled to teach Imo-chan a harsh lesson. When Ichan is mine, no one can bully her. Hanabi not only persisted but also intensified her attack, fearing Hinata would interfere. Are you Hinata-chan's sister? Imo-chan smiled slightly, easily dodging Hanabi's strikes before lightly flicking her forehead with his finger. Pop! Hanabi let out a small yelp, stopping in her tracks while clutching her forehead. The flick had brought tears to her eyes, her mouth pouting in a display of grievance. Though she bravely held back her tears, Hinata rushed over to embrace her. Woo-woo. One-ichan, it hurts. Hina couldn't contain her emotions any longer and buried her face in Hinata's embrace, weeping openly. Hinata, feeling a bit helpless, could only soothe her gently, saying, Don't cry, Hina. There's no need to weep. Hinata's sister, Natsu, approached to check on the situation and, upon seeing that Hina only had a red mark on her forehead and was not injured, felt relieved. She then turned her gaze towards Imo-chan with an expression of ire. Imo-chan shrugged innocently and flashed a smile at Natsu. The maid was quite attractive, but as she wasn't a ninja, she likely wouldn't be able to join their chat group. I apologize, Imo-chan-kun, I didn't anticipate this. After calming Hina's emotions, Hinata glanced timidly at Imo-chan, her cheeks slightly flushed. This incident had originated from her, and at that moment, Hinata felt akin to a child who had misbehaved, filled with guilt towards the 3 individuals present. But Hina was quick to respond, exclaiming, Why should my sister apologize to him? He was the one who bullied you. That's not true, Hina. Hinata hurriedly clarified, Imo-chan-kun is my classmate. It was merely an accident, and you misunderstood. Huh. Little Hana's expression froze. Had she made a blunder? And then been reprimanded in return? Her lips pouted again, feeling quite embarrassed. However, she soon shot a fierce glare at Imo-chan. No, it was still this guy's fault. If he hadn't made her sister dizzy, how could she have misunderstood? Moreover, she was just a child. Even if there had been a misunderstanding, he should have been more accommodating. How could he flick a little girl's forehead? Such a lack of grace. Yes, exactly. Imo-chan, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively and remarked, It's just a trivial matter. But Hinata's sister is quite strong and very cute as well. Of course, Hina declared proudly, hands on her hips. I vowed to protect my sister and ensure that no one bullies her. You'll need to strive harder. With such abilities, you can't protect Hinata just yet. Imo-chan again mimicked the action of flicking his fingers. Startled, Hina quickly covered her forehead, realizing that Imo-chan was merely teasing her. And her face puffed up in indignation. She muttered defiantly, I'm just young. It won't be long before I surpass you. When that time comes, I'll flick you back, 3 times. No, 5 times. I'll make you cry. Imo-chan was utterly charmed by her adorable demeanor, while Hinata found the situation amusing yet exasperating. She longed to inform her sister that not long ago, Imo-chan had been weaker than her, and his current prowess was entirely a result of a rapid increase in strength over just a few days. It was nearly impossible for Hina to surpass him. Yet, such words would undoubtedly be disheartening, so she swallowed them back. Hinata-sama, Hana-sama, we should return. Natsu, unaware of Imo-chan's true identity, was hesitant to allow him to get too close to her young mistress, and swiftly reminded them in a hushed tone. Hinata had initially wished to ascertain Mo-chen's current residence, but with others present, it was an inappropriate question to ask. She could only express her apologies to Mo-chen once more, then took the pouting Hana by the hand and headed home with Natsu. Just before they departed, little Hana turned back and made a silly face at Mo-chen. That night, Mo-chen lay on his bed, pondering the art of fabricating future abilities. He had previously concocted 3 futures, one leading to the awakening of his Sharingan and the mastery of wood release, and another enhancing his talents to gain control over wood release. The third instance was primarily focused on rescuing Kurenai and could be deemed an exception. Not long had passed before he realized that his strength was now on par with that of a Kage. However, in terms of tactical awareness and combat experience, he could only be classified as an elite jonin. Ultimately, the swift enhancement of his strength had left him with insufficient foundation, which could only be built through time and extensive battles. Now, in order to further his strength in a short period, Mo-chen contemplated the study of Jinjutsu. His Sharingan had already awakened to 3 Tomo, which he had primarily utilized for dynamic vision and replication. Yet, the true strength of the Sharingan lay in its enhancement of Jinjutsu. As Chiyo had described, when faced with an opponent possessing the Sharingan, one would be compelled to flee if alone. For once ensnared in the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, extricating oneself was no simple feat. While one was preoccupied with finding a way to break free from the illusion, one could easily meet a grim fate. Regrettably, there were few who understood Jinjutsu in Konoha, and only Yuhi Kurenai was truly proficient. However, Kurenai lacked a bloodline limit and secret techniques, relying solely on the theoretical knowledge passed down through her family, which could not compensate for her ordinary talent. Naturally, what Mo-chen required was not the strength of the teacher, but merely someone capable of imparting knowledge of Jinjutsu. Hence, Kurenai was perfectly suited for this role. Although she was not a member of the group, and he could not directly fabricate a future concerning her, it was fortunate that she was a jonin leading Hinata's team, allowing him to bring her into the fold by crafting Hinata's future. Mo-chen had already conceived part of this notion yesterday, but had yet to finalize it before succumbing to slumber. Now, having supplemented it with details, he quickly completed the future he envisioned and submitted it to the system. A soft chime resonated, and the system notified him that a future video segment had been uploaded to the group. Tion, here it comes, it's finally here. Yamanaka Ino, we've waited so long for this, and the video is so short each time, it's barely enough to watch. Sakura Haruno, your words make it sound like we're watching a drama. Vortex Kurenai, I'm so excited. I wonder if I'm in it. Mitarashi Anko, I'm new here, and since it's Mo-chen senpai, this one is definitely mine. You all need not hope. Sakura Haruno, fine, I won't say anything. Hinata Hyuga, Yamanaka Ino, let us watch the video. The future video commenced. On a training ground in Konoha, Team 8 was engaged in their daily training. Shino unleashed a swarm of insects to attack Hinata, who stood her ground, her hands forming a series of illusions. The video depicted Hinata with her index and middle fingers aligned, releasing a long beam of chakra from the tips of each hand. As her hands moved, the beams sliced through the numerous insects like lasers, cleaving them in half before they fell to the ground. Despite the swarm's size, Hinata's speed was unmatched, and not a single insect could approach within a meter of her. Nearby, Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, watched intently, seemingly searching for an opportunity to strike at Hinata. Unfortunately, her attacks were too dense, leaving him unable to find a chance, and he could only watch in frustration. Finally believing he had found an opening, Kiba charged in with Akamaru, only to discover that it was a deliberate feint by Hinata to lure him in. The outcome was evident, as both Kiba and Akamaru ended up with blood holes, quickly retreating. Yamanaka Ino, are you kidding me? Is that really Hinata? Sakura Haruno, why is it Hinata? This is the second time, isn't it? Tion, ahem, although I haven't seen Hinata fight much, this isn't the strength I'm familiar with, right? Vortex Kurenai, didn't Hinata receive a boost? Why are you all so surprised? Yamanaka Ino, a boost merely amplifies existing abilities, but Hinata's techniques are clearly new insights. Right? Hinata Hyuga, I'm not aware of that. Mitarashi Anko, I don't care what the reason is, but I'm not happy right now. Sakura Haruno. The video continued. As the camera panned out, while Shino and Kiba were attacking Hinata, their teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, was seen providing extra instruction to another individual. The individual was a boy of similar age to the three, with black hair and eyes, striking features, and an extraordinary presence. It was none other than Mo-chan. The footage revealed that Kurenai was teaching Mo-chan the art of Jinjutsu, with both engaged in a serious exchange, clearly satisfied with each other's efforts. Soon, Mo-chan learned a technique from Yuhi Kurenai and charged into the chaotic skirmish of Team 8, forming a series of hand seals. The three members of Team 8 fell into a state of stupor, and then Mo-chan hurried back to continue his studies with Kurenai. After the trio finally managed to break free from the illusion, Mo-chan had already acquired a new technique, rushing over to cast another series of seals, plunging them once more into the depths of illusion. This cycle repeated several times until Kurenai greeted the trio and announced the disbandment before taking Mo-chan's hand and departing. The video concluded, fading into darkness. Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno. Forgive my unseemly laughter. I would rather this future video be unrelated to me. Ino Yamanaka. It feels like Mo-chan is more like Kurenai-sensei's biological child, while you, Hinata, are merely adopted. Tintin. Regardless, Hinata showcased her new abilities in this video, proving to be quite formidable. Before gaining the enhancement effects, I certainly wouldn't have been a match for her. Haha, I couldn't help but laugh towards the end. Karen Uzumaki. I also wish to appear in a video. I haven't had the chance yet. However, the latter part was truly hilarious. Hinata Hyuga. Tot Anko Mitarashi. Something feels off? Exceedingly off indeed. Ino Yamanaka. What is it? Anko Mitarashi. Kurenai is actually competing with me for a brother. Did you see her holding Mo-chan's hand? It's utterly unforgivable. Hinata Hyuga. Sakura Haruno. I'm just now realizing that Mo-chan is actually quite remarkable. Moreover, he seems to be growing increasingly handsome. I was previously narrow-minded. Ino Yamanaka. Something feels off. Exceedingly off indeed. You won't be developing feelings for someone else, will you? Wide forehead. Sakura Haruno. I wouldn't. My feelings for Sasuke-kun are unwavering. Even the Sage of Six Paths couldn't shake them. But Ino, why did you say also? Tintin. Actually, I wonder if Kurenai-sensei will join the chat group before this video takes place. Karen Uzumaki. Are you implying that Kurenai-sensei wants to gain enhancement effects, which is why she treats Mo-chan so specially? Anko Mitarashi. Indeed, it must be so. Otherwise, with Kurenai's personality, she wouldn't be so close to a young boy. No. I absolutely cannot allow her to take my brother from me. I must stop her before that happens. Anko Mitarashi. You all, if Kurenai really joins the group, no one is allowed to mention enhancement effects. Hinata Hyuga. Chapter 56. The joint mission of Teams 8 and 10 Tenzo was punctual, as always, bringing Mo-chan breakfast early in the morning. The meal was not only nutritionally balanced, but also delightful. Mo-chan felt that his palate had become spoiled, and he had grown accustomed to such luxuries. He worried that if Tenzo deemed him grown and stable, he might stop delivering meals, and he would find it quite difficult to adjust to that change. After pondering, Mo-chan approached Tenzo and said, Tenzo-sensei, you mentioned before that you have always been alone, correct? Tenzo nodded, somewhat perplexed. I've told you about my past. I've been an orphan since I was very young, which is why I was taken to be a test subject. Initially, I worked for Danzo in the Root organization, later being transferred to the Hokage's direct umbu under the 3rd Hokage, and that has continued until now. Mo-chan sighed. A person like you is the true ninja, always dwelling in the shadows while safeguarding the light. I believe you embody the essence of Konoha far more than that hypocritical Danzo. Haha. Tenzo was flattered by the compliment, but felt a bit shy, grinning sheepishly. I'm not as great as you say. In the grand scheme of Konoha, or even throughout the history of the ninja world, I am but a minor character, hardly worth mentioning. No, Tenzo-sensei, you are far too humble. Mo-chan insisted earnestly. Simply by being the only one in Konoha who can utilize wood release aside from me, you have already etched a remarkable chapter in the annals of ninja history. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, akin to a volcanic eruption that cannot be contained. Tenzo felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, somewhat helplessly replying. Speak plainly, what exactly do you want to say? Are you out of money and hoping to borrow from me? After all, he had personally guided this disciple, and Tenzo had a decent understanding of him. I speak only truth. Mo-chan chuckled. Although I lack monetary needs, if you insist, I wouldn't refuse your generous offer. Tenzo was left speechless, responding with mild annoyance. What do you truly wish to convey? It's just that since you are alone and my house is so spacious, it feels rather empty for one person to occupy. How about you move in with me? Emo-chan proposed earnestly this time. Tenzo was momentarily taken aback. An indescribable sensation washing over him, like stepping into a warm room in the dead of winter while sipping a bowl of steaming ginger soup. Warmth enveloping him from head to toe. Are you serious? Tenzo's voice trembled slightly, betraying his emotions. Of course. Emo-chan raised his thumb, affirming. Your kindness to me is akin to life itself. Even gifting you the entire house would not suffice to repay your grace. However, I know you wouldn't accept that. So please choose any space you prefer, a master bedroom, a guest room on the second floor, or even the eastern or western courtyards. Move in today. Living here would also facilitate your guidance in my training. Tenzo was deeply moved, feeling he had acquired an exceptional disciple. If not for the need to maintain his dignity as a teacher in front of Emo-chan, he would have been tempted to shed tears. All right, I will move in. Tenzo held his head slightly high to prevent tears from escaping his eyes, striving to maintain composure. Let us leave the main building for you. I'll take the west courtyard. Of course, it's primarily for your convenience in my teaching. Even though your strength has surpassed mine, I possess far more life experience. And as you've just joined the Umbu, there are many processes you are unfamiliar with, requiring my guidance. Emo-chan discerned Tenzo's feigned bravado but chose not to expose it, secretly relishing the moment instead. Tenzo moving in was indeed splendid. Living alone in such a large residence felt excessively empty, and he had long sought someone to share it with. He considered a few of the girls in their group, but found none suitable. The four blossoms of Konoha each had their families. And Karen had yet to return to Konoha. As for Anko, despite living alone, Emo-chan worried that allowing her to move in might compromise his purity. It was not that he feared his self-control. Rather, he was concerned that Anko might be too forward. After all, she had insisted on clinging to him as her brother the very first day they met. Her intentions were all too clear to anyone. Thus, after much contemplation, Emo-chan concluded that Tenzo was indeed the most fitting choice. He possessed the strength of an elite jonin and could also help safeguard the house. Moreover, Emo-chan had already sketched out plans for renovations, which he could conveniently hand over to Tenzo. Most importantly, Emo-chan considered Tenzo's daily 3 trips to be rather burdensome. Moving in would alleviate that hassle. Perfect. Of course, moving in wouldn't happen immediately. They still needed to check in at the Umbu, as today marked Emo-chan's first day on the job. Tenzo had initially intended to personally guide Emo-chan through a few missions, but unexpectedly, the third Hokage assigned Emo-chan a task directly. Teams 8 and 10 had collectively taken on a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits near a small village, 100 kilometers away from Konoha. Although both teams were composed of novice genin, the task was merely a C-rank mission, accompanied by a leading jonin, so there was little cause for concern regarding safety. However, considering that unforeseen circumstances could arise, and that all 6 members of these 2 teams were from prestigious clans, their importance was undeniable. The third Hokage deemed it prudent to ensure additional security by sending along 2 Umbu operatives. If no incidents occurred during the mission, the Umbu would essentially enjoy a funded excursion. In the event of complications, decisions will be made according to the circumstances, with the primary aim of ensuring that the lower-ranking ninjas undergo training without any threats to their lives. As for the candidates for the Umbu, the third Hokage has directly selected Emo-chan, while the remaining candidate has been entrusted to Tianzong for arrangements. The 8th and 10th squads have already commenced their missions. Thus, the concurrently graduated 7th squad should also be eager to embark on their journey. It is advisable for Emo-chan to accompany the 8th and 10th squads first to accumulate experience, which would be a safer option before joining the 7th squad. Fortunately, the current task involves the eradication of mountain bandits, and with 2 elite jonin present, it is unlikely that Emo-chan will need to intervene. Upon understanding the task details, Tianzong quickly felt relieved. However, he still shared some precautions with Emo-chan and, after a moment of thought, summoned a female Umbu member to partner with him. Her name is Tsubaki, and her codename is Tsubaki. Tianzong introduced her to Emo-chan, stating that although Tsubaki possesses only Chunin-level strength, her solid theoretical foundation and extensive knowledge make her an ideal companion for him. He then proceeded to introduce Emo-chan to Tsubaki, noting that his Umbu codename is Dragon, referencing the Dragon of Huaxia, not the one associated with Clan D. Given that this mission primarily revolves around Emo-chan, and considering his strength and talent, it would be unwise to assign a Chunin as his subordinate. Therefore, for this mission, Emo-chan is the leader, while Tsubaki is merely there for support. As Tianzong explained the task to Tsubaki, Imo-chun took the opportunity to observe her. She was clad in the standard umbu attire, with an average physique. Perhaps due to her protective vest, her front was completely flat with no discernible curves. From behind, there was a slight contour, but nothing remarkable. Her hair was a dark purple, short in style, resembling Hinata's but darker in hue, and she wore a mask adorned with a cat face pattern. While Imo-chan scrutinized Tsubaki, she, in turn, discreetly observed him. He too was in standard umbu attire, standing nearly 1.6 meters tall with a sturdy build, completely obscured his youthful age of 12. His face was concealed behind a green dragon mask, exuding an aura that set him apart. Additionally, there is an important matter. Please do not forget to leave a 5-star review. Time is of the essence as the recommendation period for this book is nearing its end. You wouldn't want to find it abruptly discontinued, would you? Chapter 57. Tsubaki, Tsubaki. If not Tsubaki, then what shall we call you? Inuzuka Kiba. Wow. Finally an opportunity to leave the village. This is my first time stepping out. Hyuga Hinata. Me too. On our way to Koi village. We will pass through Zaki City. Is there a chance to visit Karui? Vortex Karui. Are you two going together? I would love to see you. Every day, I learn secret techniques from my mother. Although the thought of being able to assist Imo-chan motivates me, it can still be quite dull. Sakura Haruno. Have you left the village? Are you two together? Inuzuka Kiba. No, our two squads have taken on a joint C-rank mission that involves combat. Sakura, wide forehead. Are you currently engaged in some tedious cat-catching mission? Haha, I heard about it before we left. Sakura Haruno. It's all because of that reclusive, lecherous teacher of ours, always hugging the little emperor and ignoring us. Tintin, you can say what you want. But why insult me? Inuzuka Kiba, reclusive lecher? Oh, I think I just heard something shocking. Sakura Haruno. Hyuga Hinata. Vortex Karui, if there's a chance. We will definitely visit you, but it will have to wait until after the mission. Vortex Karui. Yes, but if the opportunity doesn't arise, don't feel pressured. There will be future chances. Inuzuka Kiba. Don't worry, if there is no opportunity, I will create one. Just prepare to welcome us grandly at home. Maidakahara Akane. Youth is truly wonderful, but I still consider myself quite young. Ho ho ho. Inuzuka Kiba. Unlike the first-time ventures of the 8th and 10th squads, Imo-chan, trailing behind at a distance, felt superior, declaring this to be his second outing from the village. Much like his previous experience of shadowing the 3rd squad, he only needed to follow from afar until they commenced their mission before subtly approaching. Why do you keep staring at me? Imo-chan soon noticed that his teammate Tsubaki would occasionally glance in his direction. Tsubaki, caught off guard by her little action being discovered, felt a bit embarrassed and replied, "Nothing, just curious. Didn't you just graduate from the Ninja Academy not long ago? Isn't this your first mission since joining the Umbu?" "Yeah, so what?" Imo-chan did not comprehend what was peculiar about that. Tsubaki quietly inquired, "How come you seem completely at ease? You look quite seasoned." She recalled her own first mission, which had been fraught with anxiety, her mind a blank slate. Throughout the entire task, she had merely followed orders from the captain, moving only when instructed. Akin to a robot executing commands without knowing what to do in their absence. That is precisely why I am the captain. Imo-chan proudly patted Tsubaki on the shoulder and declared, "There are distinctions between individuals. I am a genius. If you were to compare yourself to me, you would feel inferior." Tsubaki was momentarily at a loss for words, before finally gritting her teeth and retorting, "Captain, has anyone ever told you how narcissistic you are?" Imo-chan shook his head, "You are the first to say so. Those who know me are aware that I am a sincere and reliable young man. Your perception stems from your lack of understanding of me." Tsubaki was uncertain of the truth in Imo-chan's words. Yet one thing was clear. He possessed quite a way with words. She wondered if he would falter during actual combat. "Tsubaki, Tsubaki, why have you fallen silent?" Imo-chan, feeling somewhat bored, sought conversation. If he were alone on the road, he would endure the tedium, but now that he had someone to converse with, why not engage? Tsubaki, not being particularly talkative, contemplated before stating, "We are ninjas, specifically Umbu. During missions, our priority must be the task at hand, and any actions that could potentially interfere with the mission process should be minimized." In essence, she was conveying that she did not wish to converse with Imo-chan at this moment. "That is not right." Imo-chan earnestly replied, "As temporary partners. This is our first time teaming up, we know little about each other. This gap in familiarity presents an opportune moment to converse during the mission's interlude. Only by doing so can we achieve better synergy once the task begins. Tsubaki, do you think my reasoning holds merit? As this is also my first mission, I am not entirely certain. Tsubaki pondered seriously for a moment before nodding. You are correct. We do need to deepen our understanding of one another. Subsequently, she diligently introduced her abilities. Tsubaki hailed from a civilian background, with modest skills limited to basic Leaf Village techniques, binding techniques, and ninja tool throwing. However, she excelled in theoretical knowledge, making her suitable for various administrative roles. Lastly, she added, and Captain, could you refrain from calling me Tsubaki? Tsubaki? It sounds rather unappealing. You could simply call me by my name. It was evident that the captain was intentionally teasing her. Imo-chan inquired, aren't you named Tsubaki? If not Tsubaki, what else should I call you? Tsubaki's expression darkened, grappling with how to respond to such a question. Should she indeed be called Tsubaki? It was confirmed. Her captain was indeed teasing her. Tsubaki, Tsubaki. Imo-chan interjected. Having introduced yourself, it's now my turn. My primary abilities are a village secret, which I cannot disclose. However, I possess immense strength, strong enough for you to rely on completely. Should combat arise, your sole responsibility is to call out. While I will handle the action. Call out. What should I call out? Tsubaki, hidden behind her mask, was utterly bewildered by his words. Are you not well versed in theory? You should be able to devise the most optimal attack strategies and postures at lightning speed, right? Just call them out for me to hear, and I shall spring into action. Imo-chan patiently elucidated. Tsubaki grasped the general idea, but found his statements increasingly peculiar. Perhaps it is merely the captain's manner of expression that differs from others. There remains ample time to adapt to the task at hand. If we were to call out directly, would not the enemy hear us? Chuan voiced her uncertainty. Imo-chan patted Chuan's chest reassuringly, declaring, rest assured. I have everything under control. Even if we play our cards openly, as long as our opponents are not of the Five Shadows caliber, I can handle them with ease. Chuan recoiled slightly, her face flushing beneath the mask. You can pat your own chest, but why mine? If it weren't for the armored plate she wore, she might have suspected the captain was being inappropriate. Is this a manifestation of distrust towards me? Imo-chan said, looking at the shrinking Chuan with a hint of sadness. Oh Chuan, you wound my heart. I am your captain. No, captain, I am simply not used to this. Chuan exclaimed, caught between amusement and exasperation. Thinking Imo-chan was merely youthful and unaware of the distinctions between genders. Then we must practice more. Imo-chan raised his hand to pat again. Chuan quickly sidestepped and urged, they are quickening their pace. We must hurry and not fall behind. A distance of over 100 kilometers is not far for ninjas. They would reach their destination in no time. As they approached their goal, they increased their pace, preparing to find a moment to regroup before engaging. Watching Chuan flee in haste, Imo-chan couldn't help but smile. Truth be told, having a partner for the mission was far more enjoyable than going solo, especially with a mix of genders, making the work feel less burdensome. Chapter 58. The Haunted Mountain. The eerie wind sounds under the guidance of Asuma and Hong. Teams 8 and 10 swiftly arrived at the mission site. They first visited the small village of Chi, gathering intelligence and resting to recuperate before heading towards a nearby desolate mountain. We must split up, Chuan announced to Imo-chan. In response to his bewilderment, she explained, they must have gathered some vital information in Chi that is pertinent to our mission. We need to clarify it. You should follow them, marking our path. While I investigate the situation in Chi, it is likely related to the mountain bandits. I will catch up with you based on your marks. Chuan excelled in this area, a fact Imo-chan had not considered with such depth. However, he found it curious. Why not use a shadow clone? Why must you go in person? He assumed she had a different idea, but after a moment of hesitation, Chuan replied, blushing slightly, I cannot create physical clones, so I never considered that. Realizing that Imo-chan could propose using clones meant he could indeed create them, Chuan felt embarrassed. Imo-chan patted her chest again, sighing. Chuan, I previously mentioned that you only need to call out while I handle the movement. Chuan stepped back, flustered. Captain, must you always be so hands-on? But I haven't touched you. Imo-chan feigned innocence, shrugging. This is merely my way of expressing camaraderie. If you dislike it, you should have said something earlier. If you had, and I continued, then it would be my fault, but you never mentioned it. Chuan paused, considering this perspective. Just as she relaxed, Imo-chan playfully patted her chest again, saying, there is armor in the way. I am only tapping on the armor. It won't break. Don't be so stingy. Without waiting for her response, he stepped aside, forming a shadow clone and transforming into a figure with a bounty of 35 million Rio. Chuan initially intended to be angry, but after 3 incidents, she felt it was deliberate. Yet, upon seeing Mo Chen's clone utilize transformation, her focus shifted. The clone, smoking a cigarette, smirked at Chuan. I just inquired about some details that were uncertain, so I need to return and thoroughly review everything to enhance my understanding and avoid any oversights. You two can proceed first. I will relay the information shortly. After this, he turned and headed back to the village of Chi. Chuan did not resent Asuma's frivolous behavior. Rather, her eyes lit up. Gathering intelligence could indeed be approached in such a manner, while she was familiar with the mission process and could identify gaps. The execution varied by individual. If she were to undertake this task, she would appear in the guise of the Umbu, indicating she was a fellow villager needing to gather information, subsequently confirming what she learned from those who had encountered Asuma and his companions. However, this approach would expose her to risks, and the villagers might not trust her enough to divulge the information she sought. Mo Chen's method, on the other hand, effectively mitigated the risk of exposure and made it easier to gain the villagers' trust. Chuan, why are you still dawdling? We must be off, Mo Chen called out, leading the way toward where teams 8 and 10 had departed. Amused internally, he mused that this distraction technique worked exceptionally well on Chuan. If they had future opportunities to team up, he would definitely try it again. Oh wait, their current mission hadn't officially begun yet. There would be plenty of chances during the process. Although Chuan remembered Mo Chen's earlier reckless behavior, she found no opportunity to confront him. She could only stomp her foot in frustration and hurry to catch up. In her heart, she maintained an acute vigilance, ensuring to keep a safe distance from him to prevent a recurrence of the earlier incident. As they continued onward, entering a low valley, an eerie wind howled like a ghost's wail, sending chills down their spines. Chuan couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps rising on her skin, prompting her to quicken her pace until she was beside Mo Chen, feeling a bit more at ease. Yet, she soon recalled they had agreed to maintain distance. At that moment, Mo Chen raised his hand slightly, causing Chuan to instinctively retreat a bit further. Mo Chen, scratching his head, looked at her with a perplexed expression, seemingly unaware of her reaction. Chuan's face turned slightly red beneath her mask, and she evasively remarked, "This wind sounds rather strange." "Indeed, that is why this place is called the Haunted Mountain." Mo Chen nodded, feigning ignorance of her discomfort. Chuan paused, asking, "How do you know this? This should be your first visit, right?" "The information was relayed by my shadow clone," Mo Chen replied. Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The shadow clone already gathered the information? "Why didn't you tell me? You never asked." Mo Chen shrugged. Frustrated, Chuan retorted, "Captain, we are on a mission. Could you please take it more seriously?" All right. Mo Chen chuckled lightly and began sharing the intelligence he had gathered. Unable to resist, he found Chuan's somewhat naive demeanor endearing. "This area is perpetually windy, and due to the terrain, the winds sound like ghostly wails, ceaseless from dawn till dusk, hence the name Haunted Mountain. It is less terrifying during the day, but at night, it can be quite frightening. The villagers of Chi generally avoid this place. Thus, the Haunted Mountain has become a stronghold for a band of mountain bandits. According to the villagers, these bandits have recently migrated from elsewhere and have already robbed several merchant caravans, resulting in numerous casualties, prompting someone to request a bandit extermination mission from Konoha. The bandits are nestled deep within the valley, numbering around 20, and there are no signs of ninjas among them." This was the essence of the intelligence gathered by Mo Chen's shadow clone. For a group of 20 ruthless commoners, it would indeed pose a significant challenge for the inexperienced teams 8 and 10. A battle would inevitably lead to bloodshed. It remained to be seen whether they could hold their ground. "Captain, have you devised a strategy to approach them?" Chuan inquired, furrowing her brow. "The valley is narrow. If we get too close, we risk detection. Yet, if we remain too far, we won't be able to provide timely support should any issues arise." This issue had long occupied Mo Chen's thoughts. If he were alone, he could easily navigate through the jungle-esque cover and mask his presence with wood release. However, with Chun by his side, the situation became more complicated. He could not abandon her, especially in such a treacherous environment. It was certain that she would be frightened to tears if left alone. Initially, he felt somewhat perplexed, but soon Mo Chun discovered a river flowing towards the depths of the valley. It was truly a stroke of luck. "We can hide in the water. This way." They won't detect us. Mo-chan assessed the situation and found that the shallowest part of the river was over a meter deep, perfect for concealment. However, Chun expressed her concerns, saying, "But my swimming skills are not great. I can't stay in the water for long." "No worries, I can use water release to protect you." Without waiting for Chun's response, Imo-chan seized her hand and jumped into the water with a splash. Chapter 59. One cannot view this with the understanding from Ninja Academy. Inazuka Kiba, those damned mountain bandits have set up their hideout in such a wretched place. It's infuriating. Uzumaki Karen, just watching your live stream makes me a bit anxious. Please be careful. Hyuga Hinata, so far, I have not detected any danger. Tintin, according to the intel, there are only about 20 ordinary people, not ninjas. We can handle them easily. Although you are all novices, remember that you have enhancements. Inazuka Kiba, that's easy to say, but I can't shake the feeling that something sinister could jump out at any moment. I'm a bit on edge. Hyuga Hinata, I feel the same way. Sakura Haruno, haha, Ino, channel your usual boldness. Even if there were ghosts, you'd scare them away. There's nothing to fear. Inazuka Kiba, forehead girl, are you provoking me? Fine, I accept your challenge. If there are ghosts, let's see who gets scared first. Sakura Haruno, what do I have to fear? Can ghosts attack me through the screen? You should be more worried about yourself. Hyuga Hinata, wait, don't say anything else. There's something going on. In the valley of Mount Kokiri, Team 8 had already begun their reconnaissance upon entering this territory. Hinata, with her Byakugan activated, began to perceive objects beyond the forest. There's something ahead. My insects have encountered an obstacle. Shino spoke first, signaling for everyone to stop and heighten their vigilance. The 6 individuals comprised 2 squads, with Asuma and Kurinai as their instructors, who had chosen to hide and observe, allowing their students to act independently. Hinata squinted her Byakugan and whispered, "It appears to be a fortress. They have constructed walls from stone, which seem like a new project. And they don't appear to be designed to fend off wild animals." Woof woof. Akamaru barked twice. Kiba sniffed the air and said, "I can already smell them. It seems the enemy is right on the other side of the wall." Shino adjusted his sunglasses and remarked, "If it is a wall, its sturdiness is beyond what we can easily breach." Why? Because my insects. But Shino's words were cut short as everyone turned their attention to the team leader, Shikamaru. Before the operation, they had all introduced themselves and agreed on Shikamaru as their commander. Now that the enemy lay before them, as soon as Shikamaru gave the order, everyone would charge forward without hesitation. In such a tense atmosphere, they were eager to leave. After all, the enemy consisted merely of ordinary people. A direct assault should suffice. Yet Shikamaru furrowed his brow, contemplating. A newly constructed fortress wall indicates they are either defending against wild animals or humans. In other words, they anticipated an attack and have made preparations. Boldly speculating, they might even know that leaf ninjas are approaching, yet they have not abandoned this stronghold, suggesting they are quite confident. If we charge directly, it remains uncertain whether we can breach the wall. We might very well fall into a trap. Even as ninjas, we could suffer significant losses. Kiba shouted, "Who cares about traps? We just charge in. I'll handle that wall with Akamaru. Let me show you the destructive power of my new technique. It's just a wall, no big deal." Woof woof. Akamaru barked proudly. Wait. Shikamaru quickly interjected to halt him. Unfortunately, among their peers, Kiba ranked just behind Naruto in impulsiveness. Displaying his strong desire for recognition, Kiba completely disregarded Shikamaru's warning and dashed forward with Akamaru at full speed. He acknowledged Shikamaru's intelligence but despised his cautious nature. They're just a bunch of ordinary people. What traps could they possibly set? Watch me break through. Damn it. Shikamaru cursed under his breath as he failed to rein Kiba back. He realized that Kiba was not truly his teammate. Relying on a temporary partnership was risky. There was no choice now. Kiba would surely expose their position, and they had to charge ahead. Fong over Fong. As the others caught up, they witnessed Kiba and Akamaru transforming into 2 spinning tornadoes, charging towards a 5-meter-high stone wall. Shadows seemed to lurk atop the wall, peering down but never revealing themselves. Shikamaru glanced at the scene, feeling a weight in his heart. Boom, boom, boom. Kiba's new technique proved quite powerful. The wall appeared solid, even with explosive tags. It might not collapse. Yet, under Kiba's relentless assault, 2 dents were quickly formed. Kiba and Akamaru pressed on, continuously drilling, and the dents grew larger. The 5 who followed were astonished. Was this really the Kiba they remembered? Just a short while after graduating, he had become this formidable? Since they had already engaged, they might as well push through. Shino stepped forward. He understood that Kiba had broken the rules, and as a fellow member of Team 8, he needed to take some corrective measures. Shino raised both hands, and a thick cloud of black mist poured from his sleeves. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of black insects, quite repulsive. Chakra-eating insects, Shino exclaimed, manipulating them to float over the wall. Ah! Several screams rang out as the lurking figures were swiftly drained of their chakra, falling silent. Ordinary people possess chakra too, but they lack the training to wield it, and their quantity is minimal. Once their chakra is absorbed, their bodies and spirits weaken and suffer damage. The nails have been pulled. In response to the astonished gazes of his companions, Shino coolly stated, "There are no living beings within the wall as perimeter besides us. We can proceed directly. My chakra-eating insects will dismantle any traps in advance, should there be any." Shino was a rather inconspicuous individual, as long as he remained silent. Even standing in front of someone all day, he could go unnoticed. However, having revealed a fraction of his abilities, he had captured their attention. He was not someone to be easily overlooked. Indeed, since graduating from the Ninja Academy, everyone had experienced varying degrees of growth. They could no longer be perceived through the lens of their past selves. Shikamaru gathered his thoughts and signaled to the group. They collectively condensed their chakra and leaped onto the wall, swiftly crossing to the other side. Boom, boom, boom. Meanwhile, Kiba and Akamaru were still tirelessly battling the wall. With a soft pop, Kiba and Akamaru finally broke through their respective sections, their heads poking through the dents, yet their bodies remained stuck. Both were panting heavily, tongues lolling, feeling dizzy before them. Wait, there's an ambush. The sudden appearance of several shadows sent a chill down Kiba's spine. Before he could take any further action, the owners of several dark shadows displayed disdainful expressions and turned to leave. At this moment, he felt slightly revived and finally recognized that what he had perceived as an ambush was merely his teammates who had accompanied him. However, something felt amiss. They had barely managed to break through the wall with great effort. How had they circumvented it? Was there a door nearby? Chapter 60. Indeed, a bunch of younglings. Once Shikamaru and the others crossed the city wall, they found numerous traps set within. Had it been others, even some Chunin, they could have faced total annihilation. Unfortunately, although the 6 young ones were novices, each possessed unique secret techniques. Particularly, Shino's parasitic insects proved exceedingly effective for triggering traps. And with Hinata's Byakugan providing support, they navigated through without triggering a single trap. Soon, they arrived at an open area where a group of bandits awaited them. To their surprise, they found themselves facing mere children. Was there truly no one else in Konoha? Perhaps they had sent out these younglings deliberately to conserve resources. This explanation suits my palate perfectly. Since Konoha is being so courteous, we have no reason not to accept their offerings. Everyone, be cautious. Don't let them all perish. After all, they hail from Konoha and possess more knowledge than we roughnecks. If we can keep a few of them around for training, we might cultivate some solid backbone in the future. I want to concern myself with the others, but that blonde girl is mine. I have a fondness for delicate ones. The bandits, initially on high alert, relaxed upon realizing they were merely children and began to mock them loudly. The 6 young ones were infuriated by the trash talk, unable to endure the insults that challenged their sheltered upbringing. Yo was the first to lose his composure, charging forward with Akamaru, disregarding any notion of teamwork. Damn it. Don't look at me with those disgusting eyes. Ino, also incensed by being singled out, brandished her kunai and charged ahead. Don't be rash. Shikamaru attempted to intervene, but his efforts were in vain, leading him to feel utterly drained. There was no other option. They would have to engage. Choji finished the last of his chips and, feeling the insult to his companions, became equally enraged. With a clap of his hands, he swelled up like a balloon. Shrink hands, shrink feet, shrink head. Human bullet tank. Choji transformed into a massive green watermelon, rolling fiercely towards the group of bandits. There was no stopping them. If one were to ask why, it was simply youthful exuberance. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and released a swarm of his parasitic insects to join the fray. I'm sorry. Hinata cast a guilty glance at Shikamaru, her face tense. But I'm going to. Hinata, at a loss for words, dashed out before she could finish. Initially, they had unanimously decided to follow Shikamaru's lead. Yet before he could issue any commands, they had all acted independently. They were merely a group of fledgling ninjas, incapable of withstanding the provocation from their foes. The enemies were mere mortals, and as ninjas, they felt an innate superiority, never truly fearing for their safety. Furthermore, after graduating from the Ninja Academy, each had experienced their own growth and was eager to showcase their talents. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, sighing in resignation. I hope I'm not overthinking this. With that, he joined the battle. The bandits, after all, lived a perilous existence. While they may have spoken lightly, they did not wholly underestimate the 6 young ones. The fact that they had crossed the tall wall and bypassed the traps unscathed was enough to warrant their respect. However, being young, they quickly lost their composure after a mere taunt. While the bandits were ordinary people, they were not entirely ignorant of ninjas, given that this was the world of ninjas. Though they lacked the raw strength of the 6 young ones, they possessed ample experience in combat and survival skills, coupled with their numerical advantage. Once the 6 young ones initiated their assault, the anticipated overwhelming victory did not materialize. Their robust attacks were either deftly evaded or collectively blocked, quickly stalling their momentum. Armed with weapons and gear, the bandits did not foolishly engage the ninjas head-on. They coordinated their efforts, targeting one ninja at a time. Lacking combat experience, the 6 young ones soon found themselves in a stalemate. On a distant wall, 2 figures appeared, observing the battlefield from afar. Honestly, despite all my warnings, it has come to this. In a white-striped kimono, with black hair and red eyes, Yugao frowned, clearly dissatisfied with her student's performance. Beside her, Asuma, puffing on a cigarette, divided his attention between the battlefield and the lovely woman beside him. Ah, young people are lively. It's quite good, he chuckled, unlike Shikamaru from my team, who seems so mature and lifeless, showing no interest in anything at all. Whereas the essence of youth in that. Yugao shot a glance at his cigarette, her brow furrowing. But she refrained from commenting, sighing instead. Being overly lively can easily cost one their life. Ninjas engage in tasks with their lives on the line. A steadier approach is essential for longevity. Asuma replied with a grin. After all, it's their first real battle. Let us not set the bar too high. They're doing quite well, and they will grow from this experience. Learning through hardship is vital. I hope they face some challenges. At least we are here to watch over them. Yugao focused intently on the battlefield, ready to intervene if necessary. Shikamaru, relying on his superior intellect, surmised that the bandits might have additional support. However, Asuma and Yugao, both seasoned jonin, had already discerned that the bandits were not acting normally. They were not merely relying on backup. They had contingency plans, and they would likely inflict harm on their students. Given the young one's current performance, they were at great risk of falling into a trap. Meanwhile, hidden in the water, Imo-chun and Tsubaki were also monitoring the battle. Tsubaki, nestled in Imo-chun's embrace, utilized water chakra to keep the river water at bay while extracting oxygen from it to share with Tsubaki through physical contact. Initially, Tsubaki felt a bit shy, but she soon became engrossed in the battle, no longer concerned with the details. These younglings have impressive abilities. It's no wonder Lord Third arranged for us to follow closely. If they can grow, they will undoubtedly become key assets for the village. After watching for a while, Tsubaki couldn't help but exclaim that some among the 6 were perhaps stronger than herself. Just as the leader had said, there are indeed distinctions among individuals. Unfortunately, they are still too green. Imo-chun, however, remained unconcerned. Setting that aside, their strikes lacked decisiveness. The opponents are a brutal gang of bandits, yet they still hesitate to strike hard. If this continues, they will soon find themselves at a disadvantage, just as Imo-chun had observed. Despite the initial fervor of the 6 young ones, they were all inexperienced and merely sought to defeat their opponents. In stark contrast, the bandits, while pretending to hold back, were merciless in their attacks. Seizing any opportunity, they targeted vital points without hesitation. As a result, the 6 young ones quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. Even with Hinata and Ino providing enhancements, their efforts barely materialized. As the stalemate dragged on, their stamina dwindled. Moreover, they were merely genin, and their chakra reserves would soon be depleted. Wait, Shikamaru suddenly exclaimed, they're trying to exhaust us. Everyone, stop holding back. What? The others realized something was amiss. Their conditions deteriorating significantly, making even their ultimate techniques feel strained. Indeed a bunch of naive children. Your reactions are far too sluggish. How did such weaklings even become ninjas? Konoha genuinely dared to send you out. Now that they had come to this realization, it was too late. All right, adults. It's time to take action. Chapter 61. Ya and Akamaru stunned again as the mountain bandits' voices faded. Four of them suddenly unleashed a surge of chakra, forming hand seals in unison. Earth release, heavy binding technique. They chanted together. Beneath the 6 young ninjas, yellow-brown circles, roughly half a meter in diameter, emerged, adorned with peculiar patterns. As these circles manifested, the 6 found their bodies weighed down, as if burdened by hundreds of pounds, struggling to breathe. This was a binding technique. Cold sweat dripped down Shikamaru's forehead. He attempted to use the shadow imitation technique to control the enemy and break the spell, but discovered that merely standing was a Herculean task. Even moving a finger proved daunting. The others were similarly incapacitated, rendered immobile by the gravity-like binding technique. These little brats truly live up to their reputation as Konoha ninjas. They are quite a challenge. Yet, they are still just kids. They had numerous opportunities to eliminate me, but they were frightened off by my desperate tactics. The bandits laughed triumphantly. They had indeed dispatched many formidable foes using such cunning. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall into their trap. Shikamaru clenched his teeth in frustration. While he was clever, he lacked the experience to fully comprehend the treachery of human nature. Despite his cautiousness, he could not fathom the enemy's true reliance. Let me go? I swear I will take you all down. You attempted to rise in defiance, but was instead forced to the ground. Akamaru, too, lay helplessly, unable to move. Save your strength, yeah? Shino, with beads of sweat on his brow, maintained a calm demeanor, remarking, to question their motives is futile. They are not foolish enough to release their captives. What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? Yeah, already on the ground, had no strength to stand, yet still found the energy for banter. You still have the strength to argue? I'm barely able to stand. Choji declared, opting to sit down instead. He struggled to open a packet of chips, but despite several attempts, he failed. Could you help me open this? Choji asked a nearby bandit. The bandit rolled his eyes, exasperated. You lot are captives. Show a bit of awareness. From afar, Asuma sighed. With Shikamaru here, I didn't expect the entire squad to be captured. Kurenai observed intently, stating, they are merely 4 rogue ninjas with strength comparable to Chunin. If they had been more serious, they wouldn't have been caught so easily. Asuma turned to Kurenai, inquiring, should we intervene now? No, let us wait and see. Kurenai replied, noting that the bandits seemed reluctant to offend Konoha and had no intention of eliminating the 6 young ninjas outright. Kurenai hoped this mission would help her students grasp the harsh realities of the ninja world. In the water, Tsubaki asked Machin if they should step in, but he naturally declined. Their teacher was unhurried, so why should they be anxious? Find them, commanded one of the bandits, presumably the leader. But be cautious not to step into their circles. If anything goes awry, you'll be responsible. The bandits, unfazed by their leaderess warning, laughed and surrounded the 6 young ninjas. A few leered at Hinata and Ino with a repulsive gaze, practically drooling. Anger surged within Hinata and Ino as their eyes met, and they exploded into action almost simultaneously. Previously hindered by the chaos of battle, being bound in place now provided them the opportunity to regroup. Both possessed enhancements that significantly boosted their attributes, and in that moment, their chakra surged explosively, rendering the binding technique imposed by the rogue ninjas utterly ineffective. Boom. Almost instantaneously, both girls radiated a visible blue aura, shattering the binding techniques that ensnared them. The immense release of power created a powerful shockwave, sending the surrounding bandits flying. The bandits, caught off guard, screamed as they were propelled away, rolling helplessly on the ground, while they were not left with broken limbs. It was far from a pleasant experience. What? The remaining bandits gasped in shock, while the 4 rogue ninjas rushed towards the girls to prevent them from rescuing their comrades, fearing a loss of control over the situation. However, Hinata and Ino had no intention of saving anyone. They charged at the bandits who had previously leered at them, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Don't get too cocky. One of the rogue ninjas drew a large blade and swung it at Hinata. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 32 palms. Unfazed, Hinata positioned herself and executed a series of strikes. Given her prowess, she could usually not complete the full 32 strikes due to her timid nature. However, now with her attributes doubled, delivering 32 strikes felt as effortless as executing 10 or 8 previously. With the assistance of her Byakugan, all 32 strikes landed on the rogue ninja's chakra points, causing him to spit blood repeatedly before crashing to the ground, unable to mobilize his chakra or body. Impressive, Hinata. Ino applauded her with a thumbs up. Everyone, including the remaining 4 from their group, was left in awe. Hinata and Ino had violently shattered the binding technique through sheer strength. The once timid Hinata, who stuttered when speaking, revealed an astonishing ferocity in battle. "Hinata, watch out!" you suddenly shouted, noticing another rogue ninja charging at Hinata with a rock-encased fist. Just after Hinata had finished her 32 strikes and relaxed, she found it too late to counterattack. Unexpectedly, before the rogue ninja could strike Hinata, a long blade pierced through him from behind, impaling him through the abdomen. Confusion spread across many faces. The blade's wielder was evidently another rogue ninja. Internal strife? A playful voice chimed, "Hinata-chan, I just saved your life." The rogue ninja, who was evidently male, adopted a mischievous demeanor akin to a young girl, and to Hinata's astonishment, the voice belonged to Ino. Hinata quickly turned to Ino, only to see her collapsed on the ground. This is the secret technique of the Mountain Clan, the mind-turn technique. The knife-wielding rogue had clearly fallen victim to it, now under Ino's control. "Thank you, Ino." Hinata sighed in relief, rushing to shield Ino's body. "Damn it, how could this happen?" The last rogue ninja's face turned pale. But misfortune seldom comes alone. A swarm of black insects erupted from Shino, and the circle beneath him suddenly vanished. Choji finished the last of his chips and clapped his hands, enlarging his body, not only breaking free of his binding, but liberating Shikamaru as well. "Thanks, Choji." Shikamaru grinned, grateful as Choji never let him down. Hey, what's going on with you all?" Yu was stunned, realizing that one by one, they were breaking free, leaving him and Akamaru looking rather foolish. Chapter 62. The 5 young strong charge forward, only to retreat. Well done. They managed to break free using their own strength. Asuma remarked, his eyes shining with surprise from the distant wall. These youngsters had indeed exceeded his expectations. As the setting sun cast a warm glow, Yuhi Karinai's lips curled into a smile. In the face of adversity, she did not succumb to despair, but rather sought opportunities for escape and resolution, embodying the qualities of an exceptional ninja. However, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern regarding the sudden surge of chakra from Hinata and Ino. Were these 2 young girls truly that formidable? Particularly Hinata. If she possessed such power, why had her father, Hyuga Hisashi, seemingly abandoned her? It appeared that they would have no chance to intervene, as the time had come for their adversaries to counterattack. Asuma, on the other hand, was lost in thoughts of pride for his students. To him, an elite jonin, their level of skill seemed almost childlike, and he found nothing remarkable in Ino breaking free from her restraints. Kurenai recognized that this was not the moment for inquiry. Despite her inner confusion, she chose to remain silent. On the battlefield, the bandits appeared flustered, retreating into the shadows. Only one intact rogue ninja stood before them, yet his performance was hardly superior. "How is this possible? How could you all so easily break free from the binding technique?" The rogue ninja bellowed, his expression one of disbelief. Shino, manipulating his insects, assisted Kiba and Akamaru in freeing themselves from their binds. Calmly, he explained, "The so-called binding technique relies on a specific jutsu that injects chakra into our bodies during close combat, unbeknownst to us. However, this technique is ineffective against me, for my insects can consume chakra." As he raised his hands, a thick cloud of black mist swirled around, teeming with countless black insects. Shikamaru interjected, "When you cast your jutsu, we were clearly not in the same area, separated by your comrades. Yet, after the binding technique was successfully enacted, only the 6 of us were ensnared. There must be some unknown factor at play." He continued, "Upon inspecting my body, I discovered the very technique Shino spoke of. I surmised that your initial pretense of being ordinary combatants was not merely to exhaust our stamina in preparation for a sneak attack, but primarily to stealthily inject your jutsu into us. You executed it with remarkable subtlety, and we indeed failed to notice. Unfortunately, once the binding technique takes effect, the injected jutsu resonates within us, revealing the technique's greatest flaw. That said," he added, "while it is not impossible to break free using my own strength, it would be exceedingly troublesome. Thus, waiting for my most reliable partner to come to my aid is the preferable option." Choji, having knocked down a knife-wielding rogue ninja, returned to his normal form and wore a sheepish grin upon hearing Shikamaru's words. "Indeed, this binding technique is a mere trifle. I saw through it long ago, right, Akamaru?" Kiba, though not entirely comprehending, feigned bravado. After all, he couldn't be the only one left bewildered among the 6, could he? "Woof woof." Akamaru nodded in agreement. Kiba, you are lying. You did not see through their technique. Shino remarked bluntly, thrusting his words like a blade. If you must know why. You were clearly calling for help just moments ago. Enough with the chatter. Kiba growled in embarrassment. I was merely curious as to how you all managed to break free. When did I call for help? You were the one meddling, insisting on saving me. Otherwise, I would have escaped on my own. Woof woof. Akamaru's barks sounded a bit uncertain. We can stand back and let you fall victim to it again if you wish, Shino offered sincerely, stepping aside. Kiba's face flushed crimson. No, this teammate was no longer viable. Do not get too cocky. The rogue ninja seethed, his earlier trepidation replaced by fury as he witnessed their antics. Did he not care for his dignity? In that case, he would not hold back. The rogue ninja retrieved a glass vial from his pocket, uncorked it, and without hesitation, drank its contents. Hey, stop playing around. It looks like he's drinking something. Shikamaru warned, his expression turning serious as he alerted the others. Kiba, fists clenched in disdain, scoffed. What does it matter what he drinks? I was merely careless before. Watch how I teach him a lesson now. Akamaru, go. Woof woof. Akamaru followed Kiba, charging at the rogue ninja. Wait, don't be rash. Shikamaru sighed, exasperated. Without knowing what technique their opponent was about to employ, rushing in blindly could easily lead to disaster. Indeed, in the next moment, the rogue ninja seized Kiba by the neck, sending Akamaru flying with a single kick. What? The group gasped in shock as Hinata, Ino, and Shikamaru huddled together, eyeing the rogue ninja warily. Little brat, it seems you are quite proud of yourself. The rogue ninja sneered, his clothes tearing apart as his physique suddenly swelled, muscles bulging impressively. In an instant, the once average-sized man transformed into a hulking figure. Hiss! Hinata gasped wide-eyed. His physical capabilities have increased several-fold, along with his chakra. At this level, even with a combined effort from her and Ino, they would likely struggle to make an impact. It had to be the potion he consumed earlier. Shikamaru glanced at the glass vial discarded on the ground, but unfortunately, it revealed nothing. Boss is incredible. Long live the boss. The bandits cheered, casting aside their previous fears and anxieties, standing tall once more. Their leader was far stronger than they had imagined. At this moment, Shikamaru and his companions realized that this remaining rogue ninja was the true leader of the group. However, this revelation held little significance. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Let go of me. Kiba gasped, struggling in vain against the grip tightening around his throat. Despite his efforts, he felt as powerless as an ant against a tree. Seeing this, Shikamaru wasted no time and signaled to his comrades. They all launched a coordinated assault against the rogue ninja. Insects of the parasitic beetle, gentle fist, shadow imitation technique, human bullet tank, mind-body switch technique. The rogue ninja merely scoffed, unleashing a punch that created a sonic boom. Shino's insects were dispersed, and Hinata was sent flying backward by the force of the punch. Shikamaru's shadow was ensnared by the rogue ninja, and Choji's human bullet tank was easily repelled. Throughout this exchange, the rogue ninja maintained a firm grip on Kiba's throat. Just then, Ino's mind-body switch technique activated, but the next moment, blood trickled from her mouth as she withdrew her psychic projection with a cry of pain. The 5 young ninjas charged forward, only to be met with defeat. The sudden surge of power from the rogue ninja left them all astonished. Chapter 63. Never doubt your captain on the city walls. Asuma and Kurenai had sensed danger the moment the rogue ninja consumed the potion, yet they initially hesitated, deciding to observe the situation. Little did they anticipate that in mere moments, the tide would turn dramatically. The shift in circumstances was so abrupt that it caught them completely off guard. Quick, save them! Asuma exclaimed, dashing towards the fray. The presence of Fortunin had already exceeded the parameters of their mission, yet it remained within the capabilities of the 6 young ninjas. As their teachers, they would not interrupt such a rare opportunity for growth. However, with the rogue ninja's drug-induced transformation, it was clear that the situation had surpassed the limits of the 6. Boom. In the next instant, a barrage of explosive tags detonated, engulfing Asuma in a massive blaze. Asuma. Kurenai's expression changed dramatically as she struggled to contain the chaos. Although she was not at the epicenter of the explosion like Asuma, the searing heat and flames still hurled her away. The violent blast drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield, prompting the leader of the wave shinobi to smirk coldly. It seems your reinforcements have been eliminated. Did you truly believe I was unaware of the more formidable forces lurking in the shadows? Those traps were merely a diversion. In reality, a deeper and more potent layer of traps was already activated as you pass through. Whether reinforcements arrive or you retreat, the traps will trigger. Except for the panicking Inuzuka. The remaining 5 were pale with fear. Yes, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Tears welled in Hinata's eyes. She had relied on her Byakugan to scout ahead, yet failed to detect the more significant traps buried beneath. Given the overwhelming force, their teacher was likely in peril. Do not panic. Self-recrimination is futile now. Shikamaru gripped his inner thigh tightly, striving to compose himself. However, the vast disparity in strength and the urgent situation left his mind blank, rendering him unable to devise a countermeasure. Meanwhile, the chat group erupted with concern for Hinata and Ino. Even Sakura, who often opposed Ino, was desperately brainstorming ways to assist. Alas, their distant help was of no use in this immediate crisis, leaving them in a state of anxious helplessness. In the water, Emo-chan released his hold on Tsubaki, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "So, is it my turn to take center stage now? Captain, do you have confidence?" Tsubaki, pale with fright, questioned. What should have been a simple bandit extermination mission had spiraled into chaos. She thought that even if she possessed 10 lives, she could not complete such a task. Confidence? Tsubaki, never doubt my abilities. They are unwavering. Emo-chan chuckled, patting Tsubaki on the chest. This time, she did not resist. Her gaze toward him was almost entranced. So handsome. Such a reliable young man. For reasons unknown, Emo-chan's simple words seemed to possess a boundless charm that calmed Tsubaki's previously racing heart. Without further ado, he turned to plunge from the water. Pausing momentarily, he asked, "Do you have any last words of advice? You are the strategist." Tsubaki felt a bit flustered, nearly forgetting her role. Ensuring the safety of the children was paramount, and without hesitation, she advised, "You should use shadow clones. One to draw the enemy's attention and the other to rescue them. Strike decisively, as you will only have one chance, regardless of whether you can bring them back. Do not rush into a confrontation. If my guess is correct, his current state cannot last long and will have severe repercussions. Simply delay him, and the enemy will self-destruct. Finally, please exercise caution." Emo-chan acknowledged lightly, smiling. "Your advice is invaluable." With that, he vanished from sight. Without his oxygen supply, Tsubaki cautiously surfaced. Worry etched across her face. On the battlefield, just as Tsubaki anticipated, the wave shinobi leader could not maintain his state for long. He lacked the patience to waste time with a group of children. "I merely intended to teach you a lesson, to dissuade you from proceeding, as I have no desire to provoke Konoha. However, the situation has escalated beyond my control. I can only ask you to leave your lives here." With a fierce glint in his eyes, the leader tightened his grip to crush Inuzuka. Suddenly, Akamaru leaped from the shadows, biting his arm. In an instant, crimson liquid flowed, dripping onto the ground. "You wretched beast." The leader yelped in pain, reflexively releasing Inuzuka. Yet, unwilling to suffer loss, he unleashed a powerful kick toward Akamaru. That kick was far more ferocious than before. Given Akamaru's size, a direct hit would surely be fatal. At the critical moment, Inuzuka risked his life to protect Akamaru, taking the brunt of the blow to his lower back, causing his spine to bend grotesquely and propelling them both away. Inuzuka, Shikamaru, and the others gasped in horror. Shino rushed forward, using his insects to cushion Inuzuka's fall, stabilizing him. Inuzuka coughed up blood but immediately checked on Akamaru, who, despite being shielded, bore significant injuries and had fallen unconscious. Thank goodness. At least he is alive. Inuzuka exhaled with relief, but the next moment, his eyelids fluttered, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness. The other's eyes were red with emotion, a blend of anger, sorrow, despair, and hatred. This was the true reality of the ninja world. Their first mission exposed them to bloodshed and cruelty. Yet, reality would not pause for their tumultuous emotions. The leader, enraged by Akamaru's bite, charged towards them. He had stated his intent to take all their lives. With no recourse, Shikamaru gritted his teeth, extending his shadow towards the wave shinobi leader. Perhaps he could only bind him momentarily, or perhaps he would fail altogether, but in this dire moment, he had no choice but to struggle. The others wore resolute expressions, summoning every ounce of strength for one final assault against the leader. The outcome was evident. Their resistance was in vain, including Hinata and Ino, who possessed enhancing abilities. In a heartbeat, They were all sent flying, some coughing blood, others falling unconscious. Only Shino narrowly evaded disaster with his insect clones, yet his chakra was entirely depleted, rendering him unable to continue fighting. In a single exchange, their forces were decimated. The bandits stood frozen, dumbfounded, having forgotten why they were there. Let's start with you. The wave shinobi leader sneered at Shino, the only one who had evaded his attack. Then, without hesitation, he struck. Shino attempted to evade, but as he took a step, he collapsed wearily to the ground, helplessly watching as the leader approached. Am I to die? It seems this is where my journey ends. Shino felt little fear, only regret for the myriad of insect species he wished to study. Earth-style, earth wall. Suddenly, a wall of earth rose from the ground, perfectly shielding Shino from the impending attack. The leader's fist crashed against the wall, fracturing it, but failing to break through. A figure emerged from nowhere, gracefully standing atop the wall. Emo-chan, is that you? Is there support? The wave shinobi leader's expression darkened as he gazed up at the silhouette on the earth wall. Konoha's Umbu? Your village truly spares no effort. Sending Umbu to protect a group of children on a mission is no small matter. It appears these children have significant backgrounds. No wonder they managed to disrupt my forces. Umbu? The 4 young ones were taken aback. There were Umbu protecting them? Among them, Inuzuka had been the first to lose consciousness, with Choji fainting while protecting Shikamaru, and Ino succumbing to the direct impact as well. Yet, remarkably, Ino's unconscious consciousness surfaced in the chat group, able to witness the unfolding reality through Hinata's live feed. Hinata, who had been using her Byakugan, instinctively glanced over, exclaiming in delight, Emo-chan Kuin. It's Emo-chan Kuin. Emo-chan. Shino and Shikamaru were astonished. Their former classmate? When had he joined the Umbu? And his strength was formidable enough to withstand the wave shinobi leader's attack with his own ninjutsu. Shikamaru, aware of Emo-chan's explosive power during the Chunin exams, had some inkling, while Shino was utterly bewildered. Shino Yamanaka, Emo-chan has arrived? Why did I have to pass out at this moment? What a splendid scene of a hero rescuing a damsel, yet I found myself fainting. Haruno Sakura, isn't it Shino that Emo-chan saved? What business is it of yours? Yamanaka Ino, had I been conscious, he would have appeared as my gallant hero, descending on clouds of vibrant hues. Tintin, I never anticipated that Emo-chan would come to your aid. I'm so envious that tears are welling at the corners of my mouth. Hinata Hyuga, make sure to seize this opportunity. Hinata Hyuga, I am unsure of what to do. Uzumaki Karen, indeed, Emo-chan remains as dashing as ever. And with him around, you are assured safety. Yamanaka Ino, that fool Asuma, unable to protect a few students, now he has to rely on Emo-chan. He has brought shame upon the elite ninjas of Konoha. If anything happens to Red, I will not forgive him. Yamanaka Ino, why are you siding with Red at this moment? Yamanaka Ino, a horse is a horse. Regardless, she is my beloved friend, my sister. I see you are not so ordinary yourself. Emo-chan gazed down upon the leader of the rogue ninjas, speaking in a calm tone. You cannot be an ordinary bandit. Can you? What was in that bottle you just drank? Who knows? The rogue ninja leader remained non-committal, yet anxiety stirred within him. Observing Emo-chan's displayed prowess, he was uncertain of his ability to prevail. If a stalemate ensued, the effects of the drug would soon dissipate. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on the earth flow wall. Standing on either side of Emo-chan, it was Asuma and Yuhi Kurenai. They are indeed elite ninjas of Konoha, not so easily ensnared by traps, just momentarily delayed. Had it not been for Emo-chan's timely intervention, they would have likely suffered losses. However, both were slightly winded. The trap had still taken a toll on their condition. Kurenai appeared relatively unscathed, while Asuma's clothing was tattered and his hair somewhat disheveled. You are unharmed, exclaimed the rogue ninja leader, his expression shifting dramatically. One ninja from Konoha was already overwhelming. Now, these 2 emerged unscathed from such a trap, indicating formidable strength. I must find a way to escape. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged astonished glances at Emo-chan, clearly unprepared for the involvement of a dark ninja, but this was not the time for inquiries. Do you harbor misconceptions regarding the elite ninjas of Konoha? Asuma drew 2 chakra blades from his pouch, a sardonic smile gracing his features. To think you could eliminate us using explosive tags is a foolish dream. Despite being caught off guard by the trap, he had immediately utilized the substitution technique to extricate himself. As an elite jonin, such survival skills had become second nature. My apologies, dear friend of the Dark Division. Asuma fixed his gaze on the rogue ninja leader and addressed Imo-chan beside him, saying, I appreciate your saving my student, but this matter is between him and me. I kindly ask you not to interfere. Having injured my beloved subordinate so grievously, I cannot let him go unpunished. Imo-chan shrugged, making a gesture of indifference. Since Asuma was unharmed, he saw no need to intervene further. The rogue ninja leader's eyes darted, and he decisively turned to flee. Dashing into the midst of his bandit entourage, Asuma pursued, but was obstructed by the group of bandits. Unlike Shikamaru and the others, he was not one to show mercy. With his chakra blade, he unleashed a swift attack, effortlessly reaping the lives of those who stood in his way. The bandits cried out in terror, fleeing in disarray, but the rogue ninja leader used them as human shields. Ultimately, none of the bandits escaped. All perished at Asuma's hands. The rogue ninja leader had intended to use these lives to buy himself time for escape, but he could not deter Asuma for even a moment. Meanwhile, the effects of the drug he had consumed were waning. Suddenly, his escape faltered. He stumbled and fell to the ground. The muscles that had bulged with strength began to visibly wither, his breath growing shallow. Before long, the rogue ninja leader lay prostrate, reduced to a mere shell. In such a state, even if Asuma refrained from striking, it appeared he would not survive for long. How could this happen? The rogue ninja leader, incredulous, uttered, impossible. He never mentioned the side effects would be this severe. Asuma approached him, gazing down with an expression of pity, and said, It appears you were used by another. Do you have anything to say? Impossible, impossible. The rogue ninja leader seemed oblivious to Asuma's inquiry, merely repeating those 3 words. He had lost his wits. Asuma shook his head. In such a state, no meaningful dialogue could ensue. He would have to take him back to the village. This transformation feels strangely familiar. Imo-chan mused, stroking his chin. What are you thinking? Asked Kurenai, curiosity tinged in her voice. No, it's nothing. Imo-chan shook his head, though some thoughts lingered. Now was not the time to share. Suddenly, another figure appeared, standing beside Imo-chan, also clad in dark attire, drenched as if just emerged from water. Fear not. He is my comrade. Imo-chan gestured to Kurenai. The newcomer was Tsubaki, who had only now shown up since the battle had concluded. Captain, your timing is impeccable. Tsubaki expressed genuine admiration. Although Imo-chan had only made one decisive move, it was of great significance and bore remarkable strength. Imo-chan, is that you? Beneath the earth flow wall, Ino had awakened, waving at Imo-chan. It's been quite a while, Ino. Imo-chan smiled faintly, removing his dark division mask. With his identity revealed, there was little point in concealing it any longer. So young? Upon seeing Imo-chan's face, Kurenai and Tsubaki were taken aback. Tsubaki was aware that Imo-chan was merely 12 years old, but seeing it firsthand was still shocking. Prior to this, she had unconsciously begun to rely on Imo-chan. Yet now, confronted with his youthful visage, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. Chapter 65. Someone is anxious, but I shall remain silent. Everyone, it's been a while. Imo-chan leaped down from the earth flow wall, greeting each person in turn. Aside from Kiba, who was too gravely injured to regain consciousness. Ino and Choji had both awakened. Imo-chan, what a surprise. I can hardly believe you truly joined the Dark Division. Shikamaru exchanged a high five with Imo-chan, saying, But thank you for your timely appearance. Imo-chan has grown so powerful. Choji also high-fived him, then opened a bag of chips, offering him a piece. Would you like some chips? This is a token of appreciation. Thank you. Imo-chan chuckled, accepting the offering without hesitation. He understood that receiving food from Choji indicated genuine acceptance from him. Shino stood with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of coolness, seemingly awaiting something. What is your name? Imo-chan scratched his head. I am Shino. Shino replied, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, as if suppressing some emotion. I see. Imo-chan quickly affirmed, having not forgotten. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and said, No need for thanks. We are all comrades. It wasn't that he was reluctant to say something to bridge the gap. Having watched the anime from behind a screen felt amusing, but standing before Shino now left him at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Oh, Imo-chan. Fortunately, Ino alleviated the tension by leaping onto Imo-chan's back, wrapping her arms around his neck, clinging to him. You came specifically to save me, didn't you? I'm so overjoyed and touched. Ino clung tightly to Imo-chan, their faces nearly touching. Ino's mind raced with a torrent of numbers. Affection level 111111. Of course, this was merely her self-indulgent fantasy. Emo-chan felt a pang of regret. Clad in the Dark Division's armor, he could not feel her warmth behind him. This marked the first intimate encounter between him and Ino, a delightful floral fragrance invigorating the senses, while the skin brushing against his face felt exquisitely smooth and comforting. Standing behind them, Shino wore a sullen expression, his voice barely a whisper, echoing like a lament from the depths of despair. Why was I overlooked? Regrettably, no one paid him any heed at that moment, which only deepened his gloom, nearly shrinking him into the shadows of the corner. Hinata approached Machin, her gaze cast downwards. Hesitantly murmuring, "Machin-kun, thank you. And I apologize for yesterday." What happened yesterday? Ino paused, narrowing her eyes at Hinata. Uzumaki Karen. Wow, no matter when I see Machin-kun. He always looks so handsome. I just want to lick the screen. Haruno Sakura. Setting aside past prejudices, Machin truly excels in every aspect. I was mistaken before. Yamanaka Ino. TCH, what is the point of saying that in the chat group? Besides, you only say it to gain some advantage, right? Haruno Sakura. I'm not. I didn't Stop making baseless accusations. Tintin. Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata. Remember to inquire about Machin-'s current residence. Yamanaka Ino. Got it, I want to forget. Wait, Hinata, what do you mean? Haruno Sakura. Oh, there is some backstory here. Tintin. Hinata. Why are you apologizing to Machin? Why mention yesterday? Did you see him then? No, I didn't say anything. Hinata quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head fervently. She didn't even dare to look at the chat group. As long as she avoided it, nothing had transpired. Ultimately, it was her own guilty conscience. Had she possessed a thicker skin, she could have easily brushed it off. Machin wished to remain an onlooker, but at that moment, Kurenai intervened, aiding Hinata. Do you all know him? Kurenai descended from the earth-style wall, her eyes wide with surprise as she regarded Machin. He appeared to be of similar age to her students, though slightly more robust, with striking features and an exceptional demeanor. Machin stood there, as if the entire surroundings gravitated around him. Hinata exhaled as if saved, promptly introducing, "This is Machin-kun, a former classmate from the Ninja Academy. To think he graduated in the same year. Your strength far surpasses theirs." Kurenai had suspected as much, yet the confirmation astonished her. The intensity of the earth-style wall he executed and his impeccable timing made her doubt her own ability to triumph over him in a confrontation. And yet, he was merely a fresh graduate? "You must be teacher Kurenai." Machin greeted with a smile, stating, "I've heard my sister, Karen, speak highly of you, saying you possess great strength and beauty, and are one of her few close friends in the village." Karen? You know Karen? Kurenai was taken aback. What connection could she have with this year's graduates? She had never mentioned it. Machin clarified, "She is now my elder sister." Though it was more of a forced recognition, we only met a few days ago. Kurenai stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. That sounds just like Karen. However, upon learning that he was Karen's younger brother, Kurenai felt an immediate sense of familiarity towards Machin. Uzumaki Karen, defamation. This is slander. It was Machin who insisted on calling me sister. How has it turned around now? Uzumaki Karen. And what did you mean by that, Kurenai? Is this the image I project in her mind? Uzumaki Karen. We're done. When she returns, I will cut ties with her. Haruno Sakura. Someone flustered. I want to reveal who. Yamanaka Ino. I knew it. No wonder you were so tight-lipped about Machin's new address. It was forcibly obtained. And you fear others might take him away. Tintin. Karen, I disdain you. Uzumaki Karen. Uzumaki Karen. Foolishness. Gathering intelligence is a fundamental skill for ninjas. If you can't even uncover Machin's address in the village, perhaps you shouldn't be ninjas at all. Uzumaki Karen. Yamanaka Ino. Hyuga Hinata. Especially you two. Showing mercy against enemies is simply unacceptable. Had it not been for Machin's sudden appearance, at least two of you would have perished on this mission. The previously boisterous chat group fell into a profound silence following Karen's last remarks. They finally grasped her genuine intentions, which were meant to cultivate their abilities. Overshadowed by her playful demeanor. Had Karen not revealed her true aim, no one, including Tintin, would have discerned it. Moreover, her insistence on keeping Kurenai away from Machin was never mentioned after he appeared on the live feed. It was evidently all in jest. They had taken her too seriously, mistakenly believing she was possessive, wanting to monopolize Machin. In that instant, the realization washed over the girls, leaving them drenched in embarrassment. Chapter 66. Women only hinder my training speed. After Asuma's preliminary confirmation, it was determined that the leader of the rogue ninja had consumed a forbidden drug. While it significantly enhanced his strength, it drained his very life force. Shortly after the effects wore off, the rogue ninja leader swiftly met his demise. Not only was his vitality depleted, but his body was left devoid of nutrients. However, even in death, the intelligence department could still extract some information. With the mission accomplished and the mountain bandits obliterated, the subsequent tasks involved cleaning the battlefield, organizing intelligence, and managing aftermaths. These matters were of little concern to Machen, who had agreed to find a time for a gathering upon returning to the village and took his leave with Tsubaki. In the end, neither Ino nor Hinata inquired about Machen's current residence, their curiosity stifled by Karen's earlier remarks. Before departing, Machen approached Kurenai, expressing a desire to learn Jinjutsu from her. While Kurenai was somewhat surprised, she neither readily accepted nor rejected, merely instructing him to come find her after returning, so they could assess his aptitude for Jinjutsu. Hinata and Ino exchanged glances, feeling as if they had just matched wits in a future video. Thus, in the video, what was the nature of my ability? Hinata pondered, unable to suppress her curiosity. Having watched the video, the abilities displayed had greatly inspired her. After all, it was her own self, employing the gentle fist technique. Privately, she had practiced in secret, managing to replicate the moves, yet something crucial remained elusive, preventing her from fully grasping it. It was akin to her previous attempts at executing the 8 trigrams 32 palms. She seemed to have mastered it, yet always faltered midway. If only she could uncover the reason, she believed her strength would ascend to new heights. While Hinata did not obsess over her power, she yearned for the acknowledgement of those around her, necessitating formidable strength. Tsubaki, you've already seen my face. Shouldn't you also remove your mask for fairness? On the way back, Machen resumed his customary teasing of Tsubaki, reaching toward her mask. Tsubaki quickly dodged, her tone cautious. Captain, do not forget the rules of the Umbu. You have already violated protocol by removing your mask. Do not attempt to drag me down with you. Moreover, I will report your identity disclosure during the mission. Tsubaki, you truly are heartless. Machen lamented. I've already pulled you down with me. Have you forgotten? I consider you a friend. And yet you speak of rules and threaten to betray me. It's truly disheartening. This is not betrayal. Tsubaki replied helplessly. If I fail to report, both you and I will face severe penalties. Instead, let us speak candidly. Given your role in this mission, the village should not hold you accountable, at most. It would be a matter of balancing merits and faults. I won't listen. Emo-chan exclaimed, covering his ears and shaking his head, displaying a petulant demeanor. Those are merely excuses. I refuse to entertain your sophistry. Chuan found herself both amused and exasperated, unable to reconcile this childish individual before her with the dashing savior from earlier. All right, Captain, Chuan gently reassured. Once the mission concludes, I shall invite you to my home. Really? Emo-chan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Visiting her home would grant him the opportunity to behold her true beauty, and he could even witness her in her casual attire. That sounds delightful. Chuan was genuinely his first comrade and partner, and they shared a kindred spirit. He did not wish for their camaraderie to dissipate after just one mission, as future encounters would become scarce. Though they both belonged to the same village's covert division under the guidance of Tian Song, there would still be opportunities for collaboration. However, for Emo-chan, actively seeking out such chances held a significance vastly different from passively waiting for them to arise. Absolutely, I promise. Seeing Emo-chan's delight, Chuan chuckled, adding, by the way, I have an adorable younger sister whom I shall introduce to you. I am certain you two will get along splendidly. Oh, by the way, she is also a graduate of this year's Ninja Academy. Perhaps you have already crossed paths. Emo-chan had intended to inquire whether she was hoping he would become her sister's suitor, but upon hearing the latter part, he paused, asking, if she graduated at the same time, then she must be a classmate. What is your sister's name? As soon as he uttered the question, regret washed over him. He had forgotten the names of several girls from his class. Even if Chuan provided the name, he might not recall, leading to an awkward situation. Fortunately, Chuan did not divulge the answer but playfully replied, you shall have to guess for yourself. You will find out in due time. Although the potential embarrassment was avoided, Emo-chan maintained a faux frown, playfully chastising Chuan. Chuan, this is not right. If you wish for me to become your sister's suitor, Then do not keep it a secret. Also, how substantial is the dowry? If it is insufficient, I may not be interested. Chuan, initially intent on swatting Mo Chen's playful hand away, was momentarily taken aback by his words. What nonsense is this? When did I ever express a desire for you to be my sister's suitor? And you are even contemplating the dowry? After a brief pause, Chuan playfully retorted. You shameless rascal. She lifted her foot to step on Mo Chen's instep, but he nimbly evaded her. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Stand still. The two chased each other, their figures soon disappearing into the woods. As time passed, Mo Chen and Chuan did not linger on the path, quickly returning to the village. The round trip, combined with the mission, took merely half a day. After reporting their mission, they were free to rest for the day. A figure emerging from the changing room nearly startled Mo Chen into jumping. Regaining his composure, he exclaimed, Captain, you nearly scared me to death. What were you doing lurking at the door? Trying to sneak a peek while I changed? The woman, of similar height to Mo Chen, around 5 feet 2 inches, appeared to be in her early 20s. From her voice, it was clear that she was Chuan. At this time, she was the only one in the changing room, so there was no cause for suspicion. However, upon seeing her face, Mo Chen felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. Was she a character from the original work? Yet, there exists a distinction between the two-dimensional realm and reality. Those renowned figures often possess distinctive traits that make them easily recognizable. Chuan, though she might have appeared in the original story, was certainly not a pivotal character, leaving Mo Chen momentarily puzzled. Ahem. Mo Chen cleared his throat, feeling slightly bashful. How could I be that kind of person? I have no interest in women. They only hinder my training speed. Is that so? Chuan replied with skepticism. I wonder who expressed a desire to become my sister's suitor, only to now claim disinterest in women? Oh, that is inconsequential. Mo Chen raised his hand, attempting to pat Chuan on the chest. This time, Chuan was already on high alert, quickly shielding her chest and glaring at him with a threatening gaze. She had already removed her hard armor, but still wore the green Chunin vest. The thickness of the vest made her appear flat-chested, but even so, a pat would still leave an impression. While Mo Chen may not have felt it, she certainly would. Chapter 67. Thank you, Captain Mo Chen. Is this where you reside? Following Chuan to her abode, Mo Chen could not help but furrow his brow. It was merely a small suite, not much larger than his previous dilapidated dwelling. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony were all present, yet collectively they amounted to no more than 30 square meters. The room contained only a single bedroom, furnished with a wardrobe and a tatami mat. Previously, he had heard Chuan mention that she lived with her sister, though conditions were modest. Having a home was already a blessing. Chuan smiled, saying, I was on the verge of moving out, but circumstances arose. Never mind, let us not dwell on that. Please, take a seat while I change and prepare a meal. Consider it a token of gratitude for your care during this mission. Though the mission had been somewhat thrilling, in the end, she had merely participated without needing to engage in combat. It was a victory by default. Mo Chen glanced at the tiny kitchen, barely accommodating one person, and waved his hand, saying, You carry on with your tasks. I will not interfere. Looking at the chat group, Asuma had returned to Konoha ahead of them, having sealed the body of the rogue ninja leader with a scroll, accompanied by the injured Ya and Chimaru. Judging by the timeline, they should have arrived by now. Hong was trailing behind with the remaining students. These students rarely ventured outside the village and were reluctant to return quickly, eager to seize the opportunity to explore. This was primarily due to Hinata and Ino's desire to find Kankaro's underground base, which they had been subtly encouraging. Mo Chen had grasped the situation and decided not to interfere. At that moment, he noticed a photograph on the coffee table in the living room. Picking it up, he observed it appeared to be a picture of Chuan and her younger sister. Chuan was dressed in casual attire. Her figure was not particularly impressive, but she appeared more shapely than when clad in her vest. A broad smile adorned her face as she embraced a little girl with her right arm. Upon turning his gaze towards the little girl's face, Mo Chen was struck dumb. It was her. Realization dawned upon him. Slapping his forehead, he finally recognized who Chuan was. It was an astonishing coincidence. How should one describe it? Perhaps a fateful connection. What do you think? Isn't she adorable? Chuan emerged from the room, now dressed in the same outfit as in the photograph, and upon seeing Mo Chen holding the picture, she inquired with a smile. She wore a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, paired with cropped pants and slippers, her appearance unembellished, completely at ease in Mo Chen's presence. This image evoked the impression of a neighborly younger sister. Despite being older than Imo-chan, her petite stature made it difficult to perceive her as an elder sibling. Imo-chan appraised her from head to toe, remarking, "Indeed, she is quite cute, but she still has room to grow. If she wishes to develop naturally, her potential may not reach great heights." Chuan stared blankly for a while, before comprehending Imo-chan's words, her face instantly flushing with embarrassment. "Oh, you." Chuan tossed a cushion from the sofa at Imo-chan, retorting crossly, "I was speaking of my sister. If you prefer someone older, she should be suitable. She is merely still young." Indeed, Chuan's sister had already developed a curvaceous figure, and in a few years, she might possess even more femininity than Tsunade. However, to be frank, Imo-chan was not interested. "You truly intend to introduce your sister to me?" Imo-chan leaned closer to Chun, chuckling as he remarked, "However, I find your current self most appealing. Of course, I would not mind if you wish to include your sister as well." Chun rolled her eyes and pushed Imo-chan away, exclaiming, "How absurd. Must you not take things more seriously? What have you experienced at such a young age?" After a moment of silence, Chun's tone grew somber as she said, "I already have a fiancé." It seemed she did not wish to elaborate further, turning instead toward the kitchen. Imo-chan smiled, recalling Chun's identity as he realized, the fiancé of Shuei-mu, Qian-hui-chan. He remembered how Shuei-mu had once convinced Naruto to steal the Book of Seals, only to be met with a brutal beating from Naruto. Now he found himself at a sewing machine. As for Chun's sister, she was none other than Qian-hui-wu, a member of Team 9 who had helped Imo-chan awaken his wood release. It seemed fate had intertwined their paths, leading to an undeniable sense of rivalry. At this moment, Qian-hui-wu was likely retaking classes at the academy, striving to officially become a genin. Imo-chan had considered seeking revenge on her and Liang Tai, but he had been preoccupied lately. To deliberately carve out time to confront such minor figures would reflect poorly on his character. So he decided to wait for a more opportune moment. He had yet to encounter Wu, but he had already become acquainted with her sister and had visited her home. Imo-chan had no intention of discussing these matters with Chun. Chun was Chun, and Wu was Wu. Even if Chun aimed to matchmake him with Qian-hui-wu, Imo-chan feared he would disappoint her. Perhaps it was the mention of her fiancé that had dampened Chun's spirits, casting a peculiar atmosphere over the evening. In an attempt to lighten the mood, Imo-chan tried to be amusing, but Chun remained unenthusiastic. After finishing their meal, Imo-chan felt a sense of unease, prompting him to suggest an early departure. "I apologize, Captain. Perhaps I am a bit fatigued after completing a mission. I lack the heart for merriment tonight." Chun accompanied Imo-chan to the door, forcing a smile as she said, "Next time, when I have my spirits in order, I shall invite you again. Do not be so formal. I have already considered you a friend. If you have concerns, feel free to share them with me. I will certainly assist you where I can," Imo-chan replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed. He then added, "By the way, please refrain from calling me Captain in the future. That was merely a temporary title. You may simply call me Imo-chan." He raised his hand to pat Chun on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, but Chun flinched, instinctively crossing her arms and stepping back, leaving Imo-chan's hand awkwardly suspended in midair. Realizing her overreaction, Chun felt embarrassed as well. Eventually, both of them could no longer contain their amusement and shared a laugh. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again." Imo-chan waved and turned to depart. "Until next time." Chun waved back softly, murmuring, "Thank you, Imo-chan." By the end, her mood had indeed lightened considerably. After leaving Chun's home, the night had not yet fully descended. Jing Yi and the others had just bid farewell to Xiang Lin and had not yet returned to the village. With nothing pressing on his mind, Imo-chan suddenly recalled an errand and decided to purchase some fruit and gifts. After inquiring for directions, he made his way to visit a certain residence. This was the home of his former team leader, Indo Daigo. Today, Indo was resting at home, having not been assigned any missions. Upon seeing Imo-chan, he was noticeably surprised. After a brief exchange, he learned that Imo-chan had come to express his gratitude for the assistance he had received when Indo had interceded on his behalf with the third Hokage. As Imo-chan's situation was confidential, Daigo was unaware of his recent circumstances and had even worried for him. Imo-chan shared all that he could, once more conveying his heartfelt thanks. "There is no need for such gratitude. It is my duty as a mentor," Indo replied, helping Imo-chan to his feet. His expression filled with nostalgia. "Now that you are a ninja and have joined the Yumbu, I can share certain truths with you. In truth, although I have guided many students, those assigned to me were often destined to be eliminated. You and Liang Tai were no exception, which is why I appeared so unsympathetic toward you. The potential for one to become a ninja is often determined during their time at the academy. The assessments are merely formalities. However, do not blame the village. This is for your own good. If one lacks the aptitude to be a ninja, forcing them into missions would be a disregard for life. Being eliminated can lead to self-realization. Allowing one to abandon the path of a ninja, perhaps not such a misfortune after all. Should you feel discontent, you may choose to retake the courses. There remains a chance of becoming a ninja. Just be aware that, at that point, the consequences will rest solely upon your shoulders. The village can only provide you with the opportunity to strive. Chapter 68, An Advanced Mission? It should be coming soon. Indo Daigo imparted these words to Imo-chun out of concern that he might become fixated on the negatives. Among all his students, Imo-chun exhibited the greatest potential, and Daigo lamented not being able to form a deeper mentor-student bond with him. Now that Imo-chun had joined the Umbu, Daigo sincerely wished for his continued success. Imo-chun had his own suspicions regarding these matters, but lacked the depth of understanding that Daigo possessed. As for whether Konoha's policies were good or bad, it was not for Imo-chun to worry. He had his own advantages. After bidding farewell to Indo Daigo, the night had fully enveloped the world, and those on missions returned home. Imo-chun did not linger outside, swiftly making his way back to his residence. Tianzong had already moved in and had begun renovations on the front yard according to the plans Imo-chun provided. The weeds had been cleared away, and a few cherry blossom trees had been pruned nicely. The flower beds were now adorned with vibrant blossoms of various hues, and the paths had been repaired. Most importantly, in the central area connecting the three courtyards, a fountain had been constructed, a sight to behold upon entering, pleasing to the eye. Imo-chun, you're back. Tianzong, having just finished the renovations in the front yard and panting from exertion, greeted him. After moving my things, I attended to the front yard. Time was limited, so I will continue with the other areas tomorrow. It seems it may take several days to complete. Hearing that Imo-chun had dined at Chun's home, he added, I did not prepare dinner for you. However, if you desire a midnight snack, I can whip something up shortly. Imo-chun surveyed the transformed surroundings, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Indeed, calling Tianzong teacher was worth every effort. You need not rush, Tianzong. I invited you to move in for your comfort, not to increase your workload, Mo-chun replied with a smile. Tianzong laughed heartily, not at all. It is merely a small task, and I am more than happy to assist. Though he was clearly exhausted, he continued to feign nonchalance. Yet, it was evident that he found joy in being needed. Imo-chun chuckled and handed Tianzong a bottle of chilled tea he had yet to drink, saying, I shall forego the midnight snack. I just had dinner with Chun and then visited teacher Daigo, where I had some snacks. Please, enjoy the tea and take a moment to rest. We have many days ahead of us. Thank you. You should also go and rest. You must be tired after all, Tianzong responded, feeling deeply touched by Imo-chun's thoughtfulness. Upon hearing that Imo-chun had visited Indo Daigo, Tianzong felt even more pleased with his pupil's character. He felt fortunate to have such an impeccable student. Thus, as a teacher, he resolved to alleviate Imo-chun's burdens in daily life, ensuring he felt at home. Determined, he decided that even if it meant exhausting himself, he would expedite the renovations to meet Imo-chun's expectations. Therefore, while Imo-chun retired to his room to rest, Tianzong continued to labor, beginning renovations on the backyard. In accordance with Imo-chun's vision, the backyard had ample space, not only to construct a pavilion for relaxation and enjoyment, but also to build a hot spring swimming pool. The style and details were of utmost importance, requiring more than mere basic ninjutsu to accomplish. In summary, if Tianzong wished to perfect the backyard, he would forego sleep that night. Imo-chun remained unaware of Tianzong's intentions and did not use his sensing abilities to investigate his surroundings. After returning to his room and finishing his grooming, Imo-chun lay down on the bed. He casually flipped through the scrolls on the bookshelf, occasionally glancing at the chat group. Inuzuka Kiba, I thought this mission would at least elevate us to an A rank, but Asuma informed us that we only completed a C rank mission. Hyuga Hinata, after all, we didn't take down the main enemy, and as Hongdo said, our performance wasn't particularly stellar. Sakura Haruno, don't act all innocent. I'm still struggling with D rank missions over here, wondering when I'll finally get to leave the village for a proper task. It's infuriating that Kakashi-sensei is so unreliable. Inuzuka Kiba, what's wrong? Isn't he a brooding yet charming pervert? Has he ever harassed you? Sakura Haruno, what are you thinking? That's impossible. Can such things be said so lightly? Inazuka Kiba. Fair point. Someone like you, who is neither particularly attractive nor charming, would hardly be a target for harassment. Sakura Haruno. Kiba, are you looking for a fight? Tintin. Alright, let us tone it down. Inazuka Kiba, A-rank missions involve matters of national security, not just dealing with a few bandits. When it comes to ninja combat, it should at least start at B rank, right? Hyuga Hinata. Teacher Hong said that the mission client would elevate the task to B rank, but we students can only receive C rank payment, and our record reflects only a C rank completion. Inazuka Kiba. I heard that the mission payment will also be shared with Mo-chun and his partner, which I don't mind, but why are we only credited with a C rank? Even if we didn't defeat that leader, didn't we still take down 3 rogue ninjas? Mitokado Hamura. Be grateful. With your abilities, could you have completed a B-rank mission without assistance? You're lucky it's not counted as a failure. Inazuka Kiba. How could we not complete it? If that leader hadn't been on drugs, I would have knocked him down. Mitokado Hamura. Even if he was on drugs, that wouldn't elevate a B-rank mission to an A-rank. Didn't Tintin just mention that A-rank missions involve national secrets? Whether he was on drugs or not, if he had the power of a Kage, it would still fall within the B-rank category. Mitokado Hamura. Given your strength, you could have independently completed the task. You could have either delayed him after he took drugs or found a way to stop him before he did. If successful, you would have completed a B-rank mission. Mitokado Hamura. Your capabilities fell short, leading to the deterioration of the situation. That is your own issue. If you had initially taken on a B-rank mission, it would have been deemed a failure. But since you took on a C rank, you just barely scraped by. Do you understand? Inazuka Kiba. That is a bit hard to grasp, but I think I get the gist. Alright, it's our own problem. Hyuga Hinata. Thank you, Hondo, for clarifying things for us. It seems we need to improve our strength first. Tintin. So that is how it is. But as low-ranking ninjas, the village wouldn't assign us B-rank missions, right? So we need to elevate not only our strength, but also our experience in executing tasks. Vortex Karen. It seems that being a ninja and undertaking missions involves such a complex system, but facing challenges with companions and growing together is indeed a wonderful thing. Sakura Haruno. I understand, but it's a pity we don't have an opportunity for practical application. Who knows when we'll get to take on higher-level missions? Higher-level missions? It should be soon. Mo-chun thought of Sakura's words and quickly recalled the mission in the Land of Waves. That task should commence soon. And since the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was leaving the village for the first time, the third Hokage would likely take Mo-chun along. Chapter 69. Effortlessly suppressing the Nine Tails divine technique. Should I concoct a narrative about the mission in the Land of Waves? Mo-chun hesitated. If it were the mission in the Land of Waves, what he desired was the method of one-handed hand seals like Haku. If he were to be selfish, he could even abduct Naruto, using the Sharingan, and would release to claim the Nine Tails for himself. The feasibility was there, but the difficulty and risk were substantial, and the consequences could be severe. Moreover, acquiring the Nine Tails didn't guarantee it would be a boon. He had his own advantages, strength would come in time, and there was no need for such drastic measures. Forget it. In the mission in the Land of Waves, he could achieve what he wanted on his own. Mo-chun quickly abandoned this line of thought. He could now learn illusion techniques, and besides that, he had time to seek out Aunt Karen to study sealing techniques and barrier techniques. He just wasn't sure if he could learn the diamond lock and Kagura's hard eye. He was quite envious of these two techniques. Should he give it a try? Utilizing his ability to fabricate the future, he could learn the diamond lock and Kagura's hard eye. After all, the Sharingan and wood release had come to him in the same manner, so there shouldn't be any errors. He could also enhance Karen's strength in the process, as he had done with Hinata before. As soon as he thought of it, Mo-chun immediately began to construct the idea in his mind. An hour later, all members of the chat group received a system notification, and a future video was uploaded in the chat group. After expressing their habitual excitement and making simple guesses about the content, the girls quickly clicked on the video. The future video began with images of the residence of Karen and her mother in the Land of Waves, where Karen is in the yard learning the Uzumaki clan's secret techniques. Karen had escaped from the Land of Waves with her family as a child. Still possessing some family inheritance, but lacking guidance, her talent was insufficient, and without a stable environment for cultivation, her strength was not formidable. However, she was more than capable of introducing Karen to the basics. When Mo-chun arrived, Karen had already learned the diamond lock, but due to improper control, she nearly destroyed the house, and almost injured her mother. Fortunately, Imo-chan appeared just in time, using wood release to restrain Karen, although it took considerable effort, indicating the high intensity of her diamond lock. Both Karen and her mother were overjoyed to see Imo-chan. He proposed to learn sealing techniques and barrier techniques from Karen's mother, who agreed without hesitation. However, her expertise in this area was limited. She only knew a few basics. Thus, she could only guide Imo-chan through the introductory phase and then provided him with relevant scrolls for self-study. In no time, Imo-chan mastered the few basic sealing techniques that Karen's mother knew, while Karen practiced the diamond lock beside him, becoming increasingly adept. Imo-chan, feeling envious, inquired about the conditions for performing the diamond lock. Karen's mother didn't believe Imo-chan could learn it, but still, she did not withhold the information. To her surprise, Imo-chan successfully executed it on his first attempt, even better than Karen. Karen's mother suspected that Imo-chan had Uzumaki blood, but there was no way to verify it now. However, due to this incident, she and Karen evidently grew closer to Imo-chan. The video concluded, fading to black. The content was minimal. Imo-chan primarily sought the diamond lock. As for Kagura's hard eye, if he could learn the diamond lock, how hard could the hard eye be? If he truly couldn't learn it later, he could always fabricate the future again. At this moment, the chat group buzzed with discussions spurred by the video. Vortex Karen. Yay, Imo-chan came to see me. He is so handsome. The more I look, the more captivating he becomes. Sakura Haruno. Keep it together. Your infatuation is getting worse. Vortex Karen. I've already started practicing the diamond lock with my mom these past couple of days. When I master it, Imo-chan will be here. From now on, I'm going to practice diligently and learn it as quickly as possible. Sakura Haruno. Inazuka Kiba, spare me. Even if Karen is infatuated, it's a worthy pursuit in this world. Unlike a certain broad forehead individual toward Sasuke, there is no return at all. Sakura Haruno, you're talking nonsense. At the very least, we are together every day now. I see you are just green with envy. Ino Yamanaka. My current goal is to pursue Imo-chan. Why would I be jealous of you? If you have the audacity to say such things, then have the guts not to get close to Imo-chan. Sakura Haruno. That's a different matter. Tion, Vortex Kyuka. Is your ability something only the Vortex clan can learn? Then how about Imo-chan? Anko Mitarashi. That is the Vortex clan's secret technique, the diamond lock. Though it is termed a secret technique, it leans more towards a bloodline limit, which can awaken directly under special circumstances. Kyuka merely accelerates the awakening process through study. Anko Mitarashi. Without the bloodline of the Vortex clan, one cannot learn it. Vortex Kyuka. Sister Anko is correct. And not all members of the Vortex clan can awaken the diamond lock. It depends on their aptitude. The fact that Imo-chan can awaken the diamond lock and utilizes it even better than I do indicates that his Vortex bloodline is purer than mine. Sakura Haruno. But that's not right. Imo-chan possesses the Sharingan, which signifies he has Uchiha blood, and he has awakened wood release, seemingly related to the first Hokage. How does he now also connect to the Vortex clan? Sakura Haruno. By the way, I forgot to ask you, does your Vortex clan have any relation to Naruto's Vortex? Tion. Imo-chan's situation is indeed quite complex. Only the higher-ups might know the specifics. He certainly is not as simple as an ordinary civilian. Tion. Perhaps it is due to his uniqueness that he is the leader of the group. This chat group might even be a special ability he awakened without realizing it. Ino Yamanaka. Wow. Tion, you've discovered a blind spot. There might truly be some validity to that. But it's quite rare for a broad forehead to remember another teammate apart from Sasuke. Isn't it a bit late to think of asking now? Sakura Haruno. Mind your own business. Vortex Kyuka. Does your teammate also have the surname Vortex, Sakura? But I've never seen them. Could you do a live stream for me tomorrow? What I can tell you is that the Vortex clan is characterized by red hair, possessing immense chakra and vitality. The village we once inhabited, the Vortex Hidden Village, was known as the Village of Longevity. Sakura Haruno. If we're talking about chakra and vitality, that guy Naruto indeed fits the bill, but he has blonde hair, and Imo-chan's hair isn't red either. Ino Yamanaka. Didn't we just say that Imo-chan is special? Anko Mitarashi. There's no need to discuss this. Even if you find out the answer, it won't benefit you. Anko Mitarashi. What you should understand is that if Kyuka successfully awakens the diamond lock, her strength will quickly reach the level of a jonin. That is a unique group control ability that combines offense and defense with sealing techniques. Against ninjas of equal level, she could take on a whole group by herself. Sakura Haruno. Hinata Hyuga. So impressive. Tion. This is way beyond the standard. ISNT it. Ino Yamanaka wow? I'm so envious I could drool. Vortex Kyuka. Is it really that powerful? I didn't even know that. Thus, I am envious. Emochin mused. This is a divine technique that even Kushina could effortlessly suppress the Nine Tails with at the brink of death. Chapter 70. Permanently enhancing the quality of Tenzu's wood release the next day, Emo-chun was astonished to find that the backyard had been completely renovated according to his wishes. Tenzu lay on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion, looking gaunt and half-dead. In just one night, he had lost considerable weight. Tenzu-sensei, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Emo-chun asked, his face filled with disbelief. It was certain that Tenzu had overexerted himself. But why? Emo-chun couldn't recall doing anything significant. Cough, cough. Tenzu spoke weakly. It's nothing. I just wanted to finish everything quickly so I could focus on other matters. Don't be fooled by my tired appearance. I'm not actually fatigued, just need a brief rest. Emo-chun felt a sense of absurdity, akin to witnessing a capitalist and an exemplary employee. Rest assured, I'm really fine. Tenzu insisted, forcing himself to stand, displaying a silly grin, but soon stumbled again. He looked apologetically at Emo-chun and said, however, I might not be able to prepare your breakfast today. Sorry, I'll make it up to you next time. Emo-chun shook his head helplessly, supporting Tenzu's arm and channeling his wood-release chakra into him. Since he could utilize his chakra to revive the exhausted Kyuka, it should also be effective for Tenzu in this situation. Indeed, after Emo-chun transmitted his chakra, Tenzu's condition visibly improved. Though his mental state could not be swiftly replenished in this manner, it did alleviate Tenzu's previous weakness. He merely appeared a bit fatigued now. Tenzu clenched his fist, feeling the renewed vitality within him, and exclaimed in amazement, your chakra can be used like this? It's not much different from medical ninjutsu. He understood that Emo-chun was utilizing the power of wood release, but his own wood release did not possess such capabilities. I discovered it by chance. Emo-chun smiled and replied, perhaps it's due to the abundant life force within my chakra. I forcibly replenished your stamina through this life force infusion. But the effect is certainly not as good as your own recovery. Not only that, Tenzu shook his head, I can feel that when your chakra entered my body, my wood release was rejoicing, becoming more vibrant than before. In this state, if I use wood release, its power will be significantly greater than usual. Your chakra can enhance my abilities. Emo-chun had not previously considered this, but after Tenzu pointed it out, he could roughly understand the reason. Thus, he asked, how long can this state last? If I continuously transmit chakra to you, can it fundamentally enhance the quality of your wood release? Many have claimed that Tenzu's wood release is akin to that of the first Hokage, merely differing in the user's expression. This is nonsense. The first Hokage was indeed powerful, capable of generating wood release through his immense strength, guiding the reincarnated chakra of Ashura, activating the bloodline genes of the Ashura clan. Wood release and Ashura chakra are complementary. The former activates the latter, while the latter enhances the former's power. The first Hokage's wood release had long transcended ordinary wood release and merged with the power of the Otsutsuki, possessing some divine tree abilities. In contrast, Tenzu merely inherited a fraction of the first Hokage's power through the implantation of his cells. The cells themselves do not represent the entirety of the power, and the inheritance process incurs some loss. Plus, due to Tenzu's own aptitude issues, his wood release is on an entirely different level compared to that of the first Hokage. In simple terms, it is a castrated inferior version versus an ultimate version stacked with buffs. Even if Tenzu possesses sufficient chakra to summon a giant wooden figure comparable in size to the first Hokage, he would still be unable to withstand a single punch and would be instantly shattered. This is a matter of quality. Tenzu seemed to grasp the implication behind Emo-chun's words, his excitement difficult to contain as he began examining his internal state. After a considerable time, he spoke with enthusiasm. Your chakra, aside from replenishing my consumed state, remains largely within me with minimal loss. If I can utilize your chakra in battle to enhance the power of my techniques, it's equivalent to a consumable. However, if locked within my body, it can gradually merge with my chakra over time, slightly improving the quality of my wood release. The specific effects will need further verification, but it is certain that it can permanently enhance the quality of my wood release. Is this effect due to my possession of the first Hokage's cells and would release? Is it a characteristic of Emo-chan's own abilities that, as long as the physique or capability is compatible, it will yield results? Emo-chan fell into contemplation, deciding to seek out several individuals for experimentation when the opportunity arose. However, seeing Tianzang's excited expression brought Emo-chan joy as well. In that case, I shall transmit chakra to teacher Tianzang periodically to observe the extent of the enhancement. If he could reach the level of the first Hokage, that would be splendid. This way, Emo-chan could comfortably rely on Tianzang, accepting the care he provided. After all, Emo-chan had also offered benefits. A reciprocal relationship is essential for longevity. Tianzang was grinning from ear to ear, his heart brimming with infinite possibilities for the future. Yet, he humbly waved his hand, saying, "How could I dare to compare myself to the first Hokage? The fact that I can respond to your chakra is already an unexpected gain. No matter the degree of enhancement, it is a fortune." Emo-chan only needed to transmit some chakra to him, which would not cause any harm, and naturally, Tianzang did not refuse the goodwill. However, he urged Emo-chan to maintain confidentiality about this matter for the time being, discussing it only after he had confirmed its specific effects. Emo-chan understood that Tianzang was concerned that if the higher-ups learned of this, they might treat him as a mere experimental subject. Even without Tianzang's caution, Emo-chan would be mindful of the situation. Having arranged to learn illusions from Hinata, Emo-chan utilized a wood-release clone to clock in with Tianzang at the Umbu. Meanwhile, his main body, guided by the chat records from the group, swiftly found the training grounds where Team 8 was supposed to gather. Even D-rank missions were not conducted daily, let alone after a life-and-death battle the day prior. They would take a few days off for routine training, adjusting their states, summarizing experiences, and preparing for the next mission. However, arriving at the training ground early, Emo-chan found only Hinata there, with no one else in sight. Hinata was repeatedly practicing gentle fist against a wooden post, occasionally shooting a beam of chakra from her fingers, striking the post like a laser. Though the power was minimal and erratic, Emo-chan quickly discerned her intentions. Was she contemplating the Guardian 8 Trigram's palm influenced by the future video? In the last future video, Emo-chan had incorporated the original TV's Guardian 8 Trigram's palm for Hinata. This ability indeed resonated with her character, quickly evoking her response. Unfortunately, as she was learning alone and the timeline had not yet aligned, Hinata lacked the mindset depicted in the original work, making it difficult for her to discover the entry method in a short time. Chapter 71. Changing Hinata. Starting with speech, this approach is futile. Emo-chan's voice startled Hinata from behind. She instinctively shrank behind the wooden post, cautiously peeking her head out. Emo-chan, who had come over without wearing an umbu mask and dressed in casual attire, a black inner shirt topped with a blue short t-shirt and brown capri pants, looked quite dashing in the sunlight. Capturing her attention, "Who is this handsome young man?" "It's Emo-chan." Hinata's face was filled with anxiety, akin to being caught red-handed in a misdeed. This girl still had such a timid disposition. Emo-chan shrugged, saying, "You needn't be so afraid of me. We have known each other for some time now." "And no, that is not it," Hinata hastily explained. "I just get nervous easily, especially when alone with someone of the opposite sex. And you are so special." She struggled to manage her anxious feelings. In this world, only two individuals had ever made her feel this way, Emo-chan and Naruto. Aware of her own timid nature, Hinata admired Naruto's indomitable spirit, wishing to embody such strength, though it remained merely a thought. Having never taken any real action, she found herself stagnant, continuously observing Naruto until Emo-chan's arrival. At her current age, Hinata did not comprehend romantic feelings. Her feelings were purely aspirational. Naruto represented strength, while Emo-chan symbolized power. She believed that by fostering a good relationship with Emo-chan, she could obtain strength and transform her character. At least, that was how Hinata perceived it. She no longer wished to remain weak. She saw hope for change in Emo-chan. "So, do you wish to alter this aspect of your character?" Emo-chan, unaware of Hinata's inner journey, nevertheless grasped her true thoughts. Hinata trembled with a mix of anxiety and anticipation, asking, "See, can I really? If you follow my guidance, I cannot guarantee you will become a social butterfly, but at the very least, you will not suffer from social anxiety." Emo-chan had some ideas in mind. "I believe in you," Hinata exclaimed joyfully, but soon her expression shifted to confusion. "But what do social butterfly and social anxiety mean?" Though she could approximate their meanings, she was still perplexed. Emo-chan offered a brief explanation before continuing. Now, let us take your first step. When faced with a situation, do not shrink back. Even if you instinctively retreat, correct yourself immediately. So now, step out from behind and stand before me, maintaining a calm demeanor. Hinata, suppressing her inner tension, took small, hesitant steps until she stood in front of Emo-chan. However, maintaining a calm demeanor was easier said than done. Just as she made eye contact with Emo-chan, she instinctively turned to flee. But in the next moment, Emo-chan grasped her small hand, anchoring her in place. Take a deep breath, clear your mind. I am not a monster. There is no need to fear me. Emo-chan guided her step by step. He wondered why the Hinata who was only nervous in front of Naruto exhibited the same behavior towards him. This version of Hinata was undeniably adorable. Yet Emo-chan longed for a Hinata capable of normal communication. Unable to escape, Hinata's face flushed red, her brain in a flurry. Yet she remembered her purpose and subconsciously followed Emo-chan's instructions. After a while, Hinata finally began to calm down, although still a tad nervous. She no longer felt the urge to run away upon meeting Emo-chan's gaze. See, many things appear daunting, but once you take the first step, you will soon discover that it is not difficult at all, Emo-chan said with a smile, one hand holding Hinata's and the other resting on her shoulder. Maintaining eye contact, Hinata's gaze remained somewhat unfocused, not fully locking onto Emo-chan's, yet her heart was gradually easing. Yes, Hinata nodded with delight, recognizing her transformation, and eagerly inquired, so, what is the next step? Emo-chan pondered for a moment and replied, let us begin by changing the way you speak. Changing the way I speak? What do you mean? Hinata asked, puzzled. Your voice is too soft. You must at least raise it by 2 notches. Additionally, avoid pauses in your speech. Do not use uncertain phrases like should, maybe, or possibly. As Emo-chan spoke seriously, Hinata grew anxious again, timidly murmuring, but, stop. Emo-chan interjected with a stern expression. Did you forget what I just said? Regardless of what you want to say, take a deep breath and express it all at once, paying attention to your volume. Hinata did not understand the reason behind this, but she had previously vowed to heed Emo-chan's words. His sudden seriousness intimidated her into silence. Understood. Hinata shut her eyes and shouted, that's right. But when speaking, keep your eyes open and look directly at the person you are addressing. Emo-chan corrected her again. Hinata took a few deep breaths, adopting a resolute demeanor. When she opened her eyes, she accidentally glared intensely at him. At that moment, she wore a fierce expression, glaring at Emo-chan, and shouted, I don't understand why we must do this. Hinata's sudden exclamation took Emo-chan by surprise. However, he quickly broke into a grin, placing a hand on her head, and commended, just like that, maintain this feeling. Remember to speak to anyone in this manner. As for the reason, you shall soon find out. And do retract your Byakugan. We are not enemies. Huh. Hinata momentarily froze, realizing she had inadvertently activated her Byakugan. She hastily suppressed it, apologizing cautiously. Yes, I'm sorry. Have you forgotten again? Emo-chan's eyes widened. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Hinata adjusted herself with renewed determination. That's the spirit. Emo-chan surveyed her with a cheerful expression. This time I shall let it pass, but if you falter again, I will have to impose a punishment. Let me think of a fitting one. His mischievous gaze sent a shiver down Hinata's spine. Surely, Emo-chan wouldn't he intend to do something peculiar to her? Hinata felt a tinge of worry, questioning whether it had been too rash to ask him to help her reshape her character. Emo-chan's training methods often left her feeling uncertain. Ah, you arrived quite early, Hinata. And you must be Emo-chan, correct? What brings you here? At that moment, Kiba, wrapped in bandages, approached with Akamaru, who was similarly bandaged. Emo-chan expressed his surprise. You sustained such severe injuries yesterday, yet you are already up and about today? TCH. Kiba scoffed, shaking his fist. Don't underestimate me. Those minor injuries are nothing. However, his exuberance led to a movement that aggravated his wounds. That's why you should stay in the hospital for a few more days. Shino suddenly appeared beside Kiba, his expression icy. If you must know, your recklessness will only prolong your recovery. His abrupt arrival startled even Emo-chan, while Kiba was taken aback. Quit nagging. I'm not that fragile. Kiba grumbled, baring his teeth. Besides, you all are still training. How could I be the only one lying around? It's infuriating. He could not accept that he was the only one requiring hospitalization after that mission, which had already humiliated him multiple times. Hey, Kiba, come over and lend a hand. Imo-chan's sudden call stirred something within him. What's wrong? Kiba asked, puzzled, yet he extended his hand. Imo-chan clapped his palm against Kiba's, transmitting his life-infused with chakra through the contact. Huh. Kiba seemed to sense something, his face displaying astonishment. Soon, a surge of revitalizing chakra coursed through his body, warming him as his cells and blood became invigorated. The pain from his earlier movements faded, and he could feel his injuries healing at an astonishing pace. If this continued, he would be back to normal in mere minutes. What is happening? Kiba's surprise morphed into shock. Is this medical ninjutsu? No, wait. Is this some secret technique or bloodline limit related to healing? Medical ninjas, known for their ability to save lives, were highly revered throughout the ninja world. Kiba recalled how Imo-chan had shielded them during yesterday's mission, saving everyone. Now he possessed healing abilities as well. This classmate was truly a hidden powerhouse. While Kiba contemplated this, Imo-chan had already healed his injuries. Just as I suspected, Imo-chan withdrew his hand, smiling with satisfaction. Since your injuries were merely superficial, stimulating cellular activity with life force accelerates the healing process. If you had suffered internal injuries or psychological trauma, it would not have been as easy to remedy. Indeed, I am completely healed. Kiba snapped back to reality, inspecting himself before tearing off all the bandages, finding himself in perfect condition. However, he soon adopted a pleading tone. Imo-chan, could you also help treat Akamaru? Please, he is my most important companion. This posed no trouble for Imo-chan. Gaining a favor in return was worth it. Of course, Imo-chan replied, beckoning Akamaru. Akamaru, extend your paw. Though it sounded peculiar, Akamaru, despite his high intelligence, did not perceive anything amiss. Woof woof. Understanding Imo-chan's intent, he wagged his tail excitedly and bounded over, offering one of his front paws. With a swift clap, Imo-chan transmitted his chakra to Akamaru. Indeed, the life force proved to be universally effective, even for a dog. How impressive! Hinata had activated her Byakugan and could clearly see the entire process. Having already harbored an inexplicable admiration for Imo-chan, she now felt a deeper sense of reverence. In the shadows of the corner, Shino, his lower face obscured by a high-collared coat and sporting sunglasses and a forehead protector, was engulfed in a gloomy aura. Why was I excluded? Even a dog received treatment. And yet I was overlooked. Shino was shrouded in a thick cloud of discontent, muttering to himself in the grayness. Woof, woof, woof. In a short while, Akamaru's injuries were completely healed. He joyfully dashed around, leaping and circling Imo-chan, occasionally nudging him with his head and licking him, displaying immense affection as his tail wagged vigorously. Imo-chan removed the remaining bandages from Akamaru, patted his head, and chuckled. Next time, be more careful. Off you go. While dogs were undeniably charming, Imo-chan merely used this as an opportunity to test his abilities. He had no intention of investing more time in it. Surely, it would be more rewarding to train Hinata instead. Thank you, Imo-chan, Kiba exclaimed, his joy for Akamaru surpassing his own happiness. He then added, and thank you for yesterday. If you ever need anything, just ask. Imo-chan waved his hand dismissively. Such words are unnecessary. If I require assistance in the future, I will not hesitate to ask. Feel free to do so. I will protect this area of Konoha, Kiba assured proudly. Soon, he shifted the conversation. But what were you and Hinata doing here? I saw you holding her hand. You two aren't. Hinata's face flushed crimson at Kiba's words, and she felt an urge to transform into a steamy apparition. Her gaze fixated on Kiba's abdomen, contemplating whether to deliver a gentle punch to silence him. Why? Suddenly, a large shadow descended, interrupting the atmosphere and startling everyone. Akamaru, still running about, yelped and jumped over a meter high, diving into Kiba's embrace and burrowing into the collar of his coat. Imo-chan, startled, activated his Sharingan, raising his hand to strike. Shino, what are you doing? You scared Akamaru, Kiba shouted in frustration. Upon hearing this, Imo-chan barely managed to restrain himself from attacking. Why? The shadow belonged to Shino, who seemed unfazed by the reactions of those around him, muttering incessantly. Standing there normally, he emanated an aura that cast a shadow, even causing the surrounding temperature to drop. At this moment, Shino drifted closer to Imo-chan, clearly directing his why question at him. Imo-chan was utterly perplexed, exclaiming in exasperation, even if you ask me why, you must first clarify what the matter is. He genuinely had no idea how he had offended Shino, who appeared ready to lash out. Why was I left out? Why was I the only one overlooked, while even a dog received help? Shino continued muttering, his words still incomprehensible to Emo-chan. Hey, what are you sulking about? Ya, with his teeth bared, inquired. Wasn't Emo-chan merely assisting me and Chiwon with our treatment moments ago? Do you bear injuries as well? If so, you need only voice it. Hinata, seemingly struck by a thought, was about to speak when she suddenly recalled Emo-chan's recent guidance. She promptly altered her tone and interjected loudly. What Shino mentioned was about a high five, right? With a resounding clap, Hinata brought her left hand to meet her right. She then added enthusiastically, Shino was quite peculiar after our mission yesterday. Emo-chan had exchanged high fives with both Shikamaru and Choji, and just now with Kiba and Chiwon. Surely that must be the reason. Hinata's sudden outburst left Kiba astonished, almost causing him to overlook the content of her words. As she finished, her cheeks flushed crimson, yet an unexpected clarity washed over her. Although she did not fully grasp the reasoning behind Emo-chan's teachings, she suddenly realized that his method appeared to yield results, bolstering her confidence significantly. A high five? This was what Emo-chan was fixated on. Reflecting on Shino's demeanor in the original narrative, it indeed seemed plausible. In an instant, Emo-chan felt a surge of determination. Why? Why was I excluded? Subsequently, Shino leaned closer to Emo-chan, reiterating her question. Emo-chan, feeling his defenses crumble, abruptly pushed her away, exclaiming furiously, "You little miscreant." With both hands shoved deep in your pockets, how on earth do you expect to execute a high five? If you desire a high five, at least take your hands out. Are you suggesting I strike your head or your face instead? The others present, including Shino, were left in stunned silence. Moments later, Kiba erupted into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face, while Chiwon rolled on the ground in mirth. Chapter 73. Emo-chan, a treasure of a boy in the training field. Due to the seclusion incident instigated by Shino, he ultimately acquiesced to Emo-chan's terms and agreed to assist Hinata in honing her new abilities. Surrounding Hinata were numerous black insects, and she nervously swallowed. It was precisely this scene. She recalled that in the future video, she had unleashed a formidable ability, one she had never envisioned, to thwart Shino's swarm of insects. However, at present, she had only a rudimentary understanding of that ability, remaining far from mastery. I can do this. Hinata's gaze hardened as she assumed a gentle fist stance. The future video had been validated numerous times, and each instance had come to fruition. She could not falter now. At Emo-chan's subtle cue, Shino swiftly commanded the swarm of insects to advance toward Hinata, drawing upon her previously acquired training instincts. Hinata attempted to employ the still foreign guarding 8 trigrams palm. Yet, in her first attempt, she faltered, overwhelmed by panic, and soon found herself crouched on the ground, shielding her head as she endured the onslaught of the parasitic insects. This won't do. I cannot manage it. I truly cannot. Tears streamed down Hinata's cheeks as she clutched her head in despair. Shino recalled his insects, standing quietly as he followed Emo-chan's instructions, entirely unaware of Hinata's training objectives. Emo-chan stroked his chin in contemplation, having clearly observed Hinata's movements through his Sharingan. The contents of the future video were, after all, his own fabrication. Should Hinata falter, it would be a reflection on him. Even for the sake of maintaining the future video's credibility, he had to devise a means for Hinata to succeed. Moreover, the system had approved the scenario, indicating that at this moment, Hinata was indeed capable of success. Upon reflection, he discerned that Hinata's techniques were not fundamentally flawed. It was evidently a matter of her disposition. I had warned you from the outset that this approach would prove ineffective. Emo-chan refrained from comforting Hinata, opting instead to speak plainly. Regardless of the technique employed, it is imperative to, as I previously instructed, gather your breath and release it all at once. You performed admirably when speaking earlier. Now, your technique must mirror that same approach. Trust in yourself. You are capable. Hinata lifted her head, tears staining her cheeks. Gazing blankly at Emo-chan, what she sought was not consolation, but affirmation. Consequently, she soon regained her composure, standing firmly as she silently adjusted her emotions. Nodding vigorously at Shino, Shino wasted no time, once again directing the parasitic insects to advance toward Hinata. This time, her state had markedly improved. She swiftly executed a guarding 8 trigrams palm, though her second attempt faltered. Nevertheless, she narrowly evaded the insect's assault and successfully executed several more techniques. While occasional failures persisted, She compensated through movement, which sent Hinata into a state of ecstatic delight. I found my rhythm. Hinata's eyes sparkled. However, a momentary lapse in focus led to another mishap. Oh no, I cannot evade. Gritting her teeth, Hinata instinctively unleashed her more familiar gentle fist technique. Yet, with the two abilities differing fundamentally, she was momentarily thrown off balance and collapsed to the ground, once again besieged by the swarm of insects. Shino timely recalled his insects. Merely observing the remnants of those that had been cleaved in two by Hinata's guarding 8 trigrams palm, his lips twitching slightly. Although the parasitic insects had remarkable reproductive capabilities and could be nurtured by his chakra, they were still living beings. But what exactly had Hinata just demonstrated? A new application of the gentle fist? Shino discerned that while this ability was not overwhelmingly powerful, should Hinata refine it, her strength would undoubtedly grow considerably. That should suffice. From here, it's up to you to gradually internalize and familiarize yourself with it. Emo-chan approached and affectionately ruffled Hinata's hair, offering her a look of encouragement. This time, Hinata did not feel disheartened. She had indeed found her rhythm. Thank you, Emo-chan-kun. Hinata's eyes glistened with tears, overwhelmed by the uplifting sensation. It was not merely the discovery of a new ability, but rather the validation of her worth by someone else. You've broken the rules again. This is your punishment. With a swift motion, Emo-chan lightly tapped her head. Initially intending to playfully swat her bottom, he reconsidered, realizing that such an approach may be too reckless for a girl of Hinata's temperament. Hinata quickly caught on, defiantly exclaiming, "Thank you, Emo-chan-kun." Excellent. Emo-chan nodded, adding, "Lastly, allow me to impart some advice. I can discern that the ability you are currently developing is meant for protection. When executing it, entirely cast aside any other thoughts. Your sole focus must be on safeguarding, protecting your companions and yourself. Oftentimes, the act of protection is a formidable strength in itself. The gentle fist is for offense, while the guarding 8 trigrams palm is for defense. Hinata's nature is not suited for aggression. Once she harms another, guilt and sympathy will overwhelm her, causing her to instinctively withdraw her force, thus interrupting her attacks. This mindset cannot be altered, and she will never reach the latter stages of the gentle fist technique. Hence, while Niji has executed 128 palms, she remains at 32. It was only during the 4th Great Ninja War, leveraging Naruto's Nine-Tails chakra, that she barely managed to perform 64 palms. However, defense differs. It requires no harm to others, allowing Hinata to remain free of distracting thoughts. After offering Hinata a brief yet impactful lesson, Emo-chan instructed Kiba and Chiwon to join the assault, then stepped back. "Yoko-sensei." Emo-chan waved to a nearby tree. From the trunk, the figure of Yuhi Kurenai suddenly appeared. She had been present since the commencement of Hinata's training, but had chosen to remain hidden so as not to disrupt the session. "You actually noticed me?" Kurenai remarked, somewhat surprised. "It seems your perception abilities are quite commendable." As Team 8 approached to greet her, Kurenai gestured, "Continue your training. Do not mind me. Today is merely a routine training session. Emo-chan, come with me." After finishing the conversation, he ceded the area to Hinata and led Emo-chan towards another vacant space. "Did you heal the wounds on Ya and Akamaru? You possess medical ninjutsu?" Though Yuhi Kurenai had not witnessed the earlier part of the event, she could deduce their sentiments towards Emo-chan from their demeanor. Upon returning from the mission yesterday, she had specifically sought out Anko to gather information about him. The more she learned, the more intrigued she became by this young boy. In Anko's words, regardless of what one might observe in Emo-chan, it should not come as a surprise. He is a treasure of a boy. Even in their second meeting, as per Anko's insights, Emo-chan had already exhibited prowess rivaling that of a jonin, effortlessly earning the trust of her 3 students, assisting Hinata in discovering her path to training, possessing a formidable sensory technique, and even dabbling in medical arts. It was no wonder that even someone like Anko would eagerly seek to be Emo-chan's elder sister. To be candid, Kurenai herself felt a stir of admiration. Emo-chan undoubtedly had a boundless future ahead. Investing in such a young talent would surely yield rewards in time. Moreover, he possessed an inexplicable charisma that easily endeared him to others, inciting a desire for closeness. Chapter 74. Enchanted Tree Binding Kill versus Authentic Tree Binding Kill. This is not medical ninjutsu. Emo-chan clarified. I merely utilized life force to stimulate cellular activity, facilitating the accelerated healing of Ya and Akamaru's injuries. Life ninjutsu? Kurenai's expression grew serious. This was far more advanced than medical ninjutsu. A misstep could pose risks to the practitioner. Moreover, as Kurenai understood, all techniques involving life typically exacted a significant toll from the user. Sensing her apprehension, Emo-chan waved his hand reassuringly. No need to worry, Teacher Kurenai. My constitution is rather unique. I merely transmit life force, and it does not affect me adversely. After confirming this several times, Kurenai's surprise morphed into a blend of embarrassment and urgency. If that is the case, might I ask for your assistance? Are there others nearby who require life force for healing? Emo-chan paused, then recalled someone. Karasuma Yakumo, the strongest Jinjutsu bloodline wielder, capable of manipulating the five senses and even creating a virtual world. She was a student of Kurenai's in her early years, but due to her frail constitution, she couldn't uphold the bloodline limit and thus could not become a ninja, leading to the emergence of her inner demons. The root of Yakumo's issues lay in her overpowering spiritual energy, which her body could not accommodate, resulting in an imbalance of energy within her. Utilizing life force to help her rebalance was likely feasible, but first, her inner demons must be addressed. Yakumo was a pitiable case, and it would indeed be a loss if her abilities could not be nurtured. Having not thought of her previously, Emo-chan, upon hearing Kurenai mention her, immediately vowed. Teacher Kurenai, there is no need for such formality. I am eager to learn Jinjutsu from you, and in that sense, I can be considered your student. Whatever task you require, I shall assist, no matter how formidable. Kurenai, however, did not harbor lofty expectations, merely hoping to test the waters. Hearing Emo-chan's bold assertion, she smiled lightly. Though you say this, if you lack talent in Jinjutsu, I would not teach you. Thus, let me first assess your aptitude. Aptitude? This is my forte, Emo-chan declared confidently. Teacher Kurenai, please proceed without hesitation. Do not spare me due to my youth. Use your highest level testing methods. Kurenai found his confidence amusing, merely interpreting it as youthful pride. Just as Emo-chan was about to boast further, the scene around him shifted dramatically, leaving him with a disorienting sensation. When he regained focus, he discovered himself bound to a tree trunk, unable to move. Is this a test of restraint? The assessment has commenced, Kurenai announced. Peering down from above, brandishing a kunai, she lightly brushed it across Emo-chan's face, smiling. This is the enchanted tree-binding kill. Try to unravel it for me. However, I shall not be idle until you attempt to break my technique. The kunai hovered teasingly near Emo-chan's face, as if ready to carve delicate patterns into his skin. Leaning back slightly, he beheld an exquisite sight. In terms of physique, Kurenai was among the few nearly perfect women depicted in the original narrative. Yet, her most striking attribute was her profound femininity and alluring charm. In such close proximity, even a young boy like Emo-chan found it challenging to maintain composure. What is the matter? Wasn't I instructed to demonstrate my utmost capabilities? This hardly qualifies as high level. I even offered you a hint. Surely you can do better than this? Kurenai noticed Emo-chan seemingly lost in thought, causing her kunai to slip downwards, grazing his neck. Regaining his composure, Emo-chan smiled faintly. From this angle, Teacher Kurenai, you remind me of my mother from my childhood, which momentarily distracted me. Please, do be cautious going forward. Kurenai was puzzled by Emo-chan's remark. To evoke memories of his mother could imply some resemblance. Yet why specify that it was from his childhood? And what did he mean by after growing up? She was no longer your mother? However, with the test underway, she had no time to ponder. Releasing a surge of chakra, Emo-chan effortlessly shattered Kurenai's Jinjutsu restraints. Enchanted tree-binding kill. Emo-chan formed several hand seals and proclaimed loudly. In the next moment, as Kurenai's figure was revealed due to the disruption of her Jinjutsu, a large tree sprouted behind her, and several vines lashed out towards her. Being a jonin skilled in Jinjutsu, though taken aback, Kurenai swiftly utilized her kunai to sever the approaching vines and rapidly retreated, forming another seal. Release. To her astonishment, the tree Emo-chan had summoned did not dissipate. The Jinjutsu hasn't been broken? How is this possible? As Kurenai's mind raced, saplings erupted from the ground around her, swiftly maturing into trees, each launching multiple vines in her direction. What on earth is happening? Kurenai was utterly bewildered. That Emo-chan could replicate her tree-binding kill in an instant was already remarkable. Yet, for the Jinjutsu he produced to be beyond her immediate capacity to dispel was astonishing. Moreover, tree-binding kill was a single-target technique. How did he manage to transform it into a crowd control ability? Was she a mere false jonin, while Emo-chun was the true master of Jinjutsu? The overwhelming nature of the scene before her inevitably impeded Kurenai's actions. In her delayed movements, some vines caught her off guard. This is bad. Kurenai's expression shifted as a vine struck her lower back. The force was not overwhelming, yet it compromised her balance, and in the next moment, several vines ensnared her, leaving her suspended in a star-like position among the trees. This little one possesses considerable talent. While startled, Kurenai remained composed, internally chuckling. In that case, I shall seize this opportunity to gather my chakra and break this peculiar Jinjutsu all at once. With Emo-chun displaying such prowess, he had certainly qualified for her family's Jinjutsu teachings. However, Kurenai's expression soon changed drastically. After several attempts, she found herself unable to break free from the Jinjutsu, a feat she deemed impossible. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a possibility that was utterly absurd? Indeed, this was not a mere Jinjutsu, but authentic wood release. With a smile, Emo-chun approached, commanding the vines to gently lower Kurenai, declaring, I came to learn Jinjutsu from you. Teacher Kurenai, how could I possibly wield Jinjutsu? He had intended to replicate it using the Sharingan, but regrettably, Kurenai, being a jonin, could not perform her seals in front of him. Emo-chun had not witnessed her technique in action. Wood release. Kurenai's eyes widened in disbelief. Anko had never mentioned this. Wait. Does Emo-chun truly possess genuine wood release? How can this be possible? Compared to Emo-chun's wood release, she would rather believe in his extraordinary talent, thinking he learned her tree-binding kill just by glancing at it. Unfortunately, reality does not bend to her disbelief. Red Sensei, although I utilize genuine wood release, illusions are inherently a blend of reality and deception. In the earlier situation, I successfully led you to believe that my wood release was an illusion. This, too, reflects a talent for illusion, does it not? Emo-chun remarked, delighting in the astonished expression on Red's face. Chapter 75. Red Sensei is quite invested in Emo-chun. As Kurenai reflected on the information she had gathered about Emo-chun, she suddenly realized why he had been eliminated by the Jonin after graduating from the academy and promptly joined the Umbu. It also explained why Akane had a connection with him and insisted on calling him her little brother. Furthermore, it clarified why Emo-chun was unconcerned about the consumption issues associated with life techniques. Now, Red understood completely. However, was this truly without consequence? Red felt a twinge of anxiety. Emo-chun, sensing her concerns, smiled and reassured her, there's no need to worry, Red Sensei. I know my limits, and you are someone I can trust. Pure wood release, even if it becomes widely known throughout the ninja world, will pose no problem. Others might merely marvel at Konoha's fortune and remain vigilant towards me, but life will carry on as usual. Does anyone genuinely believe they are the god of shinobi? Hashirama Senju? No matter how formidable wood release is, it is merely a bloodline limit. The ninja world is never short of powerful abilities. The reason Emo-chun initially chose to remain inconspicuous was that his powers had only recently awakened, and he was unable to unleash their full potential. As his foundation strengthened, he now felt confident enough to face the 5 Kage. While he could not guarantee victory, escaping unscathed was certainly within reach. Thus, he felt no need to hide any longer. With that said, I shall accept you as my student. Red was not one to hesitate, swiftly making her decision. Since Emo-chun was eager to make progress, Kurenai glanced over at Team 8, realizing she wouldn't be needed there for the time being, and promptly began instructing Emo-chun on illusions. Hinata and her companions were engaged in a scene reminiscent of future video clips, with Shino persistently using his insects to harass Hinata while Kiba, alongside Akamaru, waited for the right moment to strike. Hinata's defensive 8 trigrams palm was now fully engaged, leaving no room for misfires. However, she still needed time to refine her technique. The morning passed swiftly as Emo-chun started from scratch, absorbing the foundational principles and characteristics of illusions. In the afternoon, he began practicing genuine illusions, and with his remarkable talent, dynamic vision, and the dual enhancement of the Sharingan's replication ability, mastering illusions posed no challenge for him. Initially, Kurenai wanted to assess Emo-chun's skill level and started by teaching him a D-rank technique. To her astonishment, Emo-chun grasped it after watching her perform it just once, and then proceeded to demonstrate it on Hinata and the others. To Kurenai's amusement, Emo-chun managed to master both D-rank and C-rank illusions in a single attempt, repeatedly casting them on Hinata and her friends. As he put it was to train their reflexes and resilience against illusions. Although it occasionally interrupted their training, it ultimately benefited them, so Kurenai did not intervene. The afternoon passed in a flurry of productive activity, with Emochan not only exhausting all of Kurenai's low-level illusions, but also mastering the B-rank illusionary tree-binding kill. Kurenai felt a lingering sense of fulfillment. Teaching such an exceptional student brought her a unique joy, akin to watching a character she had nurtured rapidly level up in a game. Once we dismiss for the day, come home with me. Kurenai licked her lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she regarded Emochan, akin to an art piece under appraisal. Emochan was momentarily taken aback. As a young man alone with a young woman, he wondered what her intentions might be. Kurenai quickly clarified, your foundation is solid now. You only need to master a few advanced illusions and gradually hone your skills. How far you go on this path depends entirely on you. Therefore, when we finish, I will give you scrolls containing advanced illusions for you to study at your own pace. Relieved, Emochan realized she was not implying anything inappropriate, as he initially feared. It was evident that Kurenai felt a sense of closeness towards him. Had they not been in a teacher-student relationship, she might have even encouraged him to call her sister. Thus, when the time came to dismiss Team 8, she casually greeted them before taking Emochan's hand and leading him away. I can't shake the feeling that Red Sensei is particularly invested in Emochan. Now that he is her student, will we be abandoned? Kiba voiced his concerns anxiously. Emochan won't take up too much of Red Sensei's time. Shino remarked coolly. His talent is remarkable, and he is already part of the Umbu. While we are a fixed team. True, Kiba conceded, but just as he began to relax, Shino added, but teachers tend to favor exceptional students. Although Red Sensei won't abandon us, we simply can't compare to Emochan. She will undoubtedly show him favoritism. The most crucial point is that our relationship with Red Sensei is merely that of teacher and student, whereas Emochan is her disciple in illusion techniques, a true successor. The disparity is clear. Kiba's expression darkened as he grumbled. You'd best keep quiet and continue being your wooden self. Compared to Emochan-kun, anyone seems inadequate. We should just focus on being the best versions of ourselves. Hinata interjected seriously. After today's training, every action and attack has been executed with purpose. I feel I've changed tremendously. Outwardly, I no longer appear timid. Kiba sighed. All right, let us call it a day. We'll reconvene tomorrow. Hinata smiled lightly, sincerely thanking her teammates for their companionship during training. Meanwhile, Emochan, anticipating a quick departure with the illusion scrolls, found himself firmly kept by Kurenai. You'll be alone at home, right? Stay here for dinner tonight, Kurenai insisted, guiding him to the living room sofa. Let us hold off on the scrolls for now. Sit here and watch some television. Remember, balance work with rest. Emochan wished to clarify that he wasn't truly alone at home. However, upon reflection, he realized that nothing compared to the allure of Kurenai's company. Having a stunning woman cook for him was a privilege many would envy, making refusal unnecessary. Kurenai had a habit of cooking for herself and had stocked up on ingredients, so there was no need to venture out. By the way, Red Sensei, you mentioned needing my help with something earlier. What was it? Emochan inquired, feigning boredom as he moved into the kitchen to assist her. Kurenai paused, her tone growing somber as she began to share the story of her former student, Yakumo Kurama. As Emochan had suspected, she wished to see if he could help improve Yakumo's physical condition. Initially, Kurenai had little hope, thinking of it as a last resort. However, upon discovering Emochan's genuine would-release ability, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Consequently, she found herself hesitant to broach the topic, contemplating whether to mention it at all. Red Sensei's concerns are my concerns. I will do my utmost, Emochan declared, thumping his chest. Based on your description, I believe the issue should be manageable, but I must see it firsthand to confirm. Just do your best, Kurenai replied, her mouth opening slightly as she gently ruffled Emochan's hair. If it proves insurmountable, please don't push yourself too hard. I wouldn't want you to suffer any harm on behalf of another, even if that person is one of my students. Chapter 76. Akane wishes to move in with Kurenai. Wow, what delicious dishes have you prepared today? I'm here to mooch off dinner again, Kurenai. As Hongdo approached, she began to exclaim loudly from a considerable distance. Upon entering, she noticed Shi-Ri-Hong and Emochan seated at the dining table, with the former serving a piece of meat to the latter. Emochan, my little brother? What are you doing here? Hongdo raised an eyebrow. Soon after, as if recalling something, Her gaze shifted between the two with a hint of hostility. Ah, I see now. I was wondering why you suddenly took an interest in Emo-chan. Turns out you want to steal my little brother. Hong-do rushed over, snatching a cushion and wedging it between them to squeeze herself into the space. I thought you were my good friend, and you've disappointed me, Hong. Hong-do began stuffing food into her mouth. Hong shot her a glare and stood up to fetch her a bowl and chopsticks, retorting, "Those who know you have adopted a little brother, while those who don't might think you are looking for a husband. Emo-chan is merely practicing illusion techniques with me." With a grin, Hong-do replied, "Actually, treating Emo-chan like a child groom isn't such a bad idea. What do you think, little Emo-chan?" She raised an eyebrow, a teasing challenge in her expression. "Compared to Sister Hong, I believe Teacher Hong is more suitable," Emo-chan said, feigning disdain as he gently pushed Hong-do away, though not with much force. Hong-do giggled. "In terms of femininity, I must admit I am indeed inferior to Hong." Hong felt her cheeks flush slightly as she retorted, "Emo-chan is still young. What nonsense are you spouting? He is now my disciple. Still young, are you?" Hong-do scrutinized Emo-chan with a challenging and dubious expression, which made him want to retort. If it were just Hong-do, he would have certainly not held back. However, with Hong present, he restrained himself, seeing Emo-chan's slightly aggrieved demeanor. Hong-do burst into laughter. "Hong-do," Hong couldn't help but admonish, "enough is enough. He is a good child, don't lead him astray." All right. It was just a joke. No need to get angry." Hong-do raised her hands in surrender upon seeing Hong's seriousness. Though it was all in jest, Hong-do didn't take it too seriously. Her tomboyish nature meant that few in the village regarded her as a woman, making it difficult for her to experience romantic feelings. But seriously, does little Emo-chan have a girl he likes? After a brief silence, Hong-do couldn't help but start gossiping again. "Yes," Emo-chan replied earnestly, heightening Hong-do's anticipation before adding, "both Sister Hong and Teacher Hong." Hong chuckled, realizing Emo-chan was retaliating against Hong-do's earlier teasing. "You greedy fellow. Do you want us both to be your girlfriends?" Hong-do poked a finger playfully at Emo-chan's face. On the surface, he appeared flustered. Hong-do raised an eyebrow triumphantly at Hong, who shook her head in exasperation, unable to do anything about Hong-do's antics, and didn't take the comments to heart. The three of them shared laughter and finished dinner in a joyful atmosphere. "Hey, little Emo-chan." Hong-do suddenly recalled something and said, "You have many empty rooms at home, right? Hong and I both live alone. How about we move in to keep you company? I heard Tianzong moved in too." "What are you saying, Hong-do?" Hong was taken aback. What scheme was Hong-do concocting? Moreover, she had heard that Emo-chan was an orphan. How large could his home be to accommodate so many people? It would be better than her little attic. Hong-do waved her hand dismissively. "You don't know? The 3 generations of elders provided Emo-chan with a large estate. Even if dozens of people moved in, it wouldn't be a problem. I'm just worried about him living alone. Managing it can be troublesome, and it would be livelier if we moved in." Hong-do loved to have fun and enjoy company, which indeed suited her character. Although Hong was somewhat surprised by Emo-chan's treatment, she soon reconciled it with the thought of Mudan. She rolled her eyes and said, "If you want to move, do so on your own, as long as Emo-chan agrees. I won't interfere, but don't drag me into it." After all, she was Emo-chan's teacher. How could she take advantage of him? Living alone was also quite nice. Emo-chan, however, was indifferent, shrugging, "My estate is currently being renovated. Once it's done, you can move in if you want. You can treat it as your own home." Of course, while moving in was easy, moving out would not be as straightforward. Emo-chan and Hong agreed that when they had the time, they would visit Yiyun together before parting ways. Hong prepared a bowl of sweet soup for Hong-do and asked, "I feel like you have a special fondness for Emo-chan. Even if he possesses Mudan, it's truly worth befriending him, but isn't it too much for you to go this far?" She understood Hong-do quite well and sensed that Hong-do was genuinely trying to get closer to Emo-chan, something she had never seen her so invested in before. Sipping her sweet soup, Hong-do savored the taste before responding, "There are some things I can't explain too clearly. There are indeed some ulterior motives involved. But I genuinely like this little boy. The more I interact with him, the more I find his charming qualities." How rare. Hong was quite surprised, but chose not to dwell on it further. Everyone has their own methods and principles, as long as there is no malice. Even as a close friend, there is no need to interfere. "Actually, you're the same, aren't you?" Hong-do leaned in, her arms around Hong's waist, playfully laughing. "He has a unique aura that makes one want to draw near him. You noticed too, right? That's why you brought him home and cooked for him. Very few people receive such treatment in this world." Hong chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the statement. Hongdo added, "You can be completely open-hearted towards little Emo-chan. It will benefit you. Even though you aren't in the group and won't gain any advantages, you can't guarantee you won't join it later. Even if you don't, being kind to Emo-chan will only bring you benefits. Just take care of yourself," Hong said, spooning some sweet soup into Hongdo's mouth. "He is now my disciple. Naturally, I will treat him well. Even if you have wronged him, I will seek justice for him." "How petty. For a little boy, you've stopped loving me. I'm going home to cry now." Hongdo finished the sweet soup in one gulp and dashed off after leaving that remark. Hong sighed in amusement, shaking her head while pondering what Hongdo meant by ulterior motives. Chapter 77. Sakura feels quite good about herself the next day. The third Hokage assigned Emo-chan another mission, this time for two people to partner together. However, the captain was not him, but Tianzong. This made Emo-chan realize that the mission to the Land of Waves was about to commence. Indeed, in the subsequent description of the mission, the third Hokage stated that Tianzong and Emo-chan would be hiding in the shadows, following Team 7, led by Kakashi, to ensure Naruto's safety. This was the first mission for the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails after becoming a ninja, and the third Hokage was understandably concerned. Emo-chan's abilities surpassed those of Tianzong, while Tianzong was seasoned with experience. Together, they ensured complete security. Moreover, Team 7 was led by Kakashi, whose strength was beyond question. "I was thinking of helping you build your house today." Tianzong scratched his head and added, "But this is our first time doing a mission together, so it's quite exciting." Emo-chan smiled and replied, "No need to rush about the house, Teacher Tianzong. There's really no need for such urgency." After dining at Teacher Hong's house the previous night, Emo-chan's belongings had been moved to the west courtyard, where he spent the night. Tianzong had already demolished the main house, laid the foundation, and constructed part of it according to the blueprints the previous night. Emo-chan wasn't particularly fond of the Japanese style, as the designs he had drawn were for a three-story villa that combined postmodern and Western elements. However, he had already tried persuading Tianzong numerous times, yet Tianzong remained steadfast, enjoying his work. Tianzong chose to disregard the matter once more. Swiftly redirecting the conversation, this mission's destination is the Land of Waves. Team 7 is tasked with escorting the bridge-building master, Dazuna, back to his homeland until he completes the bridge. The duration of this mission may be prolonged. However, the Land of Waves lacks ninjas, meaning that any potential combat will be confined to ordinary civilians and thus poses little difficulty. Our primary concern lies in monitoring Naruto to prevent any emotional outbursts. And should the need arise, we may need to intervene forcefully. Of course, with me around, there is no need for excessive worry. While my wood release may not surpass yours, it is more than adequate to manage the current state of Naruto's volatility. During the mission briefing, the third Hokage had already introduced the concept of Jinchuriki to Machin, and Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was not concealed from him. After all, the third Hokage's intention in training Machin was to serve as a restraint for the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Understood. Machin nodded in acknowledgement. He was thoroughly familiar with the mission to the Land of Waves, and at this stage, he believed that no butterfly effect would disrupt the narrative. The only distinction from the original storyline was that Sakura had joined their chat group. Unfortunately, she had not gained much from the group, aside from a slight increase in her composure, which did not alter the larger picture. The journey from Konoha to the waters of the Land of Waves would take 2 days on foot, primarily hindered by the elderly Dazuna, who was merely an ordinary human. If they were ninjas, they could traverse the distance in half a day. Machin also wished to make a stop at the town of Zaki, conveniently taking advantage of this time gap. However, it was not easy to discuss this matter openly with Tianzong, thus unnoticed by him. Machin quietly employed a wood clone technique to remain behind, while his true self seized the opportunity to depart. Haruno Sakura, that's wonderful. We also received a C-rank mission, and we can finally leave the village. Hyuga Hinata, congratulations, Sakura. Yamanaka Ino, just be careful not to hold your team back. Haruno Sakura, It's merely about protecting a grumpy old man. I've heard that the Land of Waves doesn't even have ninjas, so there's hardly any danger. We might as well consider it a vacation. Tintin, the Land of Waves is quite distant. We may not return for several days. Yamanaka Ino, don't be overly optimistic. Remember our initial mission? We thought it posed little risk, and look what happened. You should be more cautious. Haruno Sakura, there are rarely unexpected incidents. But speaking of which, when you undertook missions previously, Machin was always with you. Tintin, The same applies to you. Doesn't that mean he is following us now? Yamanaka Ino, you're overthinking it. That was merely a coincidence. Besides, why would Machin protect you? You don't even have a rank in the group. Vortex Karen, I don't either Todd. Tintin, Karen, don't worry. When Machin comes to find you next time, just perform well. Yamanaka Ino, true. Unlike some with a broad forehead who claim they leave the group while shamelessly trying to extract benefits. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Haruno Sakura, I was just saying it. I'm not really leaving. And I believe Machin is definitely following us this time. And my evidence is you, Karen. Vortex Karen. What do you mean? Haruno Sakura, your jutsu must be nearly mastered, right? So Machin will come to you soon. Why would he leave the village at this time if not for a mission, perhaps to protect me? Tintin, perfect logic. Yamanaka Ino, nonsense. Vortex Karen, Machin is coming? Really? That is wonderful. Oh no, my diamond lock isn't perfected yet. I must continue to strive, to work hard. Haruno Sakura, Ino, I see you're just jealous. Let me share another piece of news. My mission will not last just a few days, but over a month. Haruno Sakura, with such a long duration, anything could happen. By the time we return from the land of waves, I might have the highest rank in the group. Yamanaka Ino, why don't you say that when you return, you'll have kids? Don't forget, it's not certain Machin finds you appealing, you washboard. Haruno Sakura, get lost. Tintin, a C-rank mission taking over a month? That is quite a loss. Yamanaka Ino, true, our previous task, though risky, was resolved in half a day. Haruno Sakura, it can't be helped. We have to protect a bridge builder until he finishes the bridge. This time, thanks to Naruto, if he hadn't stubbornly pestered the third Hokage, we'd still be stuck on D-rank missions. Tintin, in that case, by the time you return from the land of waves, the Chunin exams will be about to begin. Yamanaka Ino, Chunin exams? Is that the event you mentioned when you went to the grass village to deliver a message? Please share the details. Tintin, as the name implies, the Chunin exams serve as a pathway for Genin to advance to Chunin. If one passes the exam, they can elevate from Genin to Chunin. Our team will participate in this exam as well. Tintin, generally, the village hosts 2 Chunin exams every year, but they are usually internal to Konoha. This time, however, the Chunin exams will be a joint event among multiple countries, so the number of participants will be substantial, raising the difficulty level. Machin took a moment to glance at the chat group's conversation and found that Sakura had guessed quite a bit accurately. He indeed had followed Team 7 out and was currently making his way towards Karen. Unfortunately, his mission was to protect Naruto, not Sakura, who seemed to have an inflated sense of self-worth. Chapter 78, Karen Awakens, the Diamond Lock revolts in Zaki City, at Karen's residence. Karen, take a break, Konan said as she emerged from the house carrying a teapot, addressing Karen, who was diligently practicing the diamond lock in the courtyard. You've been working so hard these past few days, it pleases me greatly. However, remember to balance your training with rest. Sometimes, being overly tense can lead to adverse effects. Karen, still focused on gathering chakra, did not turn her head and replied, Mom, don't worry about me. I must master the diamond lock before Machin-kun arrives. I can feel it. I'm on the verge of success, which means Machin-kun is nearing as well. I absolutely cannot slack off at this moment. Her thoughts mirrored Hinata's from before. The contents of the future video had been confirmed as real, and she could not falter now. Once Machin arrived, and she had yet to master the diamond lock, people would not think the future video was erroneous. They would only believe she had not put in enough effort. Machin-dano is coming? Really? Konoha paused, perplexed. How do you know? Konoha activated her Kagaya's heart, but found no trace of Machin's chakra in Zaki City. When she broadened her perception, her Kagaya's heart, I could sense chakra properties within a radius of several dozen kilometers. However, Konoha's level was relatively low, so she had not yet reached that point. I just know. Karen realized she had misspoken and, momentarily at a loss for an explanation, continued to immerse herself in her training. Konoha felt a tinge of suspicion, sensing that her daughter had been acting strangely lately. Ever since they arrived in this city, 3 girls had approached her, forming a close bond with Karen. But Konoha could not fathom their origins. Fortunately, through indirect inquiries, she learned they all knew Machin and were ninjas from Konoha, so she refrained from probing further. Yet, Karen often appeared lost in thought, sometimes talking to herself, laughing at nothing, and occasionally uttering phrases that perplexed Konoha. Without stepping outside, she occasionally spoke of matters that even Konoha was unaware of. Had she not confirmed that Karen's mental state was stable, Kana might have suspected their home was haunted. All right. Unable to extract a clear answer from Karen, Kana conceded. She rose and said, "Since Machandano is coming, I'll prepare some pastries and brew a good pot of tea." Before long, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted from the courtyard, accompanied by cries of alarm. Xianglin. Xiangnai's expression changed instantly as she hastily abandoned her tasks and rushed back to the courtyard. To her astonishment, several long golden chains had burst forth behind Xianglin, manifesting the diamond lock technique she had been diligently studying of late. However, these chains appeared uncontrollable, swirling wildly around the yard, creating numerous deep craters in the ground and even damaging a section of the adjacent building. Stay calm, center yourself, and guide your chakra through mental control, Xiangnai shouted urgently, her heart racing with astonishment at how swiftly Xianglin had awakened the diamond lock. Yet, her eagerness had led to premature growth, resulting in the risk of losing control. Xiangnai herself did not possess the diamond lock technique nor the ability to restrain Xianglin, leaving her helplessly anxious on the sidelines. Xianglin desperately wished to follow her mother's instructions. But under the weight of uncontrolled power, it was not as simple as merely wanting to guide or manipulate it. Upon hearing Xiangnai's voice, Xianglin instinctively redirected her attention. The consequence was that the golden chains, responding to her thoughts, veered towards Xiangnai with ferocious force. "Mom, be careful. I can't control it." Xianglin's face paled, and she shouted in panic, on the verge of tears. She silently cried out, "Ma Qingkuan, hurry. It's going to be a disaster if you don't come soon." At that moment, Xiangnai's face turned ashen. She understood the danger without needing Xianglin's warning and knew she should evade, but her capabilities were insufficient. As the diamond lock threatened to strike Xiangnai, a figure swiftly intervened, whisking the frozen Xiangnai to safety. Boom! The diamond lock crashed down where Xiangnai had just stood, shattering the steps before the house into debris. "Mom!" Xianglin cried out in alarm, unsure if her mother had been harmed, and began searching frantically. As her focus shifted, the golden chains danced wildly, thrashing about like a tempest. "Maching-sama!" Xiangnai's heart raced. Upon regaining her senses, she saw Maching holding her in his arms. Standing on the rooftop, Maching had indeed arrived, and just in the nick of time. With him present, Xiangnai's fear ebbed away like a receding tide. However, her concern for her daughter Xianglin remained, and she urged, "Maching-sama, please help Xianglin. She can't control herself." "I understand." Maching nodded, having already assessed the situation. Initially, while crafting his future appearance, he intended to add a touch of flair to his entrance to deepen the gratitude and reliance of Xianglin and her mother upon him, which led to Xianglin's momentary loss of control over the diamond lock. He never anticipated the situation would escalate to such extremes, and had he not arrived promptly, Xiangnai could have met a tragic fate. "Ma Qingkuan." Upon hearing his voice, Xianglin's attention shifted, and the diamond lock surged toward Maching. "No, stop. Please stop." Xianglin was instantly overwhelmed with urgency, desperately attempting to rein in the diamond lock, yet feeling utterly powerless. It was one thing to accidentally endanger her mother. How could she possibly harm Ma Qingkuan? "Do not worry, Xianglin," Maching assured her as he leapt aside with Xiangnai in his arms, his voice soothing. "I will protect both myself and your mother. What you need to do is calm down and carefully sense the power within you." The diamond lock consisted of several chains, some imbued with sealing techniques, and Maching was cautious not to interfere recklessly. Ordinary ninjutsu could not hinder the diamond lock, especially with Xiangnai in his arms, leaving him unable to act freely. Thus, he dodged the chain's attacks while soothing Xianglin's anxiety. Seeing that Maching was indeed unharmed, Xianglin forced herself to regain her composure. Although she could not immediately control the diamond lock, her efforts managed to slow its assault. Seizing the opportunity, Maching placed Xiangnai in a safe area and swiftly concentrated his chakra. Wood release, tree binding technique. A large tree rapidly sprouted from beneath Xianglin's feet, extending several vines towards her. Feeling threatened, the golden chains instinctively rushed to her defense, not out of loyalty, but as a subconscious self-protection mechanism. Akin to how a person instinctively reaches out to grasp something when tripping, the golden chains easily shattered the wooden vines, rendering them into splinters. Yet, this brief delay was sufficient for Maching to gather more chakra. In the next moment, tree after tree erupted from the ground, swiftly growing and entwining towards Xianglin. Ultimately, the diamond lock remained beyond her control. After demolishing several trees, she was soon ensnared by one. The wood release's chakra-absorbing ability disrupted Xianglin's chakra upon being bound, causing the diamond lock to lose its source of power and fall limply to the ground. Chapter 79, Xiangni's Transformation. Purified of extraneous burdens, Maching utilized the wood release's chakra-absorbing capability to suppress Xianglin's diamond lock, finally releasing her. Supporting the soft, collapsing Xianglin, he conducted a brief examination and began transmitting his wood affinity chakra to her. In no time, Xianglin's condition began to improve. However, cherishing the rare concern for Maching, she feigned unconsciousness, clinging to Maching's embrace. Xianglin, how are you? Once the chaos was under control, Xiangni hurriedly approached from afar, anxious to check on her daughter. Maching observed Xianglin's long eyelashes fluttering. How could he not perceive her playful intentions? He couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Rest assured, Aunt Xiangni, Xianglin is fine. Maching pinched Xianglin's nose with a smile, adding, get up quickly. Don't think I haven't noticed you're not really unconscious. If you don't rise, I'll tap your head. Only then did Xianglin giggle, opening her eyes and playfully sticking out her tongue, yet she still refused to release Maching's arm. Ding! Congratulations to group member Vortex Xianglin. Group level upgraded from LV0 to LV3, receiving a total attribute enhancement of 300. The system's notification drew the attention of all group members. Everyone was eager to learn the specifics, but Xianglin was not in the mood to engage. She merely initiated a live stream for them to witness the events themselves. Xianglin, you terrified your mother. Once assured of her daughter's safety, Xiangni exhaled deeply. Although Maching did not tap Xianglin's head, Xiangni unceremoniously gave her a light tap on the forehead, sternly admonishing, you are far too impatient. Do not push beyond your capabilities. It can easily endanger both yourself and others. Had Maching-sama not arrived in time, your mother might have perished at your hands. Consider your actions in the future. Xianglin, unfazed, made a silly face at Xiangni, rubbing her head against Maching's arm while saying, but everything is fine now, right? Besides, I knew Maching-kun would come to save us. Oh dear, Maching-kun smells so wonderful. I could never get enough of it. Xianglin's infatuated demeanor caused Xiangni's lips to twitch. How did she end up with such an unashamed daughter? Defeated, she could only cast an apologetic glance at Maching. Maching chuckled lightly, indicating his indifference, but still forcibly pushed Xianglin away. All right, Xianglin, I merely stopped by briefly. I have important matters to attend to shortly. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the disarrayed courtyard. Xianglin, initially wanting to cling to him, revealed an embarrassed expression upon noticing the situation, stammering, I truly didn't mean to. Will it cost a fortune to fix this? This courtyard had been rented by Maching, and now that it lay in ruins, it was inevitable that Maching would bear some responsibility. After all, the sustenance for both mother and daughter stemmed from Maching's finances, making it impossible for them to take responsibility. It's nothing, a quick repair will suffice. Maching smiled, simply utilizing earth release to restore the ground to its former state. As for the damaged parts of the house, they were effortlessly repaired through the art of wood release. Truly remarkable, Lord Imo-chun, Xianglin exclaimed with an exaggerated expression, flinging her arms wide as if to embrace him. However, before she could get close, Xiangni firmly held her back. Calm down for a moment, she admonished. It's not easy for Lord Imo-chun to visit. Don't cause him any trouble. My apologies, Lord Imo-chun. I am unsure what has come over my daughter. She has suddenly become quite unruly. Imo-chan appeared amused, yet not surprised. This behavior was reminiscent of Xianglin's antics with Sasuke in The Tale of the Wind. Now, she was merely revealing her true nature a bit earlier. All right, Xianglin. Imo-chan gently ruffled her hair and said, now that the diamond lock has just awakened and you can still feel it, hurry and take the opportunity to comprehend it. If you wish to stay by my side for long, being too weak is simply unacceptable. Of course, methods like this one, which force growth, are absolutely inadvisable. Okay. I understand, Xianglin replied, feigning grievance as she turned to walk away, glancing back repeatedly. Yet, inside, she was elated, bouncing with joy at the promise Imo-chun had made and the affection he had shown her. Xiangni, with a helpless expression, retracted her gaze and solemnly bowed to Imo-chun. I apologize for the trouble, Lord Imo-chun. I am curious, what brings you here this time? She had not forgotten that Imo-chun had mentioned having serious matters to attend to. Let us discuss that later. Imo-chun waved his hand. Aunt Xiangni, please extend your hands towards me. Though unsure of his intentions, she unhesitatingly complied, for Mo-chun's words were akin to commands, and his commands were absolute. As Mo-chun grasped Xiangnai's hands, he transmitted a substantial amount of life energy imbued with would-release chakra. Xiangnai immediately sensed it, her expression turning to one of astonishment. Lord Mo-chun, what is this? Do not speak just yet. Let me conduct an experiment. Mo-chun signaled with his eyes and continued to silently channel his chakra. Initially, Xiangnai felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to lying in bed during spring, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a comforting glow. Though her vitality had gradually returned since her time in the hidden grass village, it had not fully replenished until now. With the infusion of Mo-chun's chakra, her body soon reached a state of fullness, even overflowing slightly. However, what astonished her further was the rapid healing of the hidden injuries accumulated over the years. The unsightly bite marks on her arms began to fade away until they vanished completely, leaving no trace. Xiangnai trembled, tears welling in her beautiful eyes. Was Lord Mo-chun expending such energy solely to heal her? What merit did she possess to deserve this? Indeed, it is possible. Mo-chun exhaled deeply, observing Xiangnai's excited expression. He smiled and said, Aunt Xiangnai, I am aware of the events that transpired in the hidden grass village, which left a significant shadow in your heart, a painful memory you wish to avoid. I cannot alter the past, but I can do my utmost to help you heal. Your body has now returned to its original state, with not a single trace remaining. I hope that with the disappearance of these marks, you can entirely free yourself from that suffering and embrace a new life. When he had held Xiangnai earlier, Mo-chun had noticed the clearly visible and grotesque scars that appeared when her sleeves slipped down. Remembering the boundless life energy within him, he resolved to give it a try, and it indeed succeeded. Thank you, Xiangnai cried as she embraced Mo-chun, overwhelmed with emotion. Not only had he saved her and her daughter, providing them with a stable life, but now he was also transforming her completely, washing away her past burdens. From that moment on, her loyalty to Mo-chun soared to the highest level. With just a word from him, she would not hesitate for an instant, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Not far away, Xianglin was wiping the tears from her face. She had been quietly observing the scene, which was also broadcasted live to the members in the group. Chapter 80. Does Lord Mo-chun also have the Uzumaki bloodline? Hinata Hyuga. That's wonderful, Xianglin. Ino Yamanaka. Mo-chun is truly warm-hearted. I love him. Tintin. He possesses strength, talent, intelligence, and consideration for others. It's hard to find anyone like Mo-chun in the entire shinobi world, let alone the younger generation. Sakura Haruno. Indeed, he is quite thoughtful. Enko Mitarashi. No wonder he is my dear little brother, Mo-chun. In the chat group, the women were deeply moved by Mo-chun's actions. Although he had merely transmitted some energy to Xiangnai, the fact that he remembered such seemingly trivial matters after only meeting her twice was far more than mere thoughtfulness. For a ninja, preserving one's life opens up infinite possibilities. A few bite marks are but minor inconveniences. Yet for a woman, a mother, carrying such scars is a lifelong wound that cannot be easily dismissed. After some time, Xiangnai's emotions gradually settled, though her face still bore traces of excitement and uncontainable joy. I apologize, Lord Mo-chun, for making a spectacle of myself, she exclaimed, wiping away her tears, a hint of shyness in her voice. What was the serious matter you mentioned earlier? Is there anything I can assist you with? Although she was a mother of a 12-year-old, her appearance, thanks to her Uzumaki lineage, made her look as if she were in her 20s. The previous vulnerable demeanor had even momentarily caught Mo-chun off guard. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. Aunt Xiangnai, I came to check on you while on a mission, Mo-chun explained. The money I left last time was limited, and since you've just moved in, there are many items you need. You must have used up most of it by now, right? I specifically brought you some more. As he spoke, he handed over the 500,000 ryo left to him by the third Hokage. He continued, take this money for now. It should last you quite a while. Later, I will also purchase this house, so even if I take you to Konoha in the future, this place can serve as an asset outside the village. Lord Mo-chun. Xiangnai took the sealing scroll from his hands, intending to refuse, but Mo-chun pressed it back. Don't worry. I have no concerns about my sustenance in Konoha. After completing my missions, I will have an income. It is not suitable for you to appear at the moment, and you currently have no income. So please use mine for now. Without giving Xiangnai a chance to say more, he added, by the way, aside from these matters, I also wish to learn some sealing techniques and barrier techniques from you this time. Last time, being surrounded by the root organization was quite troublesome. Had I understood barrier techniques, it would have been much easier, and I wouldn't have had to wait for Anko to come to my rescue, though I did not suffer any losses that time. However, at that moment, Danzo had underestimated his strength and was reluctant to prolong the encounter, leading to a tactical miscalculation. Otherwise, given Danzo's resources, Imo-chun would have been in considerable danger. Sealing techniques? Xiangnai paused, somewhat troubled. If Lord Imo-chun has a need, I shall do my utmost to assist. However, I have been adrift since my family perished, and I possess only a fraction of my clan's legacy. I am not particularly skilled. That is fine. Teach me whatever you know, Imo-chun replied. I have no one knowledgeable in sealing and barrier techniques by my side. If I encounter an enemy using such abilities, I will be at a disadvantage if I remain entirely ignorant. If that is the case, then it's not a problem. Xiangnai felt a surge of confidence. While she might not be exceptionally skilled, she was more than capable of introducing someone to the fundamentals. As the conversation progressed, Xiangnai began to systematically explain the principles and nature of sealing techniques and barrier techniques to Imo-chun, gradually delving deeper into the subject. She also presented him with the relevant scrolls inherited from their family lineage. Imo-chun displayed remarkable aptitude for learning. Within half a day's time, he comprehended the principles behind sealing barriers and mastered several fundamental techniques. During this period, Xianglin diligently practiced the adamantine sealing, and her proficiency improved significantly. While taking a break to enjoy some snacks, Imo-chun glanced over and suddenly felt a spark of curiosity. He inquired of Xiangnai, "Aunt Xiangnai, what are the conditions for casting the adamantine sealing? Is it true that only those of the Uzumaki bloodline can master it, making it impossible for outsiders?" Xiangnai perceived Imo-chun's genuine interest in the adamantine sealing and hesitated before responding. This is a secret art exclusive to the Uzumaki clan. Normally, without our bloodline, one simply cannot utilize it, regardless of innate talent. Imo-chun pondered silently. He lacked both the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, yet had successfully manifested wood release and the Sharingan. The system had previously stated that logic must be adhered to, yet his attempts to submit requests for the Sharingan and wood release had both been approved. The notion of forcibly awakening a bloodline without the requisite lineage seemed to contradict the established logic of the ninja world. He had speculated on several possibilities, concluding that the most plausible explanation was that all chakra originated from the divine tree, and all techniques were products of ancient practitioners utilizing chakra. The concept of inheritance merely made chakra easier to manipulate. It did not imply that one could not harness it without such lineage, albeit with greater difficulty. In essence, as long as one employs the correct methods, even a civilian ninja could wield chakra to manifest any ability. Perhaps this was the truth that Orochimaru sought? If this hypothesis held true, then awakening a bloodline limit without familial inheritance would indeed be logical. Regardless, he had fabricated a future scenario in which he could employ the adamantine sealing, and the system had validated it, indicating that, akin to the Sharingan and wood release, Imo-chun could successfully awaken it. If you are determined, Imo-chun, I can share the method with you for a trial, though do not harbor excessive hopes. Xiangnai offered, recognizing that Imo-chun did not appear to be one who would easily abandon his pursuits. It's merely an experiment. I won't be overly attached to it, Imo-chun replied with a smile. Having acquired a foundational understanding of sealing techniques, Imo-chun sought to perform the adamantine sealing based on this knowledge. Following Xiangnai's explanation, he swiftly grasped the principle of the adamantine sealing and attempted to channel his chakra for conversion. To his astonishment, during his initial attempt, several golden chains erupted from behind him. They were not only thicker and longer than Xianglin's, but also glistened brilliantly, moving with remarkable agility under Imo-chun's control. In contrast, it seemed as though Xianglin's efforts were but a pale imitation of Imo-chun's authentic prowess. Xiangnai, taken aback, stood in stunned silence, her mind racing. How is this possible? Can one utilize the adamantine sealing without the Uzumaki bloodline? Or could it be that Imo-chun possesses Uzumaki blood within him, suggesting a familial connection? Xianglin, having turned at the sound, was different from her mother. Having viewed future videos, she was prepared for this moment. Witnessing Imo-chun execute the adamantine sealing with greater finesse and power than she, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Imo-chun-kun, you are simply magnificent, she exclaimed, rushing over. Her hands clasped in front of her, her expression brimming with infatuation. "Mother, didn't you say that without the Uzumaki bloodline, one cannot perform the adamantine sealing? Then how does Imo-chan do it?" Without concern for Imo-chan's ongoing experimentation, Xiang Lin embraced his arm tightly. Initially worried about harming Xiang Lin, Imo-chan soon realized that the golden chains responded to his will as if they were extensions of himself, devoid of the erratic nature that characterized Xiang Lin's earlier attempts. "I truly do not know." Xiang Nai, still in shock, struggled to regain her composure. Xiang Lin boldly speculated, "Could this imply that Imo-chan possesses blood from our Uzumaki clan? Thus, Imo-chan, we may actually be relatives." In response, Xiang Nai nodded in agreement, stating, "That is the only explanation. Perhaps Imo-chan's maternal lineage is connected to the Uzumaki. After all, the land of whirlpools maintained a close relationship with Konoha, and the wife of the first Hokage was indeed one of our clan." "Imo-chan, do you know anything of your ancestry?" Imo-chan shook his head. "My parents passed away when I was very young, and I grew up alone. I am unaware of who they were." Based on the timeline, it could be deduced that his parents perished during the Nine Tails incident. He had grown up in an orphanage until he became self-sufficient, receiving minimal support each month to sustain himself. Of course, Imo-chan was merely inhabiting this body. These were merely background details. What he understood was that he was of common birth, and his parents were not even ninjas, likely having no connection to the Uzumaki clan. His ability to awaken the adamantine sealing was entirely due to the system's influence. However, at that moment, both Xiang Nai and Xiang Lin were convinced of Imo-chan's Uzumaki lineage, their gazes towards him growing increasingly affectionate. "I had no idea Imo-chan had endured such hardships," Xiang Lin remarked emotionally. "From now on, my mother and I will be your family. You are no longer alone." Xiang Nai, touched by the sentiment, approached and embraced both children, softly assuring, "Xiang Lin is right. From now on, we are all family. No matter the time, Imo-chan, this will always be your home." Imo-chan opened his mouth, contemplating whether it was necessary to clarify the misunderstanding, but ultimately decided against it. Let the misconception persist, it was not of great consequence. After awakening the adamantine sealing, Imo-chan experimented briefly with the Kagura Mind SI, achieving activation on his first try as well. However, its sensing range was limited to several kilometers, requiring further refinement to approach the dozens of kilometers described in the original text. "Imo-chan, your talent is truly astonishing. I have never encountered anyone with such formidable learning abilities. I dare say, within the annals of the Uzumaki clan, none could surpass you in this regard," Xiang Nai exclaimed, her admiration for him intensifying. As Imo-chan casually perused the scroll Xiang Nai had provided, his gaze fell upon a particular technique, causing him to focus intently. Xiang Nai quickly interjected, raising her hand in alarm. "Imo-chan, you absolutely must not learn this technique. It requires the sacrifice of one's soul as a price. It is a method far more cruel than perishing alongside an enemy." How could she have overlooked this technique? She should have erased it from the scroll long ago. Imo-chan chuckled lightly, reassuring Xiang Nai, "Rest assured, Aunt Xiang Nai, I still have much life to live and will not act recklessly." The technique inscribed on the scroll was none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze's sealing of the Nine Tails, the Reaper Death Seal. This S-rank sealing technique required the practitioner to sacrifice their own soul, summoning the Shinigami to seal an enemy. Upon completion of the sealing, the Shinigami would claim the practitioner's soul, entwining them eternally within its belly alongside the sealed entity. After sealing the half of the Nine Tails, Minato had reached a reconciliation within the Shinigami's belly and mastered the tailed beast mode. Theoretically, Minato could have achieved full beast transformation, unlocking the highest form of power. Upon recalling this technique, Imo-chan was reminded of a certain individual who had exploited a bug in the Shinigami. Moreover, prior to his reincarnation, he had contemplated another potential bug. If this bug were to function, the Uzumaki clan would possess an ability rivaling that of Susanoo. "Aunt Xiang Nai, may I pose a question?" Imo-chan's interest peaked as he turned to Xiang Nai. "If, and I emphasize if, I were to cast the Reaper Death Seal without sealing anything and subsequently release the technique, would my soul still be taken by the Shinigami?" Konoha furrowed her brows. Realizing that Lord Imo-chan had indeed developed an interest in the forbidden art of corpse sealing, she yearned to refuse to answer his inquiry, fearing that he might act recklessly in a moment of confusion. However, If she remained silent, he might inadvertently conduct an experiment that could yield more dire consequences. Reluctantly, Kana responded, "Once the corpse sealing technique is employed, it becomes irreversible. There are only two outcomes, success or failure. Regardless of the outcome, the soul of the practitioner can never escape. Thus, I implore you, Lord Emo-chun, never to attempt this technique. Should it be invoked, the repercussions may be more terrifying than death itself." Emo-chun stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the irreversible nature of the technique. This indicated that it could not be undone beforehand. While he was still unable to ascertain the limitations of his own unique abilities, he felt a surge of caution. "Lord Emo-chun." Kana grasped his arm tightly, her demeanor a blend of anxiety and seriousness. "Promise me, you must never learn the corpse sealing technique." "Aunt Kana, I understand your concern, but there is no need for such alarm." Emo-chan chuckled softly. "Every technique exists for a reason. I would never be foolish enough to gamble with my own soul. However, this technique does possess its merits, and I wish to study it further. Of course, only after ensuring my own safety." He added, "Moreover, let me share something with you. There is a method to negate the corpse sealing technique." "A method to negate it?" Kana was taken aback, for she had never heard of such a thing. Emo-chan proceeded to explain the method he was aware of, hoping to assuage her worries. However, upon hearing this, Kana resolved, indeed, to negate the corpse sealing technique, one must also offer a soul as a sacrifice. If you insist on researching this technique, should you inadvertently fall victim to it, I will sacrifice myself to save you. It seemed her words had an unintended effect. Emo-chun found himself in a perplexed state, waving his hand dismissively. All right. Even if it means preventing Aunt Kana from sacrificing her soul, I will not fall victim to this." Kana fell into silence for a moment, ultimately appearing defeated, and sighed. "Actually, there is a third possibility." Noticing Emo-chan's puzzled expression, she elaborated. "After invoking the corpse sealing technique, aside from the outcomes of success or failure, there exists a third outcome. There were those who speculated whether, after invoking the technique, it could be voluntarily undone without the Grim Reaper claiming the soul. An experiment was conducted, and the answer was negative. However, even so, the soul of the practitioner remained weakened for an extended period, as it was said that a portion of its energy was siphoned by the Grim Reaper. After all, one is dealing with the Grim Reaper, and a price must be paid. To summon and then do nothing to negate it would only lead to self-damage, a folly only a fool would commit. Kana felt compelled to convey the truth, lest Emo-chan embark on a reckless endeavor. Meanwhile, having departed from Konoha, Kakashi's team soon encountered the dreaded demon brothers, who had come to assassinate Tsunade. Two Mist-nin, clad in hidden mist attire, suddenly emerged from the roadside puddles, ensnaring the lagging Kakashi with serrated chains. First one hook. The duo grinned wickedly, yanking the chains with all their might, and Kakashi's body was instantly torn asunder. "Ah, Kakashi-sensei." The three young members of Team 7 turned pale, with only Sasuke gritting his teeth in concentration, while Naruto and Sakura displayed expressions of sheer terror. "You are the second one." In an instant, the two Mist-nin had flashed behind Naruto, ready to employ the same tactic again. Paralyzed with fear, Naruto was drenched in cold sweat. At the critical moment, Sasuke swooped in heroically, employing impeccable shuriken techniques to pin the chains to a tree. Balancing on the shoulders of one Mist-nin, he deftly forced both attackers back. Yet, they were seasoned jonin, and after regaining their footing, one circumvented Sasuke to charge at Naruto, while the other raced toward Tsunade. Whoa! Naruto, still reeling from the shock, found himself in peril once more, his mind clouded with confusion as he screamed in fright. Meanwhile, though Sakura was equally distressed, she did not forget to stand protectively in front of their mission's client. "Grandpa, retreat quickly." She brandished her kunai, but realized she could not match the speed of her opponents. "Am I going to die? Where is Emo-chun? Surely he will come to my rescue?" Suddenly, someone did arrive, interposing themselves before Sakura. Yet, it was not the expected Emo-chun, but rather Sasuke, who had assessed the situation and deemed it more crucial than Naruto's plight. "Sasuke-kun." Sakura's face lit up with relief, inadvertently casting Emo-chan aside. Bang! Bang! The two Mist-nin were swiftly incapacitated by Kakashi, who had seemingly reappeared. The earlier dismemberment had merely been a substitution technique employing a wooden dummy. "Naruto, I apologize for not rushing to your aid sooner and causing you harm. I did not anticipate you would be immobilized," Kakashi remarked, holding the two Mist Nin captive as he turned to Sasuke. Well done. And you too, Sakura. Naruto sank into self-doubt, feeling utterly defeated. Realizing that despite it being their first mission, he was the only one left paralyzed by fear. Sakura had even surpassed him. In a fit of determination, Naruto jabbed a kunai into the back of his hand, vowing through the pain, "From this day forth, I shall not cower, nor will I evade. I will charge forward fearlessly." Thus, the ninja world gained a new reckless child, one who would charge headlong into situations without regard for the consequences. This Uzumaki Naruto was truly a curious character. From a distance, concealed within the foliage, Tenzo chuckled at the sight of Naruto's vow, followed by his pained cries. However, he soon remarked, "Yet for one who is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, he seems rather weak. Kakashi-senpai must find it quite troublesome to mentor such a challenging student." Meanwhile, Emo-chan, in his wooden clone form, chuckled lightly. Naruto was the class clown at the academy, always at the bottom of the ranks. "Do you share the same sentiment?" Tenzo inquired, glancing at Emo-chan. He was well aware of Naruto's background, but was eager to hear Emo-chan's perspective. After a brief moment of contemplation, Emo-chan confessed, "To be honest, I used to find him quite irritating. He loved to boast and flaunt his bravado without possessing the strength to back it up, constantly making grand claims and creating a ruckus that tested one's patience. This was my genuine impression, as well as the feeling I had while watching the anime. The so-called protagonist often found themselves ridiculed or traversing a path of ridicule. He was nothing short of a jester, utterly devoid of relatability." And now, Tenzo pressed further. With a soft sigh, Emo-chan replied, "If I were in his position, I doubt I could maintain his resilience and optimism. For that alone, he is deserving of admiration." Indeed, Tenzo mused. However, in this world, he is not the only one who suffers misfortune. Emo-chan, do not belittle yourself, in my eyes. You are not inferior to him. After all, you two have endured a solitary upbringing. Not only Naruto and Emo-chan, but Tenzo too shared a similar fate. This might be the lament of an era, or perhaps the inherent nature of this world. Emo-chan shot him a sidelong glance, uncertain of where Tenzo's thoughts had wandered. "Tenzo-sensei, given that two Mist Nin have appeared in a C-rank mission, it seems there is a significant issue at hand. Do you not think this mission is fraught with peril?" Emo-chan interjected, hoping to steer him away from his overactive imagination. Tenzo returned to seriousness, acknowledging, "There is indeed an issue, but it's not grave. After all, that is Kakashi-senpai. Since he has chosen to proceed with the mission after assessing the situation, it signifies he has considered the risks thoroughly. Our task is merely to prevent the Nine Tails power from running amok. Everything else is beyond our purview." Tenzo's trust in Kakashi was evident, and it was understandable, given that Kakashi had once been his captain. However, Emo-chan aimed to address the oversight in Konoha's mission rank evaluations. However, upon careful reflection, what does this have to do with him? He is not the one tasked with those responsibilities. Forget it. Worrying unnecessarily is futile. Should any mishaps occur with the mission, he would not bear the brunt of the consequences. By the way, where is your true self? Tianzang's sudden inquiry caused Emo-chan to stumble, nearly toppling from the tree. He had thought he was well concealed. Little did he know he had been discovered. Tianzang chuckled, "There is no need for alarm. After all, your technique was taught by me. If I cannot discern it, how can I claim to be your teacher? The wood clone is far more deceptive than the shadow clone. Distinguishing such a clone requires special methods to perceive the chakra within it. Generally, a clone's chakra is a fraction of the original's, thus far less intact. However, for someone like Emo-chan, who possesses an abundance of chakra, unless he divulges it himself, few could recognize him as a clone. In truth, Tianzang relied on experience and conjecture, merely probing Emo-chan. Ultimately, it was Emo-chan's naivety that led to his exposure. Unaware of the underlying motives, Emo-chan had already prepared his response. "The significance of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki to the village has been conveyed to me by the third Hokage. I believe that no amount of caution is excessive," Emo-chan stated earnestly. "Therefore, my true self has already ventured ahead to scout the path. The two Mist Chunin we encountered earlier must have been detected by my original. Hence, further investigation is likely underway to prevent any unforeseen incidents. My true self should be awaiting us in the land of waves." Tianzang was momentarily taken aback, then patted Emo-chan on the shoulder, saying, "These considerations ought to have been mine, but given that this is a C-rank mission and with Kakashi-senpai accompanying us, I did not take this task seriously. That was my oversight. Emo-chan smiled bashfully. No, I merely have some experience from similar missions I executed previously. I cannot possibly be compared to you, Teacher Tianzong. Do not be so modest. Tianzong laughed. With such an outstanding disciple as you, I do indeed feel the pressure, but witnessing your growth brings me immense joy and pride. In reality, Emo-chan's true self had indeed hastened to the land of waves after learning sealing techniques from Kane. And the primary objective was not merely investigation, but rather that special money pouch designated for traversers. How could he possibly let that slip by? Chapter 83, An Unexpected Long-Term Benefit in the Land of Waves, at the treehouse arranged by Kato for Zabuza. They had failed. Kato, accompanied by a bodyguard, stormed up to Zabuza. I heard your skills are remarkable, which is why I offered such a hefty sum to hire you. With a swift motion, Zabuza lounged on the sofa, his 40-meter blade slicing through the air, its tip halting mere centimeters from Kato's throat, causing the latter's complexion to pale. Cold sweat beading on his brow. Spare me your idle chatter, Zabuza declared in a deep voice. This time, I shall personally take action and sever the heads of those scoundrels. There won't be any mistakes this time, will there? Kato, his bravado waning, shifted to a more conciliatory tone. Those ninjas over there seem quite formidable, and the failure of the demon brothers will surely make them more vigilant. Do you think you are speaking to just anyone? Zabuza sneered. I am the renowned ghost of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Not long after, Kato left, his expression a mixture of frustration and anger. Damn Zabuza, has he forgotten who the employer is? Kato muttered as he walked. I hired you to assist me, not to have you ride on my back. It infuriates me. The bodyguard chimed in. After all, he is a rogue ninja from a major nation. He is accustomed to acting without restraint. As long as he can complete the task, you will profit more, my lord. That is true. Kato grinned, feeling a bit more at ease. Yet, the calmness was fleeting, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No. Although it is for dealing with those troublesome citizens, I cannot set this precedent. Otherwise, those around me might use the pretext of helping me to turn against me. What authority would I have then? The bodyguard pondered before suggesting, if that is the case, I have an idea. Speak. Kato shot him a glance. The bodyguard deliberated. Zabuza is a rogue ninja. Even if you were to kill him, no one would stand up for him. Additionally, presenting his corpse could allow you to claim a bounty from the Mist Village. You could assert that he disrespected his employer, and it wouldn't tarnish your reputation. That makes sense. Kato's eyes brightened, but he hesitated. However, his reputation precedes him, and he is indeed strong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have spent money to hire him. It is not so simple to eliminate Zabuza. Ninjas are merely tools. The bodyguard scoffed. If a tool is not functioning well, simply replace it with a more effective one. If there is nothing sharper, then compensate with numbers. No matter how strong Zabuza is, he stands alone. If you hire more people, a flurry of blades will surely bring him down. I am willing to be the first to charge into battle. Exactly, that's the way, Kato exclaimed with delight, jumping and patting the bodyguard's chest. You are indeed loyal to me. After this is accomplished, I will ensure you are well rewarded. Thank you, my lord. The bodyguard grinned. It is an honor to alleviate your burdens. The esteemed owner of a shipping company engages in such underhanded dealings. It is no wonder he can monopolize the maritime trade of an entire nation. Truly, there are no merchants without cunning. At that moment, a voice echoed through the air. Ethereal and elusive. Who goes there? Kato immediately grew alert, and the bodyguard swiftly positioned himself in front of Kato. A figure, clad in a mask, emerged from the woods. Casting a cold glance at the bodyguard, without a hint of resistance, crumpled to the ground. What? Kato's expression changed dramatically, and without hesitation, he turned to flee. The newcomer harbored ill intent. Regardless of who they were or what their intentions might be, Kato was determined not to place himself in harm's way. The best course of action was to swiftly return to the treehouse, where he could rely on Zabuza for his safety. No wonder he has built such a large company. His instinct for survival is indeed top-notch. The newcomer smiled faintly, unhurriedly waiting until Kato had covered a considerable distance before suddenly appearing in his path. Kato, startled, fell to the ground. Fear etched across his face. Please, do not kill me. I can pay you a great deal of money. Just spare my life. When did I say I wanted to kill you? The newcomer responded, his tone peculiar. It was none other than Emo-chen's true self, who had arrived ahead of time. His intent was not to kill Kato, for the latter was a traverser's money pouch. What a waste it would be to eliminate him. Keeping him alive would yield further profit. In the ninja world, strength reigns supreme, but money is an essential commodity. This holds true in any realm. With wealth, one can enhance their quality of life. And as a traverser, Emo-chun would never shortchange himself. Not killing me. Kato blinked in surprise, then exhaled a sigh of relief. As long as he was spared, all matters could be negotiated. The entrance of Emo-chun had instilled tremendous pressure upon him, a feeling that surpassed even that of the infamous Zabuza. Kato, not being a ninja, could not discern strength. He instinctively felt that Emo-chun was more powerful than Zabuza. With a gleam of hope, Kato exclaimed, "Hero, I can tell at a glance that you are no ordinary person. You are certainly someone of great significance. Why not join me, Kato? As long as you work for me, I can provide you with everything." Oh, this Kato may not be much to look at, but his aspirations are quite grand. Based solely on this insight, Emo-chun silently commended him. He had no intention of engaging in unnecessary conversation with such a person. Time was too precious to waste. Look at me. Emo-chun's pupils, hidden behind sunglasses, morphed into a crimson swirl adorned with 3 tomo, spinning rapidly. Jinjutsu, Sharingan. With a mere glance, Kato immediately fell into a daze. As long as one's mental strength surpasses that of the opponent, or the opponent is unguarded, the Sharingan can alter the consciousness of the adversary. This, of course, is predicated on Emo-chun's understanding of the principles of illusion. For someone like Kato, an ordinary individual who isn't even a ninja, under the gaze of the 3 tomo Sharingan, he is as defenseless as a beautiful woman stripped of her garments before a bandit. Thus, it was not long before Emo-chun implanted the subconscious notion within Kato that he was his master, that everything belonging to Kato was now under Emo-chun's dominion, and that Emo-chun's commands were absolute. Unless a master of illusions or a seasoned warrior were to detect the anomaly and assist him in breaking free, Kato would remain devoted to serving Emo-chun for the rest of his life. However, in a small nation devoid of ninjas, who would care enough to intervene? The likelihood of any unforeseen events was minimal. Subsequently, Emo-chun disguised himself as Kato's bodyguard, accompanying him home and utilizing sealing scrolls to abscond with nearly all the cash and valuables from Kato's residence. He sealed away over a dozen scrolls, the total value exceeding 100 billion ryo. As for the mission in the Land of Waves, Emo-chun would refrain from excessive involvement. However, he aimed to protect Zabuza and Haku, as they might prove useful in the future. Moreover, should Zabuza survive, Kato would also live, ensuring that Emo-chun had a reliable source of sustenance. That said, Kato's business acumen was woefully inadequate. While monopolization is commendable, overexploitation is foolish. A slight adjustment in his approach could avert significant conflict during the journey to the Land of Waves, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Chapter 84. 1 member slot available. Tsunade joins the group. Ding. 1 member slot available. Randomly selecting a new member. Please wait. At this moment, Emo-chun was in Kato's estate, awaiting the arrival of Team 7, when suddenly a notification echoed in his mind, invigorating his spirit. Newcomers were on the way. It seemed quite some time had passed since the last edition. He wondered who it might be. The process of adding new members to the chat group appeared to be quite spontaneous, with no specific triggers or time constraints, entirely at the system's whim. The identity of the new member felt akin to a game of chance for Emo-chun. If he could choose anyone to join, his first preference would undoubtedly be Kaguya Otsutsuki. After all, she was the most powerful, and her beauty and grace were unparalleled. Should he fabricate a future involving her, the benefits he could reap would be immense. Yet, if Kaguya were indeed to join, he worried she might lead the other women in the group astray. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Tsunade, now adding members to the group. Tsunade? Emo-chun was momentarily taken aback. One could say she was a commendable choice. With the Chunin exams looming and the 3rd Hokage nearing death, Tsunade's ascension to the position of 5th Hokage was imminent. The era of Tsunade would soon dawn upon Konoha. Her early entrance into the group could alter the circumstances surrounding the 3rd's demise, and Emo-chun could form a stronger alliance within the village. With Wood release at his disposal, he was confident that Tsunade would not overlook him. Meanwhile, a certain golden-haired little girl, disguised as a child using transformation jutsu, was stealthily evading debt collectors in the alleyways of the Land of Fire. Huh, what a bunch of fools, she exclaimed, nimbly vaulting over a wall and sticking her tongue out at her pursuers, laughing, "Catch me in your next life." Just as she strutted forward, ready to indulge in further amusement, her vision momentarily blurred, causing her to stumble and fall flat on her face. Ouch, that hurts. The little girl rubbed her nose as she rose, then patted her flat chest, muttering, "Damn it. It's so disorienting when there's nothing in front of me." Ding. Tsunade has successfully joined the Emo-chan female lead group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Emo-chan's female entourage. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Emo-chan is the leader of this group. The leader's interests supersede all else, and group members must never engage in actions detrimental to the leader. 2. What is this? Did my brain get scrambled, and now I'm hearing things? The golden-haired little girl was momentarily bewildered by the series of notifications echoing in her mind. As for illusions? Nonsense. She was Tsunade, after all. How could anyone ensnare her without a sound? Ding. Tsunade has joined the chat group. Simultaneously, the other women in the chat also received a notification. Tenten Tsunade? Is that the Tsunade I know? No way, no way. Lady Tsunade has joined the group. Sakura Haruno. Who is Tsunade? Tenten, why are you so excited? Ino Yamanaka. Wide forehead. You don't even know who Lady Tsunade is? Shame on you for being the top of the class. Sakura Haruno. Did they teach that in school? Ino Yamanaka. Didn't they? Enko Mitarashi. Lady Tsunade? Tsunade-o? Is this a place where one can speak? Someone explain to me what is going on. And Enko? Enko Mitarashi. It's me. Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. I can't believe you've joined the group. It's hard to fathom. Tsunade group? Is that the Emo-chun female lead group I just heard about? Who is this Emo-chun? Did he create this group? How amusing. Someone dares to make me one of his female leads. Such audacity. Emo-chun, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. His hair standing on end. He had not anticipated that the first surprise would land squarely on his head. Tsunade, a formidable presence indeed. In truth, not only Emo-chun, but all members of the group who witnessed Tsunade's message suddenly felt an icy shiver. Enko Mitarashi. Ahem, Lady Tsunade. Perhaps you could first review a few videos in the documents, and then I will explain everything you wish to know. Tsunade documents? Videos? Is there something special about them? Enko Mitarashi. You'll find out once you take a look. Tsunade. All right, I'll take a look. In reality, while Tsunade harbored suspicions of potential traps or schemes, she was hardly concerned. After all, who was she? She was Tsunade, the legendary slug princess, one of the Sannin. Anyone foolish enough to attempt to deceive her would meet a grim fate. Lady Tsunade. Finally, I found you. What are you doing here? Ino, clutching a pink piglet, suddenly dashed around a corner. Upon seeing the unharmed little girl, she sighed in relief, albeit with a hint of complaint. Honestly, Lady Tsunade, could you at least give us a heads up before you run off? I almost got cornered because of you. Police. The pink piglet squealed. I almost got caught and turned into a stew. Ah-ha. The little girl chuckled, performing a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, transformed from a flat-chested little girl into a voluptuous woman. That was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, swiftly shifting the conversation. Speaking of which, I just encountered something rather peculiar. Tsunade opened her mouth to share the events of the chat group with Ino for analysis, but the words stuck in her throat, rendering her unable to speak. Tsunade furrowed her brow, wondering if she had been ensnared by some sort of sealing technique. What strange occurrence? Ino questioned curiously. Never mind. It's nothing. Let us find a place to rest. Tsunade waved her hand, striding forward. Lady Tsunade. You're too cunning. Don't think you can change the subject? Ino called after her, believing Tsunade was intentionally diverting her attention. However, Tsunade was too preoccupied to respond, quietly accessing the group files to watch the future videos. It was truly strange. This information seemed to be embedded directly in her mind, invisible to outsiders, and she was unable to articulate its existence. Yet, Tsunade could not recall ever falling for another's schemes. Additionally, the names that had appeared in the group, aside from Enko, were unfamiliar to her, yet they seemed to have a close rapport with Enko, appearing to belong to Konoha. Were they real individuals, or mere imposters? Like others in the group, Tsunade was initially filled with uncertainty. However, her doubts were swiftly eclipsed by the visuals in the video. Would release. Tsunade's pupils constricted. She witnessed Emo-chun and Tion practicing in the training field, executing authentic would-release techniques. Impossible. This cannot be. Tsunade nearly shouted in disbelief. Apart from her grandfather Hashirama, how could there be anyone else capable of utilizing would-release in this world? let alone a mere child who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. She contemplated immediately asking Hongdo for clarification. But seeing that the video was not yet finished and more content was forthcoming, Tsunade decided to wait until it concluded before making a decision. Now, let me share something else. During the mission to the Land of Waves, Team 7 had just departed the village, and Kakashi introduced the 5 Kage for the first time. When he mentioned the 3rd Hokage, Sakura's thoughts revealed that she could not perceive the greatness of that old man. She then proactively asked Kakashi if there were no ninjas in the Land of Waves. It was the first time Kakashi activated his Sharingan, leaving Sakura bewildered, only aware of what a bloodline limit was. Therefore, do not underestimate the value of theoretical knowledge from the Ninja Academy. She learned about ninja insights, mission processes, and basic ninjutsu, but history, culture, geography, and secrets were beyond her comprehension in the early stages. Chapter 85, Arrival at the Land of Waves. An ambush by Zabuza Tsunade. Hongdo, are the events depicted in those videos real occurrences? Hongdo, have you finished watching Lady Tsunade? In fact, these are future videos that have emerged prior to the events. The last segment was released 3 days ago, but the events transpired only yesterday. Hongdo, what can be confirmed is that these videos accurately reflect events that have genuinely occurred, with little to no disparity between reality and the video content. Tsunade, I see. So, does that mean Mo Chen's Wood release is indeed authentic? Have you personally verified it? Hongdo, it is indeed real. Although I have not witnessed him performing Wood release myself, I have seen the aftermath of his techniques. Moreover, he utilized the wood binding technique yesterday, masquerading as the enchanted binding to engage in combat with Red. Tsunade, what is the nature of this group? Hongdo, I only recently joined, making me the latest member among the current participants, aside from you. Tsunade, it is hard to believe that such miraculous phenomena exist in this world. Hongdo, but it is indeed true. I am currently at LV3, possessing a 300 enhancement effect, significantly amplifying my attributes. Initially a special Jonin. I effortlessly passed the Jonin exam a few days ago, thanks to this enhancement. Hongdo, if Lady Tsunade still harbors doubts, I can demonstrate it to you in person. Tsunade, that would be acceptable, but before that, I hope you can discreetly investigate Emochen's background. I wish to know his connections to the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. Hongdo, would it not be better to directly inquire with Lord Third about this matter? After all, it pertains to Wood release, and if I were to investigate privately. Tsunade, if any issues arise, they can be attributed to me. Once you uncover the truth, I will seek you out. But do ensure that no one else is aware, otherwise, I will not make an appearance. Hongdo, Lady Tsunade, do you still refuse to return to the village, even with Mo-chun present now? Tsunade, let us discuss it after you clarify his identity. Hongdo, very well. Who am I to question Lady Tsunade? Perhaps it was Tsunade's inherent charisma that cast a certain pressure, even through the screen, rendering others reticent during her serious discussions with Hongdo. It was only after their conversation concluded that others began to speak up. First, Tian expressed her admiration, as Tsunade was her idol. Then Ino conveyed her respect, given Tsunade's legendary status as a ninja. Subsequently, Tsunade took the initiative to converse with Karen for an extended period, expressing a desire to visit her and her mother. They were, after all, distant relatives, as Tsunade's grandmother also hailed from the Uzumaki clan. Mo-chan, observing the interaction between Tsunade and Karen, felt a stir in his heart. If he could persuade Karen to take Tsunade as her mentor, it would be only natural for her to join him in Konoha. Even if the hidden grass village became aware, they would not dare to brazenly demand her return, instead retreating like turtles, fearing Tsunade's wrath. Thus, Emochin would no longer need to exert much effort. Furthermore, with Karen's unique physique and talent, she might excel in medical ninjutsu, perhaps even surpassing Sakura as Tsunade's successor. Meanwhile, Team 7 hurriedly made their way to the waters between the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. There were already individuals arranged by Tsunade to receive them, and they boarded a small boat, using bamboo poles to navigate across the sea. Although the two nations were separated by water, the distance was not vast. Otherwise, Tsunade could not have constructed a bridge connecting the two lands solely through human effort. They set sail. Tianzong reached the shore, gazing at the departing boat, and with a swift motion, he utilized wood release to create a small vessel, pursuing them alongside Mo-chun's wooden clone. In the waters between the two countries, a thick mist rose, making it easy to lose track of their target. Yet, They could not follow too closely, as their covert presence had not even been disclosed to Kakashi. No worries. Emochan chuckled. In fact, my original self has already recognized the identity of the person sent to receive us and discreetly left plant seeds on that boat, which Tianzong-sensei can also sense. After Tianzong confirmed this, he gave Emochan a thumbs up and praised, "You are indeed thorough in your endeavors, exhibiting the qualities of an excellent ninja. It seems I will soon be able to trust you to operate independently." With a humble demeanor, Emochan replied, "It is all thanks to your exceptional guidance, Tianzong-sensei. Without your meticulous instruction, I could not have grown so swiftly." While it was a modest statement, it also rang true. Tianzong had truly invested himself in teaching him, imparting every conceivable piece of knowledge. 3 hours later, Tianzong and Emochan arrived at the coastline of the Land of Waves. The sea was shrouded in thick mist, but upon entering the Land of Waves, visibility improved. They left the boat by the shore, but its position was no longer detectable, so they would have to search for it. Tianzong assessed the small boat resting on the shore and began to analyze their situation. Fortunately, the Land of Waves was merely a small island, making it relatively easy to locate a few foreign ninjas. Then, Tianzong glanced at Emochan and inquired, "Can you sense the location of your original self? Where should we meet?" Before Emochan could respond, both heard the sound of kunai clashing ahead. Something's happening. They exchanged glances and stealthily advanced. Soon, they discovered the woods ahead enveloped in a thick white mist, with the occasional sound of kunai clashing indicating a battle among ninjas within. "This is the mist technique from the hidden mist village," Tianzong observed gravely. "It appears Kakashi-sensei and the others have encountered an ambush. Judging by the sounds, their adversaries are formidable, and Kakashi-sensei is engaged in combat with them." Feigning surprise, Emochan asked, "What should we do now? Naruto might be in danger. Should we rush in?" Not knowing the precise situation within the mist, rushing in recklessly was not wise. "Let's wait and see," Tianzong decided, ultimately placing his trust in Kakashi. Emochan paused, and his body suddenly transformed into a wooden form, then morphed into a puddle of soft mud on the ground. Tianzong was momentarily taken aback, but in the next instant, another Emochan emerged from the forest, revealing that his original self had arrived. "Tianzong-sensei." Emochan greeted him with a smile, saying, "I sensed the plant seeds I left behind were approaching, so I came ahead. It seems I have found you here after all. Thus, you have witnessed the circumstances following Kakashi-senpai's landing?" Tianzo immediately grasped the situation. Emochan nodded and replied, "It is the rogue ninja from the mist. The former member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, the wielder of the decapitating carving knife, Zabuza Momochi. He is employed by Kato, the owner of the Blackhand Shipping Company, to take the life of Tsunade, thus placing him in opposition to Naruto and the others." "Zabuza? This is troublesome." Tianzo furrowed his brow. If Kakashi were to encounter Zabuza alone, Tianzo would not be overly concerned. However, Kakashi is accompanied by several burdens, which could render him quite vulnerable. Chapter 86, Rescuing Kakashi. Naruto's moment of glory bang. Suddenly, a dull thud echoed as a figure darted forth at an astonishing speed from the mist, landing on the surface of the nearby river. "Kakashi-senpai." Tianzo gasped, taken aback to see Kakashi-senpai reveal such a disheveled state before him. Prompted by Emochan, the two quickly sought a concealed hiding spot. In the next moment, another figure leapt from the water, appearing behind Kakashi, hands forming seals aimed at him. Fool. Water prison technique. The figure that had suddenly appeared was none other than Kakashi's current adversary, Zabuza Momochi. A water prison technique ensnared Kakashi, trapping him within a large bubble of water. "This is bad. I had intended to hide in the water first. This was a miscalculation." Kakashi struggled for a moment, realizing that the water within was remarkably dense, making his movements laborious and escaping nearly impossible. Zabuza sneered triumphantly. "You fell for it, didn't you? You shall not escape from here. Only by subduing you can I proceed with my plans. Now, Kakashi, let us settle this later, for I must first eliminate them." With that, Zabuza utilized the water clone technique, dispatching a clone to kill the target, Tsunade. As Kakashi remained restrained, the effects of the mist concealment technique faded, revealing a clearer view. "Kakashi-senpai has faltered," Tianzo remarked, somewhat surprised. Zabuza truly lives up to his reputation as a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen, managing to put Kakashi-senpai in a predicament. "Naruto and the others are in danger now. Emochan, heighten your vigilance and be ready to act at any moment." Under these circumstances, even if Naruto does not enter a rage, it is imperative to intervene for the sake of their safety if the need arises. A mere water clone, possessing only a fraction of the original strength. Emo-chan, however, remained unfazed, stating, if Naruto and Sasuke can fully harness their abilities, they may still have a chance of defeating Zabuza's clone. Even in direct confrontation, they are not without hope. Yet, this is their first battle. Their inexperience means they can only utilize half of their potential, ultimately relying on cooperation to rescue Kakashi, thus achieving a roundabout form of self-preservation. You seem rather confident in them. Taianzo expressed surprise, as he had not perceived any semblance of opportunity for Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they are my old classmates. Emo-chan chuckled, stating, although Naruto may appear to be at the bottom of the ranks, his tenacious spirit and resilience, coupled with his remarkable physical prowess, are commendable. As for Sasuke, not only is he at the top of his class, but he is also an Uchiha. Taianzo paused, considering Emo-chan's criteria. Perhaps Zabuza's water clone was not as formidable as it initially seemed. After all, a clone is merely a clone, unable to employ many powerful techniques. It easily dissipates upon taking damage. If they can adeptly exploit these weaknesses, even a low-ranking ninja could defeat it. Furthermore, Taianzo held great trust in Emo-chan, and seeing him so unperturbed allowed him to relax as well. While they conversed, Naruto demonstrated what it meant to have a resolute character and unyielding spirit. Using a multitude of shadow clones for cover, even after being battered and bruised, Naruto reclaimed the ninja headband that Zabuza had taken. Soon after, he proposed a plan that required Sasuke's cooperation. This sudden sense of reliability instilled a measure of reassurance in Sakura, the only one present lacking a significant presence, as they resolved to protect their mission's client. To defeat him, this is the only way. After enduring a beating, Naruto retrieved a wind shuriken from his backpack and tossed it to Sasuke. Sasuke, catch. I see. Sasuke, upon receiving the shuriken, instantly comprehended Naruto's plan, silently praising him. Such a performance is commendable for you. Wind shuriken, shadow windmill. Sasuke hurled the wind shuriken towards Zabuza. Such a trivial tactic will not work on me. Zabuza scoffed coldly. Yet, the shuriken traced an arc in the air, bypassing the water clone and heading straight for Zabuza's true form. Oh, so it is aimed at the original. However, you are too naive. Zabuza reached out and seized the wind shuriken. Unbeknownst to him, another wind shuriken lay hidden within the shadows below. Well done, but still rather naive. Zabuza, though surprised, merely leapt to evade the attack, harboring a newfound respect for the two youngsters. For their level, such a display was indeed remarkable. However, their opponent was no ordinary foe. Taianzo sighed internally. Emo-chan merely smiled, withholding judgment. When he first witnessed this scene, he had been thoroughly astonished. Now, experiencing it firsthand filled him with an inexplicable thrill, compelling him to watch with eager anticipation. Boom! The wind shuriken that Zabuza had evaded suddenly transformed into smoke, morphing into Naruto's likeness. It turned out that this shuriken had been transformed by Naruto's transformation technique. At that moment, Zabuza was still airborne, hand occupied with maintaining the water prison technique, facing away from Naruto, while the water clone remained at a distance. In this scenario, Naruto simply tossed a kunai at him, leaving Zabuza unable to evade. Not wishing to be struck in the heart, Zabuza had no choice but to withdraw his hand from the water prison and turn to face Naruto. You wretched little brat. Zabuza, humiliated by a child, glared furiously, the faint semblance of goodwill he had felt dissipating entirely. Die! Zabuza spun around, wielding the seized wind shuriken against Naruto. At that moment, Naruto found himself suspended in midair, and with his strength, he was utterly incapable of confronting Zabuza's true form. Bang! Kakashi emerged from the water prison, deflecting the wind shuriken with a single hand. Naruto, what a splendid plan. Kakashi gasped for breath, drenched yet smiling. You both have grown. Upon witnessing the success of the plan, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. To finally play a meaningful role, this feeling was unparalleled. Everyone present was astonished. This seemingly unreliable child had indeed devised a flawless strategy and successfully rescued Kakashi. I underestimated him. Taianzo had to concede this point, regarding Naruto with newfound admiration. While he was still far from matching his disciple Emo-chan, achieving this level of competence already made him a qualified ninja. Zabuza felt a twinge of bitterness. But he did not dwell on Naruto. Instead, he turned to Kakashi. While I was preoccupied, your jutsu was undone. No. Kakashi interrupted sharply. It is I who has undone the water prison technique, not you. Naruto merely drew Zabuza's attention, allowing Zabuza to loosen his grip on the water prison. However, the technique itself was not nullified. Kakashi appeared to have done nothing, yet he had been quietly gathering strength in the background, ready to break free from the water prison's constraints at the first opportunity. Thus, the two separated, re-establishing their stances, preparing to engage in the second round of battle. Chapter 87. The more seals one forms, the greater the technique's power. Tsunade. Well done, this little brat. Is he the Naruto you speak of? Yes, it is indeed him. How does Lady Tsunade know about Naruto? Haven't you been away from the village for many years? Children should not pry into such matters. But speaking of which, Sakura, you are quite useless, unable to help in any way. Stop being so noisy. Didn't you hear what Kakashi-sensei just said? Our opponent is someone who graduated and wiped out all his classmates. How could someone like that be dealt with by us lowly genin? Rather than blaming Sakura, one should point fingers at that Kakashi. He cannot even handle a mere member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It seems that years of ease have diminished his strength. What? A mere member of the 7 ninja swordsmen? In Lady Tsunade's eyes, is Kakashi-sensei really that strong? Kakashi is the disciple of the 4th Hokage, a genius who became a jonin at the age of 12 and independently developed an A-rank ninjutsu. Zabuza is indeed not a match for him. It seems we have become a burden to Kakashi-sensei. Wait a moment, what are they doing? The more hand seals they perform, the more powerful the technique becomes. They have already performed dozens of seals. Are they insane? Are they going to unleash a forbidden technique? In the land of waves, Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a few simple moves before withdrawing to their respective sides, each rapidly performing hand seals they had honed for over 20 years. Cho Ushi in Tatsu. Yu, Tori, Inu, Hitsuji, Tori Yu Hitsuji, Tatsu, Ushi, Na, Hitsuji, Tatsu, Yu, Matsu, Na, Tori, Ushi, Na, Hitsuji, Tatsu Yu, Hitsuji, Tatsu, Ushi. Retreat, hurry back. Naruto. Sakura shouted in terror, as if Naruto were about to perish at any moment. Sister Akane mentioned that this could very likely be a forbidden technique. What does a forbidden technique even mean? With just the knowledge of a genin, it is impossible to fathom. It must be earth-shattering. Sakura not only yelled for Naruto to return, but she also warned Sasuke, then grabbed old man Tazuna and fled without looking back. What kind of technique is this? Tenzu thought, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is it really necessary? Kakashi-sensei, the opponent is merely a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen. One might think you are preparing to face all 7. Moken, who understood the truth, was nearly laughing himself to madness. This was a consequence of early setups. He thought that anime was anime and reality was reality. Moken never expected Kakashi to actually perform all 44 hand seals. In truth, Kakashi's mind was also filled with question marks. He was merely copying his opponent's moves through the Sharingan, initially unaware of what technique his opponent intended to execute. As a result, the series of seals left his hands nearly cramping. Yet, according to the flow of chakra within him, he felt he would soon transform into a clown. At last, as the final seal fell, the water beneath Kakashi and Zabuza began to boil, sending up a massive splash that coalesced into the form of a water dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. 2 water dragons, each bearing a ferocious visage, charged fiercely toward their opponent. Wow, amazing! Kakashi-sensei is incredible. Naruto, chased by the crashing waves, shouted in excitement, calling out for help while desperately swimming toward the shore. His body felt somewhat out of control, yet it seemed there was no real danger. Haha. It seems a bit impressive, huh? Is this ninjutsu? Sakura scratched her head, awkwardly coming to a halt. Standing on the shore, it indeed felt somewhat impactful, but at most, the gust of wind generated was a bit strong. However, they had already run dozens of meters away, unaffected in the slightest. But why does it not resemble the apocalyptic scene I had imagined? Sasuke, with a dark expression, turned to observe the clash of the 2 water dragons, his heart undeniably shaken. In an instant, such a complex series of seals had been completed, and Kakashi had perfectly mimicked his opponent's technique. This is the battle of a jonin level. It is actually the water dragon bullet. Tenzu was already drenched in cold sweat, his hands forming seals. Ready to unleash his maximum power would release, would wall. And this is it. This is all. Tenzu-sensei, Moken stifled his laughter and asked, "Has Kakashi-senpai used the water dragon bullet before?" "Don't ask me. I'm furious." Tenzu threw a little tantrum. What a spectacular ninjutsu. Is this the level of a forbidden technique? It is evidently not. What are these two doing? Are they trying to amuse me? Well, I admit they have succeeded. I am already rolling on the ground with laughter. The water dragon bullet technique, and they managed to perform a full 44 seals. This is too hilarious. Wait, is this called the water dragon bullet? Moken seemed to recall that he had seen this technique before. However, the scale was not this large, nor did it require so many seals. Yes, last time in the training field, he used it on us, and it seemed he only performed 3 seals. This is not a pleasant memory. Oh, is there gossip? Hurry, tell me. There isn't much gossip. It was just the 3 of us against Moken. And he soaked us all with a single water dragon bullet, causing us to flee in disarray. Oh, so you got wet. On the river's surface, a large bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, but it was concealed by the vast spray created by the collision of the 2 water dragons. Good heavens. After all that sealing, I only produced a B-rank water dragon bullet. Is this Zabuza truly poisonous? Yet Zabuza was entirely oblivious, as his technique had been perfectly replicated, and his expression grew considerably graver. To verify whether the Sharingan truly could copy, or if Kakashi was merely putting on an act, Zabuza performed additional unnecessary movements. However, regardless of what he did, Kakashi flawlessly mirrored him. In order to apply immense psychological pressure on Zabuza, Kakashi even imitated small actions like scratching his rear. Finally, he even articulated Zabuza's inner thoughts. My movements have been flawlessly replicated by this guy. What? How does he know what I am thinking? Damn, this scoundrel is excessively arrogant. Is he not? Zabuza was thrown into disarray, stubbornly retorting, "Humph, you are merely learning from me." Kakashi, with his Sharingan narrowing, synchronized with Zabuza, declaring, "I will not lose to you, you clown." Zabuza saw his own reflection in Kakashi, feeling as though he was battling himself. Taking advantage of Zabuza's momentary daze, Kakashi completed his seals before Zabuza could react. In the next instant, a torrent of water surged up from the river's surface. Water release, great waterfall technique. What? Isn't this the ninjutsu I intended to use against him? Zabuza's expression changed drastically, having been a step too late. He was immediately swept away by the colossal waterfall. Chapter 88, Sakura's Resolution, Going All Out. Just as in the original story, Zabuza was defeated and rescued by Haku, who disguised himself as a member of the Mist's assassination squad, while Kakashi fell into exhaustion and fainted. Left with no choice, the 3 young members of Team 7 could only escort Kakashi to Tsunade's home for recuperation. What do you think? Tenzu gazed in the direction Haku had departed, seemingly sensing a problem. They are in cahoots. Moken did not hesitate to speak. I have already investigated. This mission is not as complicated as it seems. The main conflict arises from Kato's desire to monopolize the maritime trade of the Land of Waves, while Tsunade aims to construct a bridge to break this monopoly, resulting in irreconcilable contradictions. That individual who claimed to be a member of the Mist's assassination squad is, in fact, Zabuza's subordinate, lurking in the shadows to save him at a critical moment. Tianzong nodded in agreement with his speculation. He sighed and remarked, "It seems that Kakashi-senpai has failed to notice the issues with that Umbu. The burden of the Sharingan must weigh heavily upon him. Even if he were to perceive the problem, he would hardly dare to voice it." Emo-chan interjected. "After all, he is at the end of his rope. Relying on Naruto and the others, he cannot hope to contend with Zabuza's subordinates. This outcome is the best for both sides." Indeed, Tianzong pondered briefly before continuing. In the short term, Zabuza cannot return. However, on Kato's side, he has many henchmen. I cannot guarantee they won't take the opportunity to strike. Emo-chan contemplated this and responded, "Teacher Tianzong, I will keep an eye on Kato and inform you of any news. Please, take care of matters concerning Naruto." Tianzong considered this and nodded, "Very well. You have investigated them before and are thus more familiar than I. I leave Kato to you." After arranging their plan, Emo-chan hurried in the direction that Bai had departed. In the chat group, Tsunade and Hongdo, as bystanders, recognized Bai's predicament. Tsunade criticized Kakashi for being so weakened that he could only cast 2 jutsu before collapsing. Otherwise, with his strength, he could have easily dispatched all enemies in one go, leaving no room for concern. Hongdo reminded Sakura to be cautious, but under Ino's sarcastic remarks, Sakura's dissatisfaction and urgency reached a peak. Currently, There were 7 people in the chat group. Aside from Tsunade, who had just joined and had yet to interact with Mo-chun, Sakura remained at LV0. Throughout this mission, she had merely been a bystander, unable to contribute anything. While claiming to protect the mission's client, her actual impact was negligible. Her group rank was diminished, and her performance in the mission was overshadowed. Compared to the other Konoha 3 flowers, Sakura was utterly crushed. Moreover, the once dragging burden, Karen, was now growing stronger, and Tsunade even had plans to cultivate her. As for Hongdo and Tsunade, there was no comparison. In summary, Sakura found herself to be the weakest and most useless member of the group. How infuriating. I shouldn't have acted so petulantly back then. Sakura lamented, lightly tapping her forehead. If only she had restrained her temper during that visit to Mo-chen's home, perhaps she could have gained some benefits, at least avoiding such an embarrassing situation now. However, regret served no purpose. She needed to devise a remedy swiftly. The longer she delayed, the greater the gap between her and the others would become. Sakura, known for her determination, refused to resign herself to being the underdog. As for whether to leave the group or not, that was a consideration for another time. Before anything else, she needed to secure a prominent position within the group, at the very least ensuring she didn't fall behind Ino. How can I achieve this? Sakura pondered deeply, having turned off the live stream, reflecting while attending to Kakashi. She had already resolved to lower her pride and befriend Mo-chun, but unfortunately, he had moved, and they had yet to meet again. In contrast, Hinata had absorbed powerful techniques under Mo-chun's guidance, leaving Sakura envious. Although Ino and Tenten had not received direct assistance from Mo-chun, they had gained enhancement effects that significantly improved their talents and comprehension, their strength advancing rapidly, which Sakura could plainly see. To surpass them, Sakura needed to elevate her group rank above everyone else's in the shortest time possible and then leverage her improved talents and comprehension. It was certain that Mo-chun's departure coincided with Team 7's, having briefly visited Karen's residence. However, whether he had truly followed them to the land of waves remained uncertain. Yet, Sakura felt the likelihood was quite high. She needed to find an opportunity to test the waters, as long as Mo-chun was indeed there to protect them. She would seek him out and build a rapport during the mission in the land of waves, raising her group rank in the process. Determined, Sakura mentally crafted a rough plan. To avoid becoming the group's anchor, to escape Ino's scorn, she had to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Mo-chun quickly caught up to them, following the direction Bai had taken. At this moment, Bai had placed Zabuza in an open area, and before he could act, Zabuza had already revived, forcefully extracting the steel needle embedded in his neck. "Ah," Bai exclaimed, "Mr. Zabuza, you could truly die like this. I fear I won't be able to move for a week." Zabuza, unfazed, instructed Bai to remove his mask. Once Bai unveiled his face, he smiled sweetly, saying, "For Mr. Zabuza, you will surely be able to move again soon." As he spoke, the mist dissipated. Bai rose, pausing momentarily before asking, "Next time, will I be able to succeed?" With a cold expression, Zabuza's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he replied, "I have seen through the Sharingan." "No, you know nothing of the Sharingan." A figure emerged from the forest as the voice echoed. "Who?" Bai instantly became alert, brandishing steel needles in both hands, positioning himself before Zabuza. "Umbu from Konoha?" Zabuza, recognizing the visitor's attire, remarked coldly, "I did not expect you to have hidden someone in the shadows. It seems I have fallen this time." The Umbu of Konoha were notoriously troublesome, and Zabuza was uncertain if Bai could contend with the opponent. Yet, he understood that Bai could not defeat them while protecting him. "I will not allow Mr. Zabuza to come to harm, even at the cost of my life," Bai declared with unwavering resolve. Mo-chun cast a glance at the two, chuckling softly, and said, "If I wished to harm Zabuza, you could not stop me." In a swift motion, Mo-chun flashed past Bai, his pace appearing slow yet remarkably quick. Throughout the entire process, Bai did not react. Instead, large beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. What incredible speed! What a terrifying aura! Bai tightened his grip on the senbon, his knuckles turning white. A massive pressure enveloped him, rendering him unable to move. Had it not been for Mo-chun harboring no intent to kill, this pressure alone could have severely injured him. Zabuza's pupils constricted. His instincts warned him that this individual was exceedingly dangerous. Suddenly, the sound of steel needles piercing flesh echoed, and a wave of blood filled the air. Bai had forcefully plunged a senbon into himself, breaking free from Mo-chun's restraint. He swiftly dragged Zabuza away from the spot, forming hand seals with one hand. Conjuring mirrors made of ice in the air. Ice release. Ice crystal magic mirror. The mirrors, forged from ice, formed a technique akin to a barrier, ensnaring Emo-chan within. Emo-chan merely stood still, observing silently. Curiosity etched on his face as he mused. Is this ice release? They say it is a bloodline limit that even the Sharingan cannot replicate. Could that truly be the case? Emo-chan had already used the Sharingan to replicate Bai's technique, attempting the same hand seals. Unfortunately, the technique faltered, and a mist of water vapor emerged, dissipating swiftly. Is it because I have yet to master the nature transformation of wind? Or do bloodline limits possess a special activation method that I am still unaware of? Emo-chan pondered softly. Although bloodline limits are said to rely on genetic inheritance, many individuals have created their own. Techniques like Hashirama's wood release, Tobirama's boil release, and Inoki's dust release illustrate this point. Thus, Emo-chan felt that the assertion that the Sharingan cannot replicate bloodline limits was not absolute. He simply had yet to grasp the correct method. Bai is my proudest tool. Zabuza, lying outside the magic mirror, remarked with a hint of pride. From a very young age, I imparted my combat techniques to him. Even when faced with unimaginable adversity, he will perform exceptionally. In truth, he is a fighting machine. He can abandon not just his heart, but even the very concept of life itself. Moreover, his ninjutsu surpasses mine, bolstered by a fearsome bloodline limit. I have truly acquired an exceptionally useful tool. As Bai has already employed this technique, the battle is likely to conclude in an instant. Allow me to witness what means you, the Umbu of Konoha, truly possess. Zabuza's gaze was fixated on the interior of the ice crystal. The pressure that Machin exerted upon him was greater than that of Kakashi. We bear no grudge, and I have no intention of killing you. Bai stood within the mirror, fingers gripping several steel needles, his expression icy, and his tone calm. However, I must apologize, for the sake of Mr. Zabuza. I can become a merciless killing machine if necessary. Is that so? Machin cast a glance at Bai and Zabuza, lightly brushing his hand over his eye socket, and then raised his gaze to reveal a pair of crimson Sharingan. Yet, as I mentioned earlier, you are entirely ignorant of the Sharingan. Sharingan. Both Zabuza and Bai exclaimed in unison. Unlike Kakashi's singular Tomo, Machin possessed a complete pair of Sharingan. Even if they were unaware that the full strength of the Sharingan could only be unleashed with both eyes, they understood that a pair was significantly more formidable than a single eye. Bai dared not hesitate. He immediately utilized the unique ability of the magic mirror ice crystal to project his image across dozens of mirrors, launching simultaneous attacks on Machin from all directions. In an instant, countless steel needles rained down upon Machin like a deluge. By employing the principle of reflection through mirrors, he could instantaneously traverse from one ice mirror to another. As long as he moved quickly enough, it would appear as though multiple figures existed simultaneously, akin to the afterimages in the Dragon Ball universe. Each figure could be real or merely an illusion. Even without consulting the original text, Machin could discern the truth through his Sharingan. No matter how swift Bai was, his movements left traces. Even Sasuke, with his 3 Tomo combined, could perceive his figure, let alone Machin, who possessed a complete pair of 3 Tomo. Alas, it remains true that you know nothing of the Sharingan. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Machin transformed into numerous figures, each wielding kunai, effortlessly deflecting the descending steel needles to the ground. The Sharingan granted him dynamic vision, as though he had slowed the flow of time around him, allowing him to accomplish remarkable feats. Machin was not Sasuke. After awakening would release and stacking various buffs, his physique surpassed even Naruto's, ensuring he would not experience the disparity between sight and movement. Currently, he employed a technique akin to Shirsue's body flicker, creating a plethora of phantoms through constant movement. Each phantom could be real or an illusion. In the blink of an eye, among the dozens of needles Bai had thrown, only a few that had been missed due to blind spots remained unblocked, while the rest were all deflected to the ground by Machin. How is this possible? Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. Zabuza outside the field mirrored his expression of astonishment. They had never encountered such a phenomenon before. It was utterly extraordinary. Is this the power of the Sharingan? Zabuza gasped. He had heard that Kakashi's Sharingan was not his own and could not unleash its true power. Yet he had not anticipated the genuine might of the Sharingan to be so terrifying. No, wait. Zabuza suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. It is said that apart from the defector Itachi Uchiha, Konoha is left with only a single fledgling. Could you be Itachi Uchiha? No, that cannot be right. Itachi has long since defected from Konoha. How could he appear as a member of the Konoha Anbu, pursuing them on behalf of the village? Moreover, based on his physique, it did not add up. Or is this person the fledgling of the Uchiha clan who is yet to mature? But that answer seems even more absurd. Genjutsu Sharingan. At that moment, Machin suddenly appeared before Bai's true form, his Sharingan glaring fiercely as their eyes locked. In the next instant, Bai's body froze in place, and the figures in the other mirrors vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, deprived of chakra, the magic mirror ice crystal began to dissolve, leaving Bai standing there with a dazed expression. Is this the Sharingan? The same phrase uttered by Zabuza took on an entirely different meaning as he slumped to the ground, resigned to fate. That worthless Kakashi, boasting about the Sharingan for so long, had not even unleashed 1/10 of its power. He had thought he had grasped the essence of the Sharingan, believing it to be nothing remarkable. Kill me. Zabuza was too weary to inquire about Machin's identity and intentions. After all, the final outcome would inevitably be death. Machin approached him slowly, reaching for his neck, and Zabuza resignedly closed his eyes. However, he soon opened them wide in disbelief. The anticipated death did not come. Instead, a surge of vibrant chakra flowed from Machin's hand, coursing through the wounds inflicted by Bai's needles and spreading throughout his body. In a short while, his previously paralyzed body, rendered immobile by severe injuries, transformed into a warm and comfortable state, swiftly replenishing his strength. Whoosh! Once Zabuza regained his mobility, he immediately leaped back, grasping his decapitating sword. However, he soon relaxed his wary expression, a complex look crossing his face. What do you mean by this? You subdued Bai with a mere glance and casually restored his ability to move. Such a person is not even worthy of being considered an opponent. Vigilance and caution are futile. Follow me. Let us find a place to rest. With a casual wave, Machin dispelled Bai's genjutsu and strode forward in a specific direction. Chapter 90. Machin's background is manipulated so, you are the mastermind behind it all? Zabuza was utterly bewildered as he beheld Kato standing behind Machin, radiating an expression of deep respect. The Konoha Anbu, Uchiha. How could Kato possibly be the boss? Does this make sense? Machin paid no heed to Zabuza's thoughts, casually tossing several stacks of cash toward him. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000,000 Ryo, equivalent to the reward for an S-rank mission. What is the meaning of this? Zabuza furrowed his brow. Even as a rogue ninja, he possessed professional integrity. Until the mission was complete, he would not take a single extra coin. The previous mission requires some adjustments. Machin sipped his coffee leisurely and replied, once a ninja accepts a mission, they are bound to see it through, no matter what transpires. Therefore, this is compensation for you. Zabuza's expression turned cold. Had it been Kato uttering such words, his decapitating sword would have already struck by now. Yet the subject was Machin. Should he swing his sword, it might very well be his own demise. You are a ninja. You should understand that this is a principle. Since the mission has been issued, there is no reason to retract it. Zabuza did not reach for the money. Instead, he fixed a piercing gaze upon Machin, demanding a reasonable explanation. Do not be alarmed. Machin chuckled lightly, saying, I am merely adjusting the action plan within a reasonable scope, and the difficulty of the mission may even be reduced somewhat. This will not affect your mission records. And ultimately, the payment you are owed will remain intact. If it were just that, you could have said so directly. There was no need to offer me extra money. Zabuza remained skeptical. As a rogue ninja, lacking sufficient caution could lead to a grave end. Of course, I would be fine without the extra payment. Machin maintained his smile, replying calmly, but you are a valuable asset, and we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. I do not wish for you to harbor any resentment over this matter. This money is meant to alleviate any dissatisfaction you might feel. Moreover, I am not short on money. Problems that can be resolved with currency are not issues at all. Most importantly, I wish for you and your companions to work for me. However, I understand that if I were to propose this directly, you would surely decline. Nevertheless, that is inconsequential. This is merely a manifestation of my sincerity, and there is ample time ahead of us. Zabuza stared intently at Machin, who did not shy away from his gaze. Humph. You are indeed quite candid. Zaibujan momentarily suppressed his wariness and accepted the money offered by Mo Chun, tucking it away into his pouch. He then added, let me be clear, I will not remain your subordinate simply because you have generously tipped me. I have my own aspirations and ambitions. Perhaps Mo Chen's words held a semblance of truth. Seizing the opportunity to ally with such a formidable figure could prove to be a wise decision. Nevertheless, Zaibu had never truly betrayed the hidden mist village. He was born of the mist and would die as a ghost of the mist. I trust that one day, you shall reconsider your stance. Mo Chen raised his coffee cup, downing it in one gulp, initially showcasing his strength, subsequently revealing his connection to Kato, and now demonstrating his generosity with money while articulating his intentions. Despite all this, he did not harbor the expectation of subduing Zaibu in a single encounter. True ninjas possess their own ideals and beliefs. If Zaibu were someone who could easily forsake such principles, he would not be worthy of Mo Chen's regard. So what is our current mission? Zaibu inquired, frowning as he took a sip of coffee, nearly spitting it out. He disliked coffee, yet felt compelled to drink it. Knowing his dependence on the generosity of others, let us take a few days to rest. Mo Chen affirmed without hesitation, stating, I estimate that Kakashi should be nearly recovered, and then we can engage them in battle, but this time, our target is not Dasna. By the way, your name is Bai, isn't it? Mo Chen turned to Bai, casting a glance at Zaibu who appeared unexpectedly tense. With a light chuckle, he continued, I hear you can form hand seals with one hand. Could you teach me that? I would be willing to pay. In the Hidden Leaf Village's tavern, Akane observed the blonde woman across from her, who was already half drunk, and remarked with a tone of incredulity, is it truly necessary? Lady Tsunade, returning to your village while employing transformation techniques. That only makes you more conspicuous, does it not? With you here, what is there to fear? The blonde woman replied, downing another cup of alcohol, her hazy eyes inquiring. Now, let us discuss serious matters. The blonde woman, of course, was Tsunade, who had come alone to the Hidden Leaf to discreetly hear the results of Akane's investigation into Mo Chen's origins. This was a matter she had even kept from Shizune. At that moment, Tsunade felt both anxious and expectant, yearning to hear the words she longed for from Akane, yet simultaneously fearful of what those words might entail, prompting her to drink a bit to bolster her courage. Akane composed herself, adopting a serious tone. After my investigation, it appears that Mo Chen indeed carries the bloodline of the Senju clan, but the specifics remain murky, with two versions emerging. Two versions? What do you mean? Tsunade tightened her grip on her cup, a hint of astonishment crossing her face. It seems there has been some deliberate obfuscation regarding his lineage. One version claims his father is a descendant of the Senju branch, while the other asserts that his mother hails from the Senju main line. Could it have been the old man? Tsunade quickly connected the dots. Highly likely. Akane nodded. During my investigation, I uncovered traces of the Umbu, but dared not delve deeper. What is certain is that at least one of Mo Chen's parents is undoubtedly a member of the Senju clan. To ascertain more precise details, you may need to personally consult Lord Third. Tsunade's expression darkened slightly. She understood this was a protective measure for Mo Chen, making it difficult for her to express her frustration. To approach the old man for answers? The thought left her feeling quite vexed. By the way, there is something I must tell you. Akane suddenly recalled and quietly recounted the incident involving Mo Chen's ambush outside the village. What? How dare he? Tsunade exclaimed, slamming her hand on the table, her face flushed with anger. Regardless of which version of the story held truth, it was clear that Mo Chen was her nephew, be it a grandnephew or a cousin. The distinction was negligible. With Mo Chen awakening the wood release, he was entirely deserving of a place within the Senju main house, entitled to inherit the Senju name. To harm Mo Chen was to provoke the Senju clan. Disregarding Tsunade's standing in the tavern, several patrons were startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst, turning their heads to scrutinize her. Akane tugged at Tsunade's arm, cautioning her against drawing too much attention. Get lost. However, Tsunade was not one to retreat in the face of adversity. She loudly chastised those who were staring, causing some to flee in fright. A few bold souls, emboldened by drink, attempted to approach her, captivated by her transformed appearance. Unfortunately, Tsunade was in no mood for frivolity, swiftly dispatching them with a fierce beating before departing with Akane, leaving their tab unpaid. Chapter 91. Sakura, do you have a girl you like? After finalizing plans with Zaibu, Mo Chen swiftly learned to form hand seals with one hand from Bai, taking little time. With nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided to visit Team 7. As in the original narrative, Kakashi had assigned the team the task of climbing trees during his recuperation. Naruto and Sasuke were fiercely competing, while Sakura, having succeeded once, had quickly mastered the task and was now at leisure. As Imo-chan arrived, he happened upon Sakura sneaking away alone toward a secluded area in the woods. What could she be up to? Imo-chan felt a twinge of curiosity and stealthily followed her. After all, they were members of the same chat group, and he had no intention of completely disregarding her. In her earlier days, Sakura had indeed been somewhat self-assured, but after enduring some harsh realities, she had matured considerably. The more refined version of Sakura was truly admirable, and it was evident recent setbacks had tempered her demeanor significantly. Within their chat group, it was often Ino who sought to provoke her. However, it was clear that Ino's intention was to encourage her to be more vibrant, serving as a unique form of communication between sisters. Imo-chan, are you there? Sakura reached a clearing and called out softly. Hearing her voice, Imo-chan was momentarily taken aback. Was she actually seeking him out? How direct? It was somewhat unexpected. Imo-chan, I know you must have come to the land of waves. I have something to discuss with you. Could you come out for a moment? Sakura continued calling, urgency and concern evident in her voice. Imo-chan stroked his chin in contemplation. Sakura's approach was quite perplexing. It was clear she was motivated by the benefits of the group system, and Imo-chan was intrigued to see what she intended to do. However, simply emerging felt somewhat beneath him. With someone like Sakura, he could not afford to do anything that might be misconstrued as subservient. He was reminded of Naruto's treatment. Imo-chan, just come out. I know you're here. I genuinely have something important to tell you. Very important. Sakura's voice grew increasingly frantic, her volume rising. Imo-chan chose to remain hidden, allowing her to continue. After nearly 2 hours of calling, her voice hoarse and disheartened, she muttered to herself, did I guess wrong? Is Imo-chan not in the land of waves? Seeing her dejected demeanor, Imo-chan raised an eyebrow. This version of Sakura was much more restrained than when they first met. Perhaps it was time to give her a chance. In that case, let me see what you intend to do. Imo-chan halted momentarily before leaping forward. At this juncture, to keep her waiting would be rather ungentlemanly. With a swift movement, Imo-chan appeared before Sakura atop a tree branch, startling her. Are you looking for me? He inquired, removing his mask to reveal his true face. Upon recognizing him, Sakura was filled with joy, her excitement evident as she waved her fists in delight, nearly performing backflips. Imo-chan, you truly came to the land of waves, she exclaimed, scampering eagerly toward the tree. Seeing that Imo-chan had no intention of coming down from the tree, she immediately ascended using the tree climbing technique she had just learned, making her way directly to Imo-chan's side. Imo-chan's lips twitched slightly. How long had she been holding this in? It felt as though if he did not appear soon, she might spiral into a frenzy. Hey, Imo-chan, I have something to tell you. Sakura suppressed her excitement. Though her lips could not fully conceal her joy, Imo-chan adjusted his emotions and inquired. How did you know I was in the land of waves and came all the way here to find me? What would you have done if I weren't here? Sakura chuckled. I heard from Ino and Hinata that you joined the Umbu. While they were out on missions, you were secretly protecting them. Wasn't that your task? She continued. Since there are only 3 teams in our class, if you are protecting them, you must also protect us, right? Though it's not a certainty. The odds are quite high, so I took a gamble. And it turns out I was right. As she spoke, Sakura flashed a peace sign, beaming with pride. The reasoning was somewhat tenuous, yet Imo-chan chose not to dwell on it, accepting it as truth. All right, he shrugged. What is it that you wish to discuss? This is your Team 7's mission. I am merely here to mitigate dangers and accumulate mission experience. If it pertains to the task itself, I cannot assist you. Not that. Sakura quickly waved her hands, suddenly feeling a bit shy. She began, before I say anything, may I ask you a question? What question? Imo-chan was momentarily taken aback. With a flushed face, Sakura stammered, do you have a girl you like? Hinata, Ino, which one do you prefer? Or perhaps Ten. Imo-chan stumbled slightly, a dark line appearing on his forehead as he replied, why are you asking this? Come on, tell me. After posing her question, Sakura seemed less shy, adopting a curious expression, which one do you really like? Promise I won't tell anyone. Imo-chan, exasperated, replied, this is my personal matter. I have no obligation to share it with you. If your only intention in seeking me out is this, then I shall take my leave. Which one? Sakura insisted. Only children make choices. Wait, don't go. She hurriedly grasped Imo-chan's arm, sensing his growing impatience. I wanted to propose a deal. A deal? What do you mean? Emo-chun was puzzled, his mind racing with the thought that she might be considering some outlandish trade involving Hinata and the others for a boost in power. Such a notion, while audacious, also seemed rather naive. At this moment, Sakura appeared pitiful as she said, "If you've been following us to the land of waves, you must have noticed that I am the least useful member of Team 7. I've always prided myself on being the top in theoretical knowledge, but after this mission, I realized that my theoretical knowledge is of little help. I feel like a wooden puppet, watching others struggle, and I don't want to remain like this." Emo-chun questioned, "What does this have to do with your earlier question?" "I heard from Hinata." Sakura explained, "With your help, she grasped some formidable techniques. And your own strength is remarkable. So, could you assist me and help me improve my abilities? I promise that in return, no matter which girl you like among Hinata, Ino, or Ten, I will do my utmost to support you." With this revelation, Emo-chun understood her transactional approach. From an outsider's perspective, Sakura's idea was indeed commendable. It was a solution she had pondered for quite some time. She could not abandon Sasuke for the sake of power. But seeing the other girls grow closer to Emo-chun and gaining strength, she felt anxious. After much contemplation, she finally devised her strategy. By positioning herself as his ally, she could also strengthen her bond with Emo-chun. If she could genuinely assist him, he would surely appreciate her efforts, thus elevating the level of their group. As for asking Emo-chun to help her improve, that became merely a facade, for she did not harbor high hopes. Chapter 92. Sakura's group level rises to LV2. The other girls' closeness to Emo-chun was indeed motivated by a desire for increased strength. However, after interacting with him, they all deemed him worthy of deeper friendship, engaging with him as companions rather than romantic interests. For Sakura, however, her thoughts were entirely consumed by Sasuke. Approaching Emo-chun was akin to betraying him, particularly since the chat group had initially adopted the banner of Emo-chun's protagonist team. It was impossible for love-struck Sakura to ignore. Now, by forming a mutually beneficial deal with Emo-chun, she could draw closer to him while also enjoying the perks of the chat group. Perfect. Emo-chun quickly grasped Sakura's intentions. For him, it posed no detriment and, in fact, seemed rather entertaining. Naturally, he could not simply acquiesce. Instead, he feigned confusion, saying, "If you wish to enhance your strength, shouldn't you consult your team leader? As far as I know, Kakashi-sensei was a genius ninja who became a jonin at the age of 12. You should utilize that resource wisely. Don't even mention it." Sakura retorted, visibly annoyed. He is not a competent or reliable teacher. He spends his days foolishly indulging in his own whims, and doesn't he care about us? When he finally has a moment to guide us, it's only the most basic principles, which are of no use to me. If I rely on him, I might as well accept my fate. Emo-chun was taken aback, surprised that Sakura saw through Kakashi's shortcomings so clearly. At this point, Kakashi had yet to emerge from his past shadows. He himself was lost, and teaching students was merely a task thrust upon him by the third Hokage. Moreover, Kakashi's focus had never truly been on Sakura. To him, she was likely just a burden. In the original narrative, Kakashi's feelings for Sakura could at best be described as a gradual affection, with little beyond that. "Hey, Emo-chun, I've laid everything bare before you." Sakura grasped his arm, her expression pleading. "Please help me. I don't want to hold everyone back anymore. I promise to take your matters seriously. If you have any requests, I will do my utmost." Emo-chun briefly weighed his options and quickly made a decision. "All right, but I cannot guarantee the extent of my assistance. I can only promise to do my best." Sakura's face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands together. "Don't worry, I won't let you down." Curiously, she then asked, "By the way, who is your target? Can you tell me now? I haven't given it much thought." Emo-chun certainly could not provide a definitive answer, instead responding vaguely, "They are all lovely and exceptional. I may not be worthy of them. We are still young. Such matters can be discussed later." "That won't do." Sakura pressed, feeling urgency. She needed to demonstrate her value to elevate the group's level. She analyzed the various merits of Hinata, Ino, and Ten, but Emo-chun managed to evade her inquiries. Finally, she resolved, "Since we cannot determine anything now, let us interact with all of them. In time, you'll figure out whom you prefer. Trust me, I will create opportunities for you." Ding! Congratulations to group member Sakura Haruno. Group level has risen from LV0 to LV2, gaining a total attribute boost of 250. The sudden notification sent Sakura into a state of elation, instantly feeling the sensation that Ino had described, like she was on the verge of becoming celestial. Indeed, her gamble had paid off. Now, her level surpassed that of Hinata, Ino, and Ten, allowing her to bask in her newfound superiority before them. Yet, having faced setbacks before, Sakura refrained from letting her pride run wild. She understood that her relationship with Imo-chan was still tenuous, inferior to that of the other three, and could easily be surpassed. Therefore, the period during the execution of the mission in the Land of Waves was crucial, and she had to seize this opportunity. Meanwhile, Imo-chan appeared contemplative. After several instances of the group members leveling up, he had begun to discern the underlying patterns. Firstly, the group members had to genuinely align with him, which was an undeniable truth. Hondo's assertion that the appearance of loyalty was not equivalent to true loyalty held merit, but a significant prerequisite existed. This loyalty had to gain Imo-chan's approval. If one were to do good to him without his acceptance, such benevolence would not be deemed genuine and could, in fact, lead to complications. When Sakura had previously visited Imo-chan's residence with Ino and the others, why had she not leveled up like the rest? Because at that time, Sakura had been overly reluctant, performing tasks for Imo-chan with the sense that she was bestowing a favor upon him, thus making it seem as though he was the one benefiting. In such circumstances, if she were to receive an elevation in group level, would that not render Imo-chan a sycophant? Some might argue that this contradicts the notion of loyalty without emotional investment. One could contend that it does not necessarily hold true. Loyalty without emotional ties suggests that one need not invest genuine feelings. One could aim to please Imo-chan with ulterior motives, provided he accepted it. However, malice could not be part of the equation. One could not feast at the table and then smash the dishes. The system would not sustain a treacherous wolf. Inuzuka Kiba, what is happening? Haruno Sakura, you've leveled up? This is nothing short of international news. It could astonish me for a century. Ten, what is the situation? Did you meet with Imo-chan? What did you do? Hinata Hyuga, this is quite unexpected. Tsunade, is leveling up really that difficult? Didn't they say it's enough to be kind to Imo-chan? Inuzuka Kiba, but with that wide forehead. Enjoying the feast while eyeing the pot, suddenly leveling up gives me the impression that she is trying to play both sides. Haruno Sakura, nonsense. Who is enjoying the feast while eyeing the pot? Who is playing both sides? I have always adhered to my principles. Inuzuka Kiba, then how do you explain your sudden level increase? Are you telling me you have given up on Sasuke and have transferred your affections to Imo-chan? Ten, I express my skepticism. Hinata Hyuga, I don't believe it either. Uzumaki Karen, though I don't know Sakura well, I too remain unconvinced. Haruno Sakura, you just don't understand, do you? Being kind to Imo-chan doesn't necessarily mean I have to transfer my affections. I have my own methods that you cannot replicate. Inuzuka Kiba, not daring to speak openly certainly suggests a conspiracy. Tsunade, I don't care how you all go about it, but if anyone harms Imo-chan, just wait and see how I deal with you. Haruno Sakura, Mito Kato Hamura, don't say I didn't warn you. Imo-chan has been confirmed as a member of the Senju clan, and Lady Tsunade is his aunt. If any of you harbor ulterior motives, be cautious. Haruno Sakura, I wouldn't dare, trembling in fear JPG. Inuzuka Kiba, trembling in fear JPG. Ten, trembling in fear JPG. In reality, Sakura seized the moment and sought Imo-chan's guidance on her future training direction. Initially, she held little expectation, merely looking for a topic to deepen her rapport with him. To her surprise, after some contemplation, Imo-chan indeed offered her advice. Before she could become Tsunade's apprentice, her best options were either to learn some basic medical knowledge at the hospital or to study introductory illusion techniques. Imo-chan currently lacked medical skills and could only wait for Sakura to return to Konoha for that. However, he had already mastered a considerable amount of illusion techniques. So he first imparted some theoretical knowledge and assigned her a few D-rank illusions for her to practice. Chapter 93, Danzo, like a scruffy stray dog, fled in disgrace. Outside Konoha village, Danzo, leaning on his cane, followed closely behind Hondo, step by step. Is it not enough? How much further? His face bore an expression of impatience as he tapped the ground with his cane. Just moments ago, Hondo had approached him abruptly, informing him that a certain esteemed individual wished to meet, requesting Danzo to come alone. Given Danzo's cunning nature, he should have dismissed Hondo on the spot. However, the moment she brought a piece of wood, a severed wrist from the wooden man that Danzo had previously set to ambush Imo-chan, it compelled him to reconsider. Few were privy to that incident, and the third Hokage had already issued a gag order. Now, who would resurrect such a matter? The individuals whom Hondo referred to as esteemed were scarce in the entire shinobi world. Danzo immediately thought of Orochimaru, given that Hondo was a discarded disciple of his. It was not implausible that they might reconnect over the matter of wood release. If Orochimaru had learned of someone awakening wood release and sought him out for inquiries, that would be entirely reasonable. Yet, why send Hondo to find him? This aspect left him perplexed. Despite appearing to follow Hondo, Danzo had secretly arranged for several others to accompany him. Almost there, we're nearing our destination. Hondo paid no mind to Danzo's demeanor. Pointing toward a dense thicket ahead, Danzo lifted his eyelids for a glance, narrowing his eyes slightly. That location seemed familiar. It was where he had once laid the ambush for Imo-chan. Indeed, was someone plotting against him? Concealing his hands behind his back, Danzo discreetly signaled and continued to follow Hondo. Soon, Danzo arrived at the very spot where he had ambushed Imo-chan, now entirely cleared by the third Hokage's men, leaving no trace of the previous incident. Just as he was about to interrogate Hondo, he suddenly noticed she had vacated the spot. In the next instant, luminous barriers ascended from all directions, foresealing barriers. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically as he surveyed the area. The barriers were being cast by 4 women. Among them was Hondo, a jonin from Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai, another with purple hair from the Umbu, and the last one. Danzo initially failed to recognize her, but after scrutinizing her for a moment, he suddenly realized. Tsunade. Danzo jolted to attention. However, before he could make any further moves, a powerful force accompanied by a fierce gust of wind plummeted from above. Heavenly Foot, accompanied by a delicate shout, a beautiful leg descended with the swiftness of a dragon, striking down with tremendous force. Boom! With a thunderous roar. The ground within a radius of several dozen meters was struck as if by a meteor, first shattering into countless fragments and then collapsing, turning all debris to dust. In an instant, dust swirled, obscuring the view within the entire barrier. Not good. Lord Danzo is in danger. Quick, save him. The members of the Root organization who had been discreetly following felt the earth tremble and immediately turned pale, rushing toward the barrier. However, upon attacking the barrier, all their strikes ricocheted back at them. Those were desperate attacks. Even if they had faced them head-on, they might not have emerged unscathed, let alone acting without preparation. Many sustained serious injuries in an instant. Those with quicker reflexes or a stroke of luck were not entirely unscathed. In just a single encounter, over half of the 8 Root members had suffered losses in combat effectiveness. They exchanged glances, utterly unsure of how to proceed. Nevertheless, the 4 women maintaining the barrier were not faring well either, though they were unharmed. Their faces had drained of color, as they had sustained some internal shock. Damn it! How could it be Lord Danzo? Hondo exclaimed in frustration. Red, you deceived me. It's not my fault. I was also misled. Kurenai retorted angrily, directing her ire at Hondo. You scoundrel! Is this how you repay me? What are you trying to achieve? It has nothing to do with me. Hondo replied with an innocent expression. I was forced into this. Anyway, if the sky falls, there is someone tall to support it. You all need not worry. Rest assured. The purple-haired Umbu was about to voice her frustrations, but reconsidering the implications, she swallowed her words. Nevertheless, she was irked and felt the need to vent. How had their mission to apprehend the spy who had stolen the village's confidential documents devolved into an assault on Danzo? That cunning old fox. Danzo, anyone who became entangled with him could forget about leading a peaceful life. Turning to the last member of the quartet, Hong raised her voice. Kurenai, is that you? So the person inside is Lady Tsunade? Kurenai, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. Among the 4 present, only Hondo was privy to the situation. The others had been summoned to assist. Prior to this, they had all been strategically positioned to remain hidden, awaiting Hondo's signal to initiate the barrier. However, upon its activation, they had inadvertently created a bottomless pit. What could they do now? They were already in too deep. If they dismantled the barrier, they would find themselves in dire straits, facing ruin from both sides. Hondo, you've led us to our doom. Hong nearly exploded with anger. The purple-haired Umbu echoed her frustration. Knowing you has brought me nothing but bad luck. I shall sever ties with you. Come now, let us not dwell on the details. After all, we have someone backing us, so what is there to fear? Hondo replied with a chuckle. But Kurenai remained utterly confused about the unfolding circumstances. Inside the barrier, the swirling dust settled to reveal a massive crater. There stood Tsunade, hands on her hips, scoffing. Humph. They actually managed to evade my strike. Danzo, a veteran of countless battles and a respected elder of Konoha, had been on high alert. Though he had been ambushed, he had sensed the impending danger as Tsunade launched her attack and immediately employed the body replacement technique to escape. Despite this, he was not entirely unscathed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he crawled out of a nearby pit. Tsunade, have you lost your mind? How dare you openly assault a Konoha elder? Are you attempting to betray the village? Danzo shouted in exasperation, feeling utterly humiliated to have been outmaneuvered by a younger generation. Once he regained his composure, he vowed that none of them would escape unscathed. Betray Konoha? What a convenient excuse. Tsunade scoffed, clenching her fists as she charged forward once more, declaring, "Let us see if the old man dares to issue a warrant for my arrest." Danzo, initially trying to assert his authority, realized that Tsunade would show him no mercy. "Don't do anything reckless," he pleaded, turning to flee. He was uncertain of Tsunade's motivations, but engaging in combat with her? Absurd. Winning would yield no rewards, while losing could cost him his life. Yet Tsunade was undeterred, relentlessly throwing punch after punch at Danzo. He darted away like a cornered dog, employing an S-shaped maneuver to narrowly evade her strikes. The barrier reverberated with explosive sounds. Each of Tsunade's blows resonated like a multitude of detonating tags, sending shockwaves that left the four women maintaining the barrier trembling and instilled fear in the hearts of the root members outside.